Soundbooth Theater presents Virtue of War, Syndicate Legacy Book 1 by L.O. Addison and Justin Sloan. Narrated by Justin Thomas James. Featuring Jeff Hayes as Nathan and Lori Catherine Winkle as Kaylin, Marin, and the rest of the female cast. Arrival. Kaylin. Kaylin never planned on having to break into her own home. Then again, she also never planned on getting tossed out of her home and threatened with death if she ever tried to come back. But fate was a bitch, and here she was, scouting out the perimeter of the military base where she'd lived for 2 long years. So much had changed since she left, but the base still looked exactly the same. A 15-foot wall marked the border of the compound, stretching around 6 square acres of wilderness smack dab in the middle of the Florida Everglades. Inside was one of the most secure resistance bases in the world, outfitted with a cutting-edge blend of human and alien technology that was supposed to keep any intruder at bay.
This was a bad idea,
she muttered under her breath. Her buyer had made it sound so simple. Slip into the base, retrieve an alien medical device that was stored inside, and slip back out. With some special codes to disable the security system, it'd be a total cakewalk compared to some of the thieving jobs she'd taken on before. So far, it had been just as easy as her buyer had claimed. One of the gates on the outside perimeter had been left unlocked, and the motion and heat sensors were dead. When she'd tested the video signal coming from the security cameras, she'd found the footage was on loop, showing an empty landscape with nothing but sawgrass and gnarled pines. But Kaylin still couldn't shake the anxiety chewing at her gut. Something was off. It was just too damn easy. The resistance could be overly cocky sometimes, but they weren't sloppy, especially not when it came to security. She should turn back. It'd be easy enough. She could just leave the base the way she'd come, cut off contact with the buyer, and drop the assignment. Sure, it'd probably damage her reputation on the black market for a bit, but it was the best option. Or maybe that was just her guilt talking. No matter how much the resistance had screwed her over, she still felt bad stealing from them. She'd spent 2 years working as their soldier, and it was hard to shake that kind of loyalty. Once a resistance fighter, always a resistance fighter. Something brushed against her waist, making her gasp in surprise. She instinctively reached for the tranquilizer pistol holstered at her waist, but her hand froze as she spotted Red. Her pet Vader lizard had crept up from behind, his scales camouflaged a mottled green and brown color to match the grassland Kaylin was crouched in. The sight of him brought reality crashing back to her. If the resistance had their way, Red would be dead. They wanted every single alien species killed off, even the harmless and innocent ones. The resistance might have saved humankind, but they were hardly a bastion of morality. And they certainly weren't her masters. Not anymore.
You're supposed to be on guard,
she muttered at Red. He snorted softly in response, swishing his tail back and forth in a signal of boredom. She shook her head.
I don't care if you're bored. You need to do as you're told.
Red made a low grumble in the back of his throat, as if protesting her stern tone. Kaylin sighed and rubbed her temples. When she'd first adopted Red, she'd resisted the urge to talk to him. It made her feel like one of those crazy old cat ladies who lived alone and only talked to her pets. But at this point, Kaylin had embraced her life as a crazy lizard lady. She spoke to her clients and to Red, and she didn't bother with anyone else. It just wasn't safe to have friendly conversations with people. And besides, humans were totally overrated. Red reached his nose up and nudged at the treat bag clipped to Kaylin's tactical belt, letting out a small, pitiful whimper. At only a year old, the Vader lizard was already getting huge, his body the size of a large dog and his leathery wings stretching 8 feet when they were unfolded. But he still made sounds that reminded her of a helpless little puppy.
Shush,
she muttered at him. But there was no way she could resist the pathetic whimper, and she drew a small piece of carrot out of her treat bag, tossing it to him. Red leaped up and snatched the treat out of the air. His jaws easily crushed it to pieces, reminding her why Vader lizards had gained such a notorious reputation as pit-fighting beasts. Abuse one for long enough, and it was a 7-foot-long killing machine. But they weren't naturally aggressive. Far from it. A well-trained Vader lizard was as smart and docile as a dog, and just as useful.
Guard,
Kaylin ordered, pointing at the thick grass behind her. Red swallowed his treat and rubbed his cheek affectionately against her thigh, smearing saliva and some stray carrot bits on her pants. Kaylin shoved his scaly head away, but not before scratching him lightly under the chin.
Go on,
she said. He gave a quiet rumbling purr before slinking off into the tall grass, disappearing with only a slight rustle to mark his passage. Kaylin turned her attention to the steel door 5 yards ahead of her, knowing Red would alert her if anyone tried to approach from behind. The door should have had a guard with a rifle in front of it, but no one was there. Once again, it looked like her buyer had come through on his end of the deal. She had no idea how he'd managed to jack up the base's security system so royally, but she suspected it was an inside job. Kaylin checked the small screen strapped to her wrist. It was one of her favorite pieces of alien tech, a hypersensitive heat sensor. She had it programmed to alert her if anything with the temperature of a human body came within 20 feet of her. The screen stayed blank, reassuring her that no one was nearby. The door's guard was really gone. Kaylin darted to her feet and jogged to the door, keeping a careful watch on her surroundings. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, as if reminding her to hurry the hell up. Just an hour ago, the weather had been perfectly clear, but now dark clouds blocked out every trace of the blue sky. Kaylin hadn't planned for a storm, but she'd make do. After all, that was why her buyer had hired her. She was known for getting a job done, no matter what got in her way. She reached the door and crouched in the shadows at its base, checking her surroundings one more time. The only thing around was the towering wall and the swamp grass waving wildly in the wind. She let out a low whistle, and a moment later Red crept up to her side, still perfectly camouflaged. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air, making Kaylin's heart kick. She took a steadying breath and reached into her pocket, drawing out the data chip her buyer had sent. This was the real moment of truth. Her buyer had promised the chip contained a master key that could unlock any door on the base with only a simple 4-digit code. If he was wrong, and she triggered some sort of alarm... Kaylin shook her head, tossing aside the worry. So far, her buyer had come through perfectly. She had no reason not to trust him. Before she could second-guess herself, she pressed the chip against the surface of the biometric scanner on the door's lock. A blue light blinked at the center of the small silver chip, telling her it was transferring information into the lock's internal computer. Nothing happened. The lock didn't budge.
Come on,
Kaylin muttered under her breath. She was already starting to shift backward, ready to make an escape the moment a guard appeared. The biometric scanner suddenly blinked green. Then a number pad appeared on the digital screen, and Kaylin hurriedly keyed in the code her buyer had given her.
3665.
A muted thunk came from within the door. Kaylin tried the handle again, and this time it opened. She was in. She slipped the chip back into her pocket, drew her tranquilizing pistol from its holster, and looked down at Red.
You ready?
She asked. He snorted in response and shifted closer to the door, preparing to follow her as soon as she slipped through.
All right then,
she said, cracking open the door.
let's do this.
Beck. Beck had met a lot of aliens, but this time around, it would be different. If all went well, there'd be way less killing and a lot more hellos and handshakes. That was, if the aliens even had hands. Beck hoped to God they did, because there was no way in hell he was shaking a tentacle. Somehow, the thought of politely greeting their intergalactic visitors made him more nervous than ever. Killing aliens was the natural order of things. They attacked, humans defended, some humans died, but more aliens did. And humanity lived on. He'd spent years living out that pattern as a soldier in the Resistance. Now, things were changing. With an alien attack from the Ascendancy on the horizon, the killing was about to start again. But this time around, it wouldn't just be humans versus aliens. Instead, it'd be the Ascendancy versus all intelligent creatures who weren't keen on being targeted for genocide. And that meant a new survival tactic, setting aside the past and becoming allies with aliens. Or at least attempting to. Beck glanced around at the 3 multi-story buildings bordering the tarmac. Snipers were stationed in every building, just waiting for any sign of trouble. He itched to be up there with them. Beck had trained half of the snipers on this base, and it seemed unfair that his former students were the ones who got to have the comfort of a rifle in their hands while he was stuck down here with the greeting committee. Not that it was much of a committee. Just him and Nathan, the base commander. Nathan stood beside him, squinting up at the clouds, his war-worn face pulled into a disapproving scowl. That scowl was enough to make anyone on base scramble to fix their mistakes. But it had no effect on the clouds thickening above them.
"This is piss-poor weather for flying,"
Nathan muttered. "We'll make do," Beck said, trying to sound more optimistic than he felt. He flinched as a large raindrop plopped on his cheek. An hour ago, the Florida sun had been shining down on the Resistance base, making the landing tarmac shimmer with heat. Now, dark clouds grumbled overhead, leaking fat raindrops onto the dark pavement. If the wind kept picking up, pretty soon no aircraft would be able to take off safely from the base. Which meant they were officially screwed. Their assignment was supposed to have been simple. They'd greet an ambassador from the alien society of Ruramentia, hand over the ancient alien relic the base had been guarding, guide the ambassador into a waiting transport craft, and shuttle him over to Washington, D.C. Easy peasy. The alien would spend 30 minutes on their base, tops. But the ambassador hadn't even landed yet, and everything was already going to hell. It had all started the night before, when a thief had managed to shut off the security system, bypass all their Tier 4 security protocols, break into the base's most secure safe, kill a guard, and make off with the relic. All within a matter of minutes. It shouldn't have been possible. They had too many safeguards in place. But the ambassador wasn't going to give a damn about that. All the ambassador would care about was that he'd traveled 5 weeks in hyperspace to pick up a precious relic that was now missing. As the chief commander of the base, Nathan had been scrambling to find the thief and the stolen relic. But it was no use. The thief had gotten off scot-free. Now, all Nathan could do was apologize to the ambassador and ship him off to Washington, D.C., so all the top officials of Earth could also issue apologies. They were screwed. So screwed. And all because of one goddamn murderous thief. Nathan wiped his hand over his face, brushing aside a raindrop clinging to his short salt and pepper beard. In the dark shadow of the clouds, he looked older than he usually did, his hair seeming grayer and his wrinkles deeper.
"The bastard is late,"
Nathan muttered, glancing down at his watch. "I'm sure he'll be here soon," Beck said, raising his voice to be heard over the wind. He glanced behind him at the covered hangar. If this storm got much worse, They were going to have to head inside and wait for the ambassador there. Nathan grunted.
He's probably just sitting up there enjoying the sight of us getting rained on.
Beck struggled to swallow back his unease. He'd only worked with the commander for a year since Nathan had moved to the base and taken charge, but it had been plenty of time for Beck to learn that the man was no diplomat. Usually, Beck appreciated Nathan's brutal honesty, but not now, because there was something else Beck knew all too well about the commander. Nathan hated aliens. Period. He hadn't wanted to store the alien relic at his base, hadn't wanted the ambassador to land here, and sure as hell hadn't wanted to play the part of a gracious host. The top leaders of the resistance had insisted on it, since Nathan's base was the only Tier 4 security center in the region. But Beck had a bad feeling it was about to bite them in the ass. They could force Nathan to host the ambassador, but they couldn't force him to be civil about it. A black dot appeared in the sky. At first, Beck thought it might just be a bird, but then he realized the dot was growing larger every second as it descended toward the tarmac. The back of Beck's neck tingled with alertness, and his hand automatically shifted closer to the pistol at his waist. The small spacecraft descended at a rapid pace, not seeming to be bothered by the wind. The ship was such a dark black it seemed to gleam blue. It was long and sleek like a bullet, with short black fins on the top and sides. Beck squinted closely at the craft, but couldn't see anything resembling panels or doors. It looked like it was crafted from a single piece of obsidian.
Well, that's sure fancy,
Nathan muttered. The commander sounded more wary than admiring, and Beck couldn't blame him one bit. 3 years ago, when the Syndicate aliens had tried to invade, the Resistance had barely managed to fight back against their advanced technology. And this ship looked even more advanced than the Syndicate's. The ship slowly descended to the bright yellow square painted on the hovercraft landing pad. The aircraft made no noise, but a deep, thrumming vibration radiated off it, making the humid air feel thick enough to choke on. Right when Beck was about to start gasping for breath, the ship settled on the tarmac, and the vibration cut out. Beck shifted back and forth on his feet, while Nathan leaned anxiously forward, ready to pounce at the first sign of trouble. Beck had no idea what was about to climb out of the ship. From what he'd been told, aliens could mean everything from human-like creatures to robots to intelligent plants. Nathan had said this species was humanoid, but that label seemed to get slapped on everything with arms and legs, regardless of how different they were to actual humans. A door appeared in the side of the ship, seeming to melt straight out of the pure black hull. It slid upwards, revealing a man and a woman standing in the doorway. Beck sighed in relief as he realized they looked almost totally human. Hopefully that meant they also acted human. It would definitely make communicating with them a hell of a lot easier. A walkway made of the same black material as the hull stretched out from the ship, and the two aliens strode confidently down it, heading straight toward them. The wind tugged at their clothes, sending ripples through the loose, light gray cloth. The man stood well over 6 feet tall, and his shoulder-length blonde hair was so light it almost seemed silver. He looked like he was in his mid-20s, but his face had a weary, knowing expression that reminded Beck of an aging grandfather. The woman followed at his side, and judging by the way her sharp gaze scanned the tarmac, Beck guessed she was the bodyguard they'd been told would accompany the ambassador. She had a similar build, tall and pale-skinned, although she was surprisingly old for a bodyguard, probably around 50. Beck looked her over closely, but she didn't seem to be carrying any weapons.
"Welcome,"
Nathan said, stepping forward with his hand outstretched.
"My name is—"
A sharp gust of wind stole away his words and blew a flurry of raindrops against his face. Nathan muttered a curse and turned around, gesturing sharply for the aliens to follow him. The ambassador and his bodyguard stepped off their ship's ramp, and it retracted back into the hull, sealing it closed. Nathan headed toward the south door of the covered hangar, and Beck strode at his side, trying not to ignore the anxiety creeping through his veins as the aliens followed closely at their heels. "Never turn your back on your enemy." The simple refrain echoed through Beck's head, the same words he'd repeated to young soldiers hundreds of times while training them. But these people weren't his enemy. He had to remember that, even if he couldn't entirely believe it. Nathan paused to enter his key code into an electronic padlock. The personnel door to the hangar slid open, granting them access to the wide expanse of the building. The four of them stepped inside, their footsteps echoing off the metal walls. Nathan quickly shut the door and wiped the last of the raindrops from his face before turning toward the ambassador.
Let's try this again,
he said, giving a strained smile.
"My name is Commander Nathan Hayes. I'll run this base, and I'll be attending to you while you're here."
He gestured sharply to Beck.
"This here is Lieutenant Beck Wright. He's the head of our sniper training program and our security escort for any visitors to this base."
Beck saluted the ambassador. "Nice to meet you, sir." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander Hayes and Lieutenant Wright," the ambassador said, speaking in a quiet, grave voice. He bowed low, his left palm pressed to his heart. His bodyguard followed suit, although her bow was slightly brisker. "My name is Ambassador Leonstrata Alanos Serbash Oren Paromadanash," the man said in his soft, melodic accent. He reached out to gently touch his bodyguard's shoulder. "Accompanying me is my guard and friend, Marina Sharbane Danbares e Mamori Nagarm." Nathan raised his eyebrows.
"Those are quite the names you've got."
Beck looked down to hide his cringe. He had been crossing his fingers that Nathan would at least try to hide his contempt when meeting with the ambassador. Apparently, he was shit out of luck. The ambassador tilted his chin up, staring down his aquiline nose at Nathan. Most of the time, Beck completely forgot that his commander was only about 5.5 feet tall. But standing next to the towering height of the ambassador, it was impossible not to notice that Nathan was shorter than most men. "Names are very important to our people," the ambassador said. "But if ours prove too difficult for you to pronounce, you may call me Leo and my guard Marin."
"They're not difficult, Leo,"
Nathan said.
"Just time-consuming. And I've been told it's vital to shuttle you off to D.C. as quickly as possible."
Leo's face remained impassive, but his voice was curt as he said, "Yes, I would hate to stretch out our conversation any longer than necessary." Beck watched the ambassador closely, but the alien's face stayed blank as a slate as he swept his gaze over the hangar and took in its contents. By Earth standards, the ships in the hangar were impressive. 2 military-grade hovercrafts and a fighter jet, along with 3 smaller cargo pods. But judging by the spacecraft the Rudimenti aliens had arrived in, Beck had a feeling their hangar was downright primitive in the eyes of the ambassador. Beck patted the hull of the cargo pod to his right, having a ridiculous urge to comfort the aircraft as it faced the piercing gaze of the ambassador. What the Resistance lacked in technology, it made up for in cleverness and bravery. It had gotten them through the Syndicate War, and Beck had no doubt that same bravery would carry them through the impending conflict with the Ascendancy. Just as long as Nathan's behavior didn't get them all killed before the actual war even started. Nathan didn't say anything for a long moment, seeming to want the ambassador to have to ask for information. When the silence grew strained, Leo softly cleared his throat and said, "If it's possible, I'd like to be taken to the Virtue of War immediately. My council is awaiting a report on its status." Nathan crossed his arms as if bracing for a backlash.
"Sorry, Ambassador, but I'm afraid I can't take you to it right this minute."
In half a second, Leo's face darkened and his bodyguard shifted her hand closer to her shoulder. Beck peered closer at her outfit and realized she wasn't unarmed, like he'd first thought. She had a discreet holster strapped to her back, and the pearly white barrel of some sort of gun peeked over her shoulder. Adrenaline kicked through Beck's veins. He folded his arms, resisting the urge to rest his hand on his pistol. He couldn't risk escalating things further. "I don't understand," Leo said. "You told my people you had the relic safely stored at this base."
We did,
Nathan said.
and now we don't. A thief broke in last night and stole it.
For a long, painful second, the ambassador didn't react. He just stared at Nathan with a blank look of shock. Finally, he said in a quiet voice, "A thief?"
Yes.
Nathan said. He cleared his throat uncomfortably and added,
Look, I know this makes it sound like the Resistance was negligent about keeping your relic safe, but we weren't. The thief who stole it isn't some ordinary dumb criminal. He calls himself Goodfellow, and he's hit over half a dozen secure compounds in the past year. Resistance bases, American military bases, you name it. He's like a ghost. Nothing can keep him out.
"And why are you so sure he was the one to steal the virtue?" Leo demanded.
Because he's a cocky bastard.
Nathan said, his tone lowering to a frustrated growl.
Every time he steals, he leaves a calling card. We found it in the safe where the virtue was being kept.
Leo took a shuddering breath. "The Resistance informed my people that the virtue of war would be contained in the highest security vault you have. They said it would be impossible to steal." Nathan rubbed at the back of his neck.
And that was the truth. Look, Leo, I don't even know what to tell you. Whatever tech Goodfellow uses is something we've never encountered before. He shut down our entire security center. Cameras, sensors, communications, locks, every safeguard on this base. It all got disabled, which isn't at all possible. But somehow, it happened.
Leo didn't say anything for a long moment. He just stared at Nathan, his look of disbelief slowly morphing into one of horror. Finally, he said in a low, shaky voice, "You must get it back." Nathan nodded.
I swear to you, the Resistance and the United States military will be doing everything we can to retrieve it. We understand it's a very important holy relic to your people.
"No," Leo said, his voice a shaky ghost of a whisper. "No, you don't understand at all." Beck hadn't been told much about the virtue of war, but he knew it was some sort of holy object that had been stolen from Ruramentia thousands of years ago, and that it had been discovered in the wreckage of one of the Syndicate ships. Turning it back over to the Ruramenti people was supposed to be a gesture of peace and friendship, and it would officially seal an alliance between Ruramentia and Earth. The ambassador should be furious, but he hardly even sounded mad. Instead, he sounded downright scared, and that made Beck's skin prickle with unease. "There must be some way to retrieve the virtue," Leo said. Nathan nodded.
We're working on it, but the break-in happened less than a day ago. You need to give us some time to find Goodfellow.
Leo shook his head, staring wild-eyed at Nathan, as if the commander had just pulled the pin on a grenade and was refusing to throw it. "We don't have time."
I know it's a tough situation, but we're making the best of it,
Nathan said.
We have a transit craft scheduled to take you to Washington, D.C. tonight. You can meet with all our top officials there, and hopefully they can help sort out this mess.
"I do not want to talk to your politicians," Leo said, his words stiff with anger. "That will do absolutely nothing to help." The door behind them slid open, interrupting the tense conversation. A tall woman dressed in a resistance uniform strode inside, raindrops clinging to her short black hair and a frown weighing down her expression. Beck almost didn't recognize her. Sierra always had a smile on her lips, to the point where Beck sometimes questioned her sanity. But she looked impossibly grave as she approached them. Nathan waved her closer.
Ambassador Leo, I'd like you to meet Sierra Lawson. She's the finest pilot we have on this base, and she'll be the one transporting you to D.C.
Sierra nodded to both Leo and Marin in greeting, and both aliens gave a stiff bow. Sierra froze, unsure what to do, and then dipped into an awkward bow in return.
Pleased to meet y'all,
she said. Her southern accent seemed far heavier than usual, the way it got when she was upset. She turned to Nathan and said,
Sorry, Commander, but we've got a problem. We can't fly out in this storm.
Nathan scowled at this news.
You don't think you can handle it?
Course I can handle it,
she said, her frown deepening.
but the brass in D.C. won't let me.
She tapped at the comm unit clipped to her wrist.
Sergeant Ferris just sent out an alert. Says the storm ain't natural and we need to stay out of the sky.
Leo tilted his head. Someone created it? Sierra nodded.
Yes, sir. The military satellites are picking up some really weird atmospherical disturbances way above here. Someone's
She cut herself off and cleared her throat, nodding to Leo.
Excuse me, Ambassador. I meant to say someone's messing with the weather.
Beck tried not to show his shock. No one was supposed to know the ambassador was arriving. That was why he'd landed at such a small, high-security base, and why he was flying out in a discreet aircraft. But it seemed news of his visit had somehow leaked.
How can they possibly influence a storm?
Nathan demanded. Likely a vapor bomb, Leo said, a frown tugging at his thin lips. That technology shouldn't be available on your planet. But, given the circumstances... His voice trailed off. Nathan nodded grimly.
We're probably dealing with the same people who stole the relic,
Nathan said.
Someone who has technology that's definitely not human-made.
Sierra nodded.
The military said exactly that, so they're demanding we wait until the storm ends before we can leave.
A wise decision, Leo said, although he sounded more frustrated than impressed. Whoever set off the bomb did it for a reason. It'd be foolish to walk into whatever trap they're setting.
You'll have to stay here tonight,
Nathan said, nodding to Leo.
We have empty quarters you can sleep in.
Leo's bodyguard turned and spoke to him in a low, hushed tone, using what Beck assumed was their native language. The Ruramenti language was delicate and slow, with soft syllables that flowed seamlessly together. Despite the tension in the room, she sounded like she was reciting somber poetry. Leo replied in the same language, and they spoke together for half a minute, seemingly oblivious to anyone else in the room. Finally, Leo turned back to Nathan, primly clasping his hands behind his back. We will accept your offer of lodging, he said, but we will need to use your communication facility in order to contact our council. They need to know of the situation immediately. Nathan nodded.
Of course. I'll contact our technicians and get the communication station set up for you.
Thank you, Leo said. I must also request that you continue to keep our presence here discreet. I would prefer to stay in rooms away from your soldiers. Nathan hesitated slightly before nodding.
I assure you my men on this base are as loyal as they come. But if you insist, we'll keep your presence on the down low.
Much appreciated, Leo said with a nod. Nathan gestured sharply at Beck, making him stand a little straighter.
Beck will lead you to your rooms, and then to the communication station, whenever it's set up. If you have any concerns about your security, he's your man.
Leo's eyes raked him up and down, his expression impassive. Thank you, Beck, he said. Your guidance is appreciated. I'm happy to help in any way I can, Beck said, using the sincerest tone he had.
Right,
Nathan said.
Now, I need to get back to my office to make some calls. We'll get that relic back soon, I promise.
He gestured to Beck.
Beck, take them to the north quarters. If they want seclusion and safety, it's the best place.
No, it definitely wasn't. It was secluded, that was true. The North Quarters were used for housing new recruits during their training, and since it wasn't a training season, the building was empty. But it was also the oldest building on the base and a broken-down piece of crap. Always 20 degrees too hot, leaking faucets, shitty beds. Beck wasn't any sort of expert in intergalactic politics, but he was pretty damn sure putting an ambassador in the North Quarters was the quickest way to get Earth nuked. "All right," Beck said, forcing himself to nod. Nathan reached out to shake the ambassador's hand.
"Nice meeting you, Leo,"
he said gruffly.
"I'll see you later at the communications station."
Leo nodded and returned the handshake, and then gave another bow, although it was short and stiff. "Peace and duty, Commander Hayes." Nathan gave a curt nod, clearly having no idea how to react to the farewell, and headed toward the door that Sierra had come through. Sierra gave a hurried goodbye and followed after him, leaving Beck alone in the hangar with the two aliens. "Right this way," he said, gesturing for Leo and Marin to follow. He took them out the north exit of the hangar, as if he were actually heading that way, but as soon as they exited, he veered toward the left and took off toward the south quarters. Leo and Marin followed closely behind, walking side by side. They spoke to each other in their quiet, flowing language, but when Beck glanced back, he could see concern crinkling the face of the ambassador. Beck cleared his throat and quietly said, "I'm sorry Nathan was a little, abrupt. He's a great man and a great commander, but he's very suspicious of, visitors from other galaxies." Leo nodded. "I can see that." Beck hesitated. He knew he had no right to speak to the ambassador about this sort of thing, but he couldn't just let the subject drop. Nathan had always treated Beck like a son, taking him under his wing from the moment he'd joined the Resistance. The commander was a damn good man, even if he could be a strong-headed ass, and Beck wasn't just going to stand by and let the ambassador get the wrong impression. Beck halted and turned to face Leo. "Look," he said quietly. "I know Nathan is being really difficult, and I apologize for that, but just... His wife and daughter were killed by the Syndicate, and his son was maimed. It all happened right in front of him, and I think it just kind of, messed with him." Leo merely nodded, giving Beck an impassive stare. Beck cleared his throat uncertainly, but he decided to push on. "Nathan distrusts all aliens. It's not just you or your people, it's all of them. So please don't take his behavior personally, and please don't think all humans feel the same way. Most of us are eager to work alongside you against the Ascendancy. We want this alliance to work, and I think Nathan will too once he sees that it's best for humanity." A little bit of the hardness melted from Leo's expression. "I appreciate the explanation," he said simply. Beck nodded and then turned around, heading back toward the south quarters. In the grand scheme of things, his words probably changed nothing. But he would sleep easier knowing he'd done his part to try to keep this fragile alliance alive. Kaylin. Kaylin had brought every lock-breaking tool she owned: combo guesser, scanner jammer, system flutter, thousands of dollars of highly effective and highly illegal tech. And did she end up needing any of it? Nope, of course not, because nothing about this goddamn job could be easy. The Resistance had used a steel padlock, a freaking padlock, the sort of technology that hadn't been used by anyone sane in over 20 years. They were too easy to pick open or slice apart using a laser torch, so high-tech electronic locks were used instead. And apparently, that was exactly what the Resistance had been counting on. Clever bastards. No one expected a padlock, so no thief with half a brain would bring the tools needed to spring one. Kaylin rubbed a hand over her face and forced herself to take a deep breath. She could do this. She'd already gotten through the first 2 electric locks guarding the safe vault. All she had to do was break through this final lock, and then she was home free. She had a small laser torch in her pack, but the alien device ran off Jega crystals, which put off radiation. She'd disabled the motion and heat sensors in the vault's alarm system, but she hadn't had enough time to disable the radiation sensor. So she'd have to pick the padlock the old-fashioned way. Kaylin reached into her hair, searching for one of the bobby pins she used to keep her hair out of her face. She'd been cursing the Florida humidity earlier that day for making her wavy hair impossible to keep back, but now she was grateful she'd had to jam some pins in it. Kaylin straightened one of the pins as she glanced down at her watch. 6:48. She had planned on being out of here by 6:50, giving her a 2-minute gap to sneak out of the building before the guards on patrol circled around to this section of the building again. Looked like she was shit out of luck. She'd have to get in and get out as fast as she could, and she just hoped she could dodge the guards. Red skittered into the room, his scales flashing an alarmed teal color as he growled a low warning in his throat. He snapped his jaws open and closed, like he was trying to ward off an unseen enemy with his fangs.
What's wrong?
Kaylin whispered. Red looked over his shoulder at the door and snorted, his tail lashing through the air like a whip. Kaylin cursed, knowing exactly what that meant. They weren't alone. Her careful planning to avoid the guards had been a failure.
Are you kidding me?
She muttered. Red whimpered as he sensed her anxiety and scrambled over to her, reaching up with his front paw to tap at her arm.
I'm not picking you up, you big baby,
she hissed.
Go guard that door.
His head drooped and his scales flashed a sad shade of purple. Kaylin pointed fiercely toward the door.
Guard!
Red snorted indignantly and trotted back over to the door, his head hanging low. He crouched near the door, ready to cry out in alarm if anyone got too close. Kaylin turned her attention back to the padlock. It had a single hole on the bottom for a key. She shoved her bobby pin inside it, using it to delicately feel for the lock pins inside. She jiggled the bobby pin, desperately trying to remember the proper way to nudge the lock pins into place. The pins kept slipping out of place every time she nudged them, but she willed herself to stay calm and kept working at it.
Come on, come on, come on,
she muttered at the lock. She glanced at her watch again. 6:50. Time was running out. A jolt of panic hit her. Then she felt it. The last lock pin jostled into place. A surge of relief washed over her, and she gently twisted the bobby pin, waiting for the satisfying click of the lock opening. There was a sharp twang. It didn't sound right at all, and as Kaylin glanced down at her hand, she realized why. Her fingers clutched at half a bobby pin. The other half was stuck inside the lock, where it had snapped off. Kaylin cursed and slammed her hand against the thick steel of the vault's door, sending a jolt of pain through her palm. But she barely felt it through the panic starting to eat away at her thoughts. Red let out a low, trilling noise, a warning call that someone was approaching. He skittered back into the shadows of the door and shot Kaylin a worried glance. She held her breath, listening, and there it was, the faint sound of footsteps. Definitely more than one person, maybe 3 or 4, so it probably wasn't guards. From what she'd seen, they always worked in pairs or solo. So then who the hell was it? She'd spent an entire week monitoring the communication traffic coming and going from this base, and she was 100% sure no one was supposed to be in the south quarters except for guards. But it didn't matter who it was. All that mattered was that she couldn't get caught. Kaylin grabbed both the electric locks off the floor and stuck them back on the vault door. Their magnets clung to the steel, making it hard to notice that they'd both been deactivated. Then she jogged to the door of the small storage room that housed the vault. Red slinked at her heels with his claws retracted, his padded paws making no noise on the tile. Kaylin strained her ears, struggling to listen for the sound of footsteps over the noise of her own heartbeat. They sounded close, but not too close yet.
Camo,
she whispered to Red. As soon as she uttered the command, his scales began to shift color, changing to a light gray color to blend into the walls and floor. There was a good chance she was about to get caught, but she wasn't going to let the same thing happen to Red. She ducked outside and strode swiftly down the hallway, searching for an open door to duck into. There, a storage closet stood just a few yards away, cracked open a couple inches. She carefully pressed against it, making sure it didn't creak, and then pushed it open. Stacks of boxes filled the closet, and all of them had a thick layer of dust on top, reassuring her that this room was rarely disturbed. She slipped inside, and Red followed after her, his scales shifting to a dark gray color as he camouflaged with the shadows inside. Kaylin pushed the door closed again, leaving it open just an inch, exactly as it had been before. Then she backed away, deeper into the room, ducking behind a tall stack of boxes. Red pressed his head against her knee and let out a quiet sound, half grumble and half whimper.
Hush,
she murmured, but she bent down and stroked him under his chin, allowing the smoothness of his scales to settle her nerves. The footsteps came closer, their sound muffled by the closet door. Voices started up, and Kaylin strained her ears, struggling to hear what was being said.
"Commander Hayes instructed us to stay at the North Quarters,"
a man's voice said. It was prim and proper and had a strange accent Kaylin couldn't even begin to place.
"If I'm not mistaken, this building is on the south end of the base." "Yes, the commander misspoke."
It was another man's voice, although this one had an American accent and sounded strangely familiar.
"He meant to say the South Quarters. This is where we house medics who are in training, but the next training program doesn't start for another couple weeks, so it's empty in here for now. But it has really nice facilities."
Kaylin strained her memories, struggling to remember who the voice belonged to. But she quickly gave up, realizing it was hopeless. She'd been a member of the Resistance for 2 years, and she'd worked alongside dozens of soldiers during that time. Remembering one just by voice was damn near impossible. The footsteps came nearer, and Kaylin battled between the urge to hide deeper in the closet and the urge to peek out the crack in the door to see who the hell was disrupting her robbery. The first option won out, and she pressed herself closer against the wall. Crossing her fingers, no one dared to look inside the room.
"I'm going to put you in the rooms right at the end of this hall,"
the familiar voice said.
"They're usually used by the doctors who come and teach here, so they're the nicest facilities we have."
There was a hesitant pause, but then the other man said,
"I appreciate it, Beck."
Holy shit! Beck! It was no wonder his voice sounded so familiar. Kaylin had spent an entire year working alongside him during the Syndicate War. He'd led the sniper team she'd been assigned to, and he'd taught her at least half the tricks she knew. Not that he probably cared about that anymore. Kaylin was sure he despised her for ditching the Resistance, just like everyone else, and a small part of her also despised him. After all, he was the one who'd honed her into such a capable killer. Despite that, she felt a sudden urge to open the door and cry out a greeting. They'd both lived through hell together, and both emerged from it through opposite exits. But they'd always have the strange bond that all soldiers shared after fighting the Syndicate.
"The ambassador doesn't need someplace nice. He needs someplace safe. If Commander Hayes wants us in the North Quarters, we should go there."
It was a woman who spoke this time, her sharp voice breaking Kaylin from her thoughts. The woman spoke in the same strange, lilting accent the other man had, but her tone was far less friendly.
"It's just as safe in here, I promise,"
Beck said.
"The North and South Quarters both have equal levels of security."
"But why are you disobeying your commander and bringing us here?"
the woman insisted.
"I'm not disobeying. Like I said, Commander Hayes just misspoke."
The woman scoffed.
"I can only hope you're better at keeping guests safe than you are at lying, Beck."
Kaylin raised her eyebrows, wondering who the hell these visitors were. One was apparently an ambassador, but from where? Beck was pretty high up in the Resistance's chain of command at this point, not the sort of person most visitors would feel comfortable casually calling a liar, regardless of their political status. But whoever the woman was, she was right. Beck was a horrible liar. Embarrassingly so. It wasn't because he was actually stupid, it was just because he was stupidly honest, so he got almost no practice telling fibs. Beck cleared his throat, and his awkwardness was audible as he said,
You'll be safe here, I swear. I only took you here because the rooms are nicer in here. The security level is exactly the same.
Yep, and that level was compromised. Kaylin still wasn't sure how the Resistance's security had declined so quickly since she left, but she suspected it was because there was no active war at the moment. With no enemies at the gates, the Resistance was starting to get sloppy.
I see,
the woman said, her tone dry.
If I had any respect for Commander Hayes, I'd report you for disobeying his orders. But I trust you more than that man, so I'll refrain from reporting you. For now.
Okay, this was getting bizarre. No one spoke about Hayes that way. He was a living hero and one of the most respected Resistance commanders alive. Kaylin had never met the man or worked under him, but his reputation was enough to make her respect him. She waited for Beck to chew out the woman for daring to insult Hayes on his own base. But Beck just cleared his throat again and said,
Again, I apologize for my commander's rudeness, but I assure you he wants you to be safe.
He certainly shows his eagerness for our well-being in a strange manner,
the woman said.
Marin,
the other man said, his accented voice sharpening just slightly.
Please, let's drop the matter for now.
The woman, Marin apparently, replied in a foreign language. Kaylin couldn't understand a word of it, but it sounded like something from a funeral eulogy, slow and somber and thoughtful. The man replied in the same language, and Kaylin wished she could understand what the heck he was saying. Their footsteps grew closer until they were right outside the door. Red pressed close to Kaylin, and she reached down to stroke the top of his head, comforting them both. She was too nervous to breathe as the trio walked right past, with only a couple feet and the ajar door to separate them.
Your rooms are right at the end of this hall, Beck said. You're welcome to make yourselves comfortable, and I'll come get you as soon as we have the communication link to your embassy stabilized. But this storm is going to make it take longer than usual.
Kaylin mulled over this information. The security window her buyer had opened for her would be closed within the next hour, which would trap her inside. That meant she couldn't wait for the two visitors to leave their quarters and head for the communication station. She was going to have to slip back into the room with the vault as soon as Beck left. All she could hope was that the two visitors would stay in their rooms, and she wouldn't run into them. A flash of movement whisked by the door as the three people strode past. Kaylin peered closely, trying to get a better look, but she couldn't make out anything except for the ripple of gray cloth.
The storm should be over by the morning,
the accented man said.
Vapor bombs generally don't change weather patterns for more than 12 hours or so. Do you believe we'll be able to depart by then?
I think so, but it's really not my place to say, Beck replied.
I do not understand your people,
Marin said, her voice stiff with disdain.
You pretend to have ranks and your superiors give commands, but you only listen to some commands, and others you claim are not your place to even discuss.
Beck cleared his throat.
Our command system is, complicated.
Marin scoffed.
On Ruramentia, we would not call it complicated. We would say it is Vanushra.
The accented man replied sharply in their foreign language, and Kaylin knew without a doubt that the woman had just insulted the Resistance. But the rest of the woman's words took Kaylin a long, incredulous moment to decipher. Ruramentia. Kaylin had heard the word before, but only when people were discussing the Ascendancy. No one really knew much about the Ascendancy, other than the fact that they were an alien civilization hell-bent on invading, destroying, and colonizing the known universe, like some sort of Napoleon conquest on intergalactic steroids. They were also Earth's worst nightmare, since humanity had barely survived the Syndicate War 3 years before, and sure as hell wasn't ready to take on another alien invasion. According to some of the rumors Kaylin had heard, Ruramentia was supposed to be their saving grace. It was a planet on the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy and home to an alien civilization that was the ancient enemy of the Ascendancy. Apparently, the Ruramenti people had offered to band together with Earth, along with dozens of other planets, and try to stand against the impending attack by the Ascendancy. She shook her head in disbelief. The people walking with Beck weren't from a different country. They were from a different galaxy. She couldn't believe it. Well, actually, she could. The Resistance had proven to her very, very thoroughly that they couldn't always be trusted. But still, this lie seemed bigger than most. They'd sworn for years that they wouldn't get involved in alien politics. Apparently, they'd changed their minds, just like Kaylin had figured they eventually would. Over the years, the Resistance had grown to be just as political as any other military. They signed treaties, allied themselves with countries, and worked hard to grow their power. Allying with foreign civilizations was the next logical step in their expansion. But it wasn't any of her damn business. Kaylin took a deep breath and shook her head, reminding herself of what was her business: breaking into that vault, grabbing those crystals, and getting the hell out of there. She'd spent plenty of time caught up in the business of the Resistance, and she was never, ever going back to it. Leo. Leo could hardly keep track of what Beck said as the soldier guided them through the maze of halls in the south quarters. Beck offered them a hasty lie about why he wasn't taking them to the north quarters, and then fumbled through a reassurance that they would be perfectly safe. Leo resisted the urge to laugh at that. The Resistance had sworn the same thing about the Virtue, and instead of keeping it safe, they'd allowed it to be stolen from right under their noses. The humans were liars, plain and simple. Beck ushered them into their quarters, which consisted of 2 main rooms and a small bathroom. "I'll come back as soon as our communication team stabilizes the signal with your embassy," he said. "So I'll probably see you in an hour or so." "All right," Leo said. He struggled to sound sincere as he added, "Thank you for showing us to our quarters." The humans may have been beyond rude to him, but Leo wasn't going to repay their treatment. "Yeah, no problem," Beck said with a nod. "I'll see you in a bit." Leo waited for an appropriate goodbye, but Beck just offered a hurried wave and then stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him.
Well,
Marin said, her voice frustrated and weary.
this is off to a terrible start.
Leo laughed. He couldn't help it. The noise just bubbled up out of his chest and escaped. Marin shot him a disapproving glance, but he didn't even have the energy to fake remorse. "Terrible is putting it lightly," Leo said, finally allowing his pent-up panic to seep into his voice. Marin sighed and closed her eyes. Leo waited for her to say something encouraging or comforting or wise. Throughout the 2 years they'd worked together, Leo had come to trust Marin's guidance just as much as her skill with weapons. But all she said was,
"We need to get the Virtue back, no matter what the cost."
Leo shakily made his way over to a chair in the corner of the room. His veins felt like they were filled with acid, and every breath he took sent spasms of pain through his muscles. The emergency trip to Earth had taken over a month of non-stop hyperspace travel, farther than he'd ever traveled before. Normally, the Council would never send a collector with his level of experience on a trip this long. But the only other collectors who knew Earthen languages and customs were hundreds of days away by hyperspace travel. Sending Leo had been the only option. Leo knew better than to assume the Council could make a mistake. But he couldn't help thinking their faith in his ability to manage the mission had been misguided. Collectors were supposed to represent all the wisdom and peace Rurumentia had to offer the universe. But despite the 23 years of intense training Leo had received before being named a collector, he didn't feel wise or peaceful. He felt sick, exhausted, panicked, and like he wanted to punch something. Marin frowned in concern as he gingerly lowered himself into the chair. Its cushion was nearly as hard as stone, and it did nothing to settle the ache in his bones.
"How are you feeling?"
Marin asked. She'd already asked him the same question half a dozen times since they'd both woken from hyperspace earlier in the day. Marin didn't seem affected by the long trip, but she'd had over 80 years of experience working as a guard for the collectors, and her body was perfectly acclimated to long stretches in hyperspace. "I'm all right," Leo said.
You still look pale.
"I have a bit of a headache, that's all." Marin gave him a disbelieving stare and reached down to press her palm against his forehead. Leo gritted his teeth, but he sat still, unsure if Marin's motherly actions should make him feel humiliated or comforted. Admittedly, he was leaning toward the latter.
You're burning with fever,
Marin said, concern tightening her words. Leo reached up and gently brushed Marin's hand away from his forehead. "I'll be fine," he insisted. They both knew it wasn't true. He'd recover soon enough from the fatigue of hyperspace travel, but that was hardly even an issue compared to the missing virtue. Leo's duty had been to safely collect it, but he'd failed. It was missing, gone, stolen. Leo struggled to wrap his spinning mind around what that even meant. All of the virtues were dangerous. That was the entire reason the collectors existed. Their duty was to find the virtues and safely dispose of them, so the universe could never again be ravaged by their power. But the virtue found in the wreckage of the Syndicate ship had been a virtue of war. It was far, far beyond dangerous. Virtues of war were some of the deadliest objects in existence, capable of wiping out entire societies in the blink of an eye. And it had slipped right out of Leo's grasp. Marin gave a weary sigh and sat in the chair across from Leo, rubbing a tired hand across her face.
Whoever stole it must have known what it was. But how?
"I haven't the slightest clue," Leo admitted. That was the most frustrating part about the theft. As far as the humans knew, the virtue found in the Syndicate wreckage was just some old holy relic belonging to the Ruramenti, no more powerful than a dusty family heirloom. The Council had been extremely careful to keep the humans from knowing its true power. But someone on this planet must have found out. Otherwise, they would have no reason for breaking into such a highly secure base and stealing the virtue. "The Ascendancy is behind this," Leo said. "They must be."
Of course,
Marin said with a tired nod. "But how did they find it so quickly?" Leo demanded. The collector's sensors had only just detected the virtue weeks ago, when they had run a routine scan on this section of the galaxy. And as far as the collectors knew, no one else had sensors like theirs that could detect and locate far-off virtues.
one of our people must have informed them of the location,
Marin said, her voice weighed down by despair. Fresh anger surged through Leo's veins. Working for the collectors was the highest possible honor in Ruramenti society, and to betray them was the highest possible crime. "Billions could die," he said, shaking his head. "Possibly trillions." And he would likely be the first. Leo bit his lip to keep from adding that part, but the thought made his heart kick in panic. The collectors would not take his failure lightly if he returned without the virtue of war. Marin nodded gravely.
I know, and that's why we're not leaving this planet until we get the virtue back and discover who's behind this.
Leo nodded in agreement. He reached up with a shaking hand and clasped the pendant hanging from the silver chain around his neck. The smooth, rectangular pendant was hardly any bigger than his thumb, but the warmth that seeped through the metal casing was enough to heat his entire hand. Inside the pendant was a fragment, a tiny, ancient piece of a shattered virtue. Usually, the pendant was hardly any warmer than his skin, but his proximity to the virtue of war had heated it more than usual. "The virtue is still on this planet," he told Marin. "I can feel it. Close."
Is it possible Commander Hayes lied?
Marin asked, a spark of hope entering her voice.
Is the virtue still on this base?
Leo shook his head. "No. Wherever the virtue is, it's far from here. At least halfway around the world, as far as he could tell. If the virtue was any closer, the pendant would be humming with energy hot enough to burn his skin."
Even if he's telling the truth about it being stolen, I still don't trust Commander Hayes,
Marin said. Neither do I, Leo admitted. Aside from his rudeness, there had been something else about the commander that had just seemed strange. Beck had acted genuinely embarrassed and horrified by the Virtue's disappearance. On the other hand, the commander had seemed only annoyed to have to deal with the issue. I don't understand his coldness toward us, Leo said. I know he has reason to hate the Syndicate, but humans are more closely related to the Syndicate than our people. Marin let out a sigh.
Humans function more off emotion than logic, Leo. They may be our relatives, but don't let their appearance fool you. They're a very different species.
Leo nodded and took a deep breath, trying to dispel some of the confusion and anger clouding his mind. He couldn't be like the humans, letting his emotions control his actions. He tightened his grip on the pendant, and its warmth soothed some of the pain in his body and mind. He stood from the chair, knowing that if he stayed in it for much longer, he'd collapse into an exhausted sleep. I'm going to walk around and stretch my legs. Marin nodded wearily and began to get to her feet, but Leo held up a staying hand. You stay and get settled. I'll only be a minute.
I don't like you going out of my sight,
Marin said. I only mean to walk down the hallway and back. I'll be fine. This building has plenty of guards surrounding it. Marin opened her mouth to protest, but Leo shook his head, stopping her. I need some time alone to collect my thoughts. Please. Marin hesitated, but then she nodded and settled back in her chair.
Make it quick, and take this with you, just in case.
She reached into her belt and pulled out a small gray cylinder with a yellow cap at the top. He recognized it as a Celio canister. Rurimenti were immune to the gas, but one whiff of Celio gas was enough to knock out most other living creatures. He accepted the tiny canister with a grateful nod and tucked it into his belt. The chances of meeting an enemy in this building were slim. The Resistance wouldn't dare assassinate a Rurimenti ambassador on their own base. Humans weren't that stupid. But it was still comforting to have the canister. Thank you. I'll be back soon, I promise.
Peace and duty, Leo,
Marin said, dipping forward in a casual bow. Just hearing the familiar phrase eased some of the panic swirling through him. Rurimenti never left each other without saying goodbye, even if they were leaving for only a short time. The humans may have been willing to ignore that custom, but at least Marin knew how to say a proper goodbye. He bowed, returning the goodbye. Peace and duty, Marin. Leo. Leo breathed deeply as he strode down the hallway, doing his best to restore calm to his mind. He focused on the warmth of the pendant pressed against his chest, letting it center him and take his thoughts off the throbbing pain in his body. The hallway was empty, and his footsteps echoed softly off the tile floor, the rhythm familiar and calming. Every few steps he passed by a door, although they were all tightly sealed. He wanted to peer inside one, but he didn't dare. It would be rude to be caught snooping, and he didn't want to give the humans any more reason to distrust him. Toward the end of the hall, he came across a door that was ajar. He almost strode straight past, but then he saw the door's lock. It hadn't been opened. It had been broken. Mangled wires dangled from it, sure evidence that someone had entered the room without permission. A rustling came from inside the room. Leo's heart kicked with adrenaline. He should run, immediately. He should turn around, sprint straight back to Marin, and sound an alarm. But if he ran, whoever was inside the room would also have time to run. They could escape, and Leo couldn't allow that. The person who broke inside the room was likely a thief, possibly the exact same thief who had stolen the Virtue. Anger burned inside him at the thought. He wasn't about to let the thief just get away. Leo reached down to the communication device strapped to his forearm and tapped 4 times on its slender screen, sending a silent alert to Marin. Then he grabbed the celio canister from his belt and shoved open the door. A girl stood there, right in front of him, frozen in shock. She was short and slim, dressed in all black, and had a small backpack slung over her shoulder. Her hand was extended toward him as if she'd been reaching for the door when he shoved it open. "Stay right there," he ordered. He lifted his left hand with the celio canister, making sure the girl saw the threat. "I can't let you leave." Her eyes widened with shock. The girl skittered back a step and reached toward her waist. Panic raced through Leo as he spotted the pistol holstered there. "Don't!" Leo snapped, holding the celio canister higher. "I don't want to use this, but if you pull out that gun, I'll have no choice." The girl's hand faltered as she touched the grip of her pistol. She eyed the canister in his hand, and he held it up higher. If he had to use the gas, it would take at least 5 seconds for the gas to dispense and knock her unconscious, which was plenty of time for the girl to draw her gun and shoot. But judging by the fearful way she stared at the canister, she had no idea what it was or how it worked. So Leo just tightened his grip and steeled his expression, as if it were a weapon he was fully confident in. They froze like that for a long moment, each of them ready to spring. But then Leo forced himself to take a deep breath and focus. Negotiations were a core part of his training as a collector. Even if she was a thief, there was no reason he couldn't reason with her. "I need you to put your hands up and drop that backpack," Leo said, sounding as stern as he could. "And don't you dare touch that gun." She swallowed hard and raised her hands slowly above her head.
I can explain,
she said, glancing nervously behind her. Leo followed her gaze and spotted a vault on the other side of the room. 2 electronic locks lay on the floor, along with a chunk of steel that looked like some sort of old-fashioned lock. The thick metal door of the safe was open, its inside empty. Contempt raced through his thoughts. Contempt at the Resistance's weak security, at the girl's thievery, at Earth's poisoned society that was causing him nothing but problems. "Yes, please do explain," Leo said. His best option right now was to keep her talking and distracted until Marin or one of the Resistance guards arrived. Until then, it was up to him to keep the thief contained. She blinked a couple times, as if she was shocked he actually wanted an explanation.
Well,
She trailed off and stared back inside the safe, as if she were looking in there for a reasonable explanation. Leo nodded toward her bulging backpack. "You were stealing, weren't you?" The thief actually had the audacity to smile, although it was strained.
Just borrowing.
"You mean you had permission to take things from that safe?" Her smile waned.
Surprise borrowing.
Leo scowled. "I may be unfamiliar with your people, but I am plenty familiar with lies. Please don't insult my intelligence." The girl's smile melted away, leaving fear in its place. She looked him up and down, taking in his foreign clothes and appearance, and then took a hesitant step backward as she said,
Sorry.
At least she had the decency to apologize. Leo suddenly felt a little bad for threatening her so aggressively. These humans might be rude and belligerent, but he wasn't going to let them taint his own behavior. "I don't wish to hurt you," he said, softening his tone. "I just need you to drop your backpack. Move slowly, please, and don't reach for your weapon." The thief began to carefully remove her backpack, her hands shaking slightly with pent-up energy. She slowly slipped the straps off her back and lowered the bag to the ground. "What is it you've stolen?"
Hell if I know. Some sort of crystal, I guess?
Leo looked closer at the bag and saw the tip of a long purple crystal poking out of the zipper. "That's a strepent crystal," Leo said, struggling to conceal his dismay. They were incredibly rare and incredibly dangerous, Strepend crystals were one of the only materials that could be used to activate a virtue,
Oh,
the girl said, not sounding the least bit impressed.
so that's what you call it.
Leo nodded to the backpack. That crystal doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong to any member of your species. What makes you think you have the right to take it? Anger burned in his tone, and the girl's brow crinkled in confusion.
Are you seriously giving me a lecture right now?
She asked. Yes, Leo snapped. What else were you expecting? She glanced up at the canister and then back at him.
Never mind.
He recoiled slightly as he realized what she'd been thinking. Your people may have given up on civility, but mine have not. I would never attack you unless it was my last resort.
Well, that's a relief,
she said, offering him a wobbly smile. She waved her hand at him.
Please, continue with the lecture.
Leo narrowed his eyes, unsure what to make of her response. It could be sarcasm, but the thief's eyes were wide and inquisitive, as if she was actually interested in what he had to say. You actually want to hear what I have to say? He asked. She nodded eagerly, and Leo struggled to conceal his surprise. After everything he'd seen today of humans, he'd hardly expected such a civilized reaction. He lowered the canister just slightly. I'm glad to see at least one of your species can be reasonable. Really, that's all your people need. Logic, reason. You're all so emotional, charging around with only your feelings to guide you. It causes nothing but ignorance and rash decisions.
Yep,
the girl said.
Certainly makes lots of issues.
Such as this one, Leo said, nodding to the open safe. You seem plenty intelligent, and you're young enough to build a valuable life for yourself. So why have you turned to a life of crime instead? It's entirely illogical. The girl gave an emphatic nod.
I've been starting to think the exact same thing. It's about time I turned things around.
Out in the hallway, he heard the sound of footsteps sprinting toward them. He struggled to hold back his relief. Backup had arrived. His job here was done. Leo gave an approving nod and relaxed his grip on the canister. I'm very glad you've decided to be reasonable. The girl glanced at something behind him.
Red, now!
Leo had half a second to wonder what in the void she was yelling about. Then motion flashed in the corner of his eye, and something large and dark slammed into his side. He toppled to the ground, the back of his head cracking against the tile. Blackness flashed across his vision, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then color and sound slammed back into him. A creature roared and pounced on his arm, shaking the Celio canister from his slack hand. The canister clanged against the tile, landing far from Leo's reach. He swung his fist toward the creature's square head, but it leaped away, agile as a cat. A single breath later, it pounced at him again, snarling as it landed square on his chest. The air whooshed from his lungs. Leo gasped helplessly for air as he stared up at the beast. Dark scales, silver eyes, leathery wings, and two saber fangs protruding from its snout. A Vader lizard. He'd never seen one in person before because they were absolutely, completely illegal to own.
Good boy,
the thief crooned to the creature.
Keep him there.
The lizard responded by stretching out its paw and pressing it to Leo's throat. It slowly extended its claws, a low growl rumbling in its chest. Adrenaline kicked through Leo's veins and he swallowed hard. He regretted it immediately. One of the lizard's claws pierced his skin, and blood trickled from the cut, tracing a wet path down his throat. Leo stared into the eyes of the lizard, and it snapped its massive jaws. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, and adrenaline poured through his veins, only making the cut on his throat bleed more. He'd never felt fear this pure. His panic was utterly wild and completely out of his control, just like the deadly creature standing over him. He slid his gaze over to the girl. She had retrieved her backpack from the ground and was hurrying toward the door, her pistol now drawn. You don't know what those crystals will do, Leo gasped. You can't just take them. She let out a short laugh.
Funny, because that's exactly what I'm doing.
She aimed her pistol at his chest, and Leo cringed back. I wouldn't have hurt you, he insisted. I was telling the truth.
Well, I wasn't,
the thief said with a careless shrug. She flashed a smile.
Morals are great and all, but I prefer living.
A surge of anger hit Leo, fiercer than anything he'd ever felt. All he wanted was peace. He'd traveled for 5 weeks to reach this forsaken planet, only wanting to protect the humans from the ancient weapon they'd uncovered. And how had they repaid him? By losing the weapon and threatening his life. The girl reached the door and made a sharp motion with her hand. The Vader lizard leaped off him, and Leo sucked in a desperate gasp of air. But the girl's pistol stayed trained right on his heaving chest. His heart kicked with a fresh wave of panic as she squinted at the gun's sight, clearly taking aim. You don't have to do this, he blurted out. She shrugged her shoulders.
Nope, but it sure makes things a hell of a lot easier.
She pulled the trigger. Sound exploded from the gun and pain exploded in his chest. Then blackness overtook everything. Beck. Beck had just stepped inside the south quarters when a gunshot cracked through the air. Shock froze him for a fraction of a second, then his years of training kicked in and he tore his pistol from his holster, charging toward the sound. He tapped at the earpiece clipped to his ear, activating the comm channel. I need backup, he snapped as he raced down the hallway. South quarters, first floor, eastern wing. Shots fired. Enemy unknown. Voices filled his ear as the nearby guards scrambled to respond to his message. Beck put on a fresh burst of speed. The building was a mass of winding hallways, making it hard to tell where the gunfire had come from, but he could guess easily enough. It must have come from the ambassador's quarters. 3 more gunshots rang out, but these were strangely high-pitched and quiet. A hideous snarl echoed down the hallways, sending a chill through Beck. That definitely wasn't human. A second later, 2 more of the quiet shots rang out. Beck rounded a corner, barreling into the hallway that led to the ambassador's quarters. The first thing Beck spotted was the girl. She lay sprawled on the ground only feet from him. Then he saw Marin. The bodyguard was backed against the wall, her sleek white pistol gripped in her hands. A creature crouched in front of her, snarling and hissing as it used its teeth to tear 2 silver darts out of its shoulder. It was a dragon. A freaking dragon. The beast was the size of a large dog, with dark scales and razor-sharp claws that were at least 2 inches long. The beast whirled away from Marin on unsteady legs, dropping a dart from its mouth. It locked eyes with Beck and let out a loud hiss as it leaped at him. Beck fired his pistol, but the dragon dodged to the side. His pistol's explosive cartridge seared a hole the size of a baseball in the tile floor, but the dragon was untouched. Beck cursed and fired again and again, but each time the creature nimbly dodged his shots. Before Beck could get off another shot, Marin's gun fired 3 times. The dragon stumbled to a halt. It turned its long neck around and stared at its back, where 3 more silver darts had pierced its hide. The creature let out a short squawk that reminded Beck of an annoyed curse. Then it went limp, flopping on its side in an unconscious heap of scales and talons. Its black color began to fade, leaching slowly away from its hide and leaving the creature a slate gray color. Beck raised his pistol at the beast, getting ready to fire the killing shot.
Don't!
Marin snapped, stepping forward with her hand raised.
Those darts will keep it unconscious for at least an hour. There's no need to kill it.
Beck gaped at her. It just tried to kill us both! Marin's brow pulled down into a glare so intense it made him flinch.
It's a Vader lizard. No more intelligent than a dog. If it wanted to kill us, the owner is to blame, not the animal.
Marin hurriedly gestured with her pistol at the girl sprawled on the ground.
Watch her,
she snapped. Then Marin took off, running into the open door of the nearest storage room. 4 guards rounded the corner, their pistols drawn. Beck pointed to the young man at the front of the group. "You, guard the thief and call for medical aid," he ordered. "Everyone else, fan out and search the area. I want every room checked for any sign of an intruder." Beck didn't wait a moment longer before running after Marin. He burst into the storage room and found the ambassador sprawled on the floor by the entrance. Marin knelt at his side, her fingers pressed against the ambassador's wrist. Beck held his breath for an agonizingly long second. Then relief washed over Marin's face.
"He has a pulse,"
she said. She pressed Leo's hand close to her chest, hugging it close to her as she added,
"It's steady."
Beck let out a long breath. Then he shook his head and said, "What the hell happened?"
"I was about to ask you the same,"
Marin snapped. The relief fled from her tone, leaving cold, hard anger.
"Leo sent an emergency signal, and I found him just as the girl opened fire. I shot her, but then her beast attacked."
Beck glanced out the door toward the girl sprawled in the hallway. "Is she dead?" Marin recoiled.
"Of course not. I shot her with a tranquilizer. She should be awake within an hour, same as her beast."
Beck nodded and knelt next to the ambassador's head. Leo's eyes were closed, but his breathing was deep and even, and his left hand clutched at his chest. Beck lifted his hand away to reveal a slim green dart sticking out of his shirt. "Taros dart," Beck said, plucking the projectile from the ambassador. He held up the purple-tipped dart for Marin to see. "Probably not much different from the dart you used. Feels like acid when it hits you, but it doesn't cause any damage. It's just a harmless sedative." Marin's eyes narrowed.
"You're sure?"
"Positive," Beck said with a nod. "The ambassador should wake up any minute." Beck tried to keep his tone professional, but relief made his words shaky. If he had allowed the ambassador to be killed on his watch... He shuddered at the thought. Earth's alliance with the Ruramenti may have been critical, but it was also incredibly shaky. The death of an ambassador would have shattered it for good, and Beck would have been solely to blame. Leo let out a quiet groan and shifted slightly. Marin whispered something in their own language as if in prayer, and pressed a comforting hand to the ambassador's cheek. Her tenderness only lasted a moment, and then she pinned Beck with a harsh glare.
"I want him taken to your medical ward immediately. Have your best doctor look over him and run a full blood panel. I need to know for certain that nothing else was in that dart but the sedative."
"Of course," Beck said, nodding. "We'll give him the best of care." Marin scoffed and muttered something else under her breath, although this time it sounded a hell of a lot more like a curse than a prayer. Beck carefully backed away, leaving Marin to tend to the ambassador. He had a feeling that staying by Leo's side would only cause more trouble. As he was backing toward the door, he spotted the safe cracked open on the opposite side of the room. So it wasn't just a typical storage room. Apparently, it stored something far more valuable than mundane base supplies. Beck strode back into the hallway, toward the girl who lay sprawled in the middle of the floor. "What the hell were you after?" he muttered. The young guard stood beside the unconscious intruder, his pistol held at the ready. Beck waved for him to back up and knelt beside the girl, getting a better look at her. She was dressed in all black and wore a black backpack that was stuffed full. He tugged at the zipper, revealing a glimmer of silvery purple inside. A strepend crystal. It was just one of the many pieces of alien technology the Resistance kept stored on their base. The goal was to keep the technology off the streets and out of the hands of people who wanted to use it for less than legal purposes. Apparently, the intruder hadn't exactly been enthused about that goal. Beck glanced back toward the storage room with the safe, and the pieces clicked together in his mind. The intruder hadn't come here to harm Leo. She probably hadn't even wanted to run into him. She was just a thief, and Leo was an unfortunate bystander who'd stumbled across her crime. Beck shook his head, unable to believe how horrific his luck was. Nathan was going to skin him alive. If Beck had just obeyed his orders and taken Leo to the North Quarters instead of dragging him to this building, the ambassador never would have run into the thief. Beck muttered a frustrated curse and took a pair of handcuffs from his belt. He quickly snapped the metal cuffs on the thief's wrists and activated their magnetic field. They clinked together, pinning the girl's hands together. As he stared down at her bound hands, a tattoo caught his eye. The silhouette of a hawk was inked onto her right wrist, its wings spread out so they circled her arm like a bracelet. Beck froze in shock. He knew that tattoo. It had been years since he'd seen it, but it was unique enough to easily stick in his mind. He brushed the girl's thick brown hair from her face, desperate to get a better look at her. The thief had a heart-shaped face and delicate features that made her look young, but Beck knew she was in her early 20s, only a few years younger than him. Her eyes were closed, but if she opened them, Beck was sure they'd be a familiar hazel color. "Kaylin," he whispered, shaking his head in disbelief. "What the hell did you get yourself into?" Kaylin. Kaylin woke up and immediately wished she hadn't. Pain cracked her skull and seared her brain. She groaned, squeezing her eyes shut and praying for sleep. It didn't work. Not that she'd really expected it to. Prayers had never done her much good. She tried to reach up to touch her aching head. Something dug into the skin of her wrists, holding them behind her back. A jolt of panic struck her, only worsening the pain in her skull. She gasped in a few breaths, struggling to clear her mind, and forced herself to open her eyes. Dim light and gleaming metal surrounded her. She peered around, biting back a groan as her stiff neck struggled to bend. A cell, that was where she was. 8 feet square of bare metal and concrete. She'd been tossed in the corner, her hands cuffed behind her back. There was nothing in the cell except for the hard floor, solid metal door, and a cot shoved into the corner, which they hadn't bothered to lay her on. Of course.
Red?
She mumbled. No response came.
Red? You there?
She spoke a little louder, and fresh pain ricocheted around her skull. But it was nothing compared to the pain of not hearing a response. Kaylin gave herself 5 seconds to feel panic. 5 seconds of searing adrenaline and choking anxiety and rattling nerves. Then she breathed it all out and gulped in a giant breath, letting the air clear her mind. She was in prison. Now she needed to figure out how she could escape and where she could find Red. Last she remembered, she'd been racing out of the storage room. Her ears had still been ringing from the sound of her gun, and her heart pounded as she broke into a sprint. She'd shot an alien ambassador. Not with a lethal round, of course, just a sedation dart. But she'd still fired a weapon at an intergalactically protected politician. The penalty for that was death. The penalty for breaking into the resistance base was death. The penalty for stealing the crystals was death. She was absolutely screwed. But she'd been screwed before and gotten away with it. Maybe not 3 times over screwed, but still. There had to be a way out of this. She took another deep breath and closed her eyes, desperately trying to find a solution. And nope. Nope, there was no solution. At least none that she could think of with her head hurting this badly. She needed a painkiller and a shot of liquor to wash it down. Then maybe she'd be able to calm down enough to come up with a plan of escape. A dull clang pierced the silence, and she bit back another groan. Deep, muffled voices came from outside the door, and she pried her eyes open. Her heart jolted as the door slid open. Kaylin blinked hard, struggling to get her eyes to focus on the figure in front of her. No, figures plural. There were 2 of them, one tall and dark, one short and pale. The shorter one stepped forward, his boot thunking against the concrete and bringing another groan from her.
"Glad to see you're awake,"
he said, his deep voice booming through the room.
"You've got some questions to answer."
Kaylin gasped in a deep breath and gulped back the nausea twisting her stomach. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to ward off the barrage of sensations. "Maybe we should come back later," the tall figure said. "I don't think she's awake enough to talk." She knew that voice. That single clear fact rose to the top of her muddled thoughts.
Beck,
she whispered. She remembered now. She'd seen him before, when he'd been leading the two aliens into the building. Kaylin opened her eyes to get a better look at him. He still looked exactly the same as he had when they'd worked together years ago. Well over 6 feet tall, broad shoulders, dark skin. He had lithe muscles and short cropped hair, although his deep brown eyes seemed like they would fit a puppy dog better than a soldier.
fancy running into you here,
she mumbled. Beck didn't reply for a long moment. Then he quietly said, "Long time no see, Kay." The shorter man grunted.
Well, there you have it. She's awake enough to talk.
His footsteps clunked closer, and Kaylin recoiled back. Her shoulder and bound hands slammed against the wall behind her, making her wince, but she ignored the pain and stared up at the man. Commander Nathan Hayes. She'd only seen him in pictures before, but there was no mistaking him. He was middle-aged, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a thick scar that coursed across his right cheek. Rumor was he'd gotten that scar while fighting the syndicate soldier who'd killed his wife. The commander was shorter than she'd expected, but he stood with the confidence of a man who was used to being in charge, his legs planted firmly on the ground and his thick arms crossed. He looked her up and down, his eyes narrowing.
"You're awfully tiny for causing such a ruckus,"
Nathan said. Kaylin nodded toward him.
I could say the same about you.
He barked a sharp laugh. She waited for him to snap a comeback or a reprimand, but he just smirked and shook his head slightly. Shit. She'd been hoping she could get him pissed, because pissed-off people made mistakes, and mistakes might give her an opening to escape. But he knew exactly what she was trying, and he wasn't going to give her bait even a nibble. Nathan crouched in front of her, but her gaze slid over to Beck. He stood by the door, staring down at her with his large, dark eyes. There was none of the anger or hate in his expression that she'd expected. He merely looked sad and disappointed, and somehow that was 10 times worse. Kaylin steeled her gaze, making sure none of her panic showed. Then she asked Beck,
Where's Red? Is he okay?
Nathan raised an eyebrow.
"Who's Red?"
My Vader lizard.
Beck tilted his head. The dragon?
Vader lizard.
Kaylin corrected.
Not a dragon.
"Your lizard has been contained,"
Nathan said.
"Whether or not he's going to be okay depends entirely on whether or not you're going to be cooperative."
A wave of anger struck her, and she glared up at the commander.
You can't hurt him. He's completely innocent.
Nathan scoffed.
"Your precious little pet tried to rip out the throat of the ambassador's bodyguard and my favorite lieutenant."
He nodded to Beck, although he kept his gaze locked on Kaylin.
"That lizard is the farthest thing from innocent there is,"
He was just trying to protect me.
Kaylin said.
"Ah,
Nathan said, and that infuriating smirk reappeared on his face.
so then should we blame you for the bodyguard almost getting killed?"
Kaylin pressed back into the wall, wishing she could disappear into it. There was no good answer to a question like that. Nathan pointed a finger at her.
"Before you start confessing, let's take a moment and run through all the crimes you've committed."
Kaylin bit her lip.
Can we maybe not?
Nathan ignored her and began ticking them off on his fingers.
"Deserting the resistance, hacking our security system, monitoring our communications, disabling our security scanners and alarms, breaching our base's perimeter, breaking into a high-security building, busting open a highly secure safe."
She scoffed.
Pfft, highly secure my ass. I got it open in 10 minutes.
Kay, Beck snapped, shooting her a stern glance. It was the same one he'd given her hundreds of times when he'd trained her, a look filled with exasperated disapproval. But this time, there was an edge of desperation creasing the corners of his eyes. He'd always complained that she was too mouthy, and she knew he was right. But she didn't give a damn. She was done trying to appease the resistance. She'd done that for years, holding her tongue and following their orders. And how had they repaid her? By making her kill innocent people. By turning her into a murderer. She was done respecting the resistance. She'd decided that over a year ago when she'd deserted, and she wasn't about to change her mind just because they had her imprisoned. She didn't realize she was glaring back at Beck until he winced and looked away. He rubbed a hand over his face, as if trying to scrub away the feel of her gaze. Nathan glanced between the two of them with a calculating expression. Then he nodded to Kaylin.
Beck tells me he's worked with you.
Yes,
she said. Nathan nodded once.
That was, what, 3 years ago? Toward the beginning of the Syndicate War?
yes.
Nathan gestured toward her.
He tells me you were a member of his sniper team. You came to his team as a rookie and left talented enough to be picked up by a special ops team.
Yes.
And our database tells me that you stayed on that special ops team until 16 months ago.
Yes.
His scowl deepened.
I'm going to need more than one-word answers, Kaylin. I want to know what happened 16 months ago. Why you deserted. Who recruited you. Why you're now working against the resistance.
No one recruited me. I work for myself. I'm the one who decides which jobs to take, no one else. And you can hardly claim I'm working against the resistance. I agreed to steal the Streppin crystals, and it happened to be stored on your base, that's all.
Anger flitted across Nathan's face, and he leaned closer.
We both know that's not all, Kaylin. Not even close.
I took a job to steal the crystals, nothing more.
Who hired you?
Hell if I know.
Nathan's scowl deepened.
If you expect to get out of here alive, you're going to have to give me more than that.
Kaylin barked a sharp laugh.
You really expect me to know? My specialty is retrieving alien artifacts for buyers, and it's kind of completely illegal for people to buy that stuff. Buyers don't exactly broadcast their identities when they offer me a job.
How do you find the jobs if you don't know who offers them?
Nathan asked.
Through a whole chain of people. All I get told is that a friend of a friend has a friend who needs a job done.
So who was the friend who told you about this?
I didn't even get that much info this time. All I got was an anonymous message sent to me.
And you still took the job?
She shrugged, wincing as it sent fresh pain up her neck and through her aching head.
Yeah, I've taken anonymous jobs before. They're not much different from jobs where I work with a solid contact.
Nathan's face curled in disgust.
Not much different. Stealing a sacred holy relic doesn't seem at all different to you?
Kaylin scoffed.
Look, I don't know much about those crystals, but I know they're not holy or a relic. I've seen them on the market before. They're used for powering alien medical lasers, which makes them about as sacred as a battery pack.
She tried to jab a finger toward Nathan, but remembered a second too late that her hands were stuck behind her back. She flinched as the cuffs dug into her wrists, but she kept her tone steady as she said,
I was doing the world a favor by stealing that crystal. You had it just sitting around collecting dust, but I was going to put it in the hands of someone who would actually use it for medical treatments.
Medical treatments bought off the black market, but still, it would have helped save lives.
Cut the bullshit,
Nathan growled.
No, you cut it. That crystal isn't human tech, and neither are the lasers they power. The only reason you have that crystal is because the Resistance stole it from a syndicate wreck. You're thieves just like me. So quit playing high and mighty and acting like you have more of a right to own it than any other person on Earth.
Nathan shook his head in disgust.
And what about the virtue you stole? Do you honestly think that's going to be used for medical treatments too?
Kaylin shook her head.
I don't know what a virtue is, but I didn't steal it.
Stop playing dumb!
Nathan said, his voice cracking like a whip.
That's not going to help you. You are far, far past that point. We know you're a good fellow.
She blinked a few times, sure that she'd heard him wrong. But Nathan just kept staring at her with that intense, accusing gaze. Kaylin had the sudden urge to laugh. There was no way they could actually think she was Goodfellow. She was a small-time thief who procured harmless alien objects for buyers. Goodfellow was... Well, no one really knew what he, or possibly she, was. All they knew was that Goodfellow had a knack for stealing and selling some of the most deadly items on the black market.
I'm not playing dumb, and I'm definitely not Goodfellow. I don't deal weapons. I stole the crystals, and that's it.
Nathan pulled a knife from the sheath on his belt. Kaylin's heart kicked with panic, and she pressed closer to the wall. Nathan raised the blade until it touched the bottom of Kaylin's chin, pricking the skin there. Kaylin resisted the urge to jerk wildly away as a drop of warm blood trickled down her throat. She forced herself to meet Nathan's eyes, refusing to back down from his furious gaze. "Nathan, I think she's telling the truth," Beck said, taking a step forward. "Hurting her isn't going to help."
She's Goodfellow,
Nathan said.
a professional trickster and criminal, and a deserter to boot. We can't trust a word that comes out of her mouth.
Then what's the point of asking me about my crimes?
Kaylin hissed.
I'm not asking. I'm demanding. If you don't start coughing up information that actually sounds reasonable, I'm going to decide you're useless. And the second that happens, I have absolutely no reason to keep you alive.
Kaylin swallowed hard, wincing as the knife dug deeper into her flesh. She glanced wildly at Beck, and he stared back with an expression that looked nearly as panicked. But he made no move to help her. Anger heated her veins, driving away some of the cold panic. But she forced herself to keep her voice steady as she asked Beck,
What's he talking about? What's this virtue thing I supposedly stole? And why the hell do you guys think I'm Goodfellow?
Beck ground his jaw back and forth, his face clouding over with angry disappointment. "I'm not playing this game, Kaylin." His voice was colder than she'd ever heard it, and it made her skin prickle with fear. It was really, really hard to piss off Beck. Whatever this virtue thing was, it must have been pretty damn important if everyone in the Resistance was this worried over losing it.
Beck, listen to me.
Kaylin said, staring him right in the eye.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know what a virtue is or why you think I stole it, so do me a favor and fill me in.
Nathan scoffed.
You really expect us to believe you didn't steal the virtue?
He shook his head.
It's over, Kaylin. You're caught, so you might as well start cooperating if you want to keep living.
But I didn't steal it!
Nathan barked a harsh laugh.
Yesterday, someone sabotaged our security system in our main storage building. They completely blacked it out. Cameras, sensors, alarms, everything. It shouldn't have been possible, but doing the impossible is Goodfellow's specialty, isn't it? And then that same person stole the virtue and left Goodfellow's calling card.
Nathan jabbed a finger at her.
Today, you waltz into the southern quarters and pull the exact same tricks with the security system. Then you steal the Streppend crystal. And when we catch you and search your pack, what do we find? Goodfellow's calling card. Right in the front pocket of your backpack.
Nathan raised his eyebrows in an incredulous expression.
And you honestly expect me to believe you're not Goodfellow?
Kaylin's stomach dropped.
What the hell do you mean you found his calling card?
Beck spoke up from behind Nathan. If I show you, will you stop playing stupid?
No. If you show me, I can prove it's not mine.
Beck gave her a cold, disbelieving stare. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 items. One was a foldable digital tablet, and the other was a familiar data chip. The tiny red device was no bigger than a fingernail, but the sight of it made Kaylin's nerves crawl with unease. Her buyer had sent her that chip and told her to plug it into the nearest chip socket she could find on her way out of the base. He'd told her it was an extra layer of security, that it'd ensure all the security cameras were thoroughly wiped. Beck unfolded the digital tablet, turning the screen so Kaylin could see it. Then he plugged in the chip, activating it. Immediately, a white text box filled the screen with a single sentence dominating the center. "Lord, what fools these mortals be." Nausea twisted her gut. She remembered learning that quote in her 11th grade English class. It was from a Shakespeare play, and the line was spoken by the trickster character who shamelessly deceived the humans. It was spoken by Robin Goodfellow.
Holy shit,
she whispered. She'd been tricked by Goodfellow himself. Kaylin mentally cursed herself for ever being dumb enough to take this job. She should have known better. The reward offered had been too large and the risk too great. But she'd gotten greedy and careless. Taking the job had been beyond stupid. Now all she could hope was that it didn't become fatal.
I was set up,
Kaylin said to Beck.
That has to be it. Goodfellow stole the virtue and then hired me to steal the crystal, so I'd get caught and take the fall for both crimes.
She nodded toward the tablet.
My buyer gave me that chip and told me it was a security device. He set me up so I'd have it in my backpack when you captured me.
Beck raised his eyebrows. If that's true, then prove it. Show us the messages from whoever hired you. Kaylin winced.
I can't.
Why? Beck demanded.
Because the messages are temporary. They delete after a minute of being sent. It's for the security of the buyer.
Beck's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Then give us some other kind of proof. Tell us where you were planning on dropping off the crystal so we can intercept the buyer.
I can't do that either. He hadn't messaged me the drop-off location yet.
Beck gave a frustrated curse. Then get him to message it to you. Tell him you have the crystal and are ready to make an exchange.
It won't work. Not with him. He's able to control your security system, so he's going to know I got caught. He'll have seen the whole thing through the security cameras.
Beck rubbed a hand over his face. Kay, I need you to give me some sort of proof of what you're telling us. Give us anything you have, anything at all.
I don't have any,
Kaylin said miserably.
I've wiped all my tracks for the security of the buyer.
Well, isn't that convenient?
Nathan said.
It's the truth,
Kaylin insisted. Nathan scoffed.
Those words mean absolutely nothing coming out of the mouth of a thief.
He pressed the knife harder against her throat, drawing a cry of pain from her. Blood trickled down her throat, and her stomach churned at its sickening metallic smell.
I want a confession from you,
Nathan said.
Now!
Okay.
She choked out. Nathan drew away the knife as soon as she began speaking, and she desperately gasped in a few breaths.
You're right. The game's over. I did it, all right? I stole the virtue.
Her heart thudded frantically as she blurted out the words. She was gambling with her life by admitting to a crime she hadn't committed. But considering all the crimes she had committed, a false confession was her best option. Nathan had made it clear that she was useless to him if she didn't have intel about the stolen virtue. So she'd give him intel. False intel, sure. But how would he know that if he was so clueless about who had stolen it? Nathan's face brightened with eagerness, while Beck's fell with disappointment. He shook his head slightly, as if in disbelief. Even though her confession had been fake, Kaylin still felt a pang of guilt as she sat there under Beck's solemn, disapproving gaze.
There we go,
Nathan said, giving a sharp smile. He patted her cheek with the flat edge of his blade, making her flinch back.
Now, tell me exactly how you got into the Virtue's storage vault.
The same way I got into the safe with the crystals,
she said.
I had help. My buyer gave me a window and the security system would be disabled. All I did was follow their directions and add a few lock-breaking tricks of my own.
Beck's expression remained grave, and anger flashed across his face. Was killing Leah part of the plan? Kaylin blinked in shock, struggling to understand what he'd just said.
What?
Leah Riley, he repeated, his voice sharper. The guard you shot in the back last night. Was killing her part of your plan? Shit. This was not going well. She'd been willing to admit to a theft she hadn't committed. But a murder? She was getting in over her head, but it was too late to back out.
No,
Kaylin said honestly.
I never had plans to kill anyone.
She'd sworn off killing. That was the entire reason she'd left the Resistance in the first place. She'd rather die than ever take another life. But there was no point explaining that to Beck. It wasn't like he'd ever believe her. Pain flashed across Beck's expression. Did you even know what you were stealing, Kay? He asked, his voice a pained whisper. Or did you just agree to steal it? No questions asked. She shook her head.
I told you I don't know what the virtue is.
It's a holy relic,
Nathan growled, breaking into their conversation.
It was our ticket to a peaceful alliance with the Ruramenti. And now, thanks to you, it's gone.
Okay. That was definitely not what she'd been expecting. She'd figured it was something like the Strepend crystal, something valuable purely because it was rare and expensive. When she'd lied about stealing the virtue, she hadn't thought she was admitting to an intergalactic war crime. She cleared her throat and struggled to ask,
Where did it come from?
A syndicate ship, Beck said. The Ruramenti alerted us to it about 2 months ago. Their sensors detected it on Earth, and we agreed to retrieve it from the ship's wreckage and keep it safe. Kaylin winced as she absorbed what this meant.
So the ambassadors
have traveled for 5 weeks in hyperspace in order to safely retrieve the virtue,
Nathan said.
Only to show up and have us admit that we'd lost it.
Kaylin winced.
Oh.
Nathan leaned forward, his scowl deepening.
Oh, that's all you have to say?
She swallowed hard and tried again.
Oh, shit.
Kaylin took a shuddering breath as it all started to sink in. She'd been lied to, tricked, manipulated. Her buyer hadn't wanted a thief. He'd wanted a scapegoat. And she'd walked straight into his trap.
We can't lose our alliance with the Ruramenti,
Nathan said.
Which means we need to get that virtue back for them. And you're going to help.
How? I don't have the virtue in my possession, I swear. I can't just give it to you.
We have a hidden tracking chip on the virtue, which I'm sure you know, since it was deactivated. But our techs are working on activating it again. Once they do that, we'll know where it is.
He wagged the knife toward her head.
And then you're going to steal it back for us.
He stated all of this plainly and calmly, and Kaylin realized she wasn't getting a choice in the matter. Telling him it was impossible wouldn't do a lick of good.
How am I supposed to steal it back?
Nathan shrugged and gave a dark smirk.
You're the master thief, good fellow, not me. So it's your job to figure that out.
He tapped the bloodied point of the knife against her chin.
And it's my job to kill you if you don't.
Leo. Paris, Leo repeated. You're sure? He tried to sound confident and firm, like a competent ambassador. But the headache raging in his skull made it difficult to speak above a whisper. What he desperately needed was some sleep, although he knew it wouldn't be an option for at least another few hours. He needed to get the situation with the virtue under control before he dared to rest. Soon after he awoke, the base's communication station had established contact with Ruramentia, and Leo had to spend half an hour crafting a message to send. It would take an entire Earth week for the message to travel through the depths of space and reach his home planet, and another week to receive the Council's reply. His jaw clenched at the thought of waiting so long. He'd only been on this planet for 4 hours, and he was already desperate to leave. But he would have patience. He would stay here, and he would seek out the virtue. And he wouldn't leave this void-forsaken place until he knew the artifact was safely contained. It was his duty as a collector, and so it would be done. "It's in Paris," Beck confirmed with a nod. The lieutenant sat across the table from Leo, his tense expression illuminated by the harsh glow of the fluorescent lights. They'd been trapped in this meeting room for 5 minutes, and already it was driving Leo mad. The room had dusty carpet and walls painted a sickly gray color, and it was hardly large enough to fit a single meeting table and 10 chairs. Beck flipped around the digital tablet so Leo could see the message that had just been sent to them from Washington, D.C. A map sprawled across the screen, showing the skeleton outline of a city with a red dot highlighted in the right-hand corner. Beck tapped at the dot. "Our tech team in D.C. got the tracking device back online, so we know the virtue is here." "And where exactly is here?" Leo asked. "I am not familiar with the city of Paris." "It's in the country of France," Beck said, "which is in Europe, so it's pretty much halfway around the world from here." Marin turned in her seat beside Leo and raised her eyebrows slightly. He nodded in return as he reached up to touch the metal pendant that hung from around his neck. He had guessed that the virtue was that far away, and now they had intel to confirm it. "This looks like a big city," Leo said, gesturing to the map. "Do you know exactly where it is?" "Down to the exact inch of land it's sitting on," Beck said with a nod. "The tracker we used is the most accurate type we have."
How do you know the tracker hasn't been separated from the virtue?
Marin asked, her eyes narrowed in shrewd suspicion. "If the tracker had been removed, it would have sent an alert to us," Beck said. "We've gotten none of those alerts. And besides, it's smaller than a grain of rice, so we don't think the thief even knew it was there. It just got knocked temporarily offline by the magnetic pulse of one of the lock-breaking tools." Leo nodded slowly as he absorbed all this. "So do you know who has it now?" "Yes," Beck said, his expression instantly darkening. "They call themselves the Wardens." Leo tilted his head. "Are they an organization?" Beck nodded. "They like to think of themselves as a political movement, but they're more like a cult. A man who calls himself Shepherd founded the movement at the end of the Syndicate War, and they've been growing ever since."
I was debriefed on them by the Council's security team,
Marin said to Leo.
"They're a group of humans who are violently opposed to any aliens coming to Earth."
She shifted her gaze back to Beck.
But I was informed they were nothing more than a small fringe cult, hardly a true threat.
Beck sighed and rubbed his forehead. "A year ago that was true. But word has been spreading about the alliance with the Ruramenti, and a lot of people aren't happy." He gave a rueful smile. "Our last encounter with aliens wasn't exactly peaceful. Some people think that allying ourselves with alien civilizations will just invite another invasion." "It's utter foolishness," Leo snapped. "Alliances are the only way to stop the ascendancy. There isn't a single civilization that could withstand them on their own." Beck shrugged. "You and I both know that, but a lot of other people don't. The Wardens are determined to fight off any alien who lands on Earth, and their numbers have been growing hugely over the past few months." "How dangerous are they?" Leo asked. "We don't honestly know," Beck admitted. "It's damn hard to get an accurate estimate of their numbers. They're still a disorganized mess in North America because law enforcement here has been cracking down on them hard. But their following is growing rapidly in Europe, and they've been shipping a lot of their North American members over there to join forces. Their main base used to be in Chicago, but they moved it to an abandoned military base in Paris." Leo pointed toward the dot on the tablet screen. "And is that where the virtue is?" Beck nodded. Marin turned to Leo, speaking quietly in Ruramenti.
"This is good news. It's just a human cult that has the virtue, not the ascendancy."
Leo shook his head slightly and replied in the same language. The Ascendancy could still be behind this. Don't discount them so quickly. The door banged open and Nathan strode in, his expression turned down in a scowl. He nodded a greeting to them.
I'm sorry I couldn't join the three of you sooner,
Nathan said as he took a seat beside Beck.
I've been on a conference call with DC.
He raised his eyebrows at Beck.
They sent you the map?
Beck nodded and pushed the tablet over to Nathan, but the commander waved it away.
I've already been filled in on the location.
He turned to Leo and said,
It's not really a surprise the Wardens are behind this. I've been suspecting they might pull some stunt to try to piss off your people and stop our alliance with the Ruramenti.
The commander didn't even bother sounding apologetic or concerned. If anything, he just sounded amused. Leo bit back the urge to tell the commander what the virtue really was. Not just some holy relic, but a weapon of mass destruction. A weapon that could wipe out the entirety of the human population. Then maybe Nathan would take the situation more seriously. But he knew better than to tell the commander the truth. If word leaked that the virtue was a powerful weapon, they'd have the entire planet vying to steal it. How do you plan on getting the virtue back? Leo asked Nathan, keeping his tone calm.
The same way the Wardens got it,
Nathan said.
Stealing it.
Leo raised his eyebrows. There has to be a more diplomatic way to go about this, he said. Can't you negotiate with these people? I know my council would be willing to offer a large reward for its safe return to us. Nathan shook his head, and a wrinkle of frustration creased his forehead.
No. The Wardens have made it damn clear that they will never negotiate or work with any aliens or any organization that sides with aliens. Their leader, a man they call the Shepherd, has pretty much made that his personal motto. We could offer them the entire universe's fortune and they wouldn't give us the virtue back.
You're sure of this? Leo asked. Nathan nodded.
Yes, we've tried negotiating with them before, and they refuse to even speak with us. It's a matter of principle for them.
It's a matter of idiocy,
Marin muttered in Ruramenti. Leo ignored her comment and said to Nathan, Is stealing back the virtue the only option? Nathan nodded.
Pretty much. At least it's the only one that promises low casualties.
Leo sighed, but gave a reluctant nod. And who would steal the virtue back?
Good fellow,
Nathan said. Leo raised his eyebrows. The thief who stole it in the first place?
Precisely,
Nathan said with a nod.
She was the one who you ran into earlier. Apparently, she got a little too cocky and decided to come back to steal some more things from our base. But we have her in our prison now, and I think she'll be willing to take on the job of stealing the virtue back from the Wardens.
Why? Leo asked.
Good fella doesn't have any ties to the Wardens except money,
Nathan said.
She didn't even know who was hiring her for the theft. Stealing the virtue was just a matter of profit for her.
He offered a grim smile.
So we're going to offer her the deal of a lifetime. If she steals it back from them, we won't execute her for her crimes.
Leo frowned as he considered this. And what makes you think she's the best choice to steal it back? Beck cleared his throat and spoke up. Goodfellow is notorious for being the best thief alive. If anyone can steal it away from the Wardens, it's her.
And she won't be alone,
Nathan added.
We're going to send along a few special operative agents of our own. That way she has a team to help her with the theft and also keep her in line.
The plan was madness. Reckless, desperate, and completely lacking in diplomacy. But Leo could think of nothing better. He longed to consult the council, but that would take weeks, and he couldn't wait. If he did, and the Ascendancy was involved as he suspected, it was likely the Ascendancy would get hold of the virtue before the council could even review the Resistance's plan. Leo glanced over at Marin. She gave a grave sigh and slowly shook her head.
It is not a good option,
she said in Ruramenti.
But I think it's the best one we have.
My thoughts exactly, Leo replied. Then he turned to Nathan and said in English, I will approve this plan. However, we wish to travel with Goodfellow and your operatives to France.
You?
Nathan repeated, pointing between Leo and Marin. Yes, Leo said sharply. Us. Our job is to retrieve the virtue at any cost. I refuse to sit around and hope for luck while your thief tries to steal it back.
Okay,
Nathan said. But if his tone was anything to judge by, he didn't find Leo's request okay at all. Which was simply too bad. Leo didn't trust Nathan or the Resistance. He needed to get the virtue back, and Leo couldn't ensure that happened if he was halfway across the planet from the artifact. Nathan narrowed his eyes, and Leo braced for the commander to try to debate with him. But then Nathan tilted his head slightly, as if in thought. After a long moment, he gave a slow nod.
Actually, I think that might be a good idea,
he said.
You're far more familiar with this relic than Goodfellow or my men are. I think you might actually be valuable to them. You can give them advice on how to safely secure it and transport it out of the base.
But you won't accompany the thief, of course, Beck said, shooting Nathan a panicked look. Entering the warden's base would be way too dangerous.
Of course,
Nathan said, giving Beck an annoyed glance.
I wasn't suggesting that. Leo can travel with Goodfellow and the tactical team to the base in Nice.
He turned back to Leo and said,
Nice is a city fairly close to Paris, and we have a highly secure resistance base there. If you stay there, you can be closely involved with planning the theft, and also with containing the virtue once it's brought back. But you'll never be in any direct danger as long as you stay on the resistance base.
Nathan turned back to Marin and added,
It's the safest option for the ambassador and everyone involved.
All of Leo's political training still couldn't keep him from raising his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected such a level-headed plan from the commander, not after Nathan had displayed so much hostility and rudeness. Marin quietly muttered in their own language,
Who swapped the asshole's brain out with a reasonable one while we weren't looking?
Nathan's mouth dipped into a frown.
What was that?
A Ruramenti prayer for luck,
Marin said, giving an easy smile.
We will all need it.
Nathan grunted, his eyes narrowed in suspicion.
It certainly won't be easy,
he admitted.
And neither will convincing your council to let you go.
I'm going to invoke emergency privileges and leave without their explicit permission, Leo said. Waiting for the council to make a decision will take too long. If we know where the virtue is, and if you have a valid plan to get it back, then we shouldn't delay. Nathan raised his eyebrows.
Seems like you might actually have more common sense than the average human politician.
Leo merely nodded, although he struggled to hide his satisfaction. That was probably the closest the commander would ever get to saying something respectful to him.
Beck,
Nathan said, nodding to the lieutenant.
Go grab our little thief. We have a heist to plan.
Beck. Beck found Kaylin curled up in the corner of her cell, her head drooping against her chest. He wasn't sure what sort of sedative Marin had hit her with, but whatever it was, it obviously had some nasty side effects. As soon as Beck opened the door, Kaylin stiffened in fear and looked up, squinting against the light. But when she saw it was just him, her muscles relaxed slightly and she dropped her head back down.
What do you want?
She muttered. He wanted this not to be happening. Beck still couldn't wrap his mind around how the hell Kaylin could be Goodfellow. When he'd worked with her and trained her, she'd been aloof and a little sharp, but she'd always been good. She'd fought in the Syndicate War because her little brother had been killed at the start of the invasion, and Kaylin hadn't been willing to stand by while other innocent people were murdered. Beck had seen the war leech the goodness out of a lot of people, but he'd never suspected Kaylin would be one of them. But here she was, a thief and a murderer. It didn't make sense, and some part deep inside him refused to believe it. But even if it seemed impossible, Kaylin herself had admitted to stealing the virtue. Beck held up the Taros bracelet in his hand. "I need to put this on you." Kaylin peered up at the slim black bracelet, and her expression darkened as she recognized what it was. The bracelet was far more effective than any pair of handcuffs. It had hypodermic needles hidden inside that were filled with Taros sedative, and Beck had the remote to the bracelet clipped on his belt. Simply tapping the remote would activate the needles and pump Kaylin full of enough sedative to knock her unconscious for half an hour. And tapping it multiple times. For someone as tiny as Kaylin, it would likely be fatal. "Don't look at me like that," Beck said with a heavy sigh. "You're the one who got yourself into this mess." Kaylin didn't reply, but she also didn't struggle as Beck knelt in front of her and clipped the Taros bracelet into place. Then he grabbed the magnetic key to her handcuffs from his pocket and waved it over her bound hands. Keeping on the cuffs when she had the Taros bracelet was overkill. The handcuffs popped open, and Kaylin tore her hands free and threw the cuffs at Beck's feet, where they landed with a sharp clink.
Thanks,
she muttered, although she hardly sounded like she meant it. Beck took a packet of painkillers from his pocket and tossed it into her lap. She stopped rubbing at her hands long enough to pick up the small plastic packet. "For your headache," Beck said. "They dissolve under your tongue." She nodded slightly and picked up the packet, tearing it open. Beck watched her silently, not knowing what to say. He was right. Kaylin had done this to herself. She'd chosen to desert the resistance and to adopt a life of crime, and to steal the virtue, and to pull the trigger and shoot Leah. But somehow, he couldn't help feeling a little bit of pity for her. She'd lost everything in the Syndicate invasion, and then on top of that, she'd lost her family of fighters when she'd deserted the resistance. Kaylin popped the pills in her mouth, eyeing the door the entire time. "Nathan is going to meet us in the conference room," Beck said. He made sure to speak softly, but the sound was still enough to make Kaylin wince. "It's just me for now." She nodded and let her head fall back, resting it against the wall.
Where's Red? Is he okay?
Beck rubbed a hand over his face, trying to hide his surprise. This was the Kaylin he remembered, the one who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She'd always had a weakness for animals, going out of her way to take care of them. In a way, it was relieving to see that side of her had survived. But at the same time, he couldn't help resenting that she valued the life of her pet dragon more than her fellow humans. "He's fine. I put him in a storage container in the hangar with some food and water." Kaylin cracked an eye open.
What food?
"Just some chicken scraps from the kitchens."
He's vegetarian, you idiot.
The insult was hardly surprising, and some deep part of him wanted to smile at it. Kaylin had always been muttering insults at him when she'd trained under him, but he'd learned that it was a bizarre sign of affection. Although he doubted that was still the case. "I'll make sure to give him some salad or something," he told her. Kaylin nodded and closed her eyes again.
Spinach is his favorite type, and if he's being difficult, offer him a carrot. He'll do anything for them.
Beck bit back a sigh. This girl officially made no sense. None at all. One moment she was running around stealing things and shooting at guards, and the next she was spouting directions on how to take care of her beloved killer pet. He hesitated a moment and then sat down next to her. Nathan had told him to bring her to the conference room right away, but he figured there was no harm waiting here for a couple minutes while the painkillers she'd taken kicked in. One of her hazel eyes was squinted open, watching him carefully. He cleared his throat, unsure what to say to her, or whether he should even say anything. But she seemed to be expecting him to speak, so he settled on the one topic she seemed at ease talking about. So, how did you end up with a pet dragon?
He's a Vader lizard, not a dragon.
He shook his head. I am not telling people I almost got my throat ripped out by a lizard. That thing is a freaking dragon. The faintest hint of a smile touched her lips, but it quickly disappeared, and she grudgingly answered his question.
I got him how I get most things. I stole him.
You sound proud of that.
I am. He'd been bred for pit fighting. I saved him from a short, tortured life of killing.
Don't you think it's risky keeping a pit beast as a pet?
No, he's just like a dog, only dangerous to anyone who threatens him or his master.
Beck nodded, knowing better than to argue with her. Unless she'd undergone a complete brain transplant in the past couple years, trying to debate with Kaylin was going to be useless, as always. So, can he actually breathe fire? Beck asked. Kaylin opened both eyes just long enough to give him an exasperated look.
What the hell did I just tell you? He's not a dragon.
Sure looks like one. He's got the wings and everything.
Vader lizards can't even fly. Their wings are only good for gliding. And his species is from Hyken, one of the most densely forested planets in existence. Why the hell would they adapt to breathe fire?
Because it's really freaking cool? She let out a choked sound that sounded suspiciously like the beginning of a laugh. Then she closed her eyes, and Beck figured she was done talking. A long moment of silence passed. Then she quietly said,
I missed you, you idiot.
He'd missed her too. Or at least he'd missed the old Kaylin, the person she'd been before all of this. Beck let her sit quietly for a long minute, watching as the medication kicked in and the lines of pain slowly faded from her face. Her breathing slowed, and he thought she might actually fall asleep right there in the middle of the cell. For some reason, that made his chest ache. Kaylin had always been suspicious of damn near everyone, and Beck had always been a little proud of the fact that he was one of the few people she seemed to trust. The fact that she'd retained that trust made him feel a little like a traitor for keeping her in this cell. Although, logically, he knew she deserved every bit of punishment she was getting. We've got to go meet Nathan, Beck said. She opened her eyes, staring up at him.
Do we really have to?
He stood up. Yes, unless you want him marching in here and grabbing you himself. She grimaced at the idea and got to her feet. The movement made her wince a little, but she seemed much more alert with the painkillers dulling her headache.
I don't like him. I don't get why you and everyone else in the Resistance are so eager to please him.
He's a good leader, Beck said, sharpening his tone. One of the best we have. He's a brilliant strategist, a brave soldier, and always fair to his men. Her only acknowledgement of this was a grunt.
I don't trust him.
Why?
I don't know, I just don't.
Beck rolled his eyes at the ceiling. She was the one who had deserted, stolen, sabotaged, and murdered. But somehow she still felt like she had the right to accuse people of being dishonest. You've always had trust issues, he said, brushing off her criticism. She scoffed.
Pfft, you say that like it's a bad thing.
There's a difference between caution and paranoia, Kay. One's helpful, one's ridiculous, not to mention hypocritical as hell. Kaylin didn't reply. She just stood there and glared down at the Taros bracelet around her wrist, absently picking at it. Beck swatted her hand away. Don't, he warned. You try to break that thing and it's going to knock you unconscious. She grimaced and pulled her other hand away from it. Then she looked up at Beck, staring him right in the eye.
Quit looking at me like that,
she said. He raised an eyebrow. Like what?
Like you pity me.
She gestured abruptly toward him.
You're just as much of a prisoner as I am.
He crossed his arms, struggling to hide his irritation. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
They're using you, Beck. The Resistance. They know you're a good person who wants to be a hero, and they're abusing that.
How?
The same way they abused me. They shoved a gun in my hands, told me I was fighting for good, and demanded I follow orders.
He gave a sharp, disbelieving laugh. That's called being a soldier, Kaylin.
Not when you're left in the dark about who you're fighting and why. That's called being manipulated.
She crossed her own arms, matching his defensive posture.
Whatever happened to the original resistance? No military ranks, no political bullshit, no alliances with specific countries or planets. Just humans fighting for humans.
Times change. Organizations need to change with them, otherwise they crumble.
And have you ever thought that maybe it'd be a good thing? The war ended almost 2 years ago. Aside from a few stragglers, the Syndicate is wiped out. So why do you keep fighting?
Because there's unrest. Chaotic times bring all types of assholes out of the woodwork. What do you want us to do? Just let every violent dictator and rebellion have their way with the world? He shook his head. The world's governments are in shambles. They need someone to help keep peace. Kaylin's expression remained impassive.
And what makes you so sure the people leading the resistance are interested in peace?
There was a strange note in her voice, a sort of dark certainty that made his skin crawl. But he shook his head fiercely, forcing himself to ignore the feeling. Nathan was right. Kaylin was a trickster, a professional criminal and manipulator. Beck pushed at her back, nudging her toward the door. Quit trying to mess with my head and start walking. We need to go meet Nathan. Now. Beck felt better the second they stepped inside the conference room. Marin and Leo sat at one end of the table, but the other side was filled with his friends and fellow soldiers. Nathan sat at the head, while Alex Martinez, Kate Streisand, and Liam Moore sat beside him. Beck nodded as he silently evaluated the team Nathan had assembled in the short time it had taken to fetch Kaylin. Alex, Kate, and Liam were all highly experienced soldiers with a diverse mix of skills. They were all good choices for the team that would accompany Kaylin to Paris, and Beck would feel comfortable with them guarding his back.
Hey, Alex,
Kaylin said, curling her fingers in a wave. She gave him a smile that looked more like a snarl. Alex's gaze narrowed into a glare, and Beck bit back a groan. Alex was not the sort of person you wanted as an enemy. He was well over 6 feet tall, and despite being in his 40s, he had the powerful grace of someone well-trained in martial arts. Before the Syndicate War, he'd owned a Krav Maga training studio, and he was more than willing to give a free lesson in ass-kicking to anyone who dared to butt heads with him. "Kaylin," Alex spat. "Can't say I was ever expecting to see you alive again, and can't say I'm happy to." Beck winced. Okay, so maybe the team Nathan had assembled wasn't exactly perfect. Before his last promotion, Alex had spent years as the leader of a special ops sniper team, the same team Kaylin had ditched when she deserted the resistance. Kaylin smirked.
good to see you're just as much of an asshole as always.
Alex shook his head in disgust. Deserting just wasn't enough for you, was it? You had to steal from us and shoot one of our guards, too.
Alex,
Nathan snapped.
I called you in here to discuss a mission, not to exchange insults.
Alex gritted his teeth and stared down at the table, his fist clenched. My apologies, Commander, he said, although Beck couldn't hear an ounce of remorse in his tone. Beck ushered Kaylin over to the far side of the table, away from the Resistance soldiers. She sat 2 chairs away from Leo, and the ambassador leveled her with a suspicious stare. Beck seated himself between the two of them, praying Kaylin had the common sense not to start anything. Beck looked over at Nathan, waiting for the commander to get the meeting started. But Nathan merely nodded toward the door.
We're still waiting on Jameson Eriks,
he announced to the table.
Then we can get started.
Beck struggled to conceal his surprise. Jameson was a sniper, one of the many Beck had trained himself, and missions like this generally only needed 1 sniper. Why do we need 2 snipers? Beck asked. The idea didn't sit well with him. If their goal was to be fast and discreet, killing a large number of guards at the warden's base wasn't going to help.
We don't,
Nathan said.
Our goal is to fire as few weapons as possible. 1 sniper is more than enough.
It took Beck a long moment to understand what that meant. Nathan, sir, are you not sending me on this mission?
No,
Nathan replied flatly. Beck struggled to mask his shock. He was the highest-ranking sniper on the base. He rarely went on missions anymore since he preferred training students. But when he did request to go on a mission, he was always granted permission. Beck sat up straighter and folded his hands in front of him. "It would make sense for me to go," he said, keeping his tone calm and firm. "I already know all the details of the mission, so it would be one less person to share top-secret info with. Plus, I have the skill set for this sort of mission, and I've worked with Kaylin before. I know how to keep her in check."
"I did not ask for your opinion on this matter,"
Nathan said, his eyes narrowing.
"And your skills are useless to me if you don't obey orders."
A mixture of anger and guilt surged through him. So that was what this was about. Nathan was pissed Beck had disobeyed his orders and taken the ambassador to the South Quarters. At the time, it had made perfect sense to bring Leo there. But he'd screwed up. Beck swallowed back a bitter feeling. He'd disobeyed orders, and it had caused the ambassador to run smack dab into Kaylin. If Kaylin hadn't been using sedative shots, Beck's disobedience would have gotten the ambassador killed.
"You will be staying on base,"
Nathan continued, his voice firm.
"And you will not be changing my mind on this matter."
Beck nodded stiffly. Embarrassment burned through him, and the others at the table avoided looking at him. Beck turned toward the door, hoping Jameson would come in soon and take the attention away from him. Instead of staring at the door with the others, Alex decided to glare right at Kaylin. Kaylin glared right back, her chin slowly tilting up in a defiant look. Beck nudged her in the side, sending a silent message, "Don't start anything." But she ignored it and continued her stare down. Alex leaned back in his chair and crossed his muscular arms. "So, what's your plan to screw us over this time, Kaylin?" he asked. "Lead us into the enemy's base and then ditch us? Or, are you just gonna shoot us yourself?" Beck rubbed at his temples. So it would be his fellow soldier who started things. Wonderful. Then again, it wasn't like Alex could say much to make the ambassador think less of them. Beck was pretty sure Leo's respect for the resistance was already non-existent. "I can assure you that berating the prisoner will not make her any more likely to help us." It was Leo's voice that cracked through the room. Beck started in surprise and glanced over to find Leo pinning Alex with a scathing look. Alex met the ambassador's stare, but he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Beck couldn't blame him. There was something about the ambassador's eyes that was eerie. They were almond-shaped, almost as if some long-lost relative had been Asian, but their stark blue color told the real story. He was alien, and he had absolutely no reason to like humans. Alex nodded toward Kaylin. "I'm only giving her what she deserves." "It isn't for you to decide what she deserves. You are not a judge. You're a soldier, and you'd be foolish to make an enemy of those who will be working beside you." Alex jabbed a finger at Leo. "Now listen here!"
"Alex!"
Nathan banged his fist on the table.
"Shut your goddamn mouth and quit making trouble!"
Alex clenched his fists, and for a single moment, Beck thought the soldier might actually be dumb enough to argue. But then he nodded curtly and crossed his arms back over his chest. He kept his glare glued to Kaylin, but she had the common sense not to glare back this time. The door opened, and Jameson stepped into the room. Beck let out a small breath of relief. Jameson had always been one of his favorite students, and also one of his quietest and calmest. It was damn near impossible to get a complete sentence out of the man, let alone an argument. Having him on the team would mean at least one person wouldn't be berating Kaylin the entire mission. Jameson nodded a greeting, and Nathan waved at him to sit in the chair next to Alex. As Jameson settled himself in the seat, Nathan surveyed the room, seeming to do a mental tally of the team he had assembled. Beck had to admit it wasn't half bad. Jameson was a damn talented sniper, Liam and Alex were both experts in close combat, Kate was a tech genius, and Kaylin had world-class skills at breaking and entering. Combined, they made an imposing team. "This won't work," Leo said. Nathan turned to the ambassador with his eyebrows raised.
"Excuse me?"
Leo gestured to the soldiers gathered at the table, but his eyes were fixed on Alex. "Your team, it won't work." Nathan gritted his jaw and leaned forward in his chair.
"I've put together hundreds of tactical teams over the years. I know a good team when I see one. And this here?"
He waved at the 4 soldiers.
"This represents the best of the resistance. You're lucky to have them."
"I don't doubt they're good soldiers," Leo said, his tone perfectly calm. "I just doubt their ability to work together civilly." Nathan offered a strained smile.
"And this is why you're the ambassador and I'm the commander. I know my men. They'll do their duty."
Leo nodded to Alex. "I'd like him taken off the team, and I would like Beck to replace him." "What?" Alex growled.
"Calm down,"
Nathan said, shooting Alex a warning look. Then he turned back to Leo and said,
"Alex is one of the most experienced soldiers we have on this base. I assure you he'd be a valuable asset to the team."
Leo raised his chin slightly. "Alex is already verbally abusing the thief, and we haven't even left the base yet. I'm sure he is skilled, but I don't believe his skills outweigh the harm his temper could cause." "Verbally abusing her?" Alex repeated. He let out a harsh laugh. "Since when is telling the truth considered abuse? She's a deserter, a thief, and a murderer. She doesn't deserve respect." Kaylin stayed silent, her arms crossed over her chest and her glare locked on Alex. But Beck could spot the tiny smirk hiding at the corner of her lips. She wasn't going to bother defending herself. No, she was just going to sit there and enjoy watching Alex shoot himself in the foot. Leo didn't even bother turning to acknowledge Alex. He just said to Nathan, "I won't work with him." Nathan crossed his arms.
"He's already been assigned."
Leo sat straighter and frustration leaked into his tone as he said, "Beck is clearly the more level-headed choice, and he has more knowledge of our mission. Why do you not wish for him to join our team?"
"Beck is needed at the base,"
Nathan said. Bullshit. Beck bit his lip to keep from blurting out the word. Their next group of trainees didn't arrive for another 2 weeks, and Beck was already starting to grow bored and restless. It was the perfect timing for him to go on a mission. Leo took a deep breath. "I don't believe I am making myself clear, Commander Hayes. I will not work with anyone who has a volatile temper, and especially not someone who has a personal grudge against Goodfellow. This mission is already going to be difficult enough as it is. Take Alex off the team and replace him with Beck." Nathan gritted his teeth.
"All due respect, Ambassador Leo. But you're not in charge here."
"No," Leo said stiffly. "Ultimately, any mission regarding the virtue falls under the jurisdiction of the Ruramenti Council. So that leaves us with 2 choices. You can keep Alex on this mission, and I will be forced to send my council a message informing them that the humans of Earth are too unreasonable for a proper alliance. Or you can remove Alex, and I can hold my tongue." Nathan's eyes smoldered with anger, and his fist unconsciously clenched. Beck held his breath, having no idea what was about to happen. Nobody challenged Nathan's authority so blatantly, not even other resistance officials. Nathan took a deep breath and stared down at his clenched fist for a long moment. Then he cleared his throat and folded his hands together in a businesslike pose.
"Ambassador Leo, if you're not going to give me any choice in the matter, then I'll concede. but I must warn you that ignoring my advice about my own soldiers is not going to end well.
I will take the risk, Leo said simply. I need a team that is sane and stable. Nathan nodded curtly.
All right. In that case, Beck will take Alex's place on the team.
The commander turned to Alex and gave a dismissive nod.
Alex, thank you for coming, but you're excused.
Alex breathed in sharply, and Beck braced himself for the soldier's temper to explode. But then he just let out a quiet curse and got to his feet. He turned toward Leo and jabbed a finger at the ambassador. You think you're so smart, making your little sane and stable team. But we know better. The Wardens are dogs, and Kaylin is no better. You try to approach this mission diplomatically, and you'll get your throat ripped out.
That's enough, Alex,
Nathan said, pointing to the door.
Leave. Now. You're not helping anything.
Alex strode toward the door, and Beck gave him an apologetic look. Alex's temper caused trouble sometimes, but he was still a damn good soldier, and Beck had respect for the man. Alex flicked his hand at Beck as if to dismiss the apology, and clapped him on the shoulder. Not your fault, brother, Alex said, ducking down to whisper in Beck's ear. But keep an eye on that traitor for me. She'll say anything to get what she wants, and she'll screw you over the second you start to trust her. Beck simply nodded in reply, and Alex clapped him once more on the back before striding out of the room. Beside him, Kaylin gritted her jaw, and Beck knew she had overheard. Nathan took a deep breath as the door closed behind Alex.
All right, then,
he said, his gaze roaming over everyone at the table.
It looks like we have our team.
Not yet,
Kaylin said. Her voice was quiet and cold, but her gaze was confident as she settled it on Nathan.
Red's coming too.
Nathan raised his eyebrows in an amused expression.
Your pet dragon? Are you serious?
Like I said, he's a Vader lizard, not a dragon, and I need him to come with us.
And why is that? Leo demanded. Vader lizards are highly dangerous creatures. They aren't meant to be pets. Kaylin shrugged off the ambassador's concern.
Red plays an absolutely vital role in my thieving tactics. He's not just some pet, he's a highly trained working animal. Sending me on a mission without him would be crippling.
Beck suspected she might actually be telling the truth. Either way, it didn't really matter. Kaylin had clearly made up her mind that she was taking Red, and trying to change her mind about anything was like trying to talk a mountain into moving. Nathan seemed to come to the same conclusion because he said,
All right, I'll allow it.
But then he jabbed a finger at each of the resistance soldiers.
If that creature so much as growls at one of you, kill it. Immediately. No sedative shots, just a bullet through its brain.
Kaylin flinched slightly, but she didn't dare argue. Nathan spread his hands on the table and took a deep breath.
All right. Now, does anyone else have objections to our assembled team?
His eyes locked with Leo's, clearly challenging the ambassador to protest. But Leo just calmly met his gaze. I am satisfied with the current team, he said simply.
Good,
Nathan said with a nod. He gazed around the table, meeting each of their eyes.
All right then, ladies and gentlemen. We have a mission to plan.
Beck settled back in his seat and crossed his arms over his chest. It was going to be a long night. Pursuit. Kaylin. Kaylin sat back against the metal wall of the cargo hold, wincing as a rivet dug into her spine. She shifted a little closer to Red's cage, finding a more comfortable position, and then focused her attention on the Taros bracelet secured to her wrist. It was a slim band of smooth silver, and no thicker than about 1/4 of an inch. But no matter how closely she examined it, she kept coming back to the same conclusion. There wasn't any way to take it off without activating the needles and knocking herself unconscious. It threw a wrench in her plans, to say the least. She'd been planning to sneak off the first chance she got, but now she was stuck as the Resistance's captive until she could figure out how to get the damn bracelet off without knocking herself out. A shudder of turbulence ran through the cargo ship, and Kaylin gripped her knees tightly. There were no seats in the cargo hold, just tied-down boxes of equipment. She sat between a large storage box and the cage Red had been jammed into. Red let out a low, keening whimper. She pressed her hand against the metal slats on the side, and he leaned toward her so his hide just brushed against her fingertips. His scales had turned a sickly yellow color, and Kaylin winced at how cold they felt. Red was just like any other lizard. He couldn't make his own body heat, so he had to absorb warmth instead. He'd been kept in a chilly storage container all night, and now he was trapped in the unheated cargo hold of the transport craft. With no sunlight in the hold, it was basically lizard hell. There was nothing Kaylin could do to comfort him, except for keeping her hand pressed close and crooning soft words to him. She'd been stripped of all her lock-breaking tools, which meant cracking open the cage's lock simply wasn't an option. The door to the cargo hold slid open, and Beck stepped inside. A frown pulled at his mouth, and dark bags drooped under his reddened eyes.
You look like hell,
Kaylin said. Right back at you, Beck muttered, rubbing at his forehead. He gestured sharply at her. Time's up. We're about to fly through a storm, and I need you back in your seat. She patted the cage.
I'm staying with Red.
No, you're going to do as I say. Kaylin bit back a curse. He'd offered her 5 minutes in the cargo hold to check on Red, which was actually pretty generous. But she couldn't help resenting his command to leave. Beck narrowed his eyes. I'm not using handcuffs on you because that bracelet should be enough to keep you from doing anything too stupid. But I have no issues restraining you if you don't listen to me. Kaylin met his harsh stare.
Red's scared and cold. You bastards haven't given him any source of warmth for over 15 hours.
Kay, are you even listening to me right now?
Are you listening to me? Because I'm trying to tell you that you're torturing an innocent animal.
Beck pressed a hand to his face and let out a groan. You are freaking impossible, he muttered.
Just let him out,
Kaylin said, nodding to the cage.
He'll calm down if he can just sit in my lap and soak up some warmth.
Absolutely not. There's no way in hell I'm letting that creature loose on this ship.
Then let me in.
Beck slid his hand from his face so he could give her an incredulous stare. You want me to let you into a cage with a dragon?
Vader lizard, not a dragon, and he's perfectly harmless.
He tried to rip my throat out.
He's perfectly harmless for me.
Beck shook his head and stalked off through the door of the cargo hold. He didn't bother with a goodbye before sliding the door closed behind him. Cold anger curled in her gut, and she spat a curse. She'd thought Beck might actually help. Sure, he was a part of the Resistance and technically her enemy now, but he was also someone who genuinely gave a damn about helping others, and wasn't purely interested in climbing the ranks of the Resistance. Or at least that's what she'd believed, which had been stupid. Every time she trusted someone, they let her down. There was no reason Beck should be any different. The door burst back open, making Kaylin jump and Red snarl. Beck strode into the room, carrying a bundle of blankets in his arms. He dropped them into Kaylin's lap, and she instantly felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't been ditching, just grabbing supplies. She stared down at the blankets in her lap.
Red's cold-blooded. These won't help.
Beck ignored her as he crouched down and grabbed one of the corners of the blankets. He pressed his thumb against a tiny button, and warmth flooded through the blanket. Thermal blankets, Beck said. They should be perfect for him. Kaylin bit her lip, taken aback by the wave of relief that struck her. She got to her feet and grabbed all 3 of the blankets, activating their heat setting before she tossed them on top of Red's cage. His whimpering cut out, and he snaked his head up, sniffing the blankets suspiciously.
It's okay,
Kaylin murmured to him.
they'll keep you warm.
Red snorted in surprise as his nose brushed against the warm fabric. Then he snagged a corner of the blanket with a tooth and tugged, dragging it through the slats and into his cage. Red chirruped excitedly as he grabbed the other 2, and then he patted the blankets into a mound in the corner of the cage, making a bed.
There's a good boy.
Kaylin crooned, pressing her hand against the side of the cage. Red snuggled deep into the blankets, a deep purr rumbling in his throat. He snaked his tail out, pressing it against Kaylin's palm, and she stroked his hide comfortingly with her thumb. Relief filled her as she watched the sickly yellow color fade from his scales, leaving a happy, affectionate Red. "So that's why he's called Red," Beck murmured. Kaylin nodded. Beck remained crouched next to her, and he shook his head in disbelief as he watched the dozing lizard. "You've actually tamed that thing, haven't you?" Kaylin nodded.
He's perfectly well behaved, as long as you're not waving a gun in his face. Or mine.
"I don't even know why I'm surprised," Beck said. "You could always get Doc to do anything." Kaylin smiled slightly at the mention of the base's pet. He was a retired bomb-sniffing dog, and he'd been missing a front leg and more than a few brain cells ever since a grenade got him. Doc had always been nosing up trouble, but Kaylin had been one of the few people who could keep the reckless mutt under control.
How is Doc?
She asked. Beck cleared his throat uncomfortably, and Kaylin's chest sank as she watched his mouth pull into a tight line.
He's dead,
Kaylin murmured, not bothering to say it as a question. Beck nodded. "He passed last winter, but he died peacefully. It was just old age, from what I heard."
He was only 8.
Beck shrugged and looked away. "War ages everyone, dogs included." Turbulence shook the transport craft, and Kaylin lunged to grab one of the handholds on the wall. Just in time. The craft bucked as it flew deeper into the storm, throwing Beck against the side of a cargo box. He cursed as his shoulder slammed into the container. Kaylin instinctively grabbed the collar of his shirt with her free hand, hauling Beck's head toward her and away from the steel edge of the cargo container. He blinked a few times, clearing his mind, and then reached out and snagged a handhold of his own. Beck righted himself and crouched carefully next to Kaylin, riding out the rest of the turbulence. The shaking only lasted a minute or so, but it felt far longer with Beck pressed close to her side. It had been over a year since Kaylin had been this close to someone without fighting them. She avoided people because she didn't trust them. But as she sat there with Beck hovering hardly an inch away, she couldn't feel any sort of fear toward him. They may have been on opposite sides now, but he was still Beck, the man who was too damn honest for his own good. The turbulence settled into a low tremor, and Beck took his hand off the handhold, rubbing at his shoulder. "Ow," he muttered, grimacing slightly. He shot her an annoyed glance. "This is why I didn't want you going in the cargo hold."
Because you knew you'd hurt yourself?
"Because it doesn't have any goddamn seatbelts." Beck carefully got to his feet and held a hand out to Kaylin. "Come on, let's get back to our seats." Kaylin glanced over to Red. With his nest of blankets, he had enough padding to keep him safe from the turbulence.
Red,
she said, leaning close to the cage. He opened one reptilian eye and swiveled it toward her.
I'll be back in a bit. Okay, buddy?
He gave her a tired little chirrup and closed his eye again, snuggling deeper into the blankets. She felt a sudden spike of envy as she watched the lizard settle in for a nap. All he needed was warmth and a few reassuring words to feel safe. She wished she was still young enough for that to work for her. Kaylin ignored Beck's extended hand and got to her feet by herself. They walked swiftly on the balls of their feet, keeping themselves balanced against the swaying of the transport craft. Beck guided them out of the cargo hold and back to the cabin of the transport craft. Jameson and Kate were in the cockpit, piloting it through the storm, which left only Leo, Marin, and Liam in the cabin. Liam sat near the door to the cockpit, his eyes closed as he rested. He was a tall man in his early 30s, although his dark blonde hair was already speckled with gray. He opened his eyes long enough to quickly examine her, and as soon as he spotted Beck escorting her, he closed them again. Marin wasn't as quick to dismiss her as a possible threat. The bodyguard kept her eyes glued to Kaylin, watching her as she took the empty seat across from the ambassador and clipped the seatbelt into place. Beck sat next to her, nodding a greeting to the aliens. Leo stirred from sleep and stared suspiciously over at Kaylin. She folded her hands in her lap, letting the ambassador clearly see that she had no weapons and no intentions of using one. She still felt a little bad about shooting him with the Taros dart. He'd just been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he really hadn't deserved it.
So,
Kaylin said.
I hear you're not from around here.
Leo blinked, clearly shocked that she was speaking to him. Marin's expression darkened, and Beck nudged her in the side, but she ignored them. She was sitting literally 5 feet away from an alien. This might be the only chance she ever got to talk to one civilly, and she wasn't going to pass up the opportunity. No, Leo said carefully. I'm not from around here.
Then where are you from?
Ruramentia. It's a planet in Sector 32 of the Andromeda Galaxy.
No way, seriously? I have an uncle from that same sector.
Leo's eyes grew wide with a mixture of confusion and shock. He stayed like that for a long moment, and then his eyes narrowed with suspicion, and he hesitantly pointed one of his delicate, pale fingers at her. That was a joke?
Yeah, a really lame one.
A puzzled look pulled at his lips, and he tilted his head, looking for all the world like a confused alien puppy. Ah, I see. Beck cleared his throat, and his voice dripped with impatience as he said, Kaylin, the ambassador is still recovering from a very long journey, so how about we don't bother him? Leo held up his hand like a stop sign. Let her talk, he said to Beck, although his curious gaze remained fixed on Kaylin. I'd like to get to know this thief better, if I'm to work with her. Beck gave a small nod, but not before shooting Kaylin a warning glance. She ignored him and leaned closer to the ambassador.
So what's your planet like? She asked.
Leo glanced at his bodyguard as if silently asking if he was making a mistake by giving any information to Kaylin. Marin hesitated a moment and then gave a tiny shrug. The ambassador glanced toward the small window above Kaylin's head, which showed nothing but thick, dark clouds. It rains almost every day of the year on Ruramentia, he said, his voice softening with a fond tone. And we don't have continents or open land like your planet. We have small islands, some natural, some manufactured. The rest of our world is covered in oceans.
So how do you grow food if you don't have open land?
Kaylin asked.
Do you just farm the oceans?
He raised his eyebrows as if she'd just asked a supremely stupid question. We don't grow food. We are the Ruramenti. Kaylin frowned.
So you don't eat?
Of course we eat. We just don't grow our own food. My people offer our galaxy peace, knowledge, and protection. In return, they offer us food and anything else we require.
Oh,
Kaylin said.
So then your people rule your galaxy?
Leo flinched back as if she'd just flung an insult at him. No, absolutely not. Our purpose is to serve, not to control. Kaylin tilted her head curiously.
So then the other planets aren't required to give you food? Hardly,
Marin said, speaking up in a sharp, quiet tone.
It's in the best interest of our neighbors to give us supplies, and so they do. We have the largest and oldest libraries of knowledge in our galaxy, and we've developed some of the best technology in the universe. Those who become our allies are given rewards far beyond what they give us.
Kaylin nodded, suddenly understanding Earth's interest in allying themselves with these people. If the Ruramenti had so much power and so many allies at their disposal, it was a no-brainer to join forces with them.
Do all of you travel around to different galaxies?
Leo shook his head. No, very few of us do. Kaylin gestured between the two aliens.
Then how did you get chosen to come here?
Leo pursed his lips, seeming to be searching for an answer. Then he said, Our people are not like yours. We don't waste time seeking out our calling in life. It's given to us. He gestured between himself and his bodyguard. I was given the role of a collector for the council. Marin was given the role of a collector guardian. Our jobs require us to travel, and so we do.
So you weren't given a choice about it?
Kaylin asked. Leo frowned. Why would we want a choice? The council tests our personalities and assigns us a position that fits our abilities and wants perfectly. To reject the council's decision is to reject perfection. Kaylin opened her mouth, getting ready to argue about freedom of choice and all that jazz. But then she glanced down at the Taros bracelet wrapped around her wrist, and the words stuck in her throat. Maybe freedom of choice wasn't always what it was chalked up to be. If she'd had some super smart counsel to guide her life, she probably never would have gotten herself in this situation.
So who exactly are these people on the council? I mean, what makes them so perfect?
Leo gave a polite laugh, as if she'd just told another lame joke.
What?
Leo's strained smile fled from his face. Your question is serious?
Yeah. I'm not sure how your society works, but here on Earth, we like to know about the people who control things.
Leo put on a carefully neutral expression, but Marin stared at Kaylin like she'd just said the dumbest thing ever.
There are no people on the council,
Marin said, her tone defensive.
People are flawed. The council is not.
Beck leaned forward. Apparently, the conversation had finally gotten interesting enough to convince him to join. Okay, so then what exactly is the council? Beck asked. The council is the culmination of all of our efforts to collect knowledge, Leo said. Every time its system makes a decision, it takes into account 58,000 years' worth of information that has been collected by our ancestors and stored in the council's database. Kaylin struggled to hide her surprise.
You're saying your whole society is run by a computer?
Yes, Leo said. His calm tone told her that he found nothing unusual about this, aside from the fact that Kaylin had to ask about it. It's very common, he added. Many advanced societies use a similar system. Once a society reaches a certain level of complexity, mortal minds are no longer effective at guiding them. Kaylin nodded.
That's
weird, creepy, pretty much begging for an evil robot apocalypse. Kaylin couldn't even imagine Earth running on a similar system. Computers were pure logic, and the backbone of a healthy human society was empathy. The two just didn't mix. Then again, maybe she was wrong. After all, she was a professional thief. Not exactly the sort of person who had the right to judge what made society healthy and what didn't.
That's interesting,
Kaylin finally said. Very, Beck agreed, although Kaylin could hear a wary tone in his voice, and she guessed he had similar reservations about a computer-driven society. Leo frowned a little, clearly offended by their lack of enthusiasm, and Marin gave a cold scowl. Kaylin got the feeling they were on the brink of pissing off the bodyguard, and she scrambled to come up with a question to change the topic. She glanced between the two aliens, noting how close they sat next to each other.
What about relationships on your planet? I mean, you still get to pick your own partner, right?
Leo tilted his head. What kind of partner are you referring to?
You know, like the person you fuck.
Beck cleared his throat loudly. She means like a husband or wife. Beck shot her a sharp glance with a clear message. Watch your language, this is an ambassador you're talking to. Kaylin shot him back an exasperated look with her own message, Quit worrying, this guy's opinion of me can't get any worse. Leo frowned as he glanced between the two of them. We call them Shalenas, our life mates, and of course the council decides for us. Love is blinding. Navigating it without guidance would be absolute chaos.
Chaos isn't always a bad thing,
Kaylin argued. Marin gave her an incredulous stare.
Chaos has worked well for you?
Not exactly, or at least not in the love department. Kaylin had only ever been with a couple guys, and their times together had been so short she wasn't even sure any of them qualified as a relationship. Turns out the sort of guy attracted to sharp-tongued, pessimistic, and stubborn girls were usually sharp-tongued, pessimistic, and stubborn themselves. Not exactly the stuff of great love stories. But even if Kaylin hadn't exactly done great in her romantic life without the help of a guide, she'd at least... She glanced down at the Taros bracelet and gritted her teeth. Left to her own devices, she'd become a killer, and then a thief, and now a prisoner. A smug look lifted the very corners of Marin's lips. Kaylin raised her eyebrows at the bodyguard.
I'm sensing just a little bit of judgment. Then perhaps you aren't as obtuse as you seem,
Marin said dryly. Kaylin opened her mouth, ready to retort, but Beck elbowed her sharply in the side. Kaylin hissed in a pained breath, but decided to take the message and shut her mouth. After all, Marin had a gun, and Kaylin was totally unarmed. Beck turned to Leo, ushering the conversation in a new direction. Do you know why the council chose you for your job? Is it something that runs in your family? No, Leo said, shaking his head. We don't have families in the same way you do. In our world, couples having children is considered very old-fashioned. It causes so many problems. Health issues, overpopulation, poorly behaved children. He shook his head firmly, as if just the thought of these things was enough to upset him. So, Ruramenti children are engineered in our labs and raised in our schools. When we turn 10 years old, the council studies our personality and assigns us our career, and we move to a special school for our job training. Kaylin blinked a few times, struggling to wrap her mind around what she was hearing.
So, you mean none of you have parents?
No, Leo said. His tone grew defensive as he added, They aren't needed. Our entire society supports each other, so burdening 2 people with the entire care of a child isn't necessary. Kaylin completely failed to hide her horrified expression, and this time Beck didn't chastise her. In fact, he looked nearly as dismayed as her. Leo shifted uncomfortably under the weight of their stares. He nodded to Kaylin and struggled to put on a friendly tone as he said, I've always been intrigued by old-fashioned families. What's yours like?
Dad?
She whispered. Her mom had died of cancer when she was only 17, leaving Kaylin as the sole caretaker of her little brother. And she'd failed him. Jackson had been killed in the Syndicate invasion, slaughtered despite Kaylin's best efforts to protect him. Losing them had been the most painful parts of her entire life. But if she could go back in time and choose between being raised without a family or losing her family all over again, she'd choose the latter. Everything good she'd ever had in her life had come from her mom and Jackson. Oh, Leo said, guilt flashing across his face. I'm very sorry to hear you lost them. No, he wasn't. He might have thought he was, but Kaylin knew he couldn't truly understand the extent of her loss. Not if he didn't have a family himself. She nodded an acknowledgement of his words and then went quiet, staring down at her lap. Beck softly cleared his throat, clearly at a loss of what to say. Then he quietly asked Leo, Why do we look so similar? I mean, our species are obviously extremely different, but we look almost identical, so why? It was the question Kaylin had been wondering since she'd first laid eyes on the aliens. She looked up at Leo, waiting for his answer. Both of our species are children of the creators, Leo said.
And who were they?
Beck asked. Leo struggled to hide his shock at the question. They were the most powerful race to ever exist, and the ones who helped create our species. They felt it was their duty to populate planets with intelligent life, so they planted genetic material all over the galaxies, and eventually it adapted and grew into the species and societies we have today. Beck raised his eyebrows, looking equally impressed and skeptical.
So what happened to these creators?
Leo shook his head. That knowledge is lost to time. All we have left of their race is the virtues they left behind. Kaylin bit back a scoff. She'd been hoping for a real answer, but this was clearly just some rudimentary mumbo-jumbo, an ancient tale to go along with their holy relics. For all their high and mighty attitude, the Rurumenti weren't much more creative with their origin stories than any human mythology. She considered telling them this, but then the door to the cockpit opened, cutting off their conversation. Jameson strolled out, his expression as deadpan as always. Kaylin had met the soldier twice before she deserted the resistance, and both times he'd spoken less than 5 words. But other people talked about him enough to carry his reputation. He was one of Beck's most successful students, and when he wasn't running around completing top-secret missions like this one, he led his own team of elite snipers. Jameson took a seat with the rest, nodding a silent greeting to Beck.
Kate just got off the radio with the base in Nice, he said. They cleared us to land, but the call got cut off before they could tell us which tarmac to use. Why was it cut off?
Beck asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Jameson knocked a knuckle against the wall of the ship.
Just the storm. Kate says it's throwing off our comms system.
A few clouds shouldn't be enough to knock out the comms, Beck said, shaking his head. Jameson shrugged.
It's a Gen 3 transport.
Kaylin understood what he was really saying. They were flying in a hunk of junk that had been made over 20 years ago. Ironically, it had been the safest aircraft to take. It was the most discreet ship they had. Cargo ships came and went from resistance bases all the time, and no one in their right mind would transport an ambassador in one. Or at least that was what they'd hoped an enemy would think. It was a stealth ship in plain sight. Beck nodded hesitantly.
You're right, he said to Jameson. But tell Kate to get a mechanic to look over the comms system as soon as we land.
She's already on it, Jameson said. We just need to figure out where to land.
Tell her to head for the eastern tarmac, Beck said. It's where they usually direct visitors.
Kaylin raised her eyebrows.
You've been here before?
She asked Beck.
About a year ago, he said,
but he didn't offer any more details. Kaylin struggled to hide her surprise. She kept forgetting how high Beck had climbed in the ranks. In her mind, Beck would always just be her team lead, not some lieutenant who got sent on foreign missions.
How long before we land? Leo asked.
About 10 minutes, Jameson said. Beck nodded his approval.
Right on time.
He gestured toward the cockpit.
Tell Kate to keep trying the comm system. Let's see if we can work that bug out before we land.
Jameson nodded and stood back up, heading into the cockpit without a word of goodbye. Kaylin glanced over at Beck, watching as his jaw worked back and forth. The rest of his body looked perfectly at ease, but Kaylin knew better than to trust that. Learning how to relax during tense situations was probably the most vital skill a sniper had. But no matter how much Beck trained, he'd never managed to get rid of his habit of grinding his teeth when he got nervous. She leaned over to him and whispered,
"What's wrong?"
"Nothing, I hope,"
he said, lowering his voice so the aliens couldn't hear.
"I just don't like that comms system going down."
She glanced at the storm clouds outside the window.
Seems pretty normal to me.
And the storm back in Florida seemed normal too, but it wasn't. It was a vapor bomb.
You think this storm was caused by a bomb too?
He shrugged.
I'm not sure. It seems too mild for that, but I'm just not sure a storm this minor could take out our comms.
So then, should we land at another base, just in case?
We can't. The only other resistance base in France is over 300 miles away. We don't have the fuel stores to get there.
So then we're screwed.
Kaylin said grimly. Beck shook his head. Probably not. I'm sure I'm just being overly paranoid. Kaylin slowly nodded, although she didn't quite believe him.
If you get me killed, I'm never forgiving you,
she muttered. Beck made a sound that was half scoff and half laugh, but his tone darkened as he said, "If we get killed on this mission, it's going to be your fault, good fellow." A sudden, overwhelming urge struck Kaylin to tell Beck the truth, to admit that she wasn't Goodfellow, that she had no idea who had stolen the virtue or how to steal it back, to tell him that she had sworn to never ever take another life, and that she would rather die than murder a guard, to make him understand that she may have been a bad person, but she wasn't a horrible one. But she choked back the urge. Beck was her enemy now, even if chatting with him made that easy to forget. Admitting that she wasn't Goodfellow would make her useless to the resistance. It would be suicide. She closed her eyes and leaned back in her seat, clamping her jaw shut. Just 10 more minutes until they landed. Then she could start hatching a plan to get Red and her out of there. Leo. The air turbulence rattled Leo's aching bones, and he swallowed hard, struggling to keep his nausea at bay. Only a few minutes remained until they landed. He could make it just 2 more minutes without vomiting. He hoped.
Are you all right?
Marin said, speaking softly in their own language. Leo nodded, but he didn't dare open his mouth, fearing he'd throw up as soon as he did. Marin softly patted the back of his hand.
It's almost over.
Leo opened his eyes and glanced over at her. Marin looked just as tired as he felt, her forehead wrinkled in exhaustion and dark bags sagging under her eyes. But her shoulders were still straight, and her pale lips remained pursed in a look of determination. Leo felt a sudden burst of embarrassment, and he straightened his own posture as much as his seatbelt would allow. He was a collector, not a helpless child. Sick or not, he needed to act his part. Beck and Kaylin sat in the seats across from him, both of them quiet and grim. Kaylin had her fingers tightly laced together, while Beck unconsciously tapped his thumb against the pistol holstered at his waist. In the seat closest to the cockpit door, Liam had stirred out of his short nap and was blinking sleep from his eyes. All 3 of them stared anxiously out the cabin's small window, even though it showed nothing but dark, swirling clouds. Jameson's quiet, solemn voice came over the intercom. 1 minute from landing. Comm system is still down. Beck pressed a finger to the earpiece clipped to his left ear. You've tried the emergency channel? We've tried all of them. No dice. Beck nodded grimly. Just be ready to maneuver to another tarmac if they give the orders. Roger that. The cargo craft dipped to a sharper angle, heading toward the ground. Leo tightened his grip on the armrest, clenching his fingers until it hurt. But he made sure to keep his expression even, refusing to show his fear. 30 seconds from landing, Jameson said. Leo kept his gaze locked on the window, waiting for the clouds to lift away and reveal the base. But the clouds stayed, growing thicker and darker as they descended. A feeling of dread struck Leo in the stomach. Kaylin grabbed Beck's forearm in a panicked motion.
That's smoke,
she blurted, pointing to the darkening sky. Beck cursed and tapped his earpiece again. Abort landing! Before he could finish speaking, the craft abruptly leveled out. Leo winced as he was thrown against the seat. His heart thudded in his chest and his breathing came in gasps. He struggled to take deep breaths, but pain lanced through his chest where the seatbelt had jerked against him. The cargo craft tilted upward, throwing Leo back against his seat. What's happening? He gasped, looking between Beck and Kaylin. Beck ignored him, his gaze focused on the window, while Kaylin stared back at Leo with a bewildered expression. He suddenly realized he was speaking in Ruramenti. But the panic searing his brain made all his training in English slip from his grasp. "Jameson, what are the scanners picking up?" Beck demanded, speaking into his comm unit.
What's going on?
Marin demanded, speaking in English. Kaylin shook her head, obviously clueless, and Beck slashed a hand toward them, silently ordering them to stay quiet. "The scanners aren't picking up a goddamn thing," Jameson said to Beck through the intercom. "Something's jamming them." "Head east," Beck commanded. "Get away as fast as you can." "On it," Jameson replied. The craft tilted sharply to the right as it adjusted its course, slamming Leo against his seatbelt and forcing the air from his lungs. A deep boom echoed from below, and a shudder shook the craft, rattling Leo's teeth.
What is going on?
Marin hissed at Beck, louder this time. A mechanical shriek filled the air as the cargo craft's engine struggled to gain speed. Leo wanted to clap his hands over his ears to block it out, but he didn't dare release his death grip on the armrests. Beck shook his head in disbelief as he said, "The base is under attack." Leo opened his mouth to demand more of an explanation, but before he could form a single word, something struck the plane. Leo slammed forward, the seatbelt crushing his chest and silencing his panicked shriek before it could escape. "We're hit," Jameson called out. "But the shields are holding." He barely finished speaking when another explosion rocked the craft, and then another, and another. "Shields are losing power," Jameson yelled, panic edging into his voice. "Keep heading east," Beck called back. "Don't stop." 3 more explosions hit the craft. The final one struck with 10 times the force, whipping Leo forward and then back. Pain exploded in his skull as it struck the edge of the cabinet beside him. Bright orange fire flashed outside the window, and Leo's veins flooded with adrenaline. A roar filled his ears, and Leo prayed it was just the sound of his racing blood. But then the plane jerked and tilted sideways, shattering his hope. "Exterior shields are down," Jameson called out. "Right wing is crippled." "Land," Beck ordered. "Now!" "Hang on," Jameson replied grimly. "This is going to be rough." The craft tilted forward, and Leo's stomach dropped out from under him. Another blast shook the plane. Leo gripped his seatbelt and glanced desperately at the exit. Emergency ejection packs hung on the wall next to the door, igniting a tiny spark of hope in his chest. Beck followed his gaze over to the ejection packs and shook his head frantically. "We can't bail," the lieutenant called, yelling to be heard over the shriek of engines and roar of rushing wind. "We're too close to the ground." Leo's hope extinguished, while the fire consumed more of the craft. Smoke swirled into the cabin, choking his lungs and stinging his eyes. Darkness clouded his vision. Leo wasn't sure if it was from the smoke or the pain and panic suffocating his brain. He blinked, trying to clear his vision, and stared across the aisle at Beck. The lieutenant's face was pinched in a look of determination. Beside him, Kaylin stared out the smoke-clouded window with her face locked in a blank expression, refusing to show any fear. A small, hysterical laugh bubbled up the back of Leo's throat. He'd been so frustrated with these humans and the way they let emotions control them, but now the tables had turned. They were staring down death calmly, while his mind felt ready to explode with fear. He was going to die. He'd traveled all this way to try to help, but none of it had mattered. "What's the status of the shields?" Beck yelled into his comm unit. "Inner shield still at 80%, Jameson replied, his voice barely audible over the chaos. "Cabin and cockpit are secure." Kaylin reached out and grabbed at Beck's comm unit, yanking it from his ear and holding it to her mouth.
What about the cargo hold?
She demanded, her voice high and frantic.
Do the shields reach there?
Negative, only vital areas. Her composed expression disappeared, replaced by a look of horror.
The hold is vital!
She shrieked.
Red's in there!
Impact in 5 seconds, Jameson called. Leo leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. Marin reached over and gripped his hand, and he had one moment to feel a flare of warmth through his cold terror. Then an explosion knocked all feeling from his body. Beck. Beck fumbled at his seatbelt, his hands shaking as he struggled to unclip it. His ears rang from the crash landing, and his heart hammered painfully in his chest. He tried to take a deep breath to calm himself, but it turned into a coughing fit as acrid smoke flooded his lungs. The interior shields had done their work and cushioned the impact. They were alive, but those shields weren't made for combat, and they sure as hell weren't going to last much longer. "Evacuate!" Beck called into the smoke. "Everyone out!" The cockpit door creaked open, and Jameson and Kate stumbled into the cabin. They looked all right, except for a gash on Kate's cheek that trickled blood down her face. But it must have been minor, because she looked alert and had an air filter mask strapped over her face. "What's going on out there?" Beck called. Kate shook her head.
No clue. Can't see anything through the smoke.
Liam shakily stood from his seat by the cockpit door. He looked dazed, but his lips were pulled into a determined frown as he lurched toward the weapons locker beside him. He pulled it open and grabbed 2 assault rifles, keeping one for himself and throwing the other to Kate, who easily caught it. Jameson tossed a filter mask to Liam and one to Beck, and they both strapped them on. Beck gasped in deep breaths of clean air and scrambled to the other side of the aisle, where Marin and Leo sat. Marin had already managed to get out of her seat, but Leo was limp, his body leaned forward and caught by the strap of the seatbelt. Blood trickled from his forehead, marring his pale face with garish streaks of red. Beck cursed and knelt in front of the ambassador, grabbing his wrist. He had a pulse, and his chest was definitely moving, but shallowly. Beck drew in a deep breath and then ripped off his filter mask, strapping it onto the ambassador's mouth instead. He slapped at Leo's cheek, trying to rouse him. Leo's head flopped helplessly to the other side, but then he let out a groan, and his ice-blue eyes fluttered open. Beck turned to the emergency cabinet next to the seats, but it was already open, the filter masks ripped off their hooks. A mask dangled in front of Beck, and he looked up to find Kaylin offering it to him. She'd already managed to get one strapped to her own face, but the dark mask wasn't enough to cover her expression of terror. Beck strapped the new filter over his mouth, and Kaylin shoved the other mask into Marin's hands. The bodyguard eyed it suspiciously, but then a cough racked her chest, and she strapped it in place. Beck gestured at Jameson.
"Help me carry him,"
Beck said, nodding down to the ambassador. Jameson stepped forward, but Marin shoved her hand out, pushing back on his chest.
I'll help,
she barked, and her stern tone left no room for argument. Beck nodded and grabbed his knife from his belt, flicking the blade open. He sliced Leo's seatbelt from his chest, catching the ambassador as he fell forward. Marin quickly slipped her arm under Leo's shoulders and stood up, forcing the ambassador to his feet. Leo let out another groan, but he managed to get his feet under himself, bearing at least some of his own weight.
"Jameson, Kaylin, get the emergency supplies,"
Beck said, ripping open the supply cabinet as he spoke.
"Liam, Kate, get ready to give us cover by the door. The second I open it, everyone needs to run for the nearest cover."
Where's that?
Marin demanded.
"Away from the sounds of the battle,"
Beck said. It was a laughably vague answer, but he didn't have anything better to offer them. He didn't know who was attacking them or why or where they landed. All he knew was that the sounds of yelling and explosions were seeping through the thick metal walls of the cargo ship, and there was a damn good chance they'd landed right in the middle of the battlefield. Jameson scrambled to the supply cabinet, joining Beck in grabbing emergency packs. Something tugged at Beck's waist, and he looked behind him to see Kaylin ripping something off his belt. He cursed as he realized what it was. The key to Red's cage. Kaylin sprinted toward the door to the cargo hold. It was already cracked open, seeping dark smoke into the room.
"Kaylin!"
Beck yelled.
"Stop! It's not shielded in there!"
Kaylin ignored him and grabbed a fire extinguisher from beside the door. Then she yanked at the door, making a gap wide enough for her to slip through.
"Kaylin, don't you dare!"
Beck roared. Without a single glance back, Kaylin slid inside the cargo hold. The air around the door shimmered as she stepped through the force field of the interior shield. Then she was gone. Jameson's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Where the hell is she going? To get her goddamn pet dragon,
Beck spat. He took a step toward the cargo hold and froze. He couldn't go after her. As the leader here, he was in charge of getting everyone to safety, and that meant guiding them away from the wrecked ship, not farther into it. Beck leaped toward the exterior door of the cabin and punched in his access code. The thick steel door slid open, and the shield's force field shimmered as smoke and heat bombarded them from outside. An explosion rang out, and the force field let out a high-pitched whine as shrapnel struck its rippling surface, stopping just inches from Beck's face. He stumbled back a step and cursed. They had to get out. There was no choice. Diving out into the battlefield was beyond dangerous, but staying in the ship was a sure death sentence. He gestured Liam over, and the soldier gripped his rifle tightly as he made his way over to the door. Beck opened his mouth, getting ready to formulate a plan for both of them to charge out of the ship together, but all he ended up saying was,
"Get the ambassador out of here, Liam. Find shelter and radio me your position."
Shock widened Liam's eyes, flashing to anger a second later.
"We shouldn't separate. I need to get Kaylin out of the cargo hold,"
Beck said. Liam grabbed Beck's shoulder in a tight grip.
"Let Goodfellow burn. We can complete this mission without her."
Beck knew they could, but that didn't mean he could bring himself to leave her. He pointed firmly toward the exterior door.
"Go, now. I'll catch up."
Liam cursed as he glanced toward the smoke billowing out of the cargo hold.
"You're going to get yourself killed! Go!"
Beck roared, jabbing his finger toward the door. He didn't give them any more time to argue before grabbing a fire extinguisher, sliding through the same gap Kaylin had used, and stepping into the cargo hold. A wave of heat struck him as he passed through the rippling force field of the shields. Beck gasped in a startled breath. Even with the filter mask, the air felt too thin and hot. Beck glanced around the cargo hold, struggling to take in his surroundings as the smoke stung his eyes. The far side of the hold had crumpled in the impact, leaving a smoking mass of rubble in its place. Fire licked at both ends of the room where the cargo bins had ignited. Beck stumbled toward the nearest corner where Red's cage had been. Thick smoke clouded his view, but he did his best to ignore it as he stepped deeper into the heat. Purple smoke puffed into the air a few yards ahead. No, not smoke. The spray of a fire extinguisher. Beck leaped forward, nearly barreling into Kaylin. She was battling back the flames that had surrounded Red's cage, her panic-stricken face drenched in sweat. She startled in surprise as she saw him.
"What the hell are you doing here?"
she yelled, her voice barely cutting through the noise of the fire and the battlefield outside.
"Getting you out of here,"
Beck replied, reaching out to grab her arm. She nimbly ducked away and then pivoted to spray another tendril of fire with the extinguisher. The purple spray of the extinguisher easily smothered the flames, but the thick plastic of the extinguisher was already starting to turn orange, a warning that the device was starting to run low on fuel. A loud, anguished shriek tore through the air. Beck whirled toward it and found himself staring at Red. The lizard was scrabbling at the door of his cage with his claws, frantically trying to break it open. His hide had turned a panicked teal color, and dark red blood smeared his paws and the bars of the cage. Red opened his jaws and let loose another shriek, staring straight at Kaylin. It sounded eerily like a child screaming for his mom, and Beck suddenly understood why Kaylin had dived into the cargo hold. Beck leaped toward the cage, kneeling in front of it. There was no point trying to drag Kaylin away until he got her pet free. Red flared out his wings, hissing and snapping his jaws. Beck ignored the enraged lizard and focused on the cage's door. Kaylin had already used the key to open the first half of the lock, but she hadn't had the access code to finish unlocking it. Beck quickly entered the 7-digit code into the keypad. The cage clicked open. Red charged forward, shrieking as he rammed the door. Beck reached for his pistol, but Red barreled past him, running straight to Kaylin. The lizard leaped up on his back legs and wrapped his wings and front paws around Kaylin's waist, grabbing her in a desperate embrace. Kaylin paused for just a second to rest her hand on the creature's forehead, gently stroking his hide. Then she raised the fire extinguisher and continued her battle with the flames. Beck joined her, using his own extinguisher to battle off the nearest patch of fire, and then grabbed Kaylin's arm. He pointed toward the door to the ship's cabin.
"We need to get back to the shielded area,"
he said, yelling to be heard over the crackling fire. Kaylin nodded and turned with him toward the exit, jogging toward it. Red ran at her side, but he shuffled his paws frantically, whimpering as the heated metal singed them. Kaylin and Beck fended off the advancing fire with their extinguishers, but it wasn't enough to stop the heat. A blast struck the side of the ship, throwing them to the ground. The hot metal floor burned Beck's hands, and he cursed as he pushed himself back to his feet. He grabbed Kaylin's arm, helping to yank her upright. Fresh smoke billowed into the cargo hold, overwhelming their filter masks. The acrid smoke leaked into Beck's mouth, and he broke into a fit of coughing as he struggled to fight back the fresh wave of flames. The casing of his extinguisher had turned a dark orange color, warning that it was nearing empty. Kaylin's was a deep red, and hardly any extinguishing liquid came from its nozzle. They were running out of time. Beck sprinted the last few steps to the door of the cabin. The last blast that had hit the ship had jostled the door, slamming it closed. The metal of the door's handle seared his hand, but Beck gritted his teeth against the pane and shoved it open. It swung open 4 inches before catching. Beck cursed, shock coursing through him as he peered through the crack. The cabin was gone. In its place was a mound of rubble and a gaping gray sky. The last blast must have destroyed the shields, along with the front part of the ship. His stomach twisted as he frantically scanned the rubble. He saw no signs of bodies, but the rest of his team might have simply been obliterated in the blast. No. His team was smart and capable, and he'd ordered them to leave immediately. They were alive. He'd believe it until he saw otherwise. Fresh air flowed through the small crack in the door, and Beck gulped deeply, taking it in. He shoved at the door again, but it didn't budge. Panic seared through him, hotter than the fire at his back. He backed up a few steps and leaped forward, ramming his shoulder against the door. Pain exploded in his shoulder, but the door didn't move an inch.
"What's wrong?"
Kaylin demanded.
"The door's jammed,"
Beck said.
"Well, get it open!"
She snapped as she threw her empty extinguisher to the ground. She grabbed Beck's extinguisher from his hand, turning her back to him as she continued battling back the flames. Beck took a shuddering breath, forcing himself to keep calm and think. He peered through the crack in the door, doing his best to examine the obliterated cabin. A jagged stack of rubble sat close to the cargo hold. That was it. That was what was keeping the door closed. He knelt and stuck his hand through the crack, trying to shove the rubble out of the way, but it was useless. He could barely scrape the tips of his fingers against the nearest chunk of metal. Beck snarled a curse, and Kaylin echoed him. Both of their voices were hoarse with smoke, and Beck broke into a fit of coughing. He signaled Kaylin to move closer to the fresh air coming through the crack in the door as they both scoured the cargo hold for any sign of another exit. Red let out an agonized shriek as the floor grew hotter, burning the hide off his paws. He snapped his jaws open and closed, as if looking for some enemy to tear into. But there was only the flames, which crept closer every moment. Something slammed into Beck's shoulder. Before he could even register what was happening, Red scrambled onto his shoulders, using Beck as a ladder as he climbed frantically upward. The lizard leaped up, landing on a small shelf that hung a few feet above the door.
"Red!
Kaylin screamed.
Come back!"
The lizard ignored her and skittered to the opposite end of the shelf. Beck suddenly spotted what the creature was climbing toward. There was a tiny hole at the edge of the shelf, a hole that looked like the entrance of an air duct. It was little more than a foot wide, too small for any human to climb through. But Red folded his wings close to his sides and slithered into the hole, scrambling and squeezing through. Beck let out a short breath. At least one of them had escaped. Beck looked over at Kaylin and saw some of her panic leach from her expression. A strange look of peace came over her, but it turned to guilt as she glanced at Beck.
"Oh, no, you don't!"
Beck yelled. He stepped closer to her and ripped the extinguisher out of her hands, aiming it at a tendril of fire creeping closer to them.
"Don't you dare give up!"
There's no other exit.
She said, her quiet voice barely audible.
I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd come after me.
"Shut up!"
Beck snapped.
"We're getting out of here, so there's no reason to be sorry."
But as he searched the room for another exit, his gut twisted. The flames were creeping closer and growing taller. Even with his mask filtering the air, it was nearly impossible to breathe. He aimed the extinguisher at the closest tendril of fire. The canister gave a dull click as he pulled the trigger. He squeezed the trigger twice more, but the extinguisher just kept uselessly clicking. He cursed and threw the extinguisher to the ground.
I'm so sorry.
Kaylin said, her voice a shaky croak.
So sorry.
A shriek echoed through the room. For a single moment, Beck thought it was Kaylin and his stomach dropped. But then the cry came again, louder and more frantic, and Beck realized it was Red. He stumbled in a half circle, trying to find where the lizard was. Beck blinked a few times, shock pulsing through him. The door to the cabin was open, and the gap wasn't just a crack anymore, but an entire 2 feet. Red stood behind the open door, stamping his paw impatiently. Kaylin let out a cry of relief and leaped through the open door, and Beck scrambled to follow her. He gulped in deep breaths of fresh air, and the blackness faded from the corners of his vision. A twisted piece of metal lay a few feet from the door, smeared with Red's dark blood. Beck glanced around, quickly spotting a hole near the ceiling where the air duct connected to the cabin. He shook his head in disbelief. Red must have crawled through the air duct, dropped back into the cabin, and then moved the rubble away from the door. Beck coughed, clearing his throat of smoke, and then said to Kaylin,
"How the hell did your lizard know to do that?"
Kaylin shook her head, looking completely bewildered.
I have no clue.
It didn't seem possible, but Beck didn't have time to stop and question it. Smoke billowed around them, and the sounds of a raging battle surrounded them. They were free from the flames, but they were far from safe. They needed to get away from the downed ship. Immediately. Beck took the lead, climbing through the charred rubble of the cabin and toward the nearest exit. He crouched next to the smoking remains of the cabin's side door, peering out at the battle raging outside. Fog and smoke clung close to the ground, but far off to the left he could see the hulking buildings of the resistance base. Smoke billowed from their roofs while the battle raged in their shadows. The base was about half a mile away, far enough to make it tough to figure out who was fighting, but close enough to still be able to tell it was a battle of humans against humans. Near the walls of the base, plumes of fire reached up through the fog, their bright green flames a telltale sign of sticky bombs. The sight of the green flames filled Beck with surprise. Whoever was attacking the resistance base was using chemical weapons that were strictly forbidden by every government in the world. So that meant these were rebels of some sort. But who the hell were they? And why were they attacking? His mind spun with questions, but he'd have to wait to find answers later. All that mattered now was survival. Above him, a fighter ship screamed past. Beck pulled back into the shadows of the ruined cargo transport, his heart pounding as he squinted into the sky, watching the fighter retreat to the south. It was a European model and military grade, but he couldn't see any signs of what organization it belonged to. 2 more fighters rocketed over Beck's head, and these he recognized as belonging to the resistance. The rebel fighter attempted an evasive turn, veering into a dark cloud bank, but the resistance fighters were waiting for it. They easily followed and let loose a barrage of cannon fire, and the rebel ship burst into a ball of flame. Beck spotted several more resistance fighters in the sky, working in teams of 2 to chase after the attacking ships. The sight filled him with relief. The resistance was winning. Whoever these enemies were, they were being driven away. He itched to run toward the base, to join the fight and help drive off the attackers, but he knew it'd be stupid to even try. If he came charging up from outside the base, they'd probably just mistake him as an attacking rebel and shoot him on sight.
What's going on?
Kaylin asked, straining to peer over his shoulder. The base is under attack, but the resistance is driving them off, Beck said to Kaylin. We need to find the rest of our team and stay low until the fight ends.
Where do you think the others went?
Kaylin asked, gazing out the exit. They'd landed in the middle of an old field filled with scrub grass and small rolling hills. A downed fighter smoked at the base of a hill to their left, but other than that, smoke and fog obscured most of their surroundings. Let's find out, Beck said. He tapped at his comm unit, trying to link the channel to Jameson's so he could get an update on their position. A sharp beep filled his ear. He tried again, but only got another beep, an error sign from the comm unit. Shit, he muttered. The comms channels are blocked. Kaylin turned around, diving back into the charred depths of the cabin. Kaylin, Beck hissed. Get back here! There was no way in hell he was chasing after her again. But instead of ducking into the cargo hold, she jogged over to the seats, pausing in front of the one Leo had been sitting in. A splotch of blood clung to the cabinet where the ambassador had slammed his head in the crash. Kaylin ran her fingers through the blood and then crouched down, facing Red. The lizard was licking at his burned paws, but he halted when Kaylin stretched her hand toward him.
Track,
she said, her voice a gentle command. The lizard sniffed at the blood on her fingers, his nostrils flaring and the spikes on his back half raising. Then he snorted and turned around, trotting toward the exit of the ship. Kaylin jogged after the lizard and said to Beck,
Come on, let's go.
Wait, Beck said. He went over to the storage cabinet on the opposite side of the cabin and opened the thick door, breathing a sigh of relief when he found most of the contents still intact. He grabbed his supply pack he'd stowed there, along with the backpack Kaylin used as her thieving toolkit. He tossed the small black pack to Kaylin, whose eyes widened eagerly as she caught it.
You brought my kit,
she said, sounding surprised. I figured we'd need it on this trip, Beck said.
That's surprisingly smart of you,
Kaylin said, slipping the strap of her toolkit over her shoulder. Beck scoffed, knowing that was the closest Kaylin would ever get to a real thank you. Then he grabbed a rifle and a pistol from the supply cabinet. The rifle he slung over his shoulder, but he tossed the pistol over to Kaylin, who caught it with practiced ease. Her eyes grew wide with surprise, clearly shocked that he was giving her a real weapon. But Beck simply said, You still have the Taros bracelet on, and that thing has a tracker chip in it. Remember that. You shoot me and you'll be tracked down and dragged back to the Resistance. Kaylin swallowed hard and checked the clip loaded into the pistol.
This has hollow points loaded.
She glanced back to the cabinet.
Are there any non-lethal rounds in there?
Beck gave her a bewildered look. You really want to be shooting tranq darts on a battlefield? She narrowed her eyes at him.
I don't know who the hell is attacking the Resistance or why. I don't want to use lethal rounds when I don't even know who I'm fighting.
Too bad, Beck snapped. This is a kill or be killed situation. Now let's go. He didn't give her a chance to argue before taking off after Red. Beck knew it was a gamble giving a prisoner a weapon, but it was one he was willing to take. Kaylin was a damn good fighter, and if they ran into any enemies, he'd need some backup. Red crept over to the exit of the ship, his neck snaking back and forth as he tasted the air with his tongue. He rumbled low in his throat as the acrid smell of smoke washed over them, but then he scurried out of the ship and onto the field. Beck leaped down, following closely behind the creature. Thick mud squished under his boots, making it hard to find solid footing, but he rushed forward as quickly as he could, Kaylin following closely at his side. Red turned to the right and skittered down the nearest hill, and thick fog rose around them as they descended. Behind them, the rumble of explosions and shriek of cannon fire echoed through the air. Beside him, Kaylin slipped in the mud, but Beck snatched her arm, yanking her upright. She yelped in pain, but managed to keep her footing as they charged forward. Red scampered along in front of them, his scales camouflaged in a dull brown color, and his tongue tasting the smoke-filled air. He began to run faster, as if having locked onto his target. Beck and Kaylin followed, sprinting to keep up. The slippery mud under Beck's boots gave way to dried grass. His lungs burned with each breath, and his heart hammered relentlessly against his chest, but he refused to let himself slow down. Red took a left and led them up a steep incline. When he got too far ahead, he stopped and pranced in place, snorting anxiously as he waited for them to catch up. The farther they got from the ship, the thicker the fog got, until Beck could barely see 10 feet in front of him. As they neared the top of the hill, Red suddenly darted to the right, giving a low chirp of alarm. Beck and Kaylin rushed after him. To their left, the sound of voices erupted. 3, maybe 4 people, all of them men and all speaking French. Beck readied his rifle and nodded at Kaylin to do the same with her pistol, but her hands were empty. He bit back a curse, realizing she must have dropped the weapon when she stumbled in the mud. They sprinted from the voices, but it was too late. Footsteps pounded after them, and blaster fire tore into the ground next to Beck, searing his skin with heat. He stumbled, nearly falling, but Kaylin grabbed his shoulder and yanked him upright. The light from the blaster fire was red. The fact slammed into him, making him curse. Most human-made blasters gave off a white or blue light. They were cheap and easy-to-use weapons, but their accuracy was shit. Alien-made blasters were a different story. They were far more powerful and accurate, and their bright red light was enough to send fear through any sane soldier. Whoever was attacking the Resistance had alien tech at their disposal, and that meant a well-funded and professional military. Beck returned their fire with a volley from his rifle. A cry of pain rang through the air, and one of the men fell to his knees. Beck whirled around and broke into a sprint, yelling at Kaylin to run. They only made it a few steps before more blaster fire filled the air. This time it was louder and quicker, obviously from a more powerful weapon. Beck held his breath, waiting for a shot to hit his back. Instead, cries of pain cut through the air behind him. Beck whirled around and saw only one soldier still standing. The others were on the ground, shot down by the mystery gunfire. The remaining soldier pointed his blaster pistol at Beck, but Beck aimed right at the man's chest and fired his rifle. The soldier crumpled to the ground. Then there was silence. Beck peered through the fog, his rifle held at the ready as he searched for the source of the gunfire that had hit the other soldiers. Gravel crunched under his boots as he whirled around, taking in his surroundings. Off to his left, he could make out the vague outline of a building looming in the fog. "Who's there?" he called out.
Put your weapon down. It's only us.
The voice echoed through the patch of fog beside them, and Beck whirled toward it. A tall, thin figure stood there, clutching a strangely shaped pistol crafted of pure white material. Relief flowed through Beck, and he lowered his rifle. "Marin!" he blurted out, too relieved and exhausted to think of anything else to say. Marin lowered her pistol and jogged over to them. As she got closer, Beck saw that blood was smeared across her cheek, highlighting the electric blue of her eyes. He looked her up and down, searching for any injuries. She seemed to be favoring her right leg slightly, but he didn't see any obvious wounds. He glanced around, keeping his voice low as he said, "What happened? Where are the others?" "We're taking shelter inside," another voice said. This one was blessedly familiar, and Beck breathed a sigh of relief as Jameson stepped forward out of the fog. Red growled as he drew near, but Kaylin quickly shushed him.
Shh, calm down, boy,
she murmured to her pet.
You found them. It's all good now.
Beck whirled back toward the fallen soldiers and jogged over to them, quickly examining their corpses. All of them were around 30 years old, with dark blue uniforms, short-cropped hair, and a hodgepodge of various rifles, each with a 7-pointed star painted on the stock. "Wardens," Jameson said, coming to stand beside him. Beck shook his head. "No way. They'd never launch a full-on attack on a resistance base." But even as he said the words, Beck knew they weren't true. The 7-pointed star was the emblem of the Wardens, signifying a unified force from all 7 continents of Earth. No one else wore that symbol. Jameson nudged Beck's shoulder and gestured to the building at the top of the hill. "Let's go. We're taking shelter in the barn." Beck nodded and followed Jameson as he started up the hill. Kaylin and Marin fell into place behind them, with Red tailing them. They picked up a fast pace, eager to take cover from the dangerously open field. The barn was a small, homely building that was at least 100 years old, and it clearly hadn't been used in decades. It was falling apart, its wood rotted through and gaping holes punched in the side. But it still seemed a hell of a lot more inviting than the desolate, fog-covered hills. Beck put on an extra burst of speed toward the building and glanced down at his watch. He blinked in shock. Barely 20 minutes had passed since they'd crash-landed. He'd been sure it was at least a few hours. They all stayed quiet as they filed into the barn. Jameson shut the rickety door behind them, and the old building shuddered. Half the roof had collapsed, and light filtered in through the broken slats. Leo sat in a gloomy corner that still had some semblance of a roof, and Liam crouched in front of him, an open medical kit lying at his feet. Liam was clumsily wrapping a bandage around Leo's bleeding forehead, his mouth pursed in concentration. Beck glanced around, searching for Kate. His stomach dropped when he didn't catch sight of her. Jameson took a shuddering breath and said, "Kate's dead." Beck whirled toward Jameson, desperately hoping he'd misheard the soldier. But the shock and grief etched into his face erased his hopes. "We ran into a group of retreating Warden soldiers," Jameson said, his voice quiet and hollow. "They struck her right in the head with a blaster round. She didn't stand a chance." Beck rubbed a hand over his mouth, fighting back a surge of nausea. He was no stranger to death. He'd faced it countless times and lost dozens of friends to it throughout the Syndicate War. But after spending so much time tucked away on secure bases working as a trainer, he'd nearly forgotten the pain of losing a team member during a mission. Beck swallowed hard, struggling to find any words to express his sorrow. But all he managed to whisper was, "Shit." It was a useless, stupid thing to say, but it didn't matter. No words could ever bring Kate back. Kaylin shifted on her feet, making the rotted floorboards groan.
What about Leo? How badly is he injured?
Beck blinked rapidly, trying to clear his head. He should have been the one to ask that question, not their prisoner. He looked back up at Marin, waiting for an answer.
He has a head injury from the crash,
Marin said.
He's awake, but he definitely has a concussion.
She shot a distrustful glance at Liam.
He needs more care than just a bandage. Much more.
Beck nodded, knowing she was right. "We're going to get him to a doctor as soon as possible," he said. "I'll get to work restoring the comms channel, and we'll request an airlift the first chance we get."
The base is only a mile away,
Marin snapped.
There must be some way to get him there quickly.
Beck shook his head. "Not right now. If we just carry him over there, we're either going to run into more Wardens who want to kill us or get mistaken for Wardens and get killed by the Resistance." He tapped his defunct comm unit. "Until we get our comms channel back up, we need to stay here." Marin gritted her jaw and Beck held his breath, waiting for her to argue. But then Kaylin butted in, saying,
Let me look over him.
Beck raised his eyebrows at her skeptically, and she crossed her arms.
Don't look at me like that. I have medic training. Why the hell shouldn't I use it?
Beck wanted to say, "Because you're our prisoner and you probably would be happier with Leo dead." But something in Kaylin's eyes kept him from saying it. There was no anger in them, no desire for vengeance, just a quiet look of concern. Beck turned to Marin and said, "Kaylin was one of our snipers who took extra courses on field medicine. She has the skills to help Leo if you want her to try." Marin narrowed her eyes, pinning Kaylin with a suspicious stare. Kaylin tilted her chin up just slightly.
I'm the only option you have right now,
she said.
Take it or leave it.
Marin stared at her for a long moment, her expression dark with uncertainty. Then the bodyguard took a shuddering breath and pressed her palms against her face. It was the first time Beck had ever seen the stoic woman express any sort of real emotion, and it made a sudden surge of pity strike him. This wasn't what Marin had signed up for. She'd traveled to this planet to watch over Leo while he accepted an object, chatted with some officials, and then hopped back aboard his ship. Getting shot out of the sky and falling into a battlefield was never supposed to be part of the plan. Marin slid her hands away from her face, her expression once again stern and stoic.
All right,
she said to Kaylin.
Examine him, but I swear to you, if you harm him, I won't hesitate to kill you.
Kaylin nodded and strode over to the corner, Red following at her heels. Marin walked behind them, her pistol clasped in her hands. Beck turned to Jameson, who was staring toward the door, his body tense and his hands gripping his rifle tightly. Take first watch, Beck said. Stay by the door. If anyone comes close to the barn, sound an alarm. Jameson nodded and strode off, his movements stiff and robotic. Beck knew he was in shock from seeing Kate killed, and sorrow edged into his mind. But he shook off the emotion, refusing to let himself focus on it. He could mourn Kate later. For now, he needed to focus on making sure the rest of them survived. Kaylin. It had been well over a year since Kaylin had treated a wound on anyone other than herself and Red. During the Syndicate War, pulling her medical kit out of her pack had become muscle memory, but ever since the war ended, she'd rarely had any need for it. As she opened the medical kit, a flood of familiar memories struck her. She'd been a Tier 2 medic, only trained to deal with minor injuries, stitching cuts, patching up burns, occasionally setting a broken bone. Small things, but vital. Leo's injury wasn't a small thing. Blood coated one side of his face, and although his bright blue eyes were open, they were unfocused and staring blankly at the wall. He sat slumped in the far corner of the barn, and he didn't acknowledge her presence as Kaylin knelt beside him. She touched his forearm and he flinched, stirring to look down at her. Good. He was out of it, but not totally unaware of his surroundings.
Hey, Leo,
she said softly.
Can you tell me what's hurting you right now?
He blinked a few times, clearly struggling to process her words. Then he said something in the flowing words of his native language. She shook her head and gently patted his forearm.
Leo, I need you to speak in English.
He frowned, taking a moment to absorb this. Then he said, Everything hurts.
Okay, that's actually a good thing,
Kaylin said, keeping her tone calm and soothing.
If you can feel the pain everywhere, it means you don't have any major damage to your spinal cord.
At least she was pretty sure. As far as she knew, humans and Ruramenti were pretty near identical in terms of biology, but she could be wrong. She glanced over her shoulder at Marin, who stood with her pistol pointed at Kaylin's head.
Anything I need to know about his physiology?
Marin's eyebrows rose slightly, as if shocked to hear an intelligent question come from the mouth of a thief. Then she said,
Not that I'm aware of. Our species share almost the same DNA.
She paused for a moment, as if considering whether to admit something, and then hesitantly added,
But the journey here was difficult for him. He has travel sickness. It weakens his muscles and causes a fever.
Kaylin nodded and fished through the medical kit for a temperature patch. Luckily, the kit Liam had grabbed from the cargo craft had been brand new, so it had all the supplies Kaylin would need. She found the small square patch of plastic and stuck it on Leo's forehead. The opaque plastic quickly changed color, turning a bright red, and small numbers appeared near the bottom. 102.1.
Marin, what's the normal body temperature for a Ruramenti?
Kaylin asked.
About 12.4 UHUs.
The bodyguard replied. Kaylin bit back a curse. Of course the Ruramenti didn't use the Fahrenheit scale. Everyone on Earth had decided ages ago that American units were stupid, so why the hell would aliens think differently?
What's a UHU?
Kaylin asked.
Universal Heat Unit,
Marin replied.
Okay, and what's the conversion ratio from Fahrenheit to UHU?
Marin scowled impatiently at the question and leaned over, pressing her palm against Leo's forehead.
He has a fever.
She said, the impatience in her tone suddenly replaced by worry.
And a high one. It wasn't this bad earlier.
Kaylin nodded and fished through the kit, finding an air syringe and a vial of fever reducer mixed with a light painkiller. She gave him the shot in his bicep, and the syringe hissed as its pressurized air delivered the medication straight through his skin. He relaxed almost immediately, and she set back to work examining the rest of him. She went through the rest of the medical exam with him, inspecting to see how his pupils responded to light, taking his pulse and blood pressure, double-checking that there was no numbness or loss of motion in his limbs. Everything confirmed what Marin had suspected. No spinal injury, but he had a damn serious concussion. Kaylin carefully examined the area on his head where he'd struck the cabinet, parting his hair to get a better look at the deep cut. Best she could tell, the skull was intact, but there could have been fracturing she just couldn't see. He needed a full scan to examine the bone and make sure there wasn't any more serious damage, but that wasn't going to be possible until they got to an actual medical facility.
There's really not a whole lot I can do right now except for sealing the wound closed,
Kaylin admitted. She looked at Leo as she spoke, but she could sense Marin hovering behind her, listening to every word.
I'm going to patch up your wound and give you an IV with some saline solution. Aside from that, you just need to relax. But try not to sleep, at least not for another few hours. If you start to feel worse, make sure we know. And if he does start to feel worse?
Marin asked. Kaylin bit her lip.
We'll take care of him.
It was a lie, and they both knew it. A first aid kit was no match for a brain injury, but Kaylin wasn't about to admit that in front of Leo. The last thing they needed was for him to start panicking. Marin's eyes narrowed into a glare, but she gave a sharp nod.
Very well,
she said. Kaylin slipped an IV into Leo's arm and got to work patching up his wound. She worked quickly, sterilizing the wound, cauterizing it with a painless laser tool to stop the bleeding, and then stitching the flesh together. Right as Kaylin was finishing, a quiet growl broke through the silence in the barn. Kaylin glanced over at Red and found him facing the stalls at the far end of the barn, his tail lashing back and forth.
What is it?
She asked. Red took another step toward the corner, and the spines on his back slowly raised until they pointed straight at the decrepit roof. Condensation dripped from the wooden planks above, plopping down on his scales, but Red didn't even flinch. A sound came from the stalls. At first, Kaylin thought it might just be a cricket joining the chorus outside. But then she strained her ears and caught the sound again. Not the chirp of an insect. A dull squeak, like something moving across a creaking floorboard. She reached for the cauterizing laser. It wouldn't cause harm, but it was shaped like a gun, and it would trick most people into thinking she was holding a pistol. Kaylin held her breath as she waited to hear the noise again. And there it was. The dull squeak. And this time there was another sound that followed. A soft rustling, like something dragging across the ground. Beside her, Marin's eyes narrowed. The bodyguard pulled away from Leo, drawing the gun from her waist. Kaylin held a finger to her lips. Apparently, that sign was universal because Marin nodded in understanding and stayed silent. Kaylin waved over to Beck and Liam, but they didn't notice. Both of them were sitting in the opposite corner, their heads ducked and their backs turned to her as they examined Beck's jammed comm unit. Kaylin gave up trying to signal them and stood, pointing her laser at the stalls. 2 of them were missing doors, but the one farthest in the shadows of the corner still had a rickety door attached, concealing whatever was inside. Kaylin crept toward it, Marin shadowing her closely behind. The rustling in the stall stopped. Kaylin lunged forward and kicked at the door, knocking it off its rusted hinges. It thunked to the ground, and a muffled yelp rang out. An unmistakably human yelp. Kaylin trained her laser on the ground. A flash of movement snaked toward her, followed by the glint of sharpened metal. Adrenaline surged through Kaylin's veins, and she leaped straight up in the air, avoiding the knife. The moment she landed, she kicked out, slamming her boot into the hand holding the blade. The knife skittered across the rotted floorboards, and Kaylin trained her cauterizing laser on the figure lying on the ground.
Don't move,
she hissed. Wild eyes stared up at her. They were a golden brown color, highlighted by red blood that was smeared across freckled cheekbones. It was a man wearing the dark navy uniform of a warden. He raised a hand to shield his face and blurted something out in French. He had a quiet, melodic voice, cracked at the edges by panic. As he stared up at her with wide eyes, Kaylin realized he was young. Really young, under 20 if she had to guess. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the adrenaline surging through her veins.
Do you speak English?
She demanded. The warden nodded frantically and gasped out, "Yes." Kaylin kept the gun trained on him and then glanced over her shoulder. Marin was standing in the doorway of the stall, her feet spread in a wide, defensive stance, and her pistol pointed toward the boy in uniform. Beck and Liam both sprinted over, training their weapons on the stall. "Don't move!" Beck barked, skidding to a halt beside Marin. "How the hell did he get in here?" Liam demanded. "We checked the perimeter."
Clearly you didn't do a good job of it,
Marin said, her voice a low growl. "Liam, do another check," Beck commanded. "And take a closer look in the stalls this time. Make sure no one else is lurking." Kaylin glanced down at Red, who was crouched at her side, his teeth bared in a snarl as he narrowed his eyes at the soldier.
Red,
Kaylin said, and the lizard glanced up at her. Kaylin made a circling motion with her finger.
Perimeter check. Go.
Red chirped at the familiar command and began dashing around the barn, sniffing closely at the ground and hunting out any other foreign scents. Kaylin mentally cursed herself for not sending him to check earlier. Usually she was careful about that sort of thing, but she was falling back into her old habit of trusting resistance soldiers to do their jobs properly. And that never turned out well. She turned her attention back to the man at her feet, keeping the cauterizing gun trained on him.
Who else is here?
The man gulped as he glanced between the weapons held by Kaylin, Marin, and Beck. "It's just me," Beck scoffed. "And why should we believe that?" "Because it's the truth," he replied. Kaylin peered around the stall, and her gaze settled on a crumpled sack in the corner, an old-fashioned one that probably used to hold grain. It was large and caked with mud, making it the same color as the ground. The warden soldier must have pulled it over himself and lain still when Jameson and Liam first checked the barn. In the dark shadows of the stall, he would have been nearly invisible. "I'm going to ask you questions, and you're going to answer them," Beck said, keeping his voice cold and sharp. "Do you understand?" The man nodded, but it immediately made him wince. Kaylin looked him up and down, searching for the source of the blood smeared across his face. His right arm was resting limply next to him, and his shoulder was sticking out at a sickening angle. Dislocated for sure. The soldier's other arm clutched at his rib cage, and blood had seeped through his uniform, turning the navy-colored cloth black. He'd been caught in an explosion, no doubt. But why had he dragged himself into a barn instead of seeking help from the other retreating wardens? Beck crossed his arms and stared down at the soldier. "Who are you? What are you doing here? And where's the rest of your unit?"
"I'm Mateo Laurent,"
the soldier said.
"And I don't have a unit. Not anymore. I deserted."
Beck raised his eyebrows. "That's awfully convenient, isn't it? You deserted right when you got caught by the enemy."
"It's the truth,"
Mateo insisted. His voice was quiet and his French accent thick, but he spoke English perfectly.
"Why do you think I came here instead of retreating with the rest of them?"
Red trotted back over to Kaylin's side, his spines lying down along his back and his scales fading to a neutral gray color. She relaxed, knowing that there was no one else in the barn. If there was, Red would have sniffed them out and sounded an alarm, just like she'd taught him to. Beck gave the soldier a hard stare. "Just because you stumbled into a barn doesn't mean you deserted." Mateo opened his mouth to respond, but his words caught in his throat as he spotted Red. He blinked hard and then shakily whispered,
Is that an alien?
Red let out a low hiss, the spines along his back slowly rising as he locked eyes with Mateo. The soldier tried to scramble back, but he gasped in pain as his dislocated shoulder dragged along the ground.
That's Red, and he's a Vader lizard,
Kaylin explained, keeping her voice calm.
He's not going to hurt you as long as you don't try to hurt him.
Mateo ignored her and kept trying to drag himself back, but he only managed to bump against the wall. He let out a choked groan. Kaylin peered closer at him, noticing for the first time just how ghostly pale his skin was. He was still losing blood from his wound. A lot of it. She turned to Beck.
Let me close up his wounds. He's no use to you if he's dead.
Beck nodded curtly and then said to Mateo, I'm going to search you, and you damned well better not try anything funny or else I'm going to shoot you straight in the skull. Got it? Mateo nodded weakly and slumped back against the wall, his eyes still wide with terror and locked on Red. Beck knelt beside the soldier, patting him down and searching every pocket for weapons. After a tense moment, he stepped back and nodded to Kaylin. He's got nothing. Kaylin lowered the cauterizing laser and tucked it into her waistband as she headed out of the stall and jogged over to the medical kit. Marin had already packed up all the contents of the kit, and the bodyguard held the handle out to Kaylin as she approached. Kaylin tried not to show her surprise. Considering the wardens had just nearly killed them all, she hadn't expected Marin to have any sympathy for the soldier. But as Marin handed over the kit, her eyes fell on Mateo, and she quietly said,
He's so young, hardly more than a child.
Kaylin nodded. She knew Marin meant it as an insult, as a way to point out how barbaric humans were compared to the Ruramenti, and Kaylin had absolutely no defense. She carried the med kit back over to Mateo, suddenly feeling exhausted as the last of her adrenaline faded. She did her best to shake off the numbness as she knelt beside Mateo and pointed to his chest.
I need to look at your wounds,
she said, doing her best to keep her tone calm and reassuring.
Can you take your shirt off?
He nodded and reached down with fumbling fingers to undo the buttons. He managed to tug the top one free, but his hands were trembling with terror and exhaustion, and he quickly gave up on the others.
It's all right,
Kaylin said softly. She carefully drew the scalpel from the medkit, making sure to keep it fully in his view.
I'm just going to cut it open. I'm not going to hurt you, I swear.
She cut open his shirt quickly, working as gently as possible. The soldier gritted his teeth and winced, but he stayed silent as Kaylin worked. She peeled his shirt away from his bruised and bloody skin, and before she could even ask for help, Beck held his water bottle out to her. Kaylin nodded in thanks and poured the water over the boy's chest, clearing the blood away from his skin. She knew the soldier must be in excruciating pain, but his panic seemed to have frozen him. He only flinched slightly as she felt along the left side of his rib cage. At least 2 ribs were broken, probably more, and most of the blood seemed to be coming from a deep gash a few inches below his collarbone.
What happened to you?
Kaylin asked.
I was deployed with the ground troops. I tried to run from my unit, but an artillery blast hit just a few yards away from me. I managed to drag myself in here after.
Why did you desert? Beck demanded, crossing his arms as he stared down at the soldier.
I never wanted to hurt anyone,
Mateo said. His voice was quiet, but it held a surprising firmness.
I don't want anything to do with this war the wardens are starting.
Beck scoffed. Then why the hell did you join the wardens in the first place?
Because I didn't have any other choice.
They don't draft anyone into their ranks, Beck said, his tone accusing. Joining is optional. Mateo shook his head, and his tone grew defensive as he said,
I was only 16 when the Syndicate invasion ended. Everyone I knew was dead. The wardens were offering food and shelter, so I signed up.
He swallowed hard and looked away.
I never thought they'd actually go to war. I thought it was just talk.
Beck frowned at this, but he gave a small, hesitant nod. Kaylin knew he understood, even if he wouldn't admit it. Beck hated talking about the past, which was one of the reasons Kaylin had gotten along so well with him. But he'd let a few details leak, and Kaylin knew his basic story. Mom ditched when he was young, Dad raised him, and then got killed in the invasion. The Resistance was the only family he had left. They'd taken him in, just like the Wardens had taken in Mateo. The only difference was that the Resistance was harsh and sometimes cruel, while the Wardens were harsh, cruel, and batshit crazy. Beck rubbed at his forehead and said to Mateo, "You're going to need to answer more questions later. A lot more. But for now, just..." He trailed off and made a vague gesture toward Mateo's bloodied chest, and Kaylin got the unspoken message. For now, just don't die. Mateo nodded weakly, and Kaylin patted his hand.
I'm going to reset your shoulder, stitch up the gash on your chest, and give you some antibiotics. We'll take care of those broken ribs when we get you back to a medical facility, okay?
He nodded, and then quietly said,
Thanks.
Despite his terror, Mateo's tone was shockingly earnest. As he stared at Kaylin with his bright hazel eyes, she felt a surge of protectiveness well up in her chest. He had eyes like her little brother's, deep, gentle, intelligent. Eyes that had seen too much but somehow still hadn't lost their softness.
You're going to be okay,
she murmured. She'd make sure of it. Kaylin had failed her brother, but she wasn't going to fail again. Not this time. By the time Kaylin finished patching up Mateo's wounds, his eyes were starting to droop closed. Beck stepped forward with a pair of silver handcuffs. He knelt and quickly snapped them around Mateo's wrists, activating their magnetic field and binding Mateo's hands together. Beck pointed a warning finger at Mateo's face. "Don't try anything stupid." Mateo nodded weakly and closed his eyes. Kaylin patted his leg.
Sleep well. We'll get you to a real doctor as soon as we can.
Which was hopefully soon. His bleeding had stopped, which was a good sign, but his broken ribs needed to be looked at by an expert. Shattered ribs were tricky, dangerous things, capable of slicing through internal organs. So far, Mateo had no serious trouble breathing and no sign of fever, so Kaylin was pretty sure his broken ribs hadn't caused much damage. But the breaks were low on his rib cage, making it perfectly possible that they'd nicked something vital. "You need sleep, too." Kaylin blinked at the sound of Beck's voice and looked up at him. He was staring down at her with a stern expression, although she could see concern crinkling the corners of his eyes.
I'm fine,
she said, shaking her head. Beck gave a small grunt of disbelief. Kaylin ignored him and packed up the med kit, but as soon as she stood up, her exhaustion hit her in a smothering wave. Beck nudged at her shoulder, nodding toward a darkened corner of the barn. "Get some sleep. It's probably going to be a few hours before we can get in contact with the base and get a transport." She shook her head.
I'll sleep later.
He shot her a sharp look. "I don't want you injecting people with drugs when you're shuffling around like a zombie." He nudged at her again, but the warmth of his palm was gentle against her shoulder. "Go. Sleep." Kaylin sighed and gave a relenting nod, too tired to argue. But then she opened the medical kit again and fished through it until she found 2 vitals monitors. They were small, square patches of translucent plastic with a web of wires running through them. She knelt down and gently smoothed one onto Mateo's forearm, and digital numbers leaped to life on the monitor's surface. Blood pressure, heart rate, temperature, oxygen levels. They all looked stable, not much different than they had a minute ago when Kaylin had checked them, but the monitor would keep track of them while she slept and alert her with an alarm if any of his vitals crashed. She handed the other monitor to Beck.
Go put this on Leo. If the alarm goes off, wake me up right away.
Beck took it from her, his brow crinkled in a thoughtful expression. Then he quietly said, "I don't know why you're helping them, but I appreciate it." She smiled grimly.
Enough to let me free?
His expression instantly darkened. "Definitely not." Kaylin let out a quiet scoff and stepped toward the corner.
Then save your thanks and let me sleep.
Kaylin woke to the sound of frantic beeping. Adrenaline flooded her, but it took her a groggy moment to realize why. The vitals monitor. That was where the beeping alarm was coming from. She leaped to her feet, stumbling towards Leo as she blinked sleep from her eyes. The ambassador was still where she'd left him in the opposite corner, and as she skidded to a halt in front of him, he stared up at her with bleary eyes. He'd clearly just woken up, but Marin was awake and alert, and she pointed toward the stalls.
Leo's fine,
Marin said.
It's the warden.
Mateo. Kaylin whirled around and raced toward the stall he was lying in. Red ran at her side, a low, worried growl rumbling in his chest. As Kaylin fumbled to unlatch the stall's half-rotted door, she heard low groaning coming from inside. "What's going on?" Beck demanded. He jogged over from where he'd been sitting near the door of the barn, his rifle clutched tightly in his hands. Kaylin waved sharply at him.
Put that away and get me the med kit.
She shoved open the door and found Mateo crumpled on his side, his face resting in a pool of vomit. Sweat beaded on his skin, covering his face and soaking his clothes, and his hands clutched at his abdomen. Kaylin rushed to his side, kneeling down to get a better look. She carefully turned his face, making sure he wasn't inhaling his own vomit. But she didn't dare move him any more than that. Something was obviously wrong internally, and moving him could just make it worse. She peered closer at the vitals monitor, which was glowing a vibrant red color as it beeped its alarm. His blood pressure had crashed, but his temperature and heart rate were dangerously spiked.
Beck!
She called out.
Get me that med kit now!
It was useless. She knew that even as she said the words. His fever had already spiked to 104, and it was only, she peered at the timestamp in the corner of the monitor, 3 in the afternoon. 2 hours since she'd gone to sleep and left Mateo to rest. If the fever had struck him that quickly, something was horribly wrong. Sweat rolled down his face in fat drops, and small shudders quaked under his skin.
"What's happening?"
he gasped.
"My stomach hurts."
His eyes were wide and wild with fear. Kaylin's gut dropped. She hadn't gotten to be at her brother's side when he died. She'd been miles away when Jackson had been killed in a syndicate bombing. But somehow, as she stared down at Mateo's big hazel eyes, she felt like she was reliving Jackson's death all over again. Kaylin took a deep breath and shook her head sharply, forcing herself to concentrate. This wasn't her brother. It was Mateo, and he wasn't dead yet, which meant she had to focus on saving him. She worked to keep her voice calm as she said,
Mateo, I think one of your ribs tore into your stomach.
Or maybe his liver, or spleen, or intestine. There was no way of knowing exactly what was wrong, not without better equipment, and there was absolutely no way to fix it. Beck burst into the stall and shoved the med kit at Kaylin. She took it with trembling hands and tore it open. The best she could do now was buy time and pray they could get to the Resistance's medical center soon. Very, very soon. Mateo didn't have long, not at this rate. Kaylin grabbed the air injector and loaded it with another dose of the antibiotic, this one 3 times as strong as before. She injected him right under his left collarbone, as close to his heart as she could get. Then she tore the bandage off his wound, trying to get a better look at it. Her neat stitches were red and swollen, making the gash in his chest look like it was about to burst. Kaylin cursed. The wound was septic. Whatever organ had been pierced by his ribs was now trickling toxins into his bloodstream, poisoning his body. "Let me help him." Kaylin startled at the sound of Leo's faint, shaky voice. She looked over her shoulder to see the ambassador staring over at them from the opening of the stall. He gripped the side of the door, the splintering wood digging into his pale flesh. Marin hovered beside him, her arm around his shoulders to keep him steady. Kaylin opened her mouth to tell him there was nothing he could do. Then she remembered who she was talking to, an ambassador from a foreign planet. A planet that was known to be one of the most advanced civilizations in the universe.
Do you have something to help him?
Kaylin demanded.
No.
Marin said, but her answer was too sharp and rushed. Leo ignored her and stepped forward, pulling out from her support. Kaylin slid to the side, giving the ambassador room to kneel next to Mateo. The soldier's eyes widened as he got a good look at Leo's unearthly appearance. He cringed away from the ambassador, scrambling at the dirt as he struggled to push himself away. Mateo only made it a couple inches before he lurched forward and heaved. He groaned in pain, but it was cut off by a mouthful of vomit. Kaylin scrambled to lift his head, helping him spit out the vomit so he didn't choke. A wave of helpless panic struck her. She looked over at Leo and said,
Do something! Anything!
Leo's lips pursed into a tight frown, and she could see hesitation freezing his muscles. She almost screamed at him, demanding he at least try to help. But before she could snarl the words, Leo reached up and took the pendant from around his neck. Kaylin had noticed the pendant before. It was a slim rectangle of silver metal with faint blue veins running through it. She'd thought it was just a piece of alien jewelry, but now that she saw how reverently he touched it, she realized it must be something more. Marin snarled something that could only be a curse and stepped forward, launching into a tirade in their own language. Leo ignored her. There was none of his usual diplomacy. He just kept his back turned to her and pressed his thumb against the silver metal of the pendant. A low hum filled the air, and the pale blue veins pulsed with a strange light. The sides of the pendant slid apart, revealing a small cavity inside. It was almost like a locket, but instead of a picture hiding inside, there was a black void. Kaylin blinked a few times, trying to focus on the blackness. She quickly realized she couldn't. There was no clear edge to the blackness and no clear middle. She wasn't even sure it was blackness. It seemed more like nothingness, and a numb feeling filled her as the humming sound grew louder. It wasn't dread she was feeling, but pure nothing, just like the gaping void in the pendant. All her panic and exhaustion fled from her, leaving her with no emotions, just a bizarre sense of hyper-awareness. She looked up at Leo, suddenly registering every detail of his face, every curve of his serious expression, every pore of his skin, every smear of dried blood staining his complexion. It was like staring at him through a microscope, and Kaylin suddenly felt like there was enough detail on his face to keep her attention occupied for eternity. Then Leo reached forward, pressing the pendant against Mateo's forehead. All of the soldier's panic and pain had left his expression, and he stared blankly at Leo. Light flashed from the pendant, filling the barn with a pale blue glow. Kaylin wasn't sure how long the light lasted. It looked like it only flashed for a second, but it seemed to take an entire lifetime to fade. Then Leo drew his hand away from Mateo and flipped the pendant closed. The humming stopped, letting silence flood the barn. Panic and disbelief crashed into Kaylin, driving the air from her lungs. She braced one of her trembling hands against the floor, letting the cold, gritty dirt grind into her palm and ground her in reality. Then she turned to Leo and blurted out,
What the hell was that?
Mateo collapsed in a limp heap, his eyes closed. Kaylin cried out in shock, but then she noticed the vital monitor. The numbers were changing, his temperature dropping and blood pressure rising. She held her breath as she watched the numbers flicker across the screen. After about 10 seconds, they stabilized. Temperature at 98.7, blood pressure at 110/90, heart rate at 75 beats per minute. Perfectly healthy readings. Kaylin reached out and pressed her hand against the soldier's forehead, not believing the numbers on the screen. His skin was still damp with sweat, but it had cooled to a normal temperature. She examined the gash on his chest, gasping as she saw it. The bright red bloated injury was gone. In its place was a neat row of stitches along a freshly healed scar. Relief crashed into her. Mateo was okay. But then shock crept back into her mind, and her voice shook as she turned to Leo.
What did that thing do to him?
Leo's expression remained somber as he tucked the pendant back under his shirt. That's not for you to know. Leo's injuries were gone too. Kaylin shook her head in disbelief as she saw that the gash on his forehead had vanished, leaving nothing but a pale scar and old blood. Her mind spun, and she held up her wrist, peering at the skin there. Her bruises from the handcuffs had also disappeared. Whatever the pendant was, it had healed all of them.
Like hell it's not for me to know,
she said to Leo, her voice shaking just as badly as her hand. She stared at his chest where she could see the outline of the pendant under his shirt. Leo reached up and clasped his palm against it, as if guarding it from her. His reverent touch made it obvious that the pendant was more to him than just a piece of technology. It was holy and very, very powerful. A suspicion curled up from the back of her mind. What was it Leo had said about the virtues? They were storage containers, relics that housed the power of some ancient race. Kaylin had thought Leo was just reciting a myth when he told her about them. But now...
It's a virtue,
she said slowly.
Isn't it?
Leo frantically shook his head. No, it's not a virtue. You're lying, Beck said. He stepped forward, his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed on Leo. The ambassador shifted back, his gaze nervously flicking between the two of them. It's not a virtue, I swear, he said, his voice low and urgent. It's only a fragment. It used to be part of a virtue of healing, but its channel is weak now, hardly usable. He sounded like a robbery victim frantically trying to convince a thief that his wallet wasn't worth stealing. Kaylin shook her head, struggling to even understand where the hell this conversation was going.
Why didn't you use it before?
She demanded.
Because using it is strictly forbidden,
Marin snapped. Even though she spoke to Kaylin, her eyes were narrowed on Leo.
The Ascendancy has scanners in place searching entire galaxies for signs of virtues and their fragments. And now Leo has alerted them of exactly where one is.
Leo met Marin's glare with a look of helpless guilt. He nodded toward Mateo. He was dying. I had to help. Marin replied with a sharp retort in their own language. Leo flinched and looked to the ground. He suddenly seemed exhausted, his expression haggard and shoulders slumped. Mateo let out a small groan, drawing Kaylin's attention back to him. She watched his medical monitor carefully, searching it for any sign of change. But it remained steady, all of his vital signs perfectly healthy and balanced. His eyes fluttered open, and he stared at her with bleary eyes, but she couldn't see any pain in them, only exhaustion. He swallowed hard and then whispered, "What?" He broke off and licked his lips, cringing as he tasted the bile from his vomit. Kaylin gently patted his hand and switched to her calm caretaker voice.
You're okay, Mateo. We've got you all patched up. You can go back to sleep now.
Mateo gave a small, confused nod and closed his eyes, clearly too tired to resist. Kaylin turned and looked at Beck, wondering if he was as freaked out as she was feeling. He was, definitely. He was trying to hide it, and he'd managed to steal his expression into a serious look. But she could see the fear in his eyes. Beck turned to Leo. Is he really healed now? Leo nodded. He's perfectly healthy.
You're sure?
Kaylin asked. Leo raised his eyebrows in the disbelieving look he seemed to give whenever she'd said something particularly stupid. Of course, I'm sure. The fragment has healed everything in this barn. Kaylin slowly nodded, not even knowing what to say to that. Beck cleared his throat, similarly lost for words. Then he nodded to Leo and said, You should get some rest. You might be healed, but you look exhausted. The dismissal was obvious enough, and Leo nodded and carefully got to his feet. Beck was right. His expression was drawn tight with exhaustion, as if using the pendant had somehow drained him. Marin slipped her arm back under his shoulder and guided him away, angrily hissing something at him in their own language. Leo just kept his head bowed low, as if too ashamed to respond. Beck waited until they were out of earshot before he stepped closer to Mateo, kneeling down beside Kaylin to examine the young soldier. He poked a finger at the fresh scar on Mateo's chest, slowly shaking his head.
"Unbelievable," he whispered.
Kaylin knew he didn't actually mean it. They'd both seen far too many strange things during the Syndicate War to doubt the capabilities of alien societies. Although this was extreme. Over the years, Kaylin had seen mind-boggling alien tech that pushed science to its limits, but the pendant Leo had used seemed beyond science. It had felt like something downright supernatural, and she couldn't shake the unsettling chills running over her skin. As he withdrew his hand from Mateo's fresh scar, Beck stared up at Kaylin with an expression of dread.
"So, if this is what happens when Leo uses a tiny broken piece of a virtue of healing..."
Kaylin swallowed hard, fear trickling through her veins as she finished his question.
Then what the hell happens if the Wardens decide to use a virtue of war?
Leo. Leo woke to a faint pulsing in his chest. He reached up, his fingers brushing against the pendant trapped under his shirt. Every few seconds, a fresh wave of heat pulsed through the metal casing, nearly hot enough to burn his skin. Using the fragment had awakened it. The ancient relic was reaching out, desperately trying to connect to the virtue of war that was so close. Fear trickled through Leo, and he clasped his hand around the pendant, wishing he could simply smother the heat. But it was no use. He'd chosen to open the fragment and use it to heal the dying soldier, and this was the consequence. An activated fragment, pulsing with a signal strong enough for the Ascendancy to detect. Leo bit back a curse and squeezed his eyes shut. What in the void had he done? A humming filled the air. He startled upright, clutching at the pendant. He hadn't meant to open it again, but... The humming wasn't the fragment. It was louder and deeper than the fragment, and it seemed muffled, as if it were coming from outside. Leo blinked the sleep from his eyes and looked over to find Marin sitting next to him. Dark bags hung under her eyes, and she kept her pistol clutched in her hand. But she seemed calm as she stared toward the open doors of the barn, where the noise was coming from. Beck strode inside the barn and headed toward them. The lieutenant's eyes were red with exhaustion, but there was a look of relief on his face.
"There's a transport waiting for us outside," he told them, jerking his thumb toward the door.
Relief crashed into Leo.
"You were able to make contact?"
Beck nodded.
"Our comm systems came back online about an hour ago. I was able to radio for help and send our coordinates."
2 men strode inside the barn behind Beck, both of them wearing the dark gray uniform of the Resistance. They nodded a curt greeting to Leo and then turned to Beck, speaking quietly in heavily accented English. Judging by the way one of the men gave Beck a friendly clap on the shoulder, they were familiar with each other, but their expressions stayed somber, and Leo was able to pick out one word said multiple times. Kate. Beck cringed every time it was spoken, and Leo felt a wave of pity for the man. Leo hadn't seen Kate get shot. He hadn't even noticed she was missing until Jameson began shouting her name. Somehow, that made it worse. One moment she'd been at his side on the battlefield, helping to guide him away from the downed ship. The next, she had been sprawled on the ground, her head a mangled mess of red blood and gleaming white bone. She was gone. Dead. all within a matter of seconds. A shudder ran through him. He'd seen death before, but it had always been the natural, graceful kind. People growing old and fading away. But now he realized he'd never actually understood death. Not until that moment he'd looked back and seen Kate's corpse. Leo shook away the memory and looked over at Marin. She was carefully examining the two new resistance soldiers, her eyes scanning them for any sign of threat. Her grip on her pistol slowly relaxed, but she turned to level Leo with a serious stare.
"Don't leave my side,"
she said in Ruramenti. Her tone was harsher than he'd ever heard it, and Leo flinched slightly at the sound. Marin ignored his reaction and added,
"These people have proven they can't keep us safe. Don't go out of my sight for even a moment."
As she leveled him with a flat stare, Leo could tell it wasn't just his own safety she was concerned about. Marin was worried he might try to use the fragment again. A crushing wave of guilt swept over him. Activating the fragment had broken one of the most vital laws of his people, and he knew Marin had every right to distrust him. But Leo hadn't had any other choice. As he stared down at Matteo, writhing in agony, all he could think of was Kate's bloody corpse. He couldn't have just stood back and allowed the same thing to happen to Matteo. Marin's expression softened just slightly, and he realized his distress must have been more obvious than he wanted.
"I know you had a concussion and weren't thinking clearly when you used the fragment,"
Marin said quietly.
"You weren't in your right mind last night. I'll make sure to put that in my report for the council. As long as that's made clear, I don't think you'll be prosecuted."
Leo nodded once, struggling to wrap his mind around what Marin was saying. He hadn't even had time to think about the legal consequences of using the fragment. The threat of the Ascendancy being alerted to the fragment seemed far, far more terrifying than any legal repercussions. If they found his fragment, they could easily use it to track down the virtue of war. And if that happened... A shudder ran through him, and he rubbed his hands over his face. He glanced over at the stall in the far corner where Kaylin was carefully helping Matteo to his feet. Leo knew he should regret using the fragment, but as he locked eyes with the soldier, he couldn't bring himself to feel remorse for saving the man's life. Matteo eyed him suspiciously from across the barn, and Leo realized it was probably the first time the soldier had ever met a friendly alien. Leo raised his hand and gave an earthen greeting, waving at the soldier. Matteo hesitated for a long moment. Then he raised his cuffed hands, waving back. Beck cleared his throat, bringing Leo's attention back to him. "We're ready to leave," the lieutenant said, gesturing to the door. Leo nodded in response and allowed Marin to help him to his feet. His pain and injuries were gone, but using the fragment had exhausted him, and his limbs felt like they were weighed down with lead. Marin wrapped an arm around his shoulders, and he was surprised by how gentle her touch was. She looked over and offered him a small, taut smile, as if sensing his surprise. The message was clear. He may have been a lawbreaker, and he may have disappointed her beyond belief, but he was still her friend. A small spark of warmth ignited in his chest, far more welcome than the unnatural heat of the fragment. "Thank you," he murmured in Ruramenti. Marin merely nodded and led him toward the barn doors. Beck strode beside them and said, "Our base at Nice is secure again, and the wardens have no hope of launching another attack anytime soon, so we're going to take you there just like we'd originally planned." Leo nodded, a small trickle of relief flowing through him. The base was extremely close, which meant he wouldn't have to travel far in the transport craft. After the crash, he didn't think he could handle another long trip in a human ship. Beck continued out the door, heading toward the idling transport craft that was parked right outside the barn. It was a medium-sized craft that hovered just a few feet off the ground, its thrusters humming loudly as they blew against the scrub grass. To Leo's relief, the craft was in far better shape than the ship they'd wrecked. Marin suddenly halted, pulling Leo to the side. She bit her lip, hesitating, but then quietly said in Ruramenti,
Leo, they know what your pendant is now.
He nodded gravely.
We need to take every precaution to guard it,
Marin said, her voice low and urgent.
The power of a fragment is something most humans would kill for. I don't care how safe they claim this base is. Trust no one.
You don't need to warn me, he said. The only person I trust on this planet is you.
Good,
she said. But then her eyes narrowed slightly, and she said,
Keep it that way. Allies are resources, not friends. Don't let them trick you into thinking differently.
I know, Leo said, nodding.
You don't,
Marin said, her blunt tone leaving no room for argument.
You've been on 5 missions as a collector, all of them peaceful. You're practically still a child.
Leo opened his mouth to protest, but Marin held up a hand to stop him.
I don't mean that as an insult. We all started in your place. It's only natural. I only say it to remind you to follow the principles developed by the Council. Don't go making your own judgment calls. Because no matter how clever it may seem at the time, I can guarantee you it will only cause trouble.
Shame burned in Leo's chest, but he swallowed it back and nodded. I understand.
I'm glad,
Marin said. Then she reached into her supply pack and pulled out a tiny concealable pistol. Before Leo could protest, she pressed it into his hand.
If anyone tries to take your fragment, you must stop them. No matter the cost.
He shook his head. I still have the Celio canister you gave me. I don't need a weapon that can kill.
You do. Celio gas might not be enough to stop someone who wants your pendant.
Nausea twisted his gut. All he could think of was Kate's ruined corpse, her blood seeping from her skull. He didn't ever want to inflict that sort of damage on a living creature. He couldn't. But Marin took his hand in hers, bending his fingers and closing them around the pistol.
Your duty is to shield the universe from the power of the virtues,
she reminded him, her voice suddenly stern.
No matter what the cost.
Leo took a shuddering breath and swallowed hard. Then he nodded and tucked the pistol into his belt, silently praying he never had to draw it again. Beck.
What the hell is going on?
Beck stared across the desk at Alain Duval, the commander of the Nice base. Beck had worked with him before, and he'd always appreciated the man's no-nonsense, logical approach to issues. But now that the aging commander was staring him down with a piercing gaze, Beck suddenly understood why some people were terrified of Duval. I honestly don't know what's going on, Beck admitted, shaking his head. This whole thing has turned into a mess. It was probably the truest thing he'd ever said. Beck let out a sigh and rubbed his hands over his face. He needed sleep, badly. But for now, he was trapped in Duval's private office, trying to explain the situation to the base commander. Duval cursed and shook his head. Then he jabbed a finger at Beck.
I lost 5 men today,
he said, his French accent sounding thicker than usual as he angrily spat the words.
I haven't lost that many people in one day since the Syndicate War. I want answers, now! Why are the Wardens attacking my base? How the hell did they jam our communication channels? And who's this alien bastard you are transporting around?
Beck sat back, knocked off balance by the question. You don't know who the ambassador is, or why he's here?
No.
But you offered to house him at your base. Duval scoffed.
Offered my ass. I was commanded by our top leaders to shelter him while he visited France. They didn't tell me who he was or why I'm supposed to be guarding him, and they sure as hell didn't warn me to expect an attack from the Wardens.
Trust me, the attack was entirely unexpected. No one was supposed to know the ambassador was coming here. Duval held up his hands in an innocent gesture.
The leak didn't come from my end. I was ordered to keep silent about the alien taking shelter here. I told a few of my top people to expect some high-security visitors, but that was it.
Beck nodded. If the wardens were able to knock our communication system offline, they probably were also able to tap into it. I imagine that's how they figured out the ambassador was coming here.
And you think that prompted the attack?
Beck considered this a moment, and then nodded. They bombed your tarmac, didn't they?
The tarmac, the hangar, and the building we usually host visitors in,
Duval said.
Plus, they were targeting the ships flying into the base. As you well know.
They wanted the ambassador dead, Beck said grimly. Somehow they must have known when he was due to arrive. Duval cursed in French and rubbed a hand over his short gray beard.
I need details, Beck. Tell me exactly what's going on with this ambassador.
Beck hesitated. I'm not sure I'm permitted to. I'd have to get permission from Nathan Hayes. Duval nodded stiffly and pushed a digital tablet across the desk toward Beck. He pointed to the screen where a message was displayed. Beck let out a sigh of relief as he read it. The message was from Nathan, and it simply said, "Have Beckwright fill you in. I can't send details if comms might still be compromised."
I want to know everything,
Duval said, staring Beck straight in the eye. Beck took a deep breath and then began rattling off all the facts he knew. Duval listened in silence, his expression growing grimmer as Beck told him everything. Why Leo had come to Earth, the virtue he was after, how an alliance with the Ruramenti hung in the balance. When Beck finally finished the story, Duval slowly shook his head.
So, all of this is over some sort of holy trinket, he said. What a waste!
Beck hesitated, then he carefully said, I don't think the virtue of war is just a relic from Ruramenti mythology. That's what the Ruramenti claimed it was, but... Duval raised his eyebrows.
But what?
You can't repeat what I'm about to tell you. I need you to promise me that. Duval hesitated only a moment before nodding.
I'm getting damned tired of secrets, but I trust your judgment. If you think this is something that shouldn't be repeated, I'll keep it between us.
Beck nodded in thanks and then said, The ambassador has some sort of pendant that's made from a piece of a broken virtue. He called it a fragment, I think. It's, honestly, I don't even know how to describe it, but it's some sort of technology that can heal people instantaneously. It saved the life of the warden deserter we found. Duval tilted his head, an uncertain frown creasing his lips.
So you think that might be why the ambassador is after the virtue? It's some sort of advanced healing technology?
No, Beck said, shaking his head. The fragment he has was from a virtue of healing, but the virtue he's after is called the virtue of war.
Do you know what it does?
I'm not sure. Leo wouldn't give us much information, but judging by the way he talks about it, it's dangerous. And if his fragment is anything to judge by, it's also powerful. More powerful than any sort of technology I've ever seen. Duval sat back in his chair, crossing his arms as he considered this.
So you think this virtue the ambassador is chasing after is some sort of weapon of mass destruction?
I suspect so, Beck said.
And right now the wardens have this weapon in their base?
Beck nodded. Duval cursed and muttered something under his breath in French. Then he looked up at Beck and said,
We need to get that virtue back from the wardens as quickly as possible.
I know, Beck said.
I'm giving you 2 days,
Duval said. Beck frowned. What do you mean?
I know Hayes wanted to keep your mission small and discreet, but I'm not convinced that's the best option.
He nodded to Beck.
You and your team have 2 days to find the virtue and safely retrieve it. If you're not successful by then, I'll be escalating this to a more forceful mission.
Beck raised his eyebrows. You want to attack the warden's base?
I want that virtue out of their hands, no matter what it takes.
Beck shook his head. Their base is well guarded. If you try infiltrating it with a large force, a lot of people are going to die.
I know,
Duval said grimly.
But if your team can't get that virtue back within the next 48 hours, it's going to be our only choice.
Kaylin managed to stay awake long enough to land at the Resistance base, get food for both Red and herself, and collapse in the locked sleeping quarters that Beck escorted her to. Then she slept. She had no idea how long she was out, because there was no clock in sight. The sleeping quarters had been stripped of all electrical devices, leaving her with no chance of devising a makeshift tool to help her escape. Beck's idea, she was sure. He'd always been annoyingly thorough. But Kaylin was too grateful for the sleep to be angry about being locked up again. At least they'd given her an actual bedroom this time, instead of a concrete prison cell. She peered around the dim room as she woke. There were no windows in sight, and the door was still firmly shut, sealing off the only possible escape route. Red was curled up at her side, his snout resting on her shoulder and the tip of his tail wrapped around her hand. His eyes blinked open as Kaylin began to stir, and she stared into their silver depths. Red's eyes looked just like they always had, loving, sweet, attentive, but not intelligent. They lacked that bright spark she saw in the eyes of humans and other related species. It only confirmed what she'd always assumed about Red. He was a little smarter than the average dog, but not on par with a human, or even close.
How the hell did you know to unblock that door?
She whispered, running her fingers gently down the scales of his neck. The more she thought about their escape from the wrecked ship, the more bizarre it seemed, but she couldn't think of a single rational explanation for it. A knock sounded at the door, and Kaylin scrambled upright. Red grumbled in protest as she moved away from him, but she shushed him. The door slid open, and Kaylin leaped to her feet, clenching her hands. She relaxed as soon as she got a look at the figure silhouetted in the door. Beck. He nodded in greeting as he stepped into the room and closed the door behind him, making sure to lock it. "Feeling better?" he asked, reaching over to flip on the light. Kaylin cringed away from the sudden burst of fluorescent light and rubbed at her eyes, but she nodded, forcing herself to focus and clear her mind of sleep.
Much better,
she replied. After hardly sleeping for 2 days, resting in an actual bed felt like a luxury. A chill brushed over her skin, reminding her that she only had a borrowed t-shirt and sweatpants to shield her from the cold air of the base. And from Beck's eyes. He was staring at her with an intense expression she couldn't quite read, something between confusion and anxiety. She crossed her arms over her chest, struggling to look composed as she faced Beck in the makeshift pajamas.
"How's Mateo?"
she asked. "Fine," Beck said. "The base doctors cleared him. They say he's perfectly healthy."
"What are you going to do with him?"
He shook his head. "I'm not sure. Commander Duval runs this base, so it'll be up to him to decide." Kaylin bit her lip.
"I think he was telling the truth. He really doesn't want anything to do with the wardens anymore."
I told Duval the same thing, and he hardly seemed surprised. The wardens scooped up hundreds of orphaned teens after the Syndicate invasion. They don't really even count as warden recruits, just desperate kids.
"So you'll let Mateo go?"
Kaylin asked hesitantly. Beck gave a haggard sigh and rubbed a hand over his face. He looked even more exhausted than before, with dark bags under his eyes and stubble on his cheeks. Kaylin realized that while she'd been sleeping, he'd probably been debriefing with the other leaders on the base. "I honestly don't know, Kay," he finally said. "No one knows what the hell's going on right now. A direct attack from the Wardens was the last thing we were expecting." He hesitated and then added, "Mateo isn't going to be harmed. I'll make sure of that, but I'm not sure if Duval is going to be keen on just letting him go." Kaylin nodded. It wasn't exactly what she wanted to hear, but it was better than what she'd been expecting. At least Mateo would be safe. She bit her lip, trying to hold back the question pushing at her mind. She shouldn't ask. She'd sworn to stay out of the Resistance's fights, and she was going to keep that promise. Then again, knowing couldn't really hurt, so she hesitantly asked,
Why did the Wardens attack?
"Leo," Beck said, his voice grim. "Somehow they figured out he was coming to this base." He shook his head and muttered a curse. "They've given us warnings about this shit before. Their leader issued an official statement saying that they'll wage war on any humans who welcome aliens to Earth. But we always thought it was just talk."
Everyone did,
Kaylin said with a nod. The Wardens had never been shy about their anti-alien propaganda, but it was common knowledge that they didn't have the force to back up their threats. All they had were a few scattered bases across Europe and America and a ragtag army of a few thousand soldiers who didn't have enough supplies to actually fight. But the force that she'd seen attacking the base wasn't ragtag. Far from it. They'd been organized and well-equipped, and if the Resistance didn't have so much experience fending off surprise attacks, they might have been overwhelmed.
They've just started a war against the Resistance,
Kaylin said, shaking her head.
How the hell did they get enough supplies to even think of doing that?
Someone's feeding them resources and weapons, and a shit ton of them.
Who?
Beck shook his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. I just spent 2.5 hours trapped in a meeting room with 20 people all asking the same damn question. And the only answer we have is that we have no freaking idea. He looked up, his dark eyes narrowing on her. I was supposed to come in here and interrogate you, because Goodfellow is one of the only people who've had direct contact with the Wardens, and we need every bit of intel we can get. Kaylin swallowed hard, trying to hide her panic. This whole ruse was getting way out of control. Pretending to be Goodfellow had been the only way to keep Nathan from killing her, but she couldn't just start feeding them fake intel. Not if they were entering a war. It would only end up getting other people killed.
I don't know any more than what I told you,
Kaylin said, shaking her head. Beck stepped forward, crossing his arms over his chest. He stared down at her, and Kaylin had the sudden urge to stand on her tiptoes so she didn't have to look up to meet his eyes. "You're not Goodfellow," he said. He stated it so flatly, Kaylin thought she might have misheard it. Beck let the accusation hang in the air as he stared down at her. She took a shuddering breath.
Why the hell would you say that?
She demanded, trying to sound indignant. "Because it's the truth." He jabbed a finger at her. "I thought you'd changed, but you haven't. You're still every bit the bleeding heart you were when I worked with you. You treated Leo's wounds even though he's your enemy. You tried to save Mateo even though he tried to stab you when you first found him. You asked me for a tranq gun while we were running out into a battlefield just so you wouldn't have to shoot anyone, and then accidentally dropped the pistol I gave you. And you risked your life in that fire to save a goddamn lizard." Red growled at the sound of Beck's accusing tone, and he jumped off the bed, coming to stand at Kaylin's side. Kaylin reached down with a shaky hand to stroke her lizard's head, shushing him.
What the hell does any of that have to do with being Goodfellow?
She demanded. "Everything," Beck snapped. "Goodfellow is the sort of snake who makes his living stealing and selling weapons. He killed a guard by shooting her in the back. He murdered her in cold blood. You won't even use a pistol on a battlefield." He shook his head fiercely. "Your ruse is up, Kay. Don't even try to tell me you're Goodfellow." Kaylin's mind spun as she struggled to think of something, anything that would convince Beck he was wrong. But she couldn't think of a single excuse.
Beck,
She said, struggling to keep her voice from trembling.
the Resistance will kill me. If anyone finds out I'm not Goodfellow, I'm going to become completely useless to them, and they'll punish me just like they punish any other thief that breaks into bases. They will kill me.
Beck rubbed his hands over his face and took a shuddering breath. I know. She swallowed hard.
You can't tell anyone. Please, you can't.
A long, painful moment of silence passed between them. Then Beck took a deep breath and murmured, I won't. Relief struck her square in the chest, making her knees go weak. She stumbled back a step, and before she could recover her balance, Beck lunged forward. For a single second, she thought he was going to strike her, and panic ignited in her veins. But then he threw his arms around her shoulders and pulled her into a tight hug. The air whooshed out of her chest, and she froze for a long second. Then she returned the embrace, resting her cheek against his warm chest. It had been years since she'd hugged anyone. Years. And she hadn't even realized she'd missed it until now. You're not a murderer, Beck said, his voice hoarse with relief. I should have known it right away. I'm so sorry I didn't believe you. Dread filled Kaylin's chest. She didn't want to tell him, but she had to. Telling the truth was the least she could do to make up for the past. She pulled out of his embrace and stared up at him.
I am,
she said. He frowned in confusion. You're what?
a murderer.
She said, her voice hardly a whisper.
That's why I deserted the Resistance, Beck.
Beck shook his head, reaching out to take her shoulders in his broad hands. You're not making any sense, Kay. She took a shuddering breath.
You saw the report on me, didn't you? The one they wrote up when I deserted?
He nodded. Yeah, Nathan showed it to me.
What did it say?
He hesitated a moment and then said, It said you went rogue when you were on a mission in southern Texas. Your team had been tasked with taking down a cartel leader who was wreaking havoc down there. Kaylin nodded, although her stomach twisted at the memory.
Timothy Guerra,
She murmured.
He and his men had already killed dozens by the time we got there.
Beck nodded gravely. So you killed him like he deserved. And then you turned. You threatened to kill your team leader, held him at gunpoint for a while, and then ran off. No reasoning, no warning. You just deserted. He hesitated and then shook his head. Kay, that man you killed was a monster. He would have killed dozens more if you hadn't taken him out. He deserved to die.
The kids didn't,
she whispered. Beck's frown deepened. What kids? She scoffed in disgust.
They weren't mentioned in the report, were they?
Beck gave a bewildered shake of his head. I have no clue what you're talking about. Kaylin muttered a curse.
I always figured Alex didn't include it, but...
She took a shuddering breath and said,
He was our team leader. He caused all of this.
Alex, Beck repeated. Alex Martinez? Kaylin nodded. Beck tilted his head, and Kaylin could tell he was mentally putting the pieces together. That's why you were both so pissed, he said slowly. When you saw Alex yesterday and found out Nathan wanted you to work together with Leo. That's why you both were at each other's throats. Kaylin nodded.
I think Nathan thought Alex would be able to keep me under control since he'd worked with me before, but one of us probably would have ended up killing the other if we'd had to work together again.
Beck's face crumpled into a concerned frown as he stared down at her. Kaylin, what happened? She felt something warm trickle down her cheek. Tears. She hadn't even noticed that she was crying, but now that she'd started, she couldn't bring herself to stop.
On my last mission with Alex's team, he ordered me to take the kill shot on Guerra, but he didn't give me all the details.
Beck tightened his grip on her shoulders. Kay, what are you talking about?
There were 2 kids being held hostage,
She blurted out.
a boy and a girl, twins. They were the kids of a local deputy who'd helped our team reach Guerra's compound. The deputy had already been killed. I knew that, but I didn't know.
She swallowed hard.
I knew they had his kids, but Alex said they were safe, and I believed him. I didn't even question it.
She shook her head, a familiar anger filling her chest.
I should have known he was lying. Alex can be a ruthless son of a bitch, and I'd seen that side of him before. But he'd been on my ass about insubordination and threatening to write me up for it, so I decided not to question his decision. I took the kill shot.
She took a long, shuddering breath.
It was a clean shot. I killed Guerra, but it ended up the twins weren't out of harm's way like Alex had claimed. Alex had just decided to gamble with the kids' lives. He thought that as soon as Guerra was dead, his men would just give up and release the hostages.
She cut off, unable to finish the story. But Beck's eyes filled with horror, and she knew he understood. "They didn't give the kids up," Beck murmured. Kaylin shook her head as more tears flooded her eyes. Before she could stop herself, she started telling Beck everything. She hardly remembered any of that day. Her brain seemed to have simply wiped most of it out of her memory. But she'd never be able to forget finding the kids. It had been hours after Guerra was killed, and Kaylin was still running on a victorious high of adrenaline. She'd thought the mission had gone nearly perfectly, aside from losing the deputy. She'd taken out Guerra, Alex had killed the cartel leader's 2 right-hand men, and the rest of Guerra's men had cooperated and surrendered the compound. Their mission was complete. Kaylin and her 4 teammates had been clearing out Guerra's compound, making sure the last of the soldiers were rounded up, when she'd stumbled on the bodies of the kids. Literally. They'd just been lying on the floor next to their dad's corpse, each with matching bullet holes in their foreheads. The boy had looked almost identical to Kaylin's little brother. Same age, same big brown eyes, same tan skin, same shaggy hair. Same dead, lifeless body. Alex had tried to explain why he'd given her the order to take the kill shot when the kids were still in danger. He hadn't thought Guerra's men would actually kill the kids. He thought it was worth the risk to get Guerra while they had a chance. But she'd known the real reason. Alex was up for promotion. If Guerra had gotten away, his chances of being promoted to lieutenant would have tanked. And then Alex had taken Kaylin aside from the rest of the team and made a suggestion. He'd wanted her to doctor her report. He'd told her it would probably be for the best if she reported that the kids had already been dead by the time she took the kill shot. She'd lost it, just completely devolved into a shrieking, snarling mess. She'd joined the resistance to get revenge for her brother's death, and that was where it had led her. 2 little kids were dead, all because she'd blindly followed Alex's careless, selfish orders. And all he gave a damn about was covering up the brutal result of his orders. She'd ended up with her rifle pointed at Alex's head, and her entire team pointing their weapons at her in return, so she'd thrown down her rifle and run away. It had been almost an entire day before she got her thoughts together and realized she needed to report Alex. So she'd radioed into the resistance base and did exactly that. She couldn't bring those kids back to life, but at least she could make sure Alex was punished for getting them killed. But at the time, the commander at that base had been one of Alex's closest friends. Kaylin's report had been ignored, and instead Alex's report went down in the books. Kaylin had cracked under the stress of the mission, refused to obey orders, threatened Alex's life, and went AWOL. She was told she had 3 days to return to base, or else she'd be considered a violent deserter and a warrant would go out for her arrest. Kaylin decided that was the end. The end of her loyalty to the resistance, the end of her sniper career. The end of her killing career. She'd never return to the resistance again, and she'd never take another life. As Kaylin finished telling her story, Beck let out a deep, shuddering breath. "I should have guessed there was a bigger reason Alex was so pissed to see you." Kaylin nodded.
The rest of our team bought his bullshit excuses and didn't report what actually happened. But he knows I know the truth. He got those kids killed.
Beck rubbed a hand over his mouth. Holy shit. I knew Alex had a habit of playing politics, but that... He shook his head and cursed. I want to say I don't believe it, but I do. Alex can be a cold son of a bitch when he wants something, and he's been reprimanded before for incomplete reports. Kaylin could hardly believe what she was hearing.
You mean, you actually believe me?
He hesitated only a second before nodding.
Why?
She blurted out. No one else had believed her, not ever, and she'd never thought that would change. Because I've spent a lot of time around you, Kay, Beck said, his voice softening. And there's still so much of you that I don't understand, but the one thing you've proved to me over and over again is that you're a good person. Tears blurred her eyes again, and she pulled him into another hug. He squeezed her back tightly, but then he suddenly faltered and pulled back from her. He held her shoulders as he met her gaze. I'm not going to tell anyone you're not Goodfellow, but you've got to make it up to me, Kay. Please, you've got to help us get that virtue back before the wardens figure out how to use it. Kaylin swallowed hard. She'd been so caught up in the memories of the past that she'd almost forgotten about her current predicament. She shook her head.
Beck, I wasn't lying when I told you that I don't know anything about the wardens. I was set up by Goodfellow. I've never had contact with the wardens.
You might not be Goodfellow, but you're still the best thief I've got. One way or another, I need to break into that base and get the virtue back. Help me do it. Please. Kaylin wanted to argue, but she couldn't. Not after seeing the power of Leo's fragment. This was no longer just a matter of retrieving a holy relic and keeping the Ruramenti happy. This was life or death, a desperate mission to keep a weapon of mass destruction out of the hands of the wardens. She'd sworn to stay out of the Resistance's business, but she'd also sworn to never kill again. And if she didn't do everything she could to keep the wardens from using the virtue of war, the deaths of innocent people would be on her hands.
I'll give you all the help I can,
Kaylin said slowly.
But first, we need to talk with Mateo.
Kaylin. Beck guided her out of the sleeping quarters and down a corridor, leading her to a room where Mateo was being kept. Kaylin gazed around as they walked, taking in the surroundings she'd been too tired to notice when she first got there. The Nice base wasn't quite as modern as the one in Florida, but there was enough concrete and steel to convince Kaylin it was plenty safe. But it was hardly cheery. The floors were worn-down carpet, the walls were painted a dull gray color, and the light panels put off harsh white light that threatened to give her a headache. Beck rapped hard on Mateo's door before he entered the security code into the keypad, sliding the door open. Kaylin followed Beck inside, staying close to his side. The room was identical to the one she'd been put in, just a bed, a small table, and a chair. Basically a prison cell, but a cushy one with a soft mattress and a small attached bathroom. Mateo leaped up from the bed, furiously blinking sleep from his eyes. He glanced toward the door, but Beck quickly closed it, sealing them off from the hallway. Mateo's gaze flickered back to the two of them, and he shifted into a balanced stance, clearly preparing to fend off an attack. Beck held up his hands in a calming gesture. Hey, Mateo, we're just here to talk. You can relax. The young soldier glanced over at Kaylin, looking her up and down, and his brow furrowed in concentration. You were there last night, he murmured. You were the one who stitched my wound.
That's right,
Kaylin said.
How are you? Beck told me you're feeling a lot better.
She pulled the chair away from the table and brought it closer to his bed, taking a seat there. Mateo's stance relaxed just slightly, although he crossed his arms over his chest. Kaylin could hardly believe this was the same person she'd stitched up just hours ago. He'd seemed so fragile when he'd been writhing on the ground with the fever eating at him. Now she realized he was at least 6 feet tall, and there was lithe muscle hiding beneath his slender build. Kaylin stared at his chest, which was covered in a white t-shirt.
Can I see your wound?
She asked. Mateo frowned and kept his arms crossed.
The doctor already cleared me.
Kaylin held her hands up in an innocent gesture.
I'm just curious how the wound looks now. Please. We're all still trying to wrap our heads around what the hell happened last night.
Mateo considered this for a long moment and then slowly nodded. He pulled up his t-shirt, exposing his chest. All traces of injury had disappeared. Even the pale scar had vanished. Kaylin shook her head in disbelief.
Does it hurt anymore? Even a little?
Not at all,
Mateo admitted. Then his expression darkened and he said in a strained voice,
I don't understand what the alien did to me, but whatever it was, it fixed me. All of me.
He lowered his t-shirt, but then used his palm to press firmly along his ribs, which had been shattered just hours ago.
It doesn't hurt. Not at all. And look at this.
He put his right arm forward, showing her the underside of his forearm. The pale skin was lightly dotted by a few freckles, but other than that, it was perfectly smooth. Mateo brushed his palm over his skin.
My arm got torn up by barbed wire years ago, but now all the scars are gone, and every single other scar on my body too.
A suspicion struck Kaylin, and she looked down at the palm of her left hand. She'd had a scar running across it for as long as she could remember, from when she'd burned it on the stove as a little girl. It was gone. Her palm was perfectly smooth, with not a single trace of any injury.
That's...
Kaylin trailed off, unsure how to finish the sentence. It was incredible, bizarre, downright frightening. She was relieved Mateo had survived, of course, but she couldn't help wondering about the trouble the ambassador would run into if word got out about his healing device. Beck cleared his throat.
Mateo, did you talk to the base doctor about the device that healed you?
Mateo drew closer to the wall, locking his gaze on Beck like a cornered animal. Then he shook his head. Beck raised an eyebrow.
You're sure?
Mateo bit at his lip.
No, I didn't tell them. I didn't think I should. And I don't think they would have believed me anyway.
Beck nodded.
Good,
he said simply. Then he lowered his voice and added,
I'm hoping you can help me keep it a secret. All I told the doctors was that Leo used some sort of medicine to stop the bleeding on your chest and bring down your fever. But I didn't tell them how bad off you were before he used the pendant. As far as anyone on this base knows, Leo healed a few bruises and some scratches.
Kaylin nodded.
Good thinking.
Mateo stared between the two of them with wide eyes.
But what did that alien do to me?
Kaylin shook her head.
I'm really not sure.
You have to give me more than that,
Mateo said, a panicked note rising in his voice.
Is the healing permanent? Are there side effects?
Yes, it's permanent. And no, there aren't any side effects, at least according to Leo. He says you should be perfectly fine now.
Mateo swallowed hard.
Why did he do it?
He saw you dying. He just wanted to stop that from happening.
There has to be more to it than that. What does he want from me?
I don't think he wants anything from you. He just wanted to help.
Mateo stared at her incredulously.
He's an alien. There's no way he just wants to help a human, not without expecting something in return.
Kaylin suddenly remembered exactly who she was talking to. A warden recruit. The entire time Mateo had been living with the wardens, he'd been conditioned to believe that all aliens were out to destroy humans.
I'm not sure what else to tell you,
Kaylin said softly.
I really believe he just wanted to help.
Mateo scowled and opened his mouth, as if to keep arguing. But then his eyes drifted over to the gun at Beck's waist, and he shut his mouth, swallowing hard.
What are you going to do with me?
He asked, his tone quiet and stiff.
I'm not sure. It depends on how much you're willing to cooperate with us.
Mateo pressed closer against the wall as if he wished he could simply disappear into it.
I deserted, I swear. I don't want anything to do with the wardens anymore. Just let me go, and I swear I'll never bother any of your people ever again.
Beck shook his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Wardens have just started a war, Mateo. Our people's lives are in danger. If you have information that could help save them, we need to know it. Mateo froze for a long moment, considering their request. His gaze flickered uncertainly between her and Beck, and Kaylin could sense fear rolling off him.
The Wardens didn't start a war, Mateo said quietly. The Shepherd did. He controls everything in the Wardens. At least half of his soldiers are like me. We only joined out of desperation. We don't actually want to fight anyone.
I understand that, Beck said, softening his tone slightly. And that's why we're doing everything we can to minimize bloodshed. Giving us intel will help us with that. Mateo went silent for a long moment as he considered this. Finally, he gave a slow nod.
All right, I'll talk.
Good. Let's start with the basics. Why are you deserting? Mateo gave a small scoff.
There's no basic answer to that. It's complicated.
Kaylin tilted her head as she looked him over.
Does it have to do with the fact that they're starving you?
She'd noticed his thinness the night before, but now that she looked him over in full light, she realized just how bad it was. His scrawny, boyish look came mostly from the fact that he was obviously underweight. Mateo shook his head, and his tone grew defensive as he said,
They're not starving me. The Wardens wouldn't do anything that bad.
Then why are you so thin? Are you sick?
He shook his head.
No, I'm fine. I've just been on half rations lately, so I've lost some weight.
So they were starving him, just doing it gradually. She tilted her head, wondering just how much indoctrination Mateo had been through to want to defend the Wardens even as he was running from them.
Half rations. Is that part of the reason why the Wardens are attacking resistance bases? Because you're running out of food at your own base?
No. They have plenty of food, more than plenty. They have more funding than ever.
Then why do they have their soldiers on half rations?
Not all of us. Just me and a few others.
His voice lowered to a quiet, somber tone.
I questioned the funding. They told us not to, but I did. And then I started asking other questions.
Like what? Beck demanded, taking a step closer to him. Mateo flinched away from him. Kaylin reached out and nudged Beck's leg, signaling for him to move back. She did it unconsciously, hardly even remembering that she was technically still his prisoner and in no position to be giving him orders. But Beck didn't hesitate before moving back a few steps. Kaylin gave a small nod of approval. She had a feeling that intimidating Mateo wouldn't help them. There was something about the way Mateo stared at Beck that made her stomach sink. He gave him quick, nervous glances, never daring to focus on Beck for longer than a couple seconds before looking away. It reminded her of a dog cowering in front of a violent master, and it confirmed her belief that the Wardens weren't nearly as humane toward their recruits as the Resistance was.
Mateo, if you've truly deserted from the Wardens, then you shouldn't hesitate to tell us about them,
Kaylin said softly. Mateo swallowed hard and nodded slightly.
They've never struggled much with funding, but lately the stuff they've been getting is beyond anything money can buy, at least on this planet.
Kaylin tilted her head.
You think the Wardens have some sort of deal going on with aliens?
Mateo looked to the ground.
I don't know. The Shepherd keeps telling us that the suppliers have been looting the tech from Syndicate Rex, but I'm not sure he's right.
Why?
Mateo paused for a moment, considering his response. Then he said,
The Shepherd says the supplies were recovered from Syndicate Rex that were found in the Pyrenees Mountains. But I was living in Barcelona when the Syndicate invasion happened, so I had a front row view of the fighting in that region. The Syndicate hardly lost any ships, and the ships they did lose didn't seem to have the same sort of technology that the Wardens are being given.
Beck scowled at this news. Exactly what sort of tech did the Wardens get their hands on?
Guns, mostly. some sort of laser weapon that looks different from anything the Syndicate used. Smaller and more powerful, and also some sort of force field device. I've only seen the tech from a distance, but it's...
He shook his head.
There's something wrong about it. Like it sucks all the heat out of the air, but leaves you sweating at the same time.
Do you think the shepherd knows where these weapons are actually coming from? Beck asked, concern darkening his expression. Matteo bit his lip, thinking it over. Then he shook his head.
I think he's in denial, he said quietly. He's been told the weapons and money are coming from a Russian anti-alien group that want to help fund the Warden's mission. It's too good to be true, but he doesn't want to admit that. So he's just silencing anyone like me who questions it.
Are there a lot more like you? Beck asked. Matteo gave a wry smile.
Not enough to make a difference. The shepherd rules the Wardens with an iron fist. A couple people who whisper dissent won't change a thing.
Beck nodded grimly. Then he cleared his throat and said, Matteo, I think you're right about the Wardens having access to alien technology. We have intel that they've also recently acquired a weapon called a Virtue. Matteo frowned.
What kind of weapon?
Beck lowered his voice. You know the pendant our alien friend had? The one he used to heal you? Matteo nodded, and fear edged into his expression at the mere mention of the device. That's a tiny fragment of something called a Virtue of Healing. It's an ancient piece of alien technology. Matteo frowned at this news.
You think the Wardens got their hands on one of those things?
Beck shook his head. No, they don't have a fragment. They have an entire Virtue. They hired a thief to steal it from the Resistance, and we're worried it has the power to hurt people instead of healing them. The blood drained from Matteo's face. He stared down at his chest, obviously thinking of the mysterious power that had saved his life.
It must be payment, he finally said.
I've heard rumors that the Wardens are using some sort of rare object to pay back their suppliers for all the weapons and funding. This Virtue thing must be what they're paying them with.
Kaylin couldn't help wincing, even though the news hardly came as a surprise. If Leo was right, the Ascendancy were the ones supplying the Wardens with all this money and weaponry. And if the Wardens handed a Virtue over to the Ascendancy... Kaylin didn't even know what the hell that would mean, but she had no doubt the Ascendancy would stop at nothing to invade Earth. And handing them an ancient weapon of destruction could be a killing blow for humanity. Matteo glanced between them uncertainly.
What are you planning on doing?
We're going to retrieve the Virtue from the Wardens, Beck said. We have good intel that tells us it's located in your Paris base. Matteo's eyes narrowed suspiciously.
And then, what?
Beck hesitated only a moment before saying, We're going to destroy it so no one else can use it. It was a lie, but Kaylin couldn't blame him for it. The absolute last thing Matteo needed to know was that they planned to hand the Virtue over to Leo. If Matteo found out they were giving a weapon of mass destruction to an alien, there was no way he'd help them, no matter how good-intentioned Leo and his people were. Matteo considered this for a long moment, his mouth pursing into a thin line. Then he nodded.
Tell me what I can do to help you.
Beck reached into his pocket, drawing out a collapsible tablet. He unfolded it and handed it over to Matteo. Kaylin peered down at the screen and caught sight of an incomplete map of the Warden's base. We need you to fill in some gaps in our knowledge. Tell us anything and everything you know about the base's entrances and the tunnels leading up to them. Matteo stared down incredulously at the tablet in his hands. Then he looked back up at Beck and said,
You're joking, right? Those tunnels were held for 7 weeks against the Syndicate. They're nearly impenetrable.
They're impenetrable for an army,
Kaylin said.
But the Syndicate invasion left them cracked and broken in a lot of places. It shouldn't be too hard for a handful of people to sneak into the tunnels and get to the base.
Mateo shook his head.
You don't understand what you're getting yourself into.
Then help us understand, Beck said, nodding to the tablet. Give us any information you can think of. Mateo remained quiet, his brow furrowed uncertainly. Beck sighed and added, Or you can just tell us where we can find someone who'd be willing to give us accurate intel. Mateo looked up at that.
Like who?
I've been told there are a lot of street kids in Paris who've memorized the tunnel routes in the city. They sell the intel to scavengers, and I bet they'd be willing to sell it to the resistance for the right price. Do you think you could put us in contact with one of them?
Don't go near any of those kids, Mateo blurted. Don't even go on their territory. Keep them out of this. It's too dangerous for them.
Kaylin raised her eyebrows.
How are we supposed to stay off their territory if we don't even know where they live?
Mateo bit his lip and stared long and hard at the incomplete map on the tablet's screen. Then he said,
I'll give you all the info I can, but I'm warning you, you're going to need a miracle to make it through those tunnels alive.
Kaylin smiled grimly.
You just focus on writing down as much intel as you can,
she said, tapping the edge of the tablet.
We'll take care of the miracle working.
Beck gazed around, keeping a firm grip on his pistol as he took in the ruins of Paris. Everywhere he looked, there were signs of humans. Cars left abandoned in the roads, trash littering the sidewalks, shops with smashed windows and looted shelves. But Kaylin and he were the only people in sight. Kaylin walked beside him with a tranq pistol holstered at her waist and a digital tablet in her hands. Red trotted at her heels, scanning the streets for danger while Kaylin focused her attention on the map displayed on the tablet's screen. Mateo had given them precise locations to 3 of the tunnel entrances that led to the warden's base. Beck had decided a scouting mission was in order to check that the intel Mateo had given them was accurate, and to gather some more details about how they might infiltrate the entrances. Wind whistled through the broken buildings, kicking up a thick haze of ash and dust. In the corner of Beck's eye, a flash of movement streaked past. Beck whirled toward it, his pistol raised, his heart thumping. But it was just a dog. The scrawny little thing paused in the entrance of an alleyway, baring its teeth at them. A dirty collar still clung to its emaciated neck, but the heart-shaped name tag was tarnished with rust. Red leaped forward with a snarl. The dog immediately turned tail and scampered away, yelping a cry of surrender. Red snorted, as if in disdain, and strode back to Kaylin's side with his chest puffed up. Kaylin reached down to stroke his head, but her eyes stayed fixed on the alleyway the dog had run into.
Poor thing,
she murmured. Judging by the sadness in her expression, Beck got the feeling it wasn't just the dog she felt sorry for. It was the whole damn city. Just 3 years ago, Paris had been one of the grandest places in the world, packed with history, artwork, universities, libraries, and one of the biggest economies in Europe. Now, it was a ghost town. The syndicate siege of Paris had lasted nearly 7 weeks, longer than any other city in Europe. During that time, the Battle of Paris was all anyone could talk about. Hundreds of battles were being waged all around the world, but the one in Paris was the focus of all the radio chatter. They didn't have the best weapons or the best military or the best training, but they did have a stubborn population and a complex network of tunnels crisscrossing the city. Their extensive subway system ran to all ends of the city, and on top of that, they also had the catacombs. The catacombs had been built centuries ago as a giant underground cemetery, and over 200 miles of the ancient tunnels still ran under the heart of Paris. Combined with the subway tunnels, they provided the perfect tactical defense. The deepest tunnels had provided shelter from the syndicate bombs, and the French soldiers had been able to dart through the tunnels, popping up in unexpected places to take the syndicate invaders by surprise. But ultimately, even the tunnels hadn't been able to save Paris. The Syndicate had grown tired of trying to break down Paris's defenses in a way that kept the city intact. They'd dropped 2 incendiary bombs, flattening 2/3 of the city and engulfing many of the largest tunnels in flame. It had ended the siege, along with Paris's long history as a great city. After the Syndicate invasion was fended off and the war ended, the city had stayed mostly abandoned. Paris remained a ghost town occupied only by the truly desperate and those who preyed on them. Beck glanced over his shoulder toward the edge of the city, where they left their transport pod camouflaged and hidden inside a crumbling parking garage. Even if leaving behind the armored safety of their transport was dangerous, it was also necessary. If they wanted to scout out the territory controlled by wardens, no one could know they were working for the Resistance. Beck had managed to scrounge up some dark, worn clothing at the Resistance base, and both he and Kaylin had rolled a bit in the dirt when they left the transport ship. It wasn't a complex disguise, but it was a functional one. They would be easily mistaken for harmless scavengers, one of the hundreds who scrounged around the ruins of Paris, looking for discarded alien artifacts that could be sold on the black market. Beck kept his rifle slung over his shoulder, and Kaylin had one hand resting on her holster. They stayed quiet as they strode along the side of the street, staying in the shadows of the crumbling buildings. Red had other ideas. The lizard was bounding around and investigating the ruined streets, obviously elated to be free of the stuffy Resistance base.
Red!
Kaylin hissed, pointing to her feet.
Heel!
Red gave an annoyed squawk and darted over to a tiny civilian transport pod, leaping onto the roof in one bound. Kaylin groaned in frustration as the metal roof dented under his weight.
He's just like a dog,
Beck said, raising the pitch of his voice to imitate Kaylin.
Easy to train, perfectly well behaved.
Kaylin shot him a sharp look.
I do not sound like a chipmunk when I talk, and he's been cooped up for days. He's just having some fun.
Beck raised his eyebrows and went back to speaking in his own voice. He's making enough of a ruckus to be heard a mile away. Kaylin cursed under her breath and quietly called out to the lizard again.
Red, heel!
Red looked over his shoulder and snorted at her. Then he camouflaged his scales to match the dusty gray roof of the transport pod he was crouched on.
I can still see you!
Kaylin hissed.
Get over here!
Red let out a grumble as he heard the impatience in her tone, his scales turning to an annoyed orange color. Then he took a soaring leap off the transport pod and spread his wings, gliding the short distance to the ground. Beck raised his eyebrows in surprise. I've never actually seen him fly before.
And you never will. I told you, Vader lizards don't fly. They can only glide.
Red folded his long wings and slinked back over to Kaylin, but right before he reached her, he snatched up a chunk of concrete in his mouth and dropped it by Kaylin's shoe. The lizard looked up at her, giving an imploring whine.
No,
Kaylin said, shaking a finger at him.
We're not playing fetch. You need to heel and be quiet.
Red let out a long sigh and stared down at the concrete chunk with a defeated look. Sorry, boy, Beck said to the lizard. Your owner can be a real buzzkill sometimes. Kaylin shot Beck an annoyed glance.
You're the one who told me to make him stop.
I said he was making too much noise. I never told you to scold the poor thing and hurt his little lizard feelings. Kaylin cussed at him and elbowed him sharply in the side. Before Beck knew what was happening, he started laughing. He hadn't thought that was possible, not with the amount of anxiety swirling around his mind. But he couldn't keep it in. It was just way too relieving to see Kaylin acting like her old self, feisty and short-tempered, and way too much fun to tease. I think I kind of missed getting hit by you.
Screw you, Beck.
Her indignant response only made him laugh again. Red suddenly leaped up, nipping him on the arm. Beck yelped in shock. Kaylin smirked at him.
What did I tell you? He's perfectly well-trained.
Beck muttered a curse, but he had to look at the ground to keep her from seeing his smile. He actually kind of meant it when he said he'd missed getting hit by her. Kaylin had never been very good at expressing her actual feelings, but he'd picked up early on that she tended to roughhouse with the people she liked. It made absolutely no sense. If she really liked someone, she'd spit curses and swat at them. Never hard enough to actually hurt, of course, just enough to startle them. Beck had frequently been a target for Kaylin's swats and jabs, and he'd almost forgotten how much he enjoyed getting hit by the tiny soldier.
What?
Kaylin demanded. Beck rubbed at his mouth, trying to wipe the smile away. Nothing.
There's always something with you, Beck.
He raised his eyebrows. What's that supposed to mean? She shrugged.
I can never quite understand what's going through your head.
Right back at you. She smirked a little.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Good.
We're getting closer,
Kaylin said, abruptly changing the topic, just like she usually did whenever a conversation got too personal. She reached over, handing the digital tablet to him so he could examine the map. Beck glanced over it, even though he'd already studied it so closely he had it memorized. The nearest entrance to the tunnels was located at a subway station just over a mile from where they were. It was one of the most obvious entrances, which also meant it was one of the most heavily guarded. Red suddenly tensed and skittered closer to Kaylin. A growl rumbled in his chest, and the spikes along his back stood on end. Beck raised the rifle to his shoulder, his heart thudding in his chest as he began scanning their surroundings. Kaylin took a step closer to him and drew her tranq pistol out of her holster.
What is it?
She whispered to Red. The lizard swiveled to stare at a building to their right. It was a small structure, only 2 stories tall, with the top floor caved in and a shredded awning hanging limply from the balcony. 3 years ago, it had probably been a cafe of some kind, but now it was just a bombed-out ruin. Red's growling cut out, but he remained tense, and he carefully camouflaged himself to match the cracked pavement beneath his paws. A rustling came from inside the building. Just a small sound, like a boot stepping on unsteady ground or an animal nosing around the broken concrete. It was impossible to tell what was inside, and Beck had no interest in finding out. Keep moving, Beck murmured to Kaylin. She didn't need any more encouragement. Kaylin kept an eye on the building, but she took off at a quick jog down the street, Red running at her heels. Beck followed right behind her, his rifle clutched in his hands and ready for action.
Cess!
A sharp voice called out to them, shattering the tense quiet. Beck had taken French during high school, and he hardly remembered a thing he'd learned. But that was one word he recognized. Cess. Stop. No way in hell was he going to listen. There was no good reason for anyone to stop them, not unless someone meant to rob them or attack them. Run, he hissed at Kaylin. Kaylin leaped into a sprint, following Beck's lead, but they only made it a few yards. Then the high-pitched whine of an energy gun split the air, and a lamppost 5 yards ahead of them exploded. A wave of heat seared Beck's skin. He dove into the nearest doorway, ducking down against the wall. Kaylin followed behind him, scrambling to take cover, with Red sticking to her side.
What the hell was that?
Kaylin demanded, her eyes wide. Beck shook his head. He had no idea. Mateo had warned them that some of the scavengers in the city could be aggressive, but Beck hadn't expected to be straight-up attacked. At least not until they got closer to the warden's base. Silence settled on the street outside, but then the voice called out again in French. It was high-pitched, definitely belonging to a woman, but this time Beck couldn't understand a single word she said. Red let out an angered shriek at the sound of the voice and whirled back toward the doorway. His muscles tensed and wings flared. Kaylin grabbed hold of his tail and yanked it, dragging the lizard back into the shadows of the building. Red hissed indignantly, but didn't fight her. Beck crept to the nearest window, which had no glass left to shield the building from the outside. He peered carefully out into the street, trying to get a better look at their attacker. A girl strode toward their building, carrying an energy rifle in her arms. She had short hair that looked like it had been cropped with a ragged knife and pale skin that was smeared with grime. But beneath the dirt were the rounded cheeks and delicate chin of a young girl. probably only 12 years old at most. Her dark brown eyes were narrowed in a glare, and her short arm struggled to hold the heavy gun, but she'd proven pretty damn well that she was perfectly capable of using it.
Who is it?
Kaylin whispered to him. Beck shook his head in disbelief. It's just a girl.
What?
She must be a street kid. He'd run across plenty of them since the end of the war. The failed syndicate invasion had left behind tens of thousands of orphans, and in some cities they'd formed into packs. But usually they were harmless scavengers, far more skittish than they were dangerous. He'd never run into one so aggressive, especially not one so young. Kaylin edged closer to the window, her hand still tightly gripping her pistol as she peered out into the street. As she took in the sight of the girl, all the tension drained out of Kaylin. She slowly lowered her pistol, tucking it back into its holster. Kaylin stood up, framing herself in the window. Beck cursed and reached to pull her back down, but Red lunged at him, snapping at his hand and forcing him to scramble back a few steps. Kaylin didn't even flinch as she held up her hands in a gesture of innocence, facing the girl directly.
Hey there!
Kaylin called out, speaking in a soft, comforting tone.
We don't mean you any harm. You can put the gun down.
Kay, what are you doing? Beck hissed.
She has a gun!
She's a kid, not a rabid dog.
Kaylin said to him quietly.
She's just scared.
She shot at us.
No, she shot at a lamppost 15 feet away from us.
Beck muttered a curse as he heard the stubborn note in Kaylin's voice. She'd made up her mind to talk with the girl, and he knew it'd be useless to try stopping her. Beck stood and walked over to the door, holding up his own hands for the girl to see. He had no idea if this was going to work, but he figured the girl wasn't going to calm down unless she saw both of them surrender. The girl's scowl grew deeper, and she tightened her grip on her gun. She pointed it at Beck and then at Kaylin, calling out something in French.
Je suis censée te faire confiance?
Kaylin shook her head.
I'm sorry, we don't speak French. We speak English.
The girl bit at her lip. Even from this distance, Beck could see blood on her chapped lips, and he got the feeling it was a habit for the poor girl. Living on the streets didn't exactly give these kids a chance to cope with stress. She raised her head and called out something, shouting it loudly into the sky. Her high-pitched voice echoed through the streets, making Beck cringe. He had no idea what the girl was saying, but he didn't like the sharp edge in her voice. It didn't sound like a little girl crying for help. It sounded like a soldier barking an order.
What is she saying?
Kaylin whispered to Beck. No idea, he said. She shot him a frustrated glance.
You said you took French.
For 2 semesters 8 years ago, you really expect me to be fluent? She muttered a curse under her breath.
What's the French word for useless?
The girl snapped something else in French and shook her gun. Both of them immediately stopped speaking, although Red let out an angry snarl and leaped toward the open doorway. The girl's eyes grew wide as she took in the sight of the lizard. Red's wings were still flared, and his scales were shifting into an angry black color as he glared at the girl. She shifted her arm, pointing the gun straight at Red.
No!
Kaylin called out, her voice suddenly high and frantic.
Red, back! Get back!
He growled once more, but then slunk back inside, crouching just inside the doorway. The girl followed his movements with her gun, and then pointed it back at Kaylin when the lizard was out of sight. Beck heaved a deep breath, knowing he had to do something to calm the girl down before one of them ended up getting shot. So he pointed a finger toward his chest and called out, Beck! The girl tilted her head but said nothing, her scowl only growing deeper. Beck pointed to Kaylin and said, Kaylin. He strained his mind, struggling to remember the right words. Ne, Kaylin, ne. The girl's face crumpled into a confused look as she glanced between them.
What are you saying?
Kaylin hissed.
I'm telling her your name.
She looks confused. I don't think that's what you said.
Well, I don't know what else to tell her. Ne, it means name.
He bit his lip, the memory suddenly coming back to him.
Wait, no, it's non, not ne.
Then what the hell does nah mean?
Kaylin demanded. Beck ignored her and called out to the girl. No! I mean no! He pointed back to Kaylin. No, Kaylin. The girl stared at him suspiciously.
Tell me what nan means.
Kaylin quietly demanded. It means strong, Beck said quickly.
Like hell it does,
Kaylin whispered. She shot him a sideways glare.
What does it really mean?
He cringed a little as he admitted, I think it's the word for dwarf. Kaylin narrowed her eyes at him and then turned back to the girl, jabbing her finger at Beck.
Nom a dumb shit.
Impossibly, a small, hesitant smile lifted the girl's lips. She loosened her grip just slightly on the gun, and the barrel tilted toward the ground.
Well, that's one way to make her relax,
Kaylin muttered.
Make her think we're complete idiots.
The girl suddenly glanced down the street, and a look of relief smoothed the worry from her young face. Beck followed her gaze and caught sight of two men striding toward them. One carried a small pistol, but the man in the lead held a rifle. Beck blinked in surprise as the two men drew near. They had the fierce, haggard expressions of men, but the gangly bodies of boys. The boy with the pistol looked about 13, while the one with the rifle looked closer to 16. The girl cried out a greeting and then pointed to Beck and Kaylin, babbling something in French. The older boy nodded and replied to her in the same language, although his voice was smooth and confident. Then he strode to her side and rested a hand on her shoulder, ducking his head and murmuring something to her. The girl stared up at him with an adoring gaze and nodded, then scampered away down the street. The older boy turned to face them. He lifted his rifle at Beck and took a step toward them.
Come out of the building,
he ordered, his English perfect despite his strong accent.
Then put your hands above your head and don't move.
They only hesitated a moment before following his orders. Both of them paused right in front of the crumbling doorway, their hands lifted in the air. Beck felt naked without his rifle in his hands, but he forced himself to remain calm.
My name is Adrien,
the older boy said. He casually cradled an automatic rifle in his hands, his finger resting right beside the trigger. Judging by the way he handled the weapon, he was no stranger to using it.
I own these streets you're walking through. Who are you, and why do you think you have permission to pass through my territory?
Beck glanced over at Kaylin, nodding at her to reply. At first glance, Kaylin didn't look much older than these kids. Hopefully they'd stay calmer if she did the talking.
My name is Kaylin. My companion is Beck, and we're only here to search the ruins for alien artifacts.
You're telling me you're scavengers?
The boy said, his voice dry and disbelieving.
Scavengers who brought an alien dragon with you?
Kaylin nodded calmly.
I found him a year ago as a hatchling, and I've kept him as a working animal.
She cleared her throat a bit before adding,
And he's a Vader lizard, not a dragon.
Beck bit back a groan.
Kay, for the love of God, can you not correct the person pointing a gun at us?
Red isn't from mythology,
Kaylin hissed back stubbornly. Adrian scowled at her.
I find it difficult to believe a scavenger would keep an animal that valuable. You could sell him for thousands.
Kaylin shrugged.
He's my friend. I don't sell friends.
The blunt honesty of her answer seemed to surprise Adrian, and he relaxed his posture just slightly. But then he said,
You're obviously not from around here, and you have an alien pet. How do we know you're not aliens yourself?
Kaylin didn't bother trying to hide her shock.
Why would you think we're aliens?
The boy scowled at the question.
Don't play dumb.
Kaylin shook her head.
I'm not. We're new to Paris. I have no clue why you might think there are aliens wandering your streets.
Adrian ground his jaw back and forth as he considered this. Finally, he said,
We've been hearing the stories for weeks. Alien ships have been spotted all around the city.
What kind of ships?
The boy roughly thrust his rifle toward her.
You tell me,
he snapped. Kaylin sighed in frustration.
Look, we're definitely not aliens. Do you really think aliens from another planet would speak English with an American accent?
The boy considered this for a moment, his head tilting to the side. Then he slowly said,
It could be part of a disguise.
Kaylin shook her head.
If I was an alien who was trying to infiltrate your city, why would I learn English for a disguise and not French? And if I was trying to disguise myself, why would I bring along a pet that's obviously alien?
The boy's eyes narrowed as he considered this. Then he slowly nodded.
All right. I'm willing to believe you're not aliens, but I still don't buy that you're scavengers.
Kaylin raised her eyebrows.
And why's that?
Adrian lifted his chin.
These are my streets. I know who belongs here and who doesn't. And you most certainly don't.
He gestured to their surroundings.
The buildings on this side of the city have been totally picked over for years. There's nothing left. Any true scavenger would know that.
Beck looked the boy up and down, struggling to understand just who exactly he was. Adrian didn't just speak English fluently. He spoke intelligently, as if he had been well educated. And there was something strange about the way the boy carried himself. He walked like a wolf, both elegant and supremely confident, which was far different from the slinking gait Beck had seen in most street orphans. Kaylin kept her voice calm as she said,
So if we're not scavengers, then who do you think we are?
Adrian frowned as he considered this.
I'm not sure.
Kaylin gave a frustrated sigh.
Yeah, that's because we're
Adrian held up a staying hand.
Stop! I don't want to hear any more of your lies. I only want to know one thing.
He straightened his shoulder and gave each of them a hard, calculating look.
Are you friends of the Wardens?
Kaylin glanced over at Beck, and then back to Adrian, her eyes wide with uncertainty. The wrong answer could be a death sentence. Beck swallowed hard and opened his mouth, preparing to say yes. The Wardens owned huge swaths of this city, and it made sense they would also own Adrian's loyalty. But then he thought of the gentle hand Adrian had laid on the orphan girl's shoulder, and of the adoring way she'd stared up at him. It wasn't the admiring stare that a soldier would give a general. It had been softer than that, warmer, like the loving gaze of a sister looking up to her brother.
No,
Beck said, shaking his head as he looked Adrian straight in the eye.
We're not friends with anyone who indoctrinates kids and forces them onto a battlefield.
Adrian's harsh expression didn't change, but his shoulders relaxed slightly.
I'm glad to hear that,
he said, lowering his rifle just slightly.
I didn't feel like shooting anyone today.
Relief flowed through Beck, although it was quickly followed by a cold chill. If he had slipped up and claimed to be friends with the Wardens... Beck took a deep breath, struggling to clear his mind, and decided to take a gamble. Revealing their actual mission was dangerous, but Adrian was obviously not a friend of the Wardens, and he might be willing to help them.
The Wardens have stolen an extremely dangerous weapon,
Beck said.
That's why we're here. We want to infiltrate their base and take it back.
Adrian frowned.
You'd be a fool to try that. The tunnels leading to their base are guarded better than most prisons.
We know. That's why we're here today. We're trying to scout out a way into their base.
Adrian cocked his head.
Why are you telling me this?
You're obviously not friendly with the Wardens, and you're familiar with this city. I'm betting you have plenty of info about how someone might break into their base.
Adrian barked a sharp laugh, his teeth flashing in a smile that looked like a snarling wolf.
Ha! Sure, I can give you some info. You're probably not going to get past the guards at the entrance to the tunnels, at least not alive. And if you do somehow manage to get inside, you won't get further than a kilometer before a guard or a trap finishes you off.
Beck's heart thudded in his chest, but he kept his expression carefully composed.
We have to try anyway. We don't have a choice.
But I do have a choice. And my choice is to tell you to consider yourself lucky for not getting killed by me, and to get the hell off my territory.
Beck gritted his teeth.
You don't understand how deadly this weapon is. We need to get it out of their hands, and we need to do it immediately.
If you help us, you'd be saving lives."
18,
Adrian said. Beck raised an eyebrow.
18?
That's how many orphans are under my care. How many lives I've already saved.
Beck nodded.
That's a lot.
Too many,
Adrian corrected, his voice suddenly bitter.
I don't have the resources to take care of this many, but I do it anyway. I find a way.
He jabbed a finger toward Beck.
Without me, these kids would have no one, so there is no chance in hell I'm going to risk my life and theirs to give you information. The wardens don't take kindly to snitches.
We'll pay you. Generously, you can buy food, clothes, shelter, anything you need. Adrian stilled for a moment, considering this. Then his lips crept into a slow, slim smile.
Resistance fighters. That's who you are, aren't you? I can't think of any other Americans who would be cocky enough to march into a ruined city and brag about having enough money for a good bribe.
Beck winced a little, realizing how ignorant he probably seemed. Beck had experienced hardship and danger during the Syndicate War, but it was nothing compared to what Adrian was living through. Tossing around the offer of money so flippantly was practically an insult. Adrian nodded, seeming to take Beck's silence as confirmation.
Can't say I was ever expecting to see someone from the Resistance around here, he said, making a vague gesture to his surroundings. Your people have always given the wardens a wide berth.
Times have changed, Beck said.
Apparently so,
Adrian said with a nod.
But my answer hasn't. You can take your bribe and shove it. There's no point having money if we're all dead.
He's right,
Kaylin said, her voice quiet but firm. She looked over at Beck with a fierce expression, as if daring him to disagree.
We'll have to find another way to get info about the tunnels. We can't put them in danger.
Beck gritted his teeth, but he nodded, knowing they were right. At least tell us the safest path from here to the entrance of the tunnels, he said, looking back to Adrian. Then we'll leave your territory and never come back. Adrian inclined his head toward the end of the street.
I'm going to escort you to the border of my territory, and you're going to leave, and no one is going to get hurt. That's already generous enough. Don't ask anything more of me.
He didn't give them any chance to disagree before he waved them forward with his rifle.
Now come on, get moving before I change my mind and blow your brains out.
Kaylin collapsed at the table in the meeting room, her feet throbbing and mind spinning. Beck sat next to her, sighing heavily as he settled in the chair. Their journey into the city had been a success. Technically. In reality, it had done nothing but confirm their fears and add a few more new ones. They'd managed to get to the entrance of the tunnels, only to find it swarmed with guards. At least a dozen of them had patrolled the area, and those were just the ones Kaylin and Beck had spotted. It was far worse than the 5 or 6 guards Mateo had warned them of, which could only mean one thing. This was war. The wardens were expecting retaliation for attacking the resistance base, and they were ready to violently repel anyone who dared to try entering their base. You okay? Beck murmured to her. The room was empty except for the 2 of them and Red, who was dozing at Kaylin's feet. The others who had been invited to the meeting room were still on their way. But Beck still spoke quietly, as if hesitant to ask the question out loud. Or maybe just hesitant to hear the answer.
We're screwed, Beck,
Kaylin replied. Her voice sounded strangely calm, and she realized she was just too damn tired to sound anxious.
Totally screwed.
We'll find a way in, Beck said, although he sounded far from confident. Kaylin just shook her head as she thought back to the tunnel entrance they'd scouted out. Before the war, the entrance had obviously led down to the subway, and there were still battered signs in French asking pedestrians to please watch their step and stay off the tracks. But the entrance to the subway had crumbled, barricading off most of the entryway with concrete rubble, leaving only a small gap that was barely big enough for a single person to pass through. The guards had stood right in front of the gap, their weapons ready to fend off anyone who dared get too close. Mateo had told them this was one of the most lightly guarded entrances in the entire city. And if he was telling the truth...
There's no way we can get in there, not without a full-scale invasion.
Beck shook his head. That would take weeks to plan. Months.
It doesn't matter how long it'd take. It wouldn't be an option, even if you could send in an army tomorrow.
Beck nodded gravely. At least 4 of the guards they'd spotted had been teenagers, and one of them couldn't have been older than 14. Kaylin had struggled to focus on anything other than the youngest guard. Despite being a kid, she'd had the hardened stare of a trained warrior, although she'd flinched every time the other guards spoke to her and tensed when they got too close. It was one thing to hear about the street kids who'd joined the Wardens, and an entirely different thing to see them firsthand. It made her disgust toward the Wardens turn to pure, burning rage. If her brother had survived the war, he'd have been right around the girl's age, still just a helpless, naive child. The thought of the Wardens manipulating kids in that way, of forcing them to choose between a slow death on the streets or a bloody death on a battlefield, it was sick, just sick. A warm hand covered hers. Kaylin flinched, ready to jerk away. But then she looked down to see Beck's hand resting gently on top of hers, and she went still. He stared at her with somber brown eyes. We're going to do everything we can to avoid fighting with them. We're not going to just launch an invasion into their base and risk getting a bunch of kids killed. Before Kaylin could reply, the door slid open. Mateo stepped inside, his hands cuffed and a guard marching along behind him. The guard was a tall woman who carried a rifle slung over her shoulder, but she looked more bored than cautious as she ushered Mateo to sit at the far end of the table. Mateo looked more alert than he had when Kaylin left him, the last of his fatigue gone. But he also seemed more nervous, and his gaze kept flicking around, trying to take in everything at once. Beck looked up at the guard. You can go. I'll handle things from here. The guard hesitated.
I was told to stay with him,
she said in a heavily accented voice. And now you're being told differently, Beck said, suddenly slipping into a deep, commanding tone. He straightened his shoulders, giving the guard a hard stare that made it impossible to forget that Beck far outranked her. The guard gave a quick nod and a salute, and then she strode back out of the room. As soon as the door closed behind her, Mateo relaxed just slightly, although his gaze stayed nervously locked on the pistol at Beck's waist. Beck gave a slim smile, trying to reassure him, but Mateo just flinched under Beck's gaze. The door slid open, and Leo and Marin stepped inside. They also seemed to have recovered from their exhaustion, and both of the Ruramenti officials were once again wearing impeccably clean clothes and walking with perfect grace. Good evening, Leo said, nodding to each person in the room. Evening, Beck replied with a nod of his own, even though it was already 11 at night and far past evening. Commander Duval strode in behind Leo. Kaylin had met him earlier in the day, before she'd left to scout the city with Beck, and it had hardly been a friendly encounter. Duval settled in at the table and addressed the small group.
Good evening, everyone, he said.
He nodded to Beck.
I'm glad to see you've returned safely.
Thank you, although I'm afraid we didn't bring back good news.
Give me a full report,
Duval commanded. Beck immediately launched into the report, giving every useful detail he could remember. Sometimes Kaylin forgot why exactly he'd been promoted through the ranks so quickly. But it was impossible not to notice just how smart he was when he gave reports. He noticed and remembered everything, including small details Kaylin had completely missed. Like the fact that several of the guards had been drinking coffee, suggesting they had either just started a shift and were trying to wake up, or were ending a shift and trying to stay alert. And the fact that several of the guards had been carrying blaster weapons that looked brand new, as if they'd just gotten in a new weapons shipment. Duval nodded along as Beck spoke, tapping out notes on a digital tablet. When Beck was finally finished, Duval turned to Mateo, a scowl on his lips.
12 guards is far more than you told us to expect, Duval said.
Mateo looked down, avoiding the commander's angry gaze.
I've never heard of that many guards being stationed there, he said.
He swallowed hard and then hesitantly added,
I think they're expecting a full-blown attack from you. Of course they are, Duval said darkly. After their attack on our base, they'd be fools not to. I think the alien sightings are part of it too, Mateo said quietly. It has them on edge.
Beck raised his eyebrows. Do you think those are real, not just rumors? Mateo nodded.
We've been hearing about it for weeks. Sightings of strange ships and people. We all thought it was just rumors at first. But if the Wardens actually have a trade deal going on with the aliens, that means there probably have been alien visits. Wait, Duval said, holding up his hand to stop Mateo. What is this about the Wardens working with aliens? I wasn't informed of this.
It's pure speculation at this point, Beck said. But then he turned and gave Leo a hard stare. Although I'm hoping Ambassador Leo might be able to clarify. Leo cleared his throat and looked down at his clasped hands.
I'm unsure how much I can share with you about the Ascendancy, he said, his words slow and careful. I would need to request permission from my council. We don't have time for this sort of bullshit, Duval snapped.
He glanced toward the door, making sure it was closed. Then he turned back to Leo and said,
We know the virtue is a weapon of mass destruction.
Leo's pale skin went even paler.
Who informed you of this? You, Duval said wryly. Just now. Beck heavily suspected it, and you just confirmed it.
An embarrassed flush crept across Leo's cheeks, and beside him, Marin muttered something exasperated under her breath.
I had a feeling you might put the pieces together, Leo said to Beck.
It was kind of hard not to,
Kaylin said.
As soon as you told us that the virtue is connected to that fragment thing you used to heal Mateo, it was pretty obvious you're not chasing after some harmless old relic.
Leo sighed and ran a hand over his face. Then he gave a small, tight nod.
Yes, the virtue of war can be used as a weapon, and it has the potential to be incredibly powerful.
His gaze narrowed slightly as he looked around the room.
But it's not a weapon humans would be able to use, so please don't even think of trying to utilize it.
Duval's shoulders slumped with relief.
That's fantastic news. If humans can't use it, the Wardens won't be able to launch an attack with it. It's not the Wardens we're concerned about, Leo said. It's the Ascendancy. We've received intel that they're working with some groups of humans to chase after the virtue.
He turned toward Mateo.
You believe the Wardens might be one of these groups?
Mateo nodded and quickly repeated the explanation he'd given Beck earlier. The sudden influx of money from a mysterious coalition, the alien weapons given to the Wardens, the sightings of alien ships over Paris. With every word Mateo spoke, Leo's expression grew darker and darker.
This was exactly what we'd feared, he said grimly.
A feeling of dread struck Kaylin in the stomach.
So you agree it's the Ascendancy working with the Wardens?
Leo nodded.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Duval frowned.
But why would the Wardens willingly work with the Ascendancy? They hate aliens. They'd never do business with them. The leader of the Wardens is convinced they're not aliens, Mateo said. He thinks they've gotten all their alien tech from scavenging.
Duval turned to Leo.
And you don't think that's possible?
Leo shook his head.
It's incredibly unlikely.
He turned back to Mateo and said,
You said this supplier visits the Warden's base regularly. Do you know if they follow a schedule? They come every second Thursday of the month, Mateo said. There's always extra security that day. It's when the Shepherd visits too.
Kaylin raised her eyebrows.
You mean the shepherd doesn't live at the main base?
Mateo shook his head.
No. He visits about 3 times a month, but he doesn't spend much time there. But he's their main leader, Duval said. What kind of leader doesn't spend time at his own base?
Mateo shrugged.
It's how he chooses to run things. No one ever questions the shepherd.
Kaylin did a quick calculation in her head.
It's 3 days until the Ascendancy is due to visit the Warden's base,
She said, struggling to keep from sounding panicked.
That's probably when the Wardens are going to hand the virtue over to them.
So we only have 3 days to get the virtue back before we lose it to the Ascendancy for good, Beck said. It'll only be 3 days if we're lucky, Leo said grimly. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ascendancy came ahead of schedule. They won't want the virtue in human hands for long. The room went silent, as if the weight of their predicament had simply crushed all the noise from the room. Then Beck took a deep breath and said, This changes nothing. Our plan is still the same. We do a stealth entry into the base, steal the virtue, and get out. Mateo bit his lip.
I stand by what I said before, he said quietly. I don't think you have any chance of getting in, especially not if there's extra security posted.
What if we avoided the main entrances and tried to find another way in? Beck asked. There are hundreds of miles of tunnels in Paris. There have to be some smaller entrance points the Wardens don't know about. Mateo frantically shook his head.
No, there's a reason the Wardens don't bother guarding every tiny crack that leads into the tunnels. They were all booby-trapped during the Syndicate invasion.
Beck frowned and gestured between himself and Kaylin. We fought in the Syndicate War from the beginning to the end. You really think we don't know how to handle a few booby traps? Mateo shook his head.
You don't understand? Civilians laid traps there when they took shelter in the tunnels at the beginning of the Syndicate invasion. And then the French military laid more traps. And then the Syndicate laid their own traps to kill French soldiers. And then, when the Syndicate invasion was over, the Wardens took over those tunnels and laid even more traps to ensure no one could make it to their base without an invitation. These days, you can't walk further than a yard through the tunnels without running into either a trap or a skeleton.
Kaylin rubbed at her face and let out a curse.
Isn't there anyone who knows how to get through the tunnels?
The top officials in the Wardens have maps, but they're obviously not going to share it with you, Mateo said. And some street kids have figured out the safe paths, but they know the Wardens will kill them if they help someone break in, so they're not going to be any help either.
Duval narrowed his eyes on Kaylin.
If there's no safe way to breach the base, then we should send in the thief alone. Isn't she the expert at sneaking into places she doesn't belong?
I'm a thief, not a magician,
Kaylin snapped.
I know how to get through locked doors and crack safes, but I can't magically deactivate booby traps that are meant to take out entire squadrons of soldiers.
Duval sat back in his chair, his arms crossed, and turned to Beck.
I wouldn't object to making her try anyway. If she lives, the virtue is recovered and all is well. If she gets killed, it's no loss. She'll likely be sentenced to death anyway.
Kaylin gritted her teeth, resisting the urge to snarl a retort. But before she could reply, Beck snapped, The Resistance has a legal system for dealing with criminals, and it doesn't involve sending them on suicide missions. He kept his tone calculating, but Kaylin knew him well enough to see the anger in his expression. It eased her panic just a little to know that at least one person at this table didn't want her dead. I second this, Leo said, his tone disapproving. I won't have lives needlessly wasted. Duval nodded stiffly.
Then we'll have to explore other options to secure the virtue.
Silence descended on the room again. Kaylin racked her brain, trying to think of some way to get inside the Warden's base. But it was useless. They had too little time and too little intel. Duval was the first to break the silence.
I can only think of one other way to ensure the virtue's safety.
An uncomfortable feeling clawed at Kaylin's gut. She had a feeling she knew where this was going, and she didn't like it one bit. Leo tilted his head. What exactly would our other option be?
Bomb the base, Duval said. Destroy it and bury the Virtue under 1,000,000 tons of rubble. Take the Wardens out in one fell sweep before this war can escalate further.
No, Matteo cried. The entire room turned to look at him. Matteo flinched under their gazes, but his eyes burned with desperation as he said,
You don't understand. That base doubles as their training camp. At least 1/4 of the people living there are orphans they've recruited off the streets. They're just desperate kids. We're aware of this, Duval said, his voice quiet and somber. Believe me, I don't make this suggestion lightly.
How the hell can you even think of bombing the place?
Kaylin demanded. She gave up on trying for a diplomatic tone, letting anger burn in her words. Duval just went silent and ran a hand over his short beard. For a second, his stoic mask broke, and Kaylin saw pain lining his expression.
50 million, he said quietly. That's how many children Earth lost during the Syndicate invasion. And that's being conservative. There are already whispers that the war with the Ascendancy is going to be even more devastating.
Duval shifted his gaze over to Leo.
This Virtue is dangerous enough that a Ruramenti sent you across the galaxy to contain it. If the Ascendancy gets hold of a weapon that powerful...
He slowly shook his head.
There's no telling how many millions more deaths there could be.
This isn't a math equation,
Kaylin snapped, anger flaring in her chest.
Those kids aren't just numbers. They're living, breathing victims. You can't just drop a bomb on their heads and claim you're saving lives.
Beside her, Red stirred from his nap and growled at the sound of Kaylin's raised voice. He reared up, planting his front paws on the edge of the table. He hissed, the spikes along his back raising as he locked eyes with the commander.
Get that damn beast under control before I shoot it,
Duval snarled at Kaylin. He jabbed a finger toward her.
And get yourself under control, too. You have no right to criticize us. You're the one who stole the Virtue and placed it in the hands of the Wardens. If it wasn't for your greed and stupidity, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
Kaylin looked down at the table, swallowing hard to keep herself from admitting that she wasn't the thief. They wouldn't believe her, and even if by some miracle they did, they'd just kill her when they realized they had no use for her. She shushed Red, waving him away from the table. He lay back down at her feet, but a low growl still rumbled deep in his throat. Duval started to speak, but then Leo raised his hands, cutting off the commander. Regardless of Kaylin's crimes, I agree with her. We must avoid bombing the base.
He's right,
Matteo said, his voice rising to a panicked note.
You can't bomb them.
Duval shot him a sharp glance.
In case you've forgotten what those handcuffs are for, you are our prisoner. You don't get to tell us what we can and can't do.
But I can, Leo said sharply. Commander Duval, I demand that you find another option.
We don't have other options,
Duval said firmly.
The Ascendancy will be arriving any day. If we don't have the Virtue protected by then, the Ascendancy will get hold of it.
Bombing the base won't be enough to destroy the Virtue,
Marin said, her voice cold.
It's built to withstand even the most powerful weapons. Even the Ruramenti don't know how to completely destroy a Virtue.
We don't need to destroy it. We just need to keep it out of the Ascendancy's hands. Bombing the base would accomplish that. The Wardens would be ruined, and the Virtue would be buried deep underground. And once the bombing ends, we could send in our soldiers to fend off the Ascendancy from trying to unearth the Virtue.
Kaylin whirled toward Beck, silently urging him to disagree. He swallowed hard, his brow furrowed as he considered what Duval had said. Then he quietly said, I agree with Ambassador Leo. I don't like this plan. Duval scowled.
Did you not hear what I said? I don't like it either, but we're running out of options.
The commander let out a long breath and braced his palms against the table, turning back to Leo.
Ambassador, believe me, I don't recommend this lightly. It would be a horrible thing to do. But I genuinely believe that killing a small number now could prevent the loss of millions of lives in the future.
Murdering, not killing,
Kaylin said coldly.
There are kids trapped in that base. Bombing them would be murder, plain and simple.
Duval shot her an incredulous stare.
You really think you have the right to lecture us about morality? You're a thief!
Kaylin almost snarled something to defend herself, but Beck reached under the table and rested a comforting hand on her knee. Kaylin took a deep breath and composed herself, keeping silent and turning to Leo instead. Nothing she said mattered to these people, but Leo's opinion did. The ambassador's face was even paler than normal, his thin lips pulled into a grim line. He took a deep breath as he surveyed the table, his ice-blue eyes flickering between everyone seated there. His gaze finally landed on Marin, as if he was desperately hoping for some advice from her, but her expression remained impassive. Leo took a shuddering breath. Then he quietly said, "This is a decision that is far beyond my level of experience. In normal circumstances, I would refuse to give my opinion until consulting with the council. But given that the ascendancy will be arriving in a matter of days, I don't have that luxury." He went silent for a long moment. Kaylin leaned forward anxiously, but Marin just gave him a small, encouraging nod. Leo cleared his throat and then said, "We must not do anything that would cause undue harm. I believe we can all agree on that." He turned toward Duval and said, "Commander, I'd like for you to get your bombers ready to deploy."
What?
Kaylin cried. Leo turned toward her, and the strained look of defeat on his face made Kaylin shut up. Lines of pain crinkled his forehead, and horror widened his eyes. But his tone remained firm as he said, "If it's our only option, we have to take it. We have no choice." Leo's voice lowered to a hushed whisper as he added, "You don't understand what you're dealing with. You don't understand just how devastating it would be for the ascendancy to get hold of that virtue." Kaylin turned toward Beck, silently pleading for him to do something, anything to put an end to this. Shock overtook Beck's expression, and he stared mutely at Leo for a long minute. Then he finally managed to choke out, "There are hundreds of kids inside that compound. Hundreds." Leo let out a ragged breath. "I know, but there is simply no other choice." Kaylin opened her mouth to curse out the ambassador, to tell him he was a sick fool, that he was just as bad as every power-drunk official on Earth. But all that ended up coming out was,
Let me at least try.
No one said anything for a long moment. Then Duval turned to her and raised his eyebrows.
Pardon?
I said, let me try,
she repeated, although it was harder to choke out the words a second time as it dawned on her exactly what she was saying. She took a deep breath.
You say it's a suicide mission to break into the base. You also say you want me dead. So let me try to break in. If I somehow get in, I'll get the virtue and bring it back, and you don't need to drop any bombs. If I don't...
She shrugged, doing her best to keep terror from seeping into her voice.
Then it's no loss to you, right?
Duval gave her a disbelieving look, while Leo's eyes widened in shock. Beck shook his head and opened his mouth, clearly ready to protest, but Kaylin shot him a sharp look that was harsh enough to silence him. Beck slowly closed his mouth and nodded. He understood. Nothing would ever make up for the lives her careless actions had stolen. Nothing would ever bring back the innocent kids that had been killed on her last mission for the Resistance. But saving the kids inside that base, or at least trying to, was the closest she could get to redemption. You don't have to do this, Beck said quietly. Kaylin nodded.
I know, but I want to.
Duval rubbed thoughtfully at his chin. Then he nodded to her wrist.
You understand that the Taros bracelet works from long distance, don't you? If you try to run anywhere but inside that base, we won't hesitate to hit you with a dose of taro sedative that will stop your heart.
Kaylin swallowed hard.
I understand.
Duval turned to Leo and raised his eyebrows.
What do you think, Ambassador?
Leo pursed his lips tightly, but then he slowly said, If Kaylin is as good of a thief as she claims, then I believe there might be a very small chance she could recover the virtue, as long as she understands that she'll most likely die, and as long as she's willing to take that risk. I see no reason why we should stop her. Duval nodded grimly and turned to Kaylin.
All right, I'll permit it.
He rubbed at his chin and added,
You have 24 hours. If you can get the virtue by then and return it to us, we'll call off the bombing. If not...
He let out a defeated sigh and shook his head.
Hey, we'll have no choice but to go ahead with the bombing.
Thank you,
Kaylin murmured. She was pretty sure she shouldn't be thanking a man who was choosing to send her on a suicide mission. But her brain suddenly felt numb with fear, and she didn't know what else to say. Beck cleared his throat.
I'm going with her.
It took Kaylin a long, disbelieving second to register what he had just said. Then she turned to him and blurted out,
What?
Beck didn't even flinch under her incredulous stare. He just looked straight at Duval and said,
I can't let you drop those bombs, so I'm going to retrieve the virtue so you don't have to.
Kaylin gaped at him, struggling to believe what she was hearing. Duval's surprised expression turned to pure incredulousness, and he couldn't seem to find any words. Finally, Kaylin blurted out,
Beck, you do understand what the suicide part of a suicide mission means, right?
He turned to her and said in a strangely calm voice,
We're probably going to die.
Yeah,
she said, nodding frantically.
Like probably definitely going to die.
He shrugged.
We have to at least try.
You're insane.
He scowled at her.
Well, you started it.
But I have a reason to do it. You don't.
Beck shook his head.
When I joined the Resistance, I swore to protect the innocent. That's enough reason for me.
A lump grew in Kaylin's throat. She wanted to shower him with thanks, and at the same time beg him not to go. She could deal with the thought of giving her life to try to protect the kids inside that base. She owed it to the world after what she'd done. But she wasn't sure she could handle the thought of Beck doing the same. But it wasn't her choice. Never had been. Never would be. No matter how obedient Beck seemed at times, Kaylin knew he was his own person, and if he'd made up his mind to go, nothing was going to stop him. Duval cleared his throat and folded his hands, struggling to cover his obvious shock.
If that's your decision, I won't stop you, he said to Beck. But please, know that no one will think less of you if you don't go.
Thank you, Beck said, but I choose to go with Kaylin.
I'm going too,
Mateo said. Before anyone could protest, he turned to Duval and said,
I have friends inside that base, friends who want to escape the Wardens but can't. I'd rather die than just sit here and let you bomb them.
His voice took on a fierce note, and he narrowed his eyes, just daring Duval to protest. But the commander just nodded.
I understand. If you'd like to go with them, I'll allow it. If Beck and Kaylin manage to get inside the base, I'm sure it would be helpful to have someone with them who knows the layout.
Mateo let out a relieved sigh and nodded in agreement. He didn't look at all nervous, only determined, and Kaylin realized he truly meant what he'd said. He actually wanted to go with them. Her gut twisted with a sudden feeling of guilt. She'd volunteered to go as a way to redeem herself, but now it seemed like she was just going to get Beck and Mateo killed. Or maybe not. Maybe they could pull this off. Maybe they could actually get inside that base and get out with the virtue in hand. She took a deep breath and forced herself to focus on that possibility, no matter how far-fetched it seemed. Duval let out a long sigh and nodded.
All right. The three of you have 24 hours, and not a minute more.
He looked at Beck and said,
We'll supply you with any weapons or equipment you need. Just give me a list.
Beck turned to Kaylin and raised his eyebrows. Kaylin forced herself to breathe slowly in and out. Thieving was her area of expertise. If they were going to make it safely in and out of the base, she was going to be the one to guide them.
We're going to need sedative rounds,
Kaylin said to Duval.
And none of the cheap stuff. We need something that can knock a person out before they have time to yell for help. We'll also need a signal cloaking device and a mapping system, plus some concentrated nido acid and a code flutter.
As Kaylin rattled off the list of things she'd need, she felt her nerves slowly beginning to fade. This was just another job, like the ones she'd completed dozens of times before. She might not be a good soldier. She might not even be a good person. But she was a damn good thief, and she was going to use every ounce of skill she had to make it out of that base with the virtue in hand. Leo. We can't just let them die. Leo's gut twisted as he finally said the words. They'd been building inside him for the entire evening, ever since Kaylin, Beck, and Mateo had declared they would keep their original plan and try to break into the base. In the hours since their meeting, Leo had typed up a detailed report to transmit back to the council, feeling more and more guilt with every word he typed. By allowing the bombing to happen, he was doing his duty. He was following the council's strict protocol. The virtues must be protected at any cost. But all he could think of was the sight of Mateo lying on the ground in the barn, writhing in pain as his wound slowly killed him. That had been one man, one life, one narrowly avoided death. The idea of hundreds of people suffering the same sorts of wounds, and Leo not being able to do anything to help them. Marin looked up from her tablet and stared at him. They had both settled at the same small table in their guest quarters, with hardly any space between them. There was no way either of them was going to leave each other's side, not in this foreign place.
We can't let who die?
Marin finally asked. Any of them. Beck, Kaylin, and Mateo, who were all risking their lives to stop the bombing. And the innocent kids trapped inside the base, who were probably going to get bombed, despite the efforts to save them. Leo swallowed hard. All of them. He shook his head. This plan is terrible. If the council knew... He trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Marin sighed softly.
If the council knew, they would approve. The plans are terrible, but they're the only possible option. Logically, it's the only way we can keep the ascendancy away from the virtue.
Logically. There was that word again. For so long, it had been the centerpiece to his life. Every action a collector made had to be rooted in logic. It was the only way for them to ensure peace. But saving Mateo hadn't been logical. Far from it. Yet it had been the right thing to do. We need to help them, Leo said. We can't just let the three of them walk into the warden's base and get killed. Marin held her hands up in a helpless gesture.
They've chosen a hopeless mission and they know it. There's nothing we can do to stop them, Leo.
Her voice was calm and steady, as always, but Leo could see the concern etched into her expression. The mission was upsetting her, even if she didn't want to admit it. Leo rubbed a hand over his face and stared down at the table. How did we get to this point? He whispered. This mission was supposed to have been so simple. Greet the humans, take the virtue, and leave. Easy, quick, harmless. Marin sighed.
We are on the brink of an intergalactic war, Leo. From here on out, nothing is going to be simple for any of our people.
Leo pressed a hand to his aching forehead. My sworn duty is to ensure peace. How am I supposed to bring peace when everyone seems to want violence? Marin shook her head.
I know you're taught that collectors are supposed to bring peace to the universe, but that's really not how it works at all. It's merely an ideal. All collectors can do is try to contain virtues and make peace a possibility. Whether or not people choose to accept that possibility is beyond your control.
Leo gave a harsh laugh. Ha! That's far from comforting. Marin shrugged.
My job is to protect you. Part of that is making sure you know what you're getting into.
She reached out and rested a hand on top of his.
Collectors are trained as peacekeepers, because that's your ultimate goal, but it's also the rarest outcome.
Leo shook his head. I've had success on all my other assignments so far. Marin smiled grimly.
There have only been 4 of those, and they were minor assignments for a minor collector. For better or worse, you're now tackling an assignment you shouldn't have been given for another 40 years.
Her expression suddenly darkened.
So much depends on keeping the virtue out of the hands of the Ascendancy. I know you know that, but you don't seem to truly believe it.
A mixture of guilt and anger built in his chest. I believe it. I just don't want to see bombs dropped on the heads of innocents.
You've never seen war, Leo,
Marin said quietly.
You've studied it, but it's entirely different from actually seeing it firsthand. Once that happens, you'll understand the logic better. Better for hundreds to die than billions.
There was conviction in her voice, but also pain that made her words hoarse. That was the only thing that kept Leo from snapping a retort at her. As brutal as Marin's assessment was, she clearly hated it just as much as he did. He struggled not to sound defeated as he said, "And better for none to die than hundreds." Marin gave a slim smile and patted his hand.
Of course, we can't depend on Beck's team succeeding, but we can hope.
Leo nodded, although he could detect the skepticism in Marin's voice, and it made his stomach curdle. She gave a small sigh.
You'll learn, Leo. You'll learn to block out your emotions and focus on the logic. Your job won't always be this painful.
Just a few days ago, he would have taken that to be comforting, but all he could think of was the sight of Mateo slowly dying. If Leo had used logic, he never would have activated his fragment, and Mateo would be dead. I'm not sure I always want to be logical, he murmured. Marin gave him a soft, patronizing smile.
As I said, give it time. The war will teach you differently.
Beck. Beck tried to catch some sleep, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he realized sleep wasn't an option. He'd gone on plenty of dangerous missions before, but this mission would be different. This would be suicide. He managed to keep his eyes closed for an entire 40 minutes. Then he swung his legs off the bed and sat up, rubbing at his face. If sleeping wasn't possible, he might as well get started on planning. This mission might have been largely hopeless, but he was going to make sure it was the most goddamn precise suicide mission to ever occur. If there was even the slightest chance of it succeeding, he was going to make sure they seized it. Beck was just standing from his bed when a knock came at his door. He snagged his shirt and jeans off his nightstand and shrugged them on, but hesitated a moment as he stared down at his holster and pistol. Just a few days ago, he wouldn't have bothered to wear the holster just to answer the door. But times were changing. He buckled the holster around his waist as he strode over to the door, slamming the button on the control panel to open it. Duval stood there in a wrinkled set of clothes, his hair still ruffled from sleep, but his eyes were wide and anxiously blinking.
"You have a visitor,"
the commander said. Beck looked up and down the hallway, but he didn't spot anyone. "Who is it?" Beck asked.
"A street kid. He just showed up at the front of the base waving around a rifle and saying he had business with you and the thief."
Beck raised his eyebrows. "And you let him in?" Duval swallowed hard, and harsh lines hardened his expression.
Our satellite footage just confirmed what he told us. There was another attack.
Beck's heart thudded in his chest.
On a resistance base?
Duval shook his head, and his voice grew quiet.
No. This one was on the sector of the city you visited earlier today. The same one the kid's from.
What do you mean?
The wardens targeted the orphan pack who lives there,
Duval said, anger deepening his voice.
They demanded information from the kids, and when they didn't hand it over, the wardens started shooting.
Nausea rose in Beck's gut, followed only a moment later by a burning sense of rage.
Those sick fucks,
he hissed. Duval pursed his lips and then nodded. He didn't seem to know what to say, and Beck couldn't blame the commander. There were simply no words for this sort of crime.
What's the name of the orphan who came here?
Duval shook his head.
He won't tell me. He told me about the attack, but he's refusing to speak about anything more until he sees you and Kaylin.
Beck nodded, unsurprised by the news. If there was one thing street kids learned fast, it was to trust no one.
Where is he?
Beck asked, already striding out the door.
This way,
Duval said, gesturing for Beck to follow him.
Beck?
Kaylin's voice rang through the hallway, startling them both to a stop. Beck glanced around the hallway but didn't see her anywhere. Then he glanced down at the small communication unit he had clipped to his holster.
What's going on?
Kaylin demanded, her voice coming through the comm unit speakers.
I keep hearing a bunch of radio chatter in French, and I can't understand a word of it, but it doesn't sound good.
Duval turned and gave Beck an incredulous look.
You gave her a comm unit and opened the base channels?
Nope, one of the guards gave it to me,
Kaylin said, her voice smug.
Which one?
Duval barked.
The tall red-headed guy with the observation skills of a blindfolded rock.
Beck pressed a hand to his forehead.
Kaylin, did you steal the comm from him?
Doesn't even count as stealing. It was too easy.
Duval spat a curse and glared at the comm unit, but Beck had to struggle to keep a straight face. He was relieved that Kaylin wasn't actually a murderer, but he was damn glad she was actually a thief. They'd need every ounce of skill she had. Duval activated his own comm unit and spoke into it, snapping orders in French. No doubt he was ordering his guards to retrieve the stolen unit from Kaylin. Beck held a hand up to the commander.
Wait, I'll go get her. If this kid wants to talk with both of us, I don't see why we should refuse.
Duval gritted his teeth, but then he nodded and made a sharp gesture down the hallway toward the room Kaylin was being kept in.
Go ahead and get her. Just keep a tight leash on her. I don't want her stealing anything else from my people.
Then maybe train your people not to be walking targets for pickpockets,
Kaylin said dryly. Duval's mouth twisted in a snarl, but before he could retort, Beck said,
Where's the boy?
Duval paused for a moment and then cleared his throat, composing himself. He seemed to realize Kaylin was baiting him, because he kept his voice calm as he said to Beck,
He's in the same meeting room we met in earlier. I'm heading over there now. Get the thief and join me.
He strode off, speaking into his comm unit in French again. Beck nodded and headed toward Kaylin's room. She was just a single hallway away from his. He'd asked that she be put in an emptied guest room instead of a cell. A guard was stationed outside Kaylin's door, and she nodded to Beck and turned to unlock the door for him. He nodded to the guard and strode inside Kaylin's room, closing the door behind him. Kaylin was waiting for him, fully dressed and wide awake. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who'd given up on getting some sleep.
What's going on?
She demanded. Beck pointed to her waist where she had a comm unit clipped to her belt.
Give it,
he said, reaching out toward her and folding his hand in a clasping motion. Kaylin scowled at him and drew back.
I'm not a dog.
No, you're a person and one Duval will gladly dispose of if you start making too much trouble,
Beck said, shooting her a stern look. He reached toward the comm unit again.
Now hand it over.
She met his hard stare with a steely gaze of her own. Finally, Beck let out a short sigh. "I'll keep you up to date on what's happening. You don't need to listen in on the radio chatter. If anything happens that might affect our plans, you'll be the first to know about it, and I'll get both you and Mateo your own comm units before we go into the tunnels, so you'll be able to communicate when you need to." Kaylin considered this for a long moment. Finally, she nodded, and Beck felt a familiar warmth in his chest. Getting Kaylin to trust him in even the smallest things always felt like winning a battle. Kaylin slipped the stolen comm unit off her belt and tossed it to him. He caught it, tucked it in the pocket of his pants, and then nodded toward the door. "We need to go," he said, his tone growing grim as he remembered why exactly he'd come to get her. "The wardens attacked a group of street kids, and one of the survivors wants to talk with us." Shock and pain coursed across her expression, followed a split second later by fury. She gritted her jaw and nodded toward the door.
"Let's go,"
she said, her tone as heavy and sharp as a steel blade. Red leaped off the bed and raced across the room after her, the spikes along his back raising as he took in Kaylin's amped mood. The lizard padded toward the door, but Kaylin held out her hand to halt him.
"Not this time, Red,"
she said sternly.
"You stay back here."
The lizard stared up at her and snorted, clearly not happy with the order, but Kaylin pointed a commanding finger back toward the bed.
"You're going to scare the kid. Stay here."
Red gave one more snort, but he turned around and slunk back toward the bed, shooting Kaylin a betrayed look over his shoulder. For once, she ignored her pet and just nodded toward Beck.
"Are we going, or what?"
Beck unlocked the door and guided them through the twisting hallways of the base, their boots striking the ground in a quick rhythm. They passed a few guards, but most of the base was eerily still, its soldiers still asleep in their bunks and blissfully unaware of the chaos going on in the city. They made their way back to the meeting room they'd been sitting inside just hours before. There were only 3 people inside, a young guard who stood at attention by the door, Duval, and Adrian. The orphan boy sat at the head of the table, covered in a mixture of dirt, ash, and half-dried blood. Tear streaks ran through the blood smeared on his face, and his shoulders stooped with exhausted defeat. But despite his haggard appearance, Adrian's dark eyes smoldered with a fire that seemed to heat the room with rage. Beck's gut sank, and beside him he heard Kaylin suck in a choked breath. Adrian's words echoed in Beck's mind. "The wardens don't take kindly to snitches." Adrian hadn't given them any useful info before he'd practically chased them off his territory earlier that day. But he had stopped to talk to 2 resistance soldiers, and that must have been enough. Someone had been spying, and someone saw the conversation, and someone reported it to the wardens. A surge of nausea swept over Beck. This was his fault. "Do you know him?" Duval asked, pointing a finger at Adrian. Beck nodded. "We met earlier, when we were scouting out the entrance to the warden's base." He turned to Duval and gestured toward the door. "I think we need some time alone." Duval hesitated for a moment, but then he nodded and stood from the table. He gestured to the guard stationed at the door, silently ordering her to follow him outside. The door slid shut behind them, leaving only Beck, Kaylin, and Adrian in the room. Beck cleared his throat and took a seat across the table from the boy. Adrian still didn't say a word, his eyes locked in an intense glare. "Adrian," Beck said, shaking his head. "I'm sorry. So sorry. I had no idea." Adrian snarled a laugh. "No idea? Bullshit! You know how deadly the wardens were, but you decided to waltz all over my territory and drag my siblings into this mess." All the air vanished from Beck's lungs. He should have left Adrian's territory the moment the boy ordered him to. He never should have tried to pry information out of the kid. Kaylin took a seat next to Beck, her movements calm, but her expression stricken with grief.
"Was anyone killed during the attack?"
she asked, her voice a pained whisper. Adrian's rage suddenly fell away from his expression, and he stared down at the table with a numb look.
3,
he said, the word choked.
but it might have well have been 8. They took 5 of the older ones back to their base.
Beck bit his lip to keep in a curse. That was half of Adrian's street family downed in one evening.
I'm so sorry,
Kaylin whispered. Adrian ignored her and kept his gaze locked on the table.
They raided our camp as soon as night fell. Someone must have seen us talking and reported it. Usually the wardens wouldn't care about a short meeting like that, but some things got them spooked. They're on high alert.
He looked up and stared at them with wide, haunted eyes.
If I'd known, I would have shot you too the moment I saw you.
If we'd known, we never would have gone near you, Beck said. I swear to you, we had no idea they'd retaliate like this. Adrian swallowed hard but didn't reply. He just looked back at the table and said,
It was only 2 of them at first. They weren't much older than me, so I wasn't scared. They started accusing me of working with you, and I told them that was a crock of shit. They didn't believe me, so they tried taking one of the younger girls as a hostage, saying we could have her back when we were ready to confess.
Adrian rubbed his hands over his face, smearing the blood and dirt that clung to his skin. He stared down numbly at his bloodied palms for a long, silent second. Then he said,
I knew that anyone who was brought into the warden's base never came back. So I decided to fight them. There were only 2, so I thought we could handle them, but...
He swallowed hard and shook his head.
There were more of them waiting on the perimeter. At least half a dozen fully armed soldiers. They attacked the moment we opened fire.
Beck didn't know what to say. He didn't even know if he should say anything. Nothing could ever bring those kids back. He glanced over at Kaylin, hoping she'd have something comforting to add, but she just silently stared at Adrian with a stricken look. It was the same look she got whenever she talked about her dead little brother, and it felt like a knife in Beck's gut. Adrian looked up at them with tear-filled eyes, and for a single moment, he was no longer an infuriated leader. He was just a broken boy drowning in grief.
Arisa was only 10 years old, he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. She was the first one they shot. They were aiming for me, but she was standing too close and...
He choked off, angrily scrubbing away his tears. Beck's rage grew stronger with each passing second. He desperately wanted to hate the soldiers who had opened fire, but he wasn't sure if he could. At least not all of them. Adrian had said it himself. Some of them hadn't been much older than him. A lot of them were probably orphans too, kids who'd been left with nothing after the Syndicate War and had turned to the Wardens as a last resort. It was the leaders of the Wardens who were to blame. Beck itched with a renewed urge to break into the base and get the virtue, feeling a fresh desperation to keep it out of the hands of anyone who committed this sort of evil. Beck took a deep breath, struggling to clear his thoughts.
I'm so sorry, Adrian. If I had known this would happen,
Adrian threw out his hand, halting Beck.
I don't want your apologies. I don't want any apologies. They're worthless.
Beck nodded, knowing he couldn't argue. Then he cleared his throat and hesitantly asked,
Adrian, why did you come here?
If Adrian was here, he surely wanted something. He'd made it clear he didn't like or trust the Resistance, so there was no other reason he'd come here. Adrian took a deep, shuddering breath, struggling to compose himself. Then he looked up at Beck and said,
This seemed like the best place to come. As soon as the Wardens left, I got all the survivors to a safe hideaway, and then I flagged down some scavengers with a transport craft and paid them to take me here.
But why?
Kaylin asked, echoing Beck. Adrian leaned forward, his eyes burning with a deep, desperate hunger.
I want them dead,
he said in an eerily calm voice.
Every last one of them. Every single sick fuck who authorized that attack. I want them captured, and I want them tortured, and I want them killed.
Beck swallowed hard, unsure how to even reply to the boy. We're going to do our best to make sure the wardens receive justice.
But you can't,
Adrian snapped.
Can you? That's what you told me earlier today. You said that the wardens have a new weapon, and if you don't take the weapon from them, they're going to become unstoppable.
We're doing everything we can to stop the wardens and their allies from gaining more power, Beck said. I promise you that. But things are probably going to be rocky for the next few months. I think you need to take your friends'
siblings,
Adrian corrected sharply.
The kids I wash out for are my family. I don't give a damn if we're not related by blood.
Beck nodded. All right, then you need to take your siblings and leave the city. I'm sure the commander of this base would give you all shelter if you asked for it. Adrian slashed his hand through the air, brushing the offer aside.
I didn't come here for your help. I came here to help you.
Surprise froze Beck. That was definitely not what he had been expecting.
You were right,
Adrian said, leaning forward.
I know how to get inside the Warden's base, and I know those tunnels like the back of my hand. I've scavenged supplies out of them for years. If you want to get inside, I'll guide you.
Kaylin frowned, concern etched into the lines of her mouth.
But what about the warden's sanctions?
Adrian shook his head fiercely.
They said they'd kill us if we guided anyone through those tunnels. But it's too late. They already did that.
He leaned closer to them, a wild glint in his dark eyes.
I warned you. I told you I didn't want anything to do with your war, and I meant that.
He jabbed his thumb at his chest.
But this is my war now. They attacked my family, and I will get revenge. I'm going to get into that base, and I'm going to free every member of my family being held prisoner. And then I'm going to track down every single warden who had a hand in that attack. And I'm going to rip their throats out and drown them in their own blood.
Adrian's voice was eerily steady as he said this. Unease settled over Beck as he stared at the boy, unsure how to even respond. Adrian might have been a leader, but he was also no older than 15. Only a child. If he guided them through those tunnels, he'd be endangering his life. And if Beck was the one who accepted Adrian's offer of guidance, then he'd be responsible for the boy's death. Adrian's eyes narrowed into a glare as he read the hesitation on Beck's face. The boy leaned across the table and said in a low voice,
I'm going in those tunnels, whether you're with me or not. They have 3 of my siblings in there, and there's no way in hell I'm just abandoning them.
Adrian took a shuddering breath and folded his hands, taking on an almost business-like pose.
If I go in alone, there's no chance I'm coming back out alive. 1% doesn't stand a chance at breaking into their base. But if you go with me, I might actually have a chance to get my siblings and get out. And if you let me guide you, you'd actually have a shot at retrieving that weapon.
Beck sat back in his chair and crossed his arms, struggling to sort through his whirling thoughts. Adrian stared him dead in the eye, refusing to look away. Beck cleared his throat.
We already have a mission planned to infiltrate the base. We're actually leaving for the base in a matter of hours.
Adrian leaned forward eagerly.
Who's agreed to guide you through the tunnels? I can work with them. 2 guides is better than 1.
Kaylin shook her head.
We don't have a guide.
Adrian's face crumpled into a confused look.
You were planning to try to get through the tunnels on your own?
We are planning,
Kaylin said firmly. She pointed a finger at him.
You can give us guidance over the radio if you want, but there's no way in hell we're letting you come with us.
Adrian shook his head.
Radio won't work in the tunnels. No communication does. All signals are jammed down there, except for the Warden's official channels.
His eyes narrowed as he added,
"And I will be going with you."
Kaylin's mouth pursed into a stern frown.
No, it's too dangerous.
Adrian slammed his palm on the table, smearing blood and dirt on the wood.
"I've watched over my siblings for years. They trust me. I can't just abandon them."
And we can't just let you get killed.
Kaylin snapped. She took a deep breath, calming herself slightly, and then continued in a softer tone.
Adrian, you have to understand, this mission is a last-ditch attempt. With or without a guide, we don't expect to come out of this alive.
For a single instant, Beck saw fear flicker across the boy's face. But then Adrian shook his head.
"I don't care. I'm going with you. You need a guide, so I'm going to guide you. End of story."
Beck let out a long, pained breath. It was tempting to take Adrian's offer of guidance. Beyond tempting. But he knew Kaylin was right. Their goal with this mission was to save the lives of children, not to needlessly risk them. "Adrian, the Resistance isn't like the Wardens," Beck said, keeping his voice soft yet firm. "We won't risk the safety of children."
"You can't make me stay back,"
Adrian said. Despite his harsh words, his voice dropped to a low, pleading tone.
"You can't? You say you don't want me to get hurt, but if more of my siblings get killed and you don't let me do anything to stop it,"
he swallowed hard,
"that will kill me. I swear it will. So please, just let me come."
Beck stared deep into Adrian's eyes, and Adrian stared right back. They weren't the eyes of a child. Beck's gut sank as he realized that. It was always unnerving to see the eyes of an adult trapped in the body of a child. But the sight of it made him realize Adrian was telling the truth. If they didn't give him a chance to save his family, Adrian was never going to be able to forgive himself. And that sort of guilt was enough to kill a man.
"I'm going into those tunnels with or without you,"
Adrian repeated, his voice firm. Beck glanced over at Kaylin and found a pained expression etched onto her face. Beck didn't have to ask to know that she'd arrived at the same conclusion. Even if he was only 15, Adrian had the mind and the responsibilities of an adult. If he wanted to risk his life for the sake of his family, they couldn't stop him. Beck let out a long sigh. Then he folded his hands and said, "All right. If you insist on coming, I'll allow it." Adrian's shoulders sagged, and for a single moment, relief dominated his expression. Then he shook himself, and cold determination hardened the lines of his face. He nodded to Beck.
"We're going to need a plan,"
he said. All the pleading was gone from his voice, leaving the commanding tone of a leader. Beck nodded in agreement and then turned to Kaylin. "I'll go get Mateo. We have about 6 hours before we should leave." A grim smile lifted Kaylin's lips.
Plenty of time to plan a suicide.
Leo. Leo woke to a sharp knock at his door. He opened his eyes and glanced around, searching for Marin. She was already standing from her bed on the opposite side of the room, moving toward the door. Leo rubbed a hand across his face, trying to brush away his exhaustion, and sat up.
Stay here,
Marin said, moving toward the adjoining room and main entrance to their quarters. Her hand drifted down to touch the pistol at her waist.
I'll get the door.
Leo obeyed, sitting on the edge of his bed and reaching for his shirt on the nightstand. A sudden spike of warmth brushed against his chest. He jumped in surprise and looked down at the fragment hanging from his necklace. Nothing about it appeared different. It looked like it always did, just a gleaming rectangle of metal attached to a slim silver chain. But then he saw a pulse of light run through its pale blue veins, and another surge of warmth heated his skin. He stared down at it in shock. That shouldn't happen, not unless he purposely activated the fragment, or unless he was standing close to a virtue. He reached up to touch the pendant, and the metal was hot against his skin. almost to the point of being painful. Something was near, something connected to the fragment. He felt a tugging in his gut, urging him to move closer to the door and whatever the fragment was sensing out there. Leo planted his feet firmly on the floor, trying to ground himself and shake off the bizarre, otherworldly feeling. The sensation in his gut seemed to fade, but Leo trembled slightly as he picked up his shirt and shrugged it on. He knew there were strange consequences for using the fragment. He'd been warned of that his entire life. But no one seemed to know exactly what those consequences were, and it made his skin prickle with unease. He heard the door slide open in the other room, and then Beck's deep voice said, "Sorry to wake you, Marin. We need to talk with the ambassador." Leo stood from the bed and took a deep breath, trying to ease the panic seeping into his mind. He padded into the adjoining room, finding Beck, Kaylin, and Mateo all standing in the doorway. "Good morning," Leo said, nodding a greeting. Marin took a step closer to him, her hand still resting on her pistol.
Evening,
She corrected, her voice low with exhaustion.
We're still hours away from morning.
She gestured at the three humans.
The ambassador needs his sleep. You're welcome to speak with him for a minute, but no longer.
Leo held up a hand, silencing his bodyguard. These three were about to sacrifice their lives. The least he could do was sacrifice his sleep and talk with them. "Thank you, Marin, but if they have something urgent to speak about, they're welcome to take as long as they'd like," Leo said. Kaylin stepped in front of him, her arms crossed and her lips pursed in a frown. Once again, Leo found himself surprised that he had to stare down to meet her eyes. With the way she radiated confidence, Leo always forgot how short Kaylin actually was.
We'd like to talk with you alone,
Kaylin said, giving Marin a sideways glance. Then she glanced back at Leo, staring straight at his chest. No, not his chest. At the fragment. It was no wonder they wanted to talk with him alone. They knew Marin would immediately shut them down if they started asking questions about the fragment, as any good Ruramenti should.
I am the ambassador's bodyguard,
Marin said, her eyes narrowing dangerously.
It is my duty to never leave his side.
Leo knew he should agree. It was the only proper thing to do. But he couldn't bring himself to say the words. After all, it was his own fault that Mateo and the others had been exposed to the fragment and its potential side effects. If they had questions, they deserved answers. He turned to Marin and said, "Marin, I'm sorry to ask, but could you please wait for us outside, just for a few short minutes?" Her eyes widened in shock, and Leo saw pain flash across her expression. He reached out and softly touched her forearm. "I think they're just intimidated by you," he said, speaking quietly in their own language. "They'll be more open if you're not in the room." She pursed her lips.
I'm not supposed to leave you, not ever. It's not proper.
He smiled a small, grim smile. "I don't think anything about this mission is turning out proper. But I'll take the blame from the council if it comes to that. I'll make sure they know I was the one who asked you to leave my side." She scowled, and her tone darkened as she said,
Fuck the council's protocols. That's not what I'm worried about right now. You are.
Leo stumbled back a step. He'd worked alongside Marin for 2 entire years, and in all that time he'd never heard her swear. Not even once. But as he stared into her eyes, he saw a fierce protectiveness that made him rethink his view of her. He'd always seen her as an obedient servant of the council, ready to defend their people's values and the collectors. But it suddenly dawned on him that her loyalty for him went far deeper than that. He swallowed hard, feeling a pang of guilt. "I trust them," he said, nodding to the 3 visitors. "They're not going to hurt me."
You don't know that,
Marin said, shaking her head.
The humans have proven to be too volatile to ever trust.
Leo nodded, not wanting to argue further. He turned back to the other 3 and said in English, "Anything you say to me, you can also say to Marin. She is not to leave my side. Kaylin bristled, but Marin let out a small sigh of relief and nodded to him in thanks. Leo gestured toward the table in the opposite corner, inviting the others to sit. They settled in at the table, and Leo sat at the head of it, doing his best to look as professional as possible while only wearing a short-sleeved shirt and loose sleeping pants. His superiors would throw an absolute fit if they ever heard of this meeting, but he didn't have the time to worry about that. "What would you like to discuss?" he asked. Beck nodded to the pendant hanging around his neck. "That." Leo shifted uncomfortably, and behind him Marin drew in a sharp breath. The fragments simply weren't discussed, at least not by anyone who wasn't Ruramenti. Other people sometimes whispered of them, and some brave souls even had the audacity to try to research them. But they always met the same outcome. There was no information about the fragments available, because that sort of sensitive information wasn't meant for anyone who wasn't Ruramenti. Leo cleared his throat and folded his hands. "I'm afraid I can't discuss the fragment with you, aside from the basics. It has healing properties, and it's not known to be dangerous. That's really all you need to know."
Cut the bullshit!
Kaylin snapped. She pointed over to Mateo.
You saved his life with that thing. You sucked the sickness straight out of him and did it right in front of our eyes. We've already been involved, whether you like it or not.
Leo took a deep breath, trying to quell the anger rising in his chest. He didn't regret saving Mateo, but he also didn't like having his moment of weakness used to try to extort sensitive information out of him. "I'm sorry, but there's not much more I can tell you about the fragments. Even I don't have a great deal of knowledge about them." Kaylin scowled at this news and then turned to Mateo.
Go on,
she said, nodding to him.
Tell him exactly what you just told us.
Mateo swallowed hard and then said in his quiet, steady voice, "I can feel it." Leo frowned. "What do you mean?" "The fragment?" Mateo said, pointing one finger hesitantly toward it. "I can feel it in my mind. At first I thought I was just imagining it, but the feeling won't go away. And when I woke up about an hour ago, it was even stronger." Leo swallowed hard. "What do you mean when you say you can feel it?" Mateo shook his head, confusion crinkling his brow. "I don't really know how to explain it, but it's like, you know when you close your eyes and someone is in the room with you, and you might not be able to see them anymore or even hear them, but you can feel them? You can just sense their presence?" Mateo pointed hesitantly toward the fragment. "That's what that thing feels like to me, except much, much stronger. And it seems to almost be pulling at me." "He led us straight to your rooms," Beck said, leaning forward and clasping his hands together. "We didn't tell him where you were, but he was able to find you through the pendant. He walked straight through the base and right to your door." Leo sat back in his chair, struggling to grasp this information. It shouldn't have surprised him. He knew the fragment's touch could have strange side effects, but it was still eerie to think of Mateo being able to find him so easily. Although it was far from unbelievable, Leo felt the exact same thing toward the fragment. He rarely noticed it, because he always had the pendant hanging around his neck. But if he ever dared to take it off, he could sense exactly where it was. Leo nodded slowly and looked at Mateo. "I believe that's a side effect of exposure to the fragment. You become hyper-aware of its presence." "Is it temporary?" Mateo asked. "I'm not sure," Leo admitted. Mateo nodded, his mouth set in a grim, determined expression. The first time Leo had seen him, Mateo had been so sick he'd seemed practically helpless. But now that he was healed, the young soldier looked far from helpless. Beneath Mateo's skinniness was a wiry strength, and he sat up, tall and alert, his sharp hazel eyes seeming to absorb every detail in the room. Matteo straightened his shoulders and focused his penetrating gaze on Leo.
I want to know if I can track the virtue.
Leo blinked a few times, taken aback by the statement.
Of course not. Only the Ruramenti have the power to track the virtues, and the Council bestows that gift on very few of us. The Ascendancy are the only ones outside of our people who have ever discovered how to track them.
A slight smirk tugged at Kaylin's mouth, and she leaned closer.
In that case, I think Matteo just made history as the first human with that power.
A cold chill ran through Leo. He took a deep, shuddering breath, struggling to find the right question to ask. But all he managed to choke out was, "What?" Matteo glanced over his shoulder and pointed vaguely toward the wall.
I can feel something else. Somewhere out there, back at the Warden's base. It's like your fragment, but stronger.
Leo struggled to hide his dismay. Matteo was right. It was the virtue he was feeling. Leo had felt it tugging at his pendant since the moment they reached Earth. But to think that someone else could sense it, someone not sanctioned by the Council. He glanced over at Marin, and she stared back at him with wide, horrified eyes. Her expression said the same thing he was thinking. What have you done?
We need to know if it's the virtue he's feeling, Beck said, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. If it is, then it's going to make finding the virtue easier. We won't need to scour the Warden's whole base. Matteo can lead us right to it.
Beneath his shock, a sense of respect nudged at Leo's mind. These humans may have been foolish to take on a mission that was so unlikely to succeed, but at least they had the bravery and the wits to plan it out in the most plausible way possible. That made what he had to tell them even harder to say.
I'm sorry, he said to Matteo, but I don't think there's any way for you to be able to sense the virtue once you're inside the base.
Disappointment dashed across his expression, although it was quickly followed by suspicion. Matteo tilted his head and asked,
If it's not the virtue I'm sensing, then what is it?
It is the virtue, Leo admitted with a nod. But I think the only reason you can sense it is because I used the fragment to heal you. He reached up and brushed his fingers over the hot metal hanging from his neck. I can feel a similar sensation when I'm close to a virtue. All of the pendants used to be part of virtues, and they've maintained their connection, at least in part. Kaylin shook her head.
Then if it is the virtue he can sense, why wouldn't he be able to keep sensing it in the base?
There's a distance limit. Fragments are very weak compared to the power of virtues. Virtues can send out signals that span galaxies, but fragments can't be detected as easily, not without extremely specialized equipment. As soon as you move a short distance away from my fragment, I think you'll lose all connection with it, along with your ability to sense the virtue. Matteo rubbed at his forehead as he considered this. Then he let out a sharp curse.
You're sure about that?
Leo pursed his lips in a grim frown.
No, I have absolutely no way to be sure. I've never even heard of this sort of unsanctioned connection before. But it's how the fragment works for me. Once I get too far away from it, I lose my ability to sense any virtues. So I can only guess it'd be the same for you.
Matteo and Beck both let out weary sighs. Kaylin muttered a curse and slapped the table angrily. But beneath their frustration, Leo could see panic creeping into their expressions. Guilt struck him hard in the gut, and he desperately wished there was some way to help them. Kaylin cleared her throat.
Well, I think there's an obvious solution to the problem.
She nodded to Leo's fragment.
Let him borrow that thing. Let him wear it into the base, and then he'll still be able to sense the location of the virtue. Absolutely not,
Marin snapped, her hand drifting closer to her pistol.
I know it's probably breaking all sorts of Ruramenti laws,
Kaylin said, meeting Marin's glare with one of her own.
Nothing we do ever seems to be lawful in the eyes of your council, but it could help save hundreds of lives.
Marin tensed, clearly readying a retort, but Leo held up a staying hand.
There's no need to get upset, Marin.
No need?
She hissed, switching back to speaking in Ruramenti.
They're asking to take your fragment, like they think it's some sort of trinket they can just borrow.
They don't mean any harm, Leo insisted. Although no matter what their intentions, he couldn't help them. Not with this. Leo switched back to English and held out his hands in a helpless gesture as he faced the three humans.
I'm sorry, but the casings that hold the fragments are created for only one person.
He tapped the warm metal pendant hanging from his neck.
If anyone else tried to wear this, the case would leach poison into their body. It would paralyze them within minutes.
Mateo frowned.
Then I'll just make sure it doesn't touch my skin.
Leo shook his head.
The poison is airborne and incredibly potent. It doesn't matter if it's touching you or not. If you try to wear this pendant, you won't make it back out of that base.
Mateo let out a long, disappointed sigh. Kaylin cursed and Beck rubbed at his forehead, as if warding off a headache.
Thank you for your time, Beck said, sounding anything but grateful. But it's clear this isn't going to be useful to us. We'll have to find some other way to locate the virtue.
Leo nodded, but he racked his brain, desperately searching for some way he could help the humans in their desperate mission. And then it hit him. It was so utterly obvious, and so utterly stupid. The council would never approve, and neither would any of his superiors, and certainly not Marin. But he was the collector, and this was his choice. Before he could lose his courage, he said,
I'll go with you to the base. That way Mateo and I will both be able to sense the location of the virtue. You should be able to locate its exact position much faster that way.
It may not have been the logical option, but it was the right option. After all, his mission was to keep peace, and standing by idly while innocent children were bombed hardly counted as peaceful. Behind him, Marin exploded with a string of frantic curses. Leo turned and faced her, struggling to hide his shock. When her tirade finally died down, Leo raised his eyebrows and said in Ruramenti,
I didn't realize your vocabulary was that vast.
She scowled and snapped,
I was about to say the same about your stupidity.
He gestured to the others sitting at the table.
They want to save lives.
As do we,
Marin said. She jabbed a finger toward his fragment.
And that is why we keep sources of immense power out of the hands of common people.
Leo stood from his chair and turned to face her fully.
These common people are working harder to save innocent lives than I ever have. If they want assistance, I'll give it to them.
She waved a hand toward him.
I think the council will be willing to forgive you for using the fragment once without authorization. But this, going on a deadly mission without even asking for permission.
She shook her head frantically.
Even if you survive, they'll strip you of your position. Your career as a collector will be over.
His stomach twisted painfully at the thought. He'd worked nearly his entire life to become a collector. But it was a job, a title, absolutely nothing compared to the importance of hundreds of innocent lives. He cleared his throat and quietly said,
I think the council may have been wrong to grant me a position as a collector in the first place. I don't think I can spend my entire life following the council's logic, not when it threatens to cause so much pain.
Marin's eyes widened in disbelief. What he'd just said amounted to treason.
You can't really mean that,
she whispered.
The council doesn't make mistakes.
Leo swallowed hard.
Maybe not, he murmured. But mortal minds do. And if trying to retrieve that virtue is a mistake, then it's one I'm willing to make.
And if you die?
Marin demanded, her voice rising with panic.
What then? The Wardens will have both the virtue and your fragment to sell off to the Ascendancy.
Leo shook his head. No, they wouldn't. If we fail, then the bombs get dropped anyway. My fragment will be buried along with the virtue. Marin winced at the thought.
Wait for the response from the Council,
she urged.
You absolutely cannot make this kind of decision without guidance.
I can and I will, Leo snapped. He gestured to the 3 humans still sitting at the table. There's no time to wait for the Council's guidance. The least I can do is support these people, Marin. They're risking their lives for this.
Exactly!
Marin snapped, stepping forward and grabbing his shoulders. Her fingers dug painfully into his skin, and her gaze was frantic as she stared him straight in the eye.
They're risking their lives, Leo, and if you go with them, you're risking your life as well.
He swallowed hard. It's a risk I'm willing to take. She shook her head in bewilderment.
Why?
He went quiet for a long moment, struggling to sort out his thoughts. Then he finally said, Because I became a collector to save lives and bring peace, and the Council made me swear that I would be willing to give my life to accomplish that mission. So that's what I'm doing, following the Council's orders. I might not be following the exact logic I'm supposed to, but I don't think I care. This is an obvious chance to save lives, and I'm going to take it. Marin took a shuddering breath and pressed her hand against her mouth, as if trying to keep in a dismayed cry. After a moment, she let out a long sigh.
Please don't do this,
she whispered.
Please tell me there's some way to change your mind.
Leo shook his head. As he did, a sense of peace calmed his pounding heart. It did nothing to dull the fear in his veins, but it allowed him to embrace it instead of fighting it. There was a very high chance he was going to die, but what he'd said to Marin was true. If he had the chance to save the lives of innocents, he was going to take it. It was that simple, and that deadly.
You've gone mad,
Marin said, but her tone was quiet and hardly convincing.
The hyperspace travel, it must have made you more sick than we realized.
Leo shook his head. You know that's not true. What I'm saying makes sense, Marin, just not in a way the Council approves of. The Council may value the lives of their collectors over the lives of common people, but I don't, and I won't pretend I do. Marin went quiet for a long moment, and for perhaps the first time, Leo saw raw fear etched onto her face.
But I do,
she said, her voice a whisper.
Leo, you're not just my job, you're family to me. I can't let you run off alone on a suicide mission.
Leo bit his lip, and a deep pang of guilt hit his chest. He reached out and gently placed a comforting hand on her forearm. And you're more than just a bodyguard to me, he said softly. I consider you family too. But it doesn't change anything, unfortunately. He took a deep breath to steel himself. I have to go. Marin nodded.
Then I'll go with you.
She stated the words so calmly, Leo thought he must have misheard them. But then he saw the fierce determination on her face, and he knew he'd heard right. Marin had sworn to always protect him, and he should have known better than to assume she'd ever let him walk into a deadly situation alone. He shook his head. You shouldn't. It's too dangerous. A smile ghosted across Marin's lips.
I could use a little bit of danger. Things have been getting too predictable the past decade. I could use some surprises.
A flood of emotion hit Leo, and he took a shuddering breath, desperately fighting back the urge to cry. Instead, he affectionately squeezed Marin's forearm and looked her straight in the eye. You're the best bodyguard I could ever ask for, and the best friend I've ever had," he said softly. She placed her own hand over his, giving a wry smile.
"You are without a doubt the worst collector I've ever worked with, but you're also the best person I've ever had the honor to serve alongside."
Leo returned her smile and squeezed her arm one more time, wishing he had words to articulate how much her approval meant to him. But he didn't, so he just took a deep breath and turned around to face the other three sitting at the table. The humans were all staring at him and Marin with complete bewilderment, and it dawned on him that they hadn't understood a single word of the ruramenti he'd spoken to Marin. So he cleared his throat and summed up their conversation, hardly believing the words as they emerged from his mouth. "We're both coming with you." Their bewildered look turned to complete shock. Kaylin finally broke the silence.
"No freaking way,"
she said. Leo couldn't tell if it was a protest or if she just simply didn't believe him, or perhaps both. But he ignored her dismayed tone and said, "Yes, we'll go with you. Just tell us when we need to leave by and we'll be ready." Beck shifted uncomfortably in his seat.
Ambassador, I appreciate the gesture, I truly do, but you have to understand, if you die in that base, it would wreak absolute havoc on our relationship with your people."
Leo nodded.
"I understand your concern, but I'll take precautions to ensure you're not blamed for my death. Before we leave, I'll send a transmission to the Council notifying them of my decision and placing full responsibility on my shoulders." He would also be sure to mention that Marin was following because of duty, and not because she'd encouraged him to go. If he didn't make it out alive, but Marin did, he couldn't bear the thought of her getting blamed for his death. Beck rubbed a hand over his face and let out a long sigh. Then he looked back up at Leo. "We need all the help we can get," he said, his tone grim. "If you're willing to go with us, I won't tell you no. But I also can't offer you any special protections."
He made a broad gesture to everyone in the room.
"Once we step into those tunnels, rank doesn't matter anymore. Neither does species. We all fight to stay alive and to keep each other alive. And we do everything in our power to retrieve that virtue."
Leo nodded grimly. "I understand, and I wish to fight at your side."
"All right,"
Beck said, giving a decisive nod. He patted the holster at his waist and then nodded to Leo.
"First things first. It's about time we gave you some way to defend yourself."
Infiltration. Kaylin. Kaylin watched the entrance to the tunnels through the scope of her sniper rifle, tracking the movements of the 3 guards. She'd been waiting 10 minutes, waiting to see if any other guards appeared, but it seemed to only be the 3. 2 men, 1 woman. Although the woman was more of a girl, probably not much older than 18. This entrance to the tunnels was far smaller than the one she'd scoped out with Beck, and Adrian had decided it was the most discreet way to get into the tunnels. It had once been an entrance to the subway system, but the building beside it had collapsed, leaving piles of debris that blocked off most of the steep stairway leading down to the tunnels. A small path had been cleared through the broken concrete and twisted metal, leaving enough space for someone to squeeze through the rubble and enter the underground. Kaylin's heart pounded as she adjusted her grip on the sniper rifle. She'd balked when Beck had first tried to hand it to her, but when he'd assured her she could use tranq shots, she'd hesitantly taken it. The truth was, she'd missed sniping. It was a challenge like no other, a unique mix of pounding adrenaline and precise calculations. The movements came back to her more easily than she'd expected. stealthily clambering to the second floor of a ruined building, finding a perch that faced the entrance, adjusting her scope, finding her targets. It was all muscle memory, and using the skills felt like taking a nice stretch after sitting at a cramped desk for far too long. She flicked on the comm unit on her wrist and whispered,
Targets acquired.
Roger. Take the man with the beard. I'll take the other two.
Got it.
In the building across the street from her perch, Kaylin caught the faintest flash of movement on a third-story balcony. Beck was dressed in the same kind of clothes she wore, a mottled gray uniform that blended in perfectly with the ash and concrete that surrounded them. She felt a familiar spark of competitiveness ignite in her chest as she spotted the rifle gripped in his hands.
On my go,
Beck said quietly. She adjusted her sight one last time, focusing on the middle-aged guard with a thick black beard and deep scowl. As she settled her crosshairs over him, her scope scanned for vital targets, and small red dots appeared over his heart and head. Kaylin ignored the dots and focused her crosshairs on the base of his throat. Then she moved her arm slightly forward, knowing the tranquilizer dart would drift downward more than a bullet.
Go,
Beck said. She pulled the trigger, just like Beck had taught her, slowly, softly, almost a caress. Her rifle gave the slightest kick, and a moment later a small silver dart struck the side of the man's neck. Kaylin held her breath as she watched the man reach for the pistol at his waist, but right as his hand clasped over the weapon, he swayed to the side. He tried to take a step forward to steady himself, but his knees buckled out from under him, and he crumpled to the ground in an unconscious heap. Kaylin scanned her scope over the other two guards and found them both crumpled to the ground, with identical darts sticking out of their necks.
Hold position,
Beck said through her comm. They waited an entire minute, checking to make sure no other guards emerged from the entrance. But the street remained quiet, with only the unconscious guards in sight. Beck's voice came through the comm unit again.
Guards neutralized. Everyone convene at the entrance. Approach with caution.
Kaylin folded in the stock of her rifle and slung its strap over her shoulder. She backed away from the open window and climbed back through the ruined building, making her way down to the main street. As she stepped outside, Red sprinted over to her, letting out a stream of quiet, annoyed chirps. She'd ordered him to stay at the entrance of the ruined building, not trusting him to keep quiet as she climbed to the second floor. He clearly didn't approve of being left behind, and he snorted in disdain as he careened to a stop just a foot away from her. She reached down and scratched his head, murmuring an apology as she strode toward the tunnel entrance. Red trotted after her, still letting out quiet grumbles. He seemed to have picked up on the tense nature of their mission because he slinked close to the ground, his scales camouflaged a mottled gray color to match the cracked pavement. Adrian, Leo, Marin, and Mateo met her in the shadow of the ruined building, and Beck jogged over to join them. They turned to Adrian, waiting for the boy's advice on how to safely continue. Adrian drew the gun Beck had given him, a medium-velocity laser pistol with low recoil and a quick recharge. The boy seemed perfectly at ease handling the weapon as he strode toward the entrance of the subway. After a shower and a change of clothes, it was almost impossible to tell that he'd lived through a deadly firefight just hours before. Although as Kaylin watched him from behind, she spotted a few smears of blood still tangled in his blonde hair. "Let's move," he said, waving for the others to follow him toward the entrance. Beck strode at Kaylin's side, his long legs taking one step for every two of hers. He gripped his rifle firmly in his hands, and his lips pursed in a scowl of concentration as he carefully scanned the area. Mateo strode behind them, his hand resting uneasily on the holster of his pistol. Marin and Leo walked at the very back, side by side. Kaylin kept glancing back at them, hardly believing what she was seeing. In the span of 2 hours, both of the prim and proper Ruramenti had turned to grim soldiers. They easily kept up with the rest of them, their gait steady and stealthy, and their expressions darkened with fierce concentration. Leo still seemed uneasy about the pistol now holstered at his waist, and his hand kept drifting down to touch it, as if he wasn't quite sure what it was doing there. but the stark determination on his face made Kaylin believe he'd at least attempt to use it, if he needed to. Adrian motioned for them to stay where they were, and before anyone could stop him, he jogged down the concrete steps. Kaylin held her breath, rubbing her thumb anxiously against the stock of the pistol holstered at her waist. 10 silent seconds ticked by. Then Adrian quietly called out, "All clear, come on down." The others immediately followed, but Kaylin took a deep breath and turned to face Red. This was the point when she had to say goodbye. There was no way she was dragging Red into those tunnels, not when there was such a high chance of him never coming out. It was far safer for him to stay right here. The entrance they were using was still 4 miles from the actual Warden base, so even if their mission failed and bombs were dropped, Red would be out of the blast zone. Red looked up at her and chirped as he took in her worried expression, clearly wondering what was wrong. Kaylin pointed at him.
"Sit,"
she said, doing her best to keep her tone stern. She knew if she started to choke up, Red would panic and quit listening to her. Red thumped his tail in annoyance, but he sat on his haunches and stared up at her.
"Good boy."
She held out a hand to him, palm first, and began slowly backing up.
"Now stay,"
she said, using her firmest voice.
"You stay right there. I'll come back for you as soon as I can, okay?"
Red blinked once and cocked his head. Then he calmly got to his feet and trotted toward the stairs.
"No!"
Kaylin snapped, stepping in front of him.
"Stay!"
Red ignored her command, trying to dodge around her. Kaylin grabbed the base of his wing, tugging him to a stop. Red whirled around and lunged. In the blink of an eye, his jaws enveloped her hand, and needle-sharp teeth pressed against her skin, threatening to tear into her flesh. The deep vibrations of Red's growl ran through her bones. Kaylin didn't even have time to cry out in surprise. She gaped down at him, hardly believing what was happening. He'd never bitten at her before. Not once. Red narrowed his eyes, and his low growl kept rumbling in the back of his throat as he stared straight at her. Then he carefully released her hand, and his long tongue lashed out to lick the faint indents his teeth had left on her skin. Kaylin jerked her hand back and stared down at it, searching for any sign of injury. He hadn't spilled a single drop of blood, but that didn't stop Kaylin's heart from pounding in shock. Before Kaylin even realized what was happening, Red turned and bounded down the stairs, spreading his wings and gliding to the bottom of the staircase. He landed with a heavy thump next to Adrian. The boy recoiled, his hand moving toward his pistol, but Red just calmly turned around and sat at the bottom of the stairs. He stared up at her, his head cocked like an impatient dog waiting for his master to come through the door. Beck sputtered a shocked laugh from where he stood at the top of the staircase. "Well, I guess that settles that," he said, shaking his head. "The lizard is coming with us." Kaylin spat a curse, although her voice trembled slightly. The thought of invading the tunnels and dying was nerve-wracking, but the thought of Red dying alongside her was downright horrifying. Red ignored her curse and tilted his head the other way, letting out a small chirp, as if to ask what was taking her so long.
"Don't give me that look, you scaly bastard,"
she muttered, but she couldn't bring herself to actually sound mad, and Red trilled happily as she started down the stairs toward him. Beck nudged her gently in the side. "Don't be too upset. He might actually be helpful." Kaylin took a shuddering breath and nodded. She knew Beck was right, but that didn't actually make her feel any better.
"I'll keep you safe,"
she whispered to Red.
"I promise."
The promise gave her a fresh burst of determination as she stepped into the tunnel. Red was the closest thing she had to family, and she wasn't willing to lose the only thing in the world she loved. Not again. One way or another, she was going to get them through this. Kaylin. Kaylin drew her pistol as she reached the bottom of the staircase. Beck strode behind her, fragments of rubble crunching under his boots and echoing through the emptiness of the underground tunnel. The others followed after them, squeezing through the small gap in the rubble. Kaylin peered around, but she quickly realized she couldn't see further than 15 feet in any direction. "Put the glasses on," Beck said, drawing a pair from his own pocket. Kaylin nodded and drew out her pair of night vision glasses. Duval had provided them, promising that they were the highest quality the Resistance had available. She placed them over her eyes, and the cold plastic on the side of the glasses grew warm as it automatically melded against her skin, forming a tight bond. Kaylin shook her head to test it out, but the glasses didn't budge. It was like having sticky putty pressed to her skin. Not exactly uncomfortable, but definitely strange. She tapped a button on the side of the night vision glasses, and the darkness surrounding her vanished in a flash. She flinched in surprise, but her nerves instantly settled as she got a better look at her surroundings. It looked just like a typical subway station, except there was no train in sight, and parts of the walls and ceiling had been knocked loose. A dull red haze clung to her surroundings, but aside from that, the glasses made the underground tunnel seem like it was perfectly illuminated by sunlight. Adrian made a small noise of shock as he put on his pair of glasses. "Well, that makes things a hell of a lot easier," he muttered, turning in a circle to get a better look at his surroundings. He flicked off the flashlight he'd had in his hand and stuffed it back in his pack. Adrian waited for everyone to descend the stairs and put on the night vision glasses, and then he waved them forward. "Come on, let's move." He spoke quietly, but in the eerie stillness of the tunnels, it filled the space with noise. Kaylin couldn't help shuddering. The dark, echoing emptiness reminded her of a tomb. And that's exactly what this place was. She tried to shove that thought out of her mind, but it just kept creeping back. It was estimated that over 20,000 people had died in the Paris underground trying to defend the tunnel system from the Syndicate invasion. None of their bodies had ever been excavated, which meant they were just down there. They lay out in the open, slowly rotting to dust alongside the corpses of Syndicate aliens and the bones of the ancient Parisians buried in the catacombs. As they walked along the subway platform, Adrian pointed firmly toward the murky depths of the tunnel. "Once we leave the platform, follow exactly where I go. Exactly. This old tunnel is rigged, and a single wrong step will set it off." "Rigged with what?" Beck asked. Adrian made a broad gesture with his hand. "Everything."
That's not very comforting,
Kaylin said under her breath.
"Nothing inside these tunnels is comforting,"
Mateo replied, his expression locked in a grim frown.
"Except for me,"
Adrian said, his tone confident. He drew a small digital tablet out of his pocket and unfolded it, revealing its cracked screen. The tablet was beyond banged up, but Adrian had refused to take the newer model they'd offered him. Adrian tapped at the map he had displayed on the screen. It was crude, and portions of it looked hand-drawn, with all sorts of bizarre scribbles and symbols covering it.
"I scavenge these tunnels all the time, and this map always keeps me safe," he said.
He turned around to face them, and as he surveyed them with hard eyes, he looked more like an experienced commander than a 15-year-old.
"Listen to what I tell you, all right? No matter how strange it might sound, just listen and you'll get through."
Kaylin nodded, although she didn't feel nearly as confident as Adrian seemed. The others murmured assent, and Adrian turned to look at Red with a suspicious stare.
"Can you get him to follow right behind you?"
he asked Kaylin. Kaylin nodded and patted her hip. Red chirped and trotted over to her, falling into step right behind her.
He won't wander off,
Kaylin said. Adrian tapped his holstered pistol.
"If he does, I won't hesitate to shoot him."
A cry of dismay rose in Kaylin's throat, but she took a shuddering breath and forced herself to swallow her anger back. If Red set off a booby trap, it would probably get all of them killed. Adrian wasn't being savage, far from it. A bullet to the head would probably be kinder than whatever painful death a booby trap would cause. Kaylin patted her hip again and quietly murmured to Red,
"You stay right here, okay?"
He chirruped, but it was a quiet and low sound, and Kaylin swore she sensed fear in it. She reached down to gently stroke the top of his head.
"Come on,"
Adrian said, moving again toward the edge of the platform. They followed him closely, keeping in a loose formation. Beck and Kaylin at the front, Leo and Marin at the back, and Mateo in between. Mateo kept glancing backward, almost as much as he was glancing forward, and Kaylin could tell he was nearly as uncomfortable about the aliens walking behind him as he was about the deadly tunnels in front of them. Adrian strode to the side of the platform, where a set of maintenance steps led down to the subway tracks. Instead of climbing down the steps, he crouched next to them and grabbed the ledge of the platform, holding tightly to it as he jumped down. His feet thudded against the concrete below, and he gave a low grunt as he landed. He called back up in a whisper, "Fall directly down. Don't roll or step too far away, and don't even think of using the steps." Beck nodded and went next, hopping down next to Adrian. He started to back up to give Kaylin room to jump, but Adrian grabbed his arm, stopping him. "Don't move," he repeated, his voice sharp. Without waiting for a response, he looked up at Kaylin. "Your turn." Kaylin took a deep breath and then crouched, grabbing the ledge like Adrian had. The drop to the ground was at least 8 feet, but she managed to keep her balance, landing lightly on her feet.
Red!
She called up. She pointed right at the ground.
Jump!
He poked his head over the side and whimpered as he stared down at the fall. He started to spread his wings, but Kaylin gestured sharply toward him, commanding him to freeze.
No gliding, you'll go too far. Just jump.
Red cocked his head, clearly not understanding a word of her logic, but he stopped trying to unfurl his wings. Instead, the lizard braced himself against the edge and then leaped down next to her, landing with a loud grunt. Mateo followed after Red, scrambling over the side easily enough, with Leo and Marin close behind. Adrian nodded in satisfaction, and then bent over and picked up 2 fragments of concrete, turning back toward the stairs. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed one of the concrete chips onto the bottom step. A pale glow enveloped the stairs, and a low whine echoed through the tunnel, followed by a sweeping wave of static. The hair on Kaylin's arms stood on end, and she resisted the urge to leap backwards. The whine cut out, and the blue light and static vanished. And so had the concrete chip. In its place was nothing but a scattering of black dust on the edge of the bottom step. Kaylin's gut twisted as she glanced toward the top of the steps. Each one was coated in a thick layer of the dark dust, which she could only assume were cremated remains of people who had tried to walk down the stairs. Adrian calmly turned and flicked the second concrete chip to their right, where the track stretched off into the distance. The high-pitched whine pierced the air as a pale glow enveloped a patch of concrete 5 yards wide, stretching from one side of the tunnel to the other. As the glow faded, Kaylin blinked away the bright spots in her vision and peered closely at the ground. There was absolutely no sign of any trap. No wires, no electrical device, no markings except for a layer of dark ash. Marin was the first to speak, although her voice was hoarse and quiet.
Scatharian force field.
Adrian glanced over at her with raised eyebrows. "Is that what they're actually called? We've always just called them death zappers." She nodded tensely.
They're illegal, completely banned by the Intergalactic Weapons Council.
"Well, the Syndicate was never very good at following rules," Beck muttered. Adrian nodded. "Those things are planted all along this tunnel. That's why so few people use this entrance. I have all of their locations mapped so I can get us through. But whatever you do, don't step away from the path I take. Got it?" They all nodded, and Adrian turned back around, silently gesturing for them to follow. Their steps were cautious as they turned to the left and followed the subway tracks deeper into the depths of the crumbling tunnel. Adrian kept a handful of pebbles in one hand and his tablet in the other, consulting the map every few seconds. As he ventured forward, he flicked the pebbles at the invisible traps, activating them and making it obvious where they should avoid stepping. As they crept another 30 yards down the tunnel, the red haze surrounding Kaylin seemed to grow brighter. Kaylin realized that meant they'd left behind the last of the natural sunlight. She was relying solely on the night vision glasses now. But to her relief, the glasses kept her surroundings perfectly crisp and clear. Kaylin glanced over at Beck and tapped at the glasses.
Where did the Resistance get these?
She asked. She kept her voice a whisper, but it still echoed around the tunnel, making Red grumble a low growl. "They're syndicate tech," Beck replied, "but human scientists have figured out how to replicate them."
They're Cerumen tech,
Marin corrected, her voice curt.
They're a humanoid species from the planet Kurinter. The Syndicate must have stolen them before they came to Earth.
I usually hate anything alien, but I'll make an exception for these,
Adrian said, craning his neck as he gazed around the tunnel.
These things are way better than the goggles I used to use.
Don't get used to them. They change the spectrum of light your eyes can pick up. Your brain can adapt for a short while, but leave them on too long, and you'll scramble your normal eyesight.
Adrian shrugged.
Worth the risk.
He turned back to the map, consulting it as they moved forward. In an odd way, he reminded Kaylin of a young businessman, all brisk confidence and no-nonsense attitude. A question struck Kaylin, one that had been in the back of her mind ever since she'd met the boy.
Adrian,
she said. He glanced up at her.
How did you end up being in charge of all your siblings?
His steps faltered for just a second. Clearly, he wasn't used to people asking about his past. But then his shoulders straightened in a challenging stance, and he said,
"Because I was the best one for the job."
Why?
Kaylin pressed.
I went to boarding school before the Syndicate War struck. St. Augustine's International.
He said the school's name proudly, like he expected Kaylin to know it. She'd never heard of it, but an elite boarding school explained a few things. How Adrian spoke English so well, his upper-class mannerisms, his obvious intellect.
Our school was bombed early on in the war. Pretty much all the staff died, and at that point, the only students left at the school were the ones whose families had already been killed. I was the president of my class, so I took charge, because everyone expected me to.
He said this completely matter-of-factly, as if being elected class president of a middle school just naturally came with the duty of guiding classmates through life-or-death situations. Kaylin shook her head, silently marveling at the boy's resilience.
Are all of your siblings from your school?
No, only a few. The others have just gradually joined us over the years.
You must be a good leader if people want to be a part of your family.
Adrian's expression suddenly darkened with pain, and his voice grew quiet as he said,
I do my best.
Before Kaylin could reply, something ahead of them caught her eye. She stumbled to a stop, peering at the hulking form in the distance. Her heartbeat thudded in her ears, but Adrian didn't even pause. He continued striding forward, leading them straight toward the twisted, towering shape. Kaylin let out a breath of relief as they neared. It was just an old subway train, its metal warped and charred from a fire. It had derailed from the electromagnetic tracks and tipped on its side, where it had smashed into the wall. Crumbled concrete and jagged metal littered the ground around it, and the front half of the train looked like it had been simply chopped off. No, not chopped, disintegrated. A pile of dark dust lay in front of the wrecked train, where it had slid straight into the path of a Scatherian force field. Kaylin shuddered at the thought of the people on board the train simply disintegrating. Red growled, his spikes standing straight up as he glared at the wreck. Kaylin followed his gaze, and a flash of movement caught her eye. It scrabbled over the electromagnetic tracks, raising a small plume of dust, and a twisted metal pane shuddered as the creature dove through a hole in the bottom of the train. Kaylin pointed toward it.
Did you see that?
The others looked over to her. See what? Beck demanded. Kaylin waved a hand at him, urging him to quiet down. Then she jabbed her finger toward the train.
Something's inside the train,
she whispered, drawing her pistol. Adrian raised his own pistol as he peered toward the train.
A person?
He whispered.
No, it was small. It went through that hole in the bottom of the train.
The tension immediately eased from Adrian's shoulders, and he shot her an annoyed glance.
Just a rat, or maybe a cat, he said quietly. Lots wander in here.
Kaylin shook her head.
It didn't look like it had fur.
Then what did it look like? Beck asked.
Like...
She racked her mind, but realized she wasn't even sure. Could she even say she'd really seen the thing? Not really. She'd only seen the dust it kicked up and caught a glimmer of its shadow as it bolted through the hole.
I didn't really see it,
she admitted. Adrian gave an annoyed grunt.
Just a rat,
he repeated. Kaylin nodded, wanting to believe the boy. But then Red let out another deep, rolling growl, his eyes still locked on the hole in the bottom of the train. Something was there. Something that didn't belong. Adrian strode on down the tunnel, his pistol gripped tightly in his hand.
Keep moving,
he whispered. Kaylin nodded, realizing that getting away from the thing was probably the best option they had. Adrian picked up the pace to a quick jog, and they followed close at his heels. He kept his attention focused on the map on his tablet, and he stopped throwing pebbles at the Scatherian force fields, leaving them inactivated and invisible as they rushed past.
Just don't step anywhere I don't,
Adrian repeated, although there was no need for it. All of them kept their eyes glued to him, making sure not to stumble out of the safe path. Kaylin glanced over at Red, hoping he'd relax, but his spike stayed raised, and he kept glancing over his shoulder, his motions quick and anxious. A shriek echoed through the tunnels, bringing them all stumbling to a halt. Kaylin whirled back toward the train, raising her pistol.
That was definitely not a rat,
she hissed. She glanced over at Adrian, but his eyes were wide with bewilderment.
What the hell was that?
The boy whispered. Definitely not the response she'd been hoping for. If Adrian didn't know what the scream belonged to, then that meant they were dealing with a wild card. And after the Syndicate invasion, wild cards really only came in one form. Alien.
Let's just keep moving,
Adrian said, but his voice was tense and uncertain as he continued padding carefully forward. Kaylin followed close behind him, keeping her pistol trained carefully on the train.
Leo,
she whispered.
What did that sound like to you?
A scream, he responded, his voice tight with anxiety.
Well, no shit, but what kind of scream? Do you know what sort of species that could be?
He went silent for a long moment. Then he said,
Kaylin, there are over 100 billion planets in your galaxy, and over 5% of those support life, which means there are literally trillions of species of life just in your single galaxy.
She bit her lip.
Look, there's no need for the math lesson. If you want to tell me that was a really dumb question, just say it.
That was a really dumb question, the ambassador said, his voice as steady and eloquent as ever.
Noted,
Kaylin muttered, still peering into the darkness. They continued past the train, jogging quickly. Kaylin saw the glint of something pale just a few feet to her right, and she jerked her pistol toward it. But it wasn't anything living. Far from it. The bones of a human skeleton lay crumpled in a pile, draped by the mold-eaten rags of old clothing. One of the legs, half the pelvis, and half the skull had been sliced off the skeleton with surgical precision. Lying right beside the bones was a sprinkling of dark dust. Kaylin's stomach twisted at the sight. She'd been wondering what would happen if she accidentally stepped into a Scatherian force field, and there was the answer. Adrian kept up the quick pace, weaving across the dusty ground as he followed his map. They followed closely behind him, and as the wrecked train disappeared in the distance, some of the adrenaline began to fade from Kaylin's veins. Adrian glanced behind them.
Whatever it was, I think it's gone.
The others nodded, but Kaylin couldn't shake her unease as she glanced down at Red. He was still fully camouflaged, and that low growl rumbled deep in his throat every few seconds.
I think it's following us,
she whispered. The others glanced around, holding their weapons a little higher, but after a moment, Beck whispered, I don't see or hear anything.
Red does,
Kaylin insisted. Adrian glanced down at her lizard and shook his head.
He's been nervous ever since we got to the tunnels. Doesn't mean anything.
You don't know him. If he's this freaked out, we're in danger.
We're in the Paris underground. Of course we're in danger. So let's keep moving so we can get out of here as fast as we can.
A dull click echoed through the darkness, like two rocks being struck together. Kaylin whirled toward the sound, her pistol raised.
What was that?
She hissed. Adrian shot her an exasperated glance and gestured to the ceiling with the tip of his pistol.
Look up! Everything above ground in this area was decimated in the bombings.
Kaylin peered up, squinting through her night vision glasses. The ceiling loomed at least 15 feet above her, but the damage caused by the bombings was obvious. Jagged cracks raced through the concrete ceiling, and vines and moss had started to grow through the gaps, with the vegetation slowly pushing the cracks wider. Kaylin glanced down at the ground, and the clicking noise suddenly made sense. The floor in this section was covered in tiny bits of concrete that had fallen from the crumbling roof, clattering to the floor. The click came from behind her again. Red let out a sharp snarl that echoed through the tunnel, bouncing off the decrepit walls. Kaylin whirled around, her heart pounding. But there was nothing behind her. Nothing but patches of debris scattered across the ground, the empty rail tracks, and the anxious faces of Mateo, Leo, and Marin. Something touched her shoulder, and she nearly jumped out of her skin. But right as she raised her pistol, she realized it was just Beck patting her on the shoulder. He offered her a grim smile and leaned closer as he whispered, "Relax. Take a couple deep breaths and conserve your energy. You heard what Adrian said. The real danger doesn't even start till we get closer to the base." His gentle touch managed to calm her down just a bit, and she took a deep breath, just like he'd ordered. She looked down at Red, who was still bristling with anxiety.
"You're okay, boy,"
she said softly.
"It's okay."
His growling cut out, but he stayed tense, slinking close to the ground and staying carefully camouflaged. Kaylin wanted to believe Beck. They'd probably already passed by whatever had shrieked. But she kept her pistol in her hand as she walked, ready to fend off anything that might come at them. Kaylin. They kept walking, following behind Adrian. Kaylin wasn't sure how far they'd come. 2 miles? Maybe 3? She glanced down at the comm unit on her wrist, eyeing the time in the corner of the screen. 11:32. They only had been underground for 20 minutes, not nearly as long as she'd thought. At the pace they were going, with all their weaving to avoid traps, they probably hadn't even made a mile yet. 4 miles. That was how far Adrian had told them the street entrance was from the warden's base. It had sounded relatively close, but it was already starting to feel impossibly far away. The air grew stuffy and damp, and the musty scent of mold penetrated Kaylin's nose.
"Put your respirators on,"
Adrian ordered, pausing to draw his from where it was clipped to his belt. Kaylin nodded in agreement and pulled hers out of her supply backpack, slipping it over her mouth. Just like the night vision glasses, it molded perfectly to her face, clinging there without the help of any straps. She took a deep breath, surprised to find that she could barely tell she was wearing the respirator.
Just who exactly supplied you guys with all this alien tech?
She asked Beck.
"The German government,"
Beck said.
"They work closely with the resistance in Europe. It's all legal and legit."
Any idea where the Germans get their supply from?
Beck shot her a disapproving frown.
Now is really not the time to be planning your next theft.
Kaylin held up her hands in an innocent gesture.
Can't blame a girl for trying.
Beck tried to scowl, but it faded as soon as he noticed her teasing smirk. He just shook his head and elbowed her in the side.
"Focus,"
he ordered. She gave a lazy salute and peered forward, trying to get a better look at what lay ahead. Something loomed in the distance, a mass even larger than the wrecked train.
"The ceiling collapsed ahead,"
Adrian said, his voice slightly muffled from the respirator.
"It blocks off the main tunnel, but there's a side passage we can move through." "A side passage?"
Beck repeated. Adrian nodded.
"It was excavated during the invasion. It leads into the catacombs, and from there it's a straight shot to the warden's base."
Kaylin resisted the urge to shudder at the mention of the catacombs. The winding maze of ancient tunnels had been built centuries before. Paris had been running out of graveyards, so the city had decided to create a giant underground burial space. Miles upon miles of burial tunnels ran under the city, filled with the corpses of ancient Parisians. Up until the Syndicate War, the catacombs had merely been a historical site. But when Parisians started taking cover underground during the invasion, the catacombs had become a key part of the Paris battleground. They followed Adrian as he headed toward the collapsed part of the ceiling. As they neared it, the clicking sound grew more rapid. Kaylin glanced up, nervously eyeing the roof. If the clicking was falling debris, that meant this part of the tunnel was crumbling to pieces, and they were walking right underneath it. Adrian led them over to the opposite side of the tracks, weaving through multiple force fields and climbing over a mound of rubble. Kaylin couldn't help feeling a little ridiculous as they dodged around the traps, which were invisible to the naked eye. In an odd way, it reminded her of her brother's favorite playground game. They'd play tag on the jungle gym at the park, while pretending the bark covering the ground was hot lava that they couldn't step on. A sudden burst of longing struck her. She wanted to go back in time, back to when her life was simple, when there were no Scatharian force field traps or alien invasions or battles for survival. Just her and her little brother and their mom, a small but mighty family. She watched Adrian closely as he wove through the deadly traps. He was 15 years old, exactly how old Jackson would have been if her brother had survived the Syndicate War. Her chest ached with a haunting, familiar sadness. Not a single day went by when she didn't daydream about how things might be different if her brother hadn't been killed. But sometimes, only occasionally, and only with a great deal of shame, she wondered if his death had been a good thing. It had been quick and painless. A bomb had obliterated their entire apartment complex in a split second, and maybe, just maybe, things were better that way. Jackson had always been such a sensitive soul. When his pet goldfish had died when he was 5, he'd cried over it for weeks. When their mom had died 2 years later, he'd never really recovered. She wasn't sure how Jackson would have handled the Syndicate War if he'd lived through that first attack. But she had a sinking feeling that being surrounded by constant fighting and killing would have destroyed him in ways worse than death ever could. Adrian turned around, and for a single second, Kaylin saw her brother's face. Then she blinked, and Jackson's face disappeared, replaced by Adrian's dark, grim countenance. He pointed toward their right, and Kaylin spotted a hole in the wall of the tunnel. The edges of the hole were blackened from heat, as if it had been blasted open with some sort of laser.
That looks too easy. Is the entrance rigged with anything?
Adrian nodded.
Yeah, it's got a Scathari.
He frowned as he struggled to remember the word. Then he gestured sharply at Leo.
Whatever you call these death zappers, it's got one of those, but it's rigged to allow people through one at a time. What do you mean?
Leo asked.
The Wardens still have guards pass through these tunnels, so they've rigged a lot of the traps like this. A single person can pass through unarmed, but if a regiment of troops tries to go through...
He snapped his fingers, and the sound echoed ominously through the tunnel.
They all get fried.
Beck frowned at the boy.
You said you could get us through the tunnels, all of us. I can. We can all get through this way as long as we take our time. The sensors on the trap reset every 30 seconds. All we need to do is enter one at a time, 30 seconds apart, and it's perfectly safe.
Kaylin let out a relieved breath.
Okay, that's easy enough.
Adrian shrugged as he started toward the side tunnel.
Most of the outer tunnels are simple enough to get through, as long as you have a map and know what you're dealing with.
Adrian led them over to the hole in the wall and strode through the entrance. A blue light flashed, and Kaylin's heart leaped into her throat. She watched Adrian, waiting for him to be disintegrated by the force field, but the light immediately faded, and Kaylin realized it had been nothing but a sensor blinking. Adrian walked forward a few steps and then turned around, his hand held out in a staying gesture.
Count to 30, then one of you can come through.
Kaylin counted under her breath, and as soon as she reached 30, Beck stepped forward. He took a deep breath, rolled his shoulders, and then stepped through the entrance. The force field blinked again, and they all flinched, but Beck remained unharmed as he stepped over to join Adrian. Adrian nodded in approval and then turned to the others.
Same goes for all of you. Wait 30 seconds, then go through.
Each of them repeated the process, with Kaylin going last. Anxiety slowly built inside her as she waited for the others to get through. The clicking noise was growing louder, making her suspect this part of the subway tunnel might be due for another ceiling collapse. It made her slightly glad to be moving away from the crumbling main tunnel and heading into the catacombs, even if it meant walking through a tomb. As soon as they had all made it inside the side tunnel, red narrowly fitting, Adrian pointed to the ground, which was just hard-packed dirt.
There are mines buried in here, but they've all been marked with flags. Just stay at least a foot away from them and you'll be fine.
Kaylin nodded and peered down the narrow corridor. She quickly spotted 2 of the flags, which were just sticks with a scrap of red fabric tied to the top.
You're sure they're all marked?
She asked hesitantly. Adrian nodded.
The wardens send guards through this tunnel all the time. If there were unmarked mines, they would have found out a long time ago.
He didn't wait for a response before pressing forward, leading them down the corridor. Kaylin followed, although with every step she took, anxiety squeezed her chest tighter. This tunnel was far smaller than the main subway tunnel, and with the 7 of them crowded into it, Kaylin felt the beginnings of claustrophobia tugging at her nerves. Red definitely wasn't helping. A low, constant growl rumbled in his throat, and he kept glancing behind them, as if watching something. But whenever Kaylin tried to follow his gaze, she saw nothing but empty shadows. Adrian guided them quickly through the tunnel, silently pointing out the flags as they moved. After a few minutes of walking, she spotted an end to the corridor. It intersected with another tunnel that was just as small, but it had smooth stones lining the walls and ceiling. Adrian pointed ahead.
That's one of the main catacomb tunnels. There's no trap on this entrance. It got deactivated by a mine blast. But there's one at the far end of this tunnel.
They continued on in silence, striding into the new tunnel. Kaylin turned in a tight circle, and the hair on her neck stood on end as she took in her surroundings. Stone shelves lined the walls, each of them with stacks of bones. Skulls and tibias and ribs and every single part of a skeleton Kaylin knew. The skulls grinned down at her with blank gazes, and she stared back, chills crawling down her spine.
Did the Syndicate do this?
Leo asked, his voice aghast. Mateo shook his head.
No, these have been here for far longer than that.
Kaylin took a hesitant step toward one of the shelves, examining a skull more closely. It was smaller than most of the others, and she guessed that centuries ago it had belonged to a child. She waited for horror to strike her, but she couldn't feel it. There was just a somber feeling of calmness. Something about the bones down here just felt natural. Nothing like the mutilated skeletons she'd seen littered in the subway tunnel. The catacombs were a house of eternal rest, not a junkyard of broken corpses.
What is this place?
Marin whispered, turning in a circle as she took in the bones surrounding her.
The catacombs were built centuries ago,
Mateo said.
Paris had a population boom and started running out of graveyards, so the city carved out a bunch of tunnels to house the dead.
He made a broad gesture to the shelves lining the tunnel.
And these bones have been sitting here ever since.
Kaylin shot Mateo a surprised glance. It was the most she'd ever heard Mateo speak without being pressured into talking. She made a mental note to ask him more about the history of the catacombs once they finished up this mission. She wanted to hear more of this side of Mateo, this softer, intellectual side that was so different from the paranoid soldier he'd been forced to become. Beck examined the skull closest to his shoulder and reached up to touch it.
Don't!
Mateo said sharply. Beck jerked his hand back, and his expression turned to one of suspicion as he eyed the bones.
Are the shelves rigged too?
Mateo shook his head, but his voice was hushed as he said,
They've had peace for centuries. Don't disturb them.
Adrian nodded, giving Beck a harsh glance.
We never touch the bones.
Beck took a step back, his expression sheepish.
Right.
A dull click echoed through the tunnel. They all froze. The click came again, and this time Red's spine stood straight on end. He turned back toward the tunnel they'd just exited, letting loose another deep growl. Kaylin peered up, her heart pounding. There was no cracked concrete above them, only centuries-old stones that held the ceiling firmly in place. And the ground beneath her feet was dirt, so even if the chunks of ceiling were falling, it shouldn't click. Which meant they'd been wrong. The clicking they'd heard in the subway tunnel hadn't been the roof crumbling. Beck seemed to come to the realization at the same time she did, because his eyes grew wide.
What was that?
He asked quietly. A bewildered look crossed Adrian's expression.
I'm not sure. Have you ever heard that kind of sound before?
Leo asked. Adrian shook his head.
Not in the catacombs.
Another click broke the tense silence, and this time it was followed by an echoing chorus of similar clicks. A fresh wave of unease swept over Kaylin. The sound reminded her eerily of some type of Morse code, as if something in the depths of the tunnels was trying to communicate. Red continued growling, backing deeper into the tunnel. Adrian hesitated for a moment and then waved at the others, gesturing for them to follow.
We need to move,
he snapped.
Now!
Adrian broke into a jog, and they followed at his heels, heading deeper into the catacombs. Kaylin's heart thundered in her chest as she struggled to keep an eye on the mine markers as she ran. She glanced behind her, checking to make sure the others were keeping up, but her foot caught on a crack and sent her sprawling forward. Beck grabbed her arm, yanking her upright.
Be careful,
Beck snapped, already leaping back into a jog.
No shit,
she growled, shaking off his hand. He opened his mouth to retort, but all that came out was a yelp as he spotted a marker stick right in front of him. He leaped through the air, hurtling over the mine and landing with a loud grunt.
Be careful,
Kaylin called over tauntingly.
Screw you,
Beck gasped. Kaylin barked a harsh laugh. Maybe it was just the adrenaline getting her high, but she suddenly realized that she didn't entirely mind this situation. On the run, racing toward a mission, bickering with Beck, and ready to dive into danger and save lives. She'd missed this. As much as she'd sworn up and down that she was done with the resistance, she couldn't pretend to have lost her love for this sort of adrenaline rush. The clicking grew louder as they raced through the tunnel. Then a shriek rang out. It was just like the one they'd heard in the main subway, high and rasping. Except this time the shriek came from right behind them.
What the hell is that?
Beck demanded. Another shriek pierced the air, and then another, each from a different position behind them.
Wrong question,
Kaylin gasped.
What the hell are those?
No idea!
Adrian called back.
Just run!
Red bounded alongside Kaylin, his hide changing color with every step as he struggled to camouflage himself to the ground he was galloping over. Kaylin opened her mouth to order him to follow behind her, but then Red expertly dodged around a mine marker. A moment later, he skidded around another marker, and Kaylin realized it was entirely on purpose. Somehow he knew to avoid the areas with the small flags. It didn't make sense. He shouldn't have known to avoid the markers. But she didn't have time to riddle out how the hell he'd figured it out. She was just grateful he'd learned before he ended up accidentally triggering one. The clicking sounds behind them grew louder and thicker. Kaylin struggled to decipher them, trying to figure out what the hell was making the noise and how many creatures there were. It was impossible to tell. Their pounding feet and panting breaths nearly drowned out the noise of the clicking, and every time she thought she knew how many there were, another joined in. It could have been 5 or it could have been 500. All she knew was that the shrieks were coming louder and more often, and if the bloodthirsty screams were anything to judge by, they weren't just being chased. They were being hunted. They burst into a wide chamber lined with even more shelves of bones. These were filled almost entirely with skulls, and they extended in a long line around the circumference of the room, thousands of empty eyes staring down at them with mad grins. Flag markers littered the floor, but there was a clear path leading to a door at the far end of the room. They all started toward it, but Adrian skittered to a stop and whirled around, throwing his hands out.
Stop!
He screamed. And then Kaylin remembered. The exit. It had a Scatherian force field just like the entrance. They'd have to exit one by one to avoid setting off the trap. Adrian glanced at the exit, and then back to the tunnel, where the screams and clicks were growing louder. Panic overtook his expression, and he froze. Beck grabbed Adrian roughly by the shoulder and pointed him toward the exit.
Get the hell through, now!
Suddenly, Kaylin remembered why Beck had risen through the ranks of the resistance so quickly. His stoic presence was usually calming, but when he exploded into action, you'd have to be out of your damn mind to ignore the man. Adrian suddenly looked like a kid again, his eyes widening in terror as he nodded frantically. He whirled around and dove through the force field, and the sensor light flashed as it registered his presence.
Count to 30,
Beck called to Adrian.
Out loud, now!
Adrian began calling out the numbers, speaking in French as he nervously reverted to his first language.
English!
Beck hollered.
5, 6...
Adrian called back, his voice flustered with fear. Marin and Leo leaped into the chamber, the last of them to make it inside. Marin immediately swiveled around, raising her pistol toward the tunnel that led into the chamber. Beck joined her, and soon all of them were huddled in a semicircle, their pistols raised toward the mouth of the tunnel. Another sound joined the clicking, some sort of scrabbling noise. It took Kaylin a moment to process what she was hearing. Legs. Legs scrabbling against stone.
Whatever comes, shoot it,
Beck said. Leo glanced toward him uncertainly.
Shouldn't we make sure it's an enemy before we...
A shriek cut off his words, this one louder and longer than any of the others. Leo swallowed hard and went silent, gritting his jaw tightly as he faced the entrance with his laser pistol raised. Beck nodded toward the ambassador.
Leo, you're up next. As soon as Adrian counts to 30, you go through that door. Got it?
Leo nodded tightly, and Beck turned to Marin.
Marin, you'll follow after Leo.
Understood,
Marin said.
And Mateo, you'll go after her.
Beck continued.
No,
Mateo said, shaking his head.
I can fight. Don't argue with me. You're going out that exit after Marin. Got it?
Mateo winced, but he nodded.
Got it. 20.
Adrian called out, fear tightening his voice.
21.
Beck gestured to Kaylin.
You after Mateo, then me.
Then Red.
Kaylin added.
We're not leaving him.
Beck nodded.
And everyone needs to watch for the mines. Look where you're stepping no matter what happens.
Kaylin looked down, doing her best to quickly memorize the locations of the mine marker flag stuck into the ground of the chamber. There were about 10 of them, most of them clustered toward the right side of the room, with a few scattered around the left side of the door. The clicking noise grew louder and thicker. It seemed like the clicks were coming from only feet away, but Kaylin couldn't see anything in front of them. Then something flashed in front of her, a blur seemingly made of shadow. As she struggled to focus on it, other shadows blurred across her vision, streaking down the tunnel toward them.
You see these things?
Beck demanded.
No,
Kaylin said, shaking her head frantically.
I just see ghosts.
Same,
Beck said grimly. The clicking grew louder until it seemed to be right on top of them. Then Red lunged in front of Kaylin and dropped into a crouch, all his spikes standing on end. He snaked his head forward and released a roar. It was unlike anything Kaylin had ever heard from the lizard. It started off as a low rumble, rose to a bellowing cry, and then kept growing higher and higher, louder and louder, until his scream seemed to vibrate the walls. The clicking went silent, and the flashes of shadow froze in the entrance of the chamber. For a single moment, Kaylin was able to make out the vague shapes of the creatures. They seemed to be a little over a foot long, and their thin bodies crouched low to the ground. Then they leaped. The shadows swarmed toward Red, lunging at his head. Kaylin opened fire. She had no freaking idea what she was shooting at, but whatever these demon creatures were, she sure as hell wasn't going to let them get Red. She did her best to aim at the shadows, firing as close to Red as she could without hurting him. The others joined her, releasing a barrage of bullets and laser bolts at the creatures. Kaylin waited for Red to fall back, but instead he leaped forward. A new set of spikes appeared on his tail, a shorter, denser path of spines that curled out like cat's claws. Kaylin gaped at the lizard, wondering where the hell the tail spikes had come from. She'd never seen Red extend them before, but then again, she'd also never seen him in a life-or-death fight before. Red began flailing his tail like a mace, using it to slam into the shadow creatures as he whirled around to bite them. Kaylin could hardly make out the vague outline of the creatures, but Red apparently could see their forms just fine. His jaws closed on something, and Kaylin heard a loud crunch, followed by a piercing shriek of pain. Red shook his head, ripping the creature to pieces as he slammed his tail into another one of the blurred shadows. The creature crashed into a shelf, shattering it and sending a heap of skulls clattering to the ground.
28, 29, 30!
Adrian yelled from behind them.
Send the next person out! Get out the door!
Beck yelled at Leo. Leo began to run toward it, but then another shriek pierced the air. This one was deeper than the creature's scream and sounded oddly familiar. Kaylin's gut sank. Marin. It was coming from her. Kaylin stopped shooting at the creatures swarming Red. He seemed to be handling himself just fine for the moment. Instead, she whirled around to face Marin. The bodyguard was frantically firing toward her feet, but her laser bolts harmlessly struck the ground. Then one stopped short before it hit the ground, and a high-pitched cry of pain came from one of the shadows. It staggered off, but more shadows darted in, swarming Marin's leg. Marin screamed in pain and yelled something that was surely a curse in her own language. She kept firing at the creatures as a dark stain of blood welled on the leg of her pants, forcing her to stumble backward.
Leo!
Beck repeated.
Get out! Now!
Leo ignored him and charged toward Marin. The rage that twisted his expression seemed to turn the stoic ambassador into an entirely different being. His bright eyes suddenly looked dangerously sharp, and his willowy height no longer seemed delicate. Now it reminded Kaylin of a sword, slim but strong enough to hack through bone. His pistol fired rapidly at the creatures as he struggled to reach Marin's side. Marin screamed something at Leo and gestured toward the door. Leo ignored her and calmly aimed toward a shadow darting toward her foot. His round didn't hit the thing, but it forced the shadow to skitter to the side. Beck cursed and then said over his shoulder,
Mateo, get out! But Leo's next!
Mateo protested.
Get out! Now!
Mateo backed hesitantly toward the exit, clearly not wanting to leave the fight. But Kaylin turned and shoved him sharply in the shoulder.
Listen to him. We can handle ourselves.
Mateo nodded and darted for the door, and Kaylin turned back to Marin, firing perilously close to her feet to ward off the shadow creatures. Kaylin vaguely registered that Adrian was counting again, although she couldn't keep track of the numbers. Her entire focus was on Marin and the creatures swarming her. One of the shadow creatures seemed to hit her in the shoulder, and she doubled over, nearly crumpling to the ground. Bloody scratches opened up on her arms and cheek, as if claws were tearing into her skin, and the shrieking of the creatures grew louder. Kaylin whirled back toward Red, checking on him. Her gut dropped. Long scratches covered his hide, each of them dripping dark blood. He continued snapping and snarling at the creatures, and his tail lashed out just as fast as before. But it didn't seem to be doing any good. New scratches kept appearing on his hide, no matter how many of the creatures he fended off. Red looked toward her, and for a split second their eyes locked. His eyes were red, not silver, but red. It took her a single baffled second to remember why. The night vision goggles. They distorted the color of things. A desperate idea struck her. Marin had said the glasses changed the way eyes perceived light, so if they could turn shadowy darkness into brightness, maybe the opposite was also possible. Maybe they could turn light into shadow. Kaylin reached up and ripped the glasses off, letting them dangle from the slim cord around her neck. And there they were, the creatures. Without her night vision glasses in place, Kaylin could see the alien creatures scuttling across the pitch-black room. Their bodies were translucent, but they pulsated with a dim, bioluminescent light that had a strange purple hue. The aliens had the long, shelled body of a scorpion, but with at least twice the number of legs. The clicking suddenly made sense. Each of them had large front pincers, like a scorpion's except sharper. They snapped them open and closed, seeming to use them for some sort of communication as they circled Marin and Red. Without the glasses, the room was nearly pitch black, although the creature's bioluminescence cast enough shadowy light for her to make out the forms of her companions.
The glasses!
Kaylin screamed.
Take off your glasses! You can see them!
Her spirit soared as she realized she could finally aim at the creatures. She fired off 3 rounds, striking 2 of the creatures, scrabbling at Red. Red roared in triumph as they both fell dead, and then whirled around, striking another 2 with his spiked tail. They slammed against a shelf of bones and crumbled to the ground, their scrabbling legs twitching feebly. Then Kaylin turned toward the mouth of the tunnel and saw the rest of the creatures. They were lined up along the tunnel leading into the chamber, marching along the ground and creeping along the walls, their scrabbling legs clinging to the sides of the tunnel like insects.
Holy shit!
Adrian called from outside the room.
There's hundreds! Just keep counting!
Beck called back to Adrian, although Kaylin could hear an edge of panic creep into his voice. Kaylin started to step closer to Red to help him, but then Beck called out,
Remember the mines!
Kaylin cursed and weaved toward the left, taking a roundabout path toward Red that was far from where she remembered seeing any mine flags. Still, her heart thudded desperately with each step she took in the darkness. The creatures seemed to have identified Red as the main threat in the room, and their swarm was thickening, crowding him with slicing, scrabbling legs. Red's angry roars began to turn to panicked shrieks that made Kaylin's gut drop. In the pitch blackness, she could no longer see the cuts on his hide, but she could hear the pain in his wild cries. A sob rose from deep in her chest as a sense of helplessness slammed into her. Red was going to die. Her best friend was going to die, and it was going to be all her goddamn fault for dragging him down into this hellhole. Red let loose another roar, higher and louder than before. The clicks of the creatures paused for just a moment, and they hesitated in their attack, allowing Kaylin to quickly pick off a few of the ones swarming Red. But as soon as Red's cry died off, their clicking started up again, along with their attack.
They don't have eyes!
Mateo's voice called out over the cacophony of clicks and shrieks and firing guns. Kaylin peered closely at the attacking horde and realized he was right. Not that it mattered. Being blind obviously wasn't hindering the creatures.
So what?
She called back to Mateo.
They're bioluminescent and don't have eyes!
Mateo said, his tone excited, as if he was piecing something together as he spoke.
They're cave dwellers! That's how they've survived down here! Is there a goddamn point to this?
Beck hollered.
The clicking! It's echolocation! That's how cave dwellers can see!
A jolt of surprise struck Kaylin. It actually made sense. That was why the creatures froze when Red roared. Something about the pitch of his cry was messing with their ability to echolocate.
You're a freaking genius!
Kaylin called to Mateo.
30!
Adrian yelled, finishing the countdown.
Send someone else through! Kaylin!
Beck called through the darkness.
Go!
She shook her head frantically.
Get ready to carry Marin to the exit,
she said.
I can't!
Beck yelled.
There's too many around us!
Kaylin fired at the creature digging into her leg and kicked its corpse off. Her instinct screamed at her to keep firing at the creatures swarming Red, but she forced herself to lower her pistol and search her supplies belt for a new weapon. In the darkness, her fingers closed around a small metal box with a pin in one end. A jamming grenade. She always carried one, just in case she needed to jam a communication channel. She quickly pulled the pin and tossed it toward the entrance to the tunnel, right into the mass of creatures. Kaylin heard the telltale clink of the grenade hitting the floor. For 2 long, painful seconds, nothing happened. Then a burst of electricity lit up the air, surging up in a plume, and a keening noise exploded through the air. The keen rose in pitch until Kaylin couldn't even hear it, and then dove into a low, rumbling tone. The grenade undulated between the 2 extremes, its pitch rising and falling in intense bursts that made her head feel like it was about to explode. The effect on the creatures was immediate. They began stumbling blindly around, crashing into each other. Some of them surged toward the grenade, while most of them tried to escape, fighting to retreat back into the tunnel. A traffic jam immediately formed, with half the horde trying to break into the chamber, while the other half frantically tried to claw their way against the rushing tide of flailing pincers. Kaylin put her night vision glasses back on, allowing her to see the details of the room again. The creatures turned back into strange shadows, but for the moment they weren't a threat. Kaylin glanced over at Red, and a fresh surge of rage hit her. His hide was covered in long, bleeding scratches, and he was limping heavily on his front left leg. Despite his injuries, he was still whirling around, chomping and crushing every creature in his reach. Kaylin wanted to run to him, but she worried he'd accidentally slam into her if she tried. So she rushed over to Marin, kicking the shadowy creatures out of her way and shooting when she felt them get too close to her. Marin was hunched over, blood dripping from her shoulder and legs. Leo was using one arm to support her and the other to fire his pistol at the creatures crowding around their feet. His pistol was going to run out of charge any moment. All of theirs were going to. They'd been firing practically non-stop for minutes on end. Kaylin had already chewed through all her bullets and was only left with her weak backup laser blaster, which was quickly running out of juice. They needed to get the hell out of there, immediately. Beck began clearing a path toward the exit, shooting and kicking the confused creatures out of his way. Kaylin wrapped her arm around Marin's other shoulder, helping Leo support her, and they dragged the bodyguard toward the door.
No!
Marin cried out.
Leo needs to go!
They ignored her, and Kaylin helped Leo shove Marin through the exit. The sensor light flashed, and Marin shrieked something angrily at them, but her voice was hoarse and weak. Mateo leaped forward and caught Marin before she could collapse, guiding her a few steps back from the door. Adrian immediately began counting again, and Kaylin whirled back around to check on Red. He was slowly retreating toward the exit, crushing every creature in his way, but the creatures seemed to be figuring out how to function with the jamming device because they began to swarm him again. Something scrabbled at Kaylin's waist, and white-hot heat sliced beneath her ribs. For a single moment, all Kaylin could do was gasp in shock. She instinctively aimed her pistol down and shot the creature that had leaped onto her waist. It struck it right in the pincers, and the creature tumbled to the ground, dead. Then the pain truly slammed into her, and a scream burst from Kaylin's throat. She clapped a hand to her ribs, and the sticky heat of blood coated her fingers. A roar followed her scream, and at first she thought it was just the rush of blood thudding through her ears. But then the roar grew louder and deeper and more furious. She stumbled, turning to look at Red. He was standing with a creature trapped under his paw, violently crushing its shell with his claws. His head was snaked forward, his bloodied jaws open in a roar. His cries suddenly cut off into a deep, throaty cough. It was a gruesome, wet sound, as if he were choking, and it somehow managed to double Kaylin's terror. A spray of metallic liquid erupted from his mouth, splattering across the creatures. Kaylin stared in shock. The liquid didn't look like blood, but it also didn't look anything like vomit. Light erupted in the room, followed by a wave of heat. Kaylin yelped and stumbled back, throwing up a hand to shield her face. It took her a moment to realize what she was seeing. Fire. Whatever Red had spit up, it had just burst into flames. The shrieking of the creatures rose to a fevered pitch, and they whirled back toward the tunnel, scrabbling away from the chamber. Kaylin fired at them as they jammed into the tunnel, killing off as many as she could while their backs were turned. She glanced behind her at the force field. Adrian had stumbled back a few steps from the flames, but he hadn't given up on his counting.
28, 29, 30.
He gestured sharply toward Leo.
Come on, get through.
Leo leaped through the force field, finally making it to safety. Kaylin breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have the respirator to keep her from inhaling the thick smoke clouding the room. Red also seemed unbothered by the smoke, but he eyed the flames uneasily, growling deep in his throat.
Kaylin!
Beck blurted out, his voice thick with shock.
I think your lizard just breathed fire.
Kaylin shook her head in stunned disbelief.
He's not a lizard. He's a freaking dragon!
Red let out a panicked chirp as he watched the flames. He huddled close against Kaylin's leg, giving her an indignant look as he glanced between her and the fire.
Don't look at me like that!
Kaylin gestured wildly toward the flames.
You're the one who did that!
Red turned back to the fire and snarled, as if he thought that might help extinguish it. It was already starting to burn itself out, with no real fuel in the chamber to keep the flames going. But the fire seemed to have ignited a primal fear in the alien creatures. They continued scrabbling over the corpses of their fallen brethren, desperately trying to retreat back into the depths of the tunnel. Kaylin slowly let her pistol lower, realizing they were safe. At least for the moment. Something grabbed her elbow and she whirled toward it, but it was just Beck. He nodded toward the bloodstain on her ribs.
How bad is it?
As Kaylin's shock faded, the searing pain in her side returned. But she could still move her arms around, and the warm blood flowing down her torso was only a trickle.
It's not critical,
she said. Beck let out a relieved breath and nodded. They both stood there for a long moment, struggling to catch their breaths as they watched the last of the creatures flee from the smoke-filled chamber. Kaylin.
Kaylin?
Beck said, his voice quiet with shock.
Only you would accidentally adopt a dragon.
She struggled to think of some sort of retort, but all that ended up coming out was,
Yeah, pretty much.
Beck suddenly let out a shocked, giddy laugh. Before Kaylin could stop herself, she found herself joining in. Red was a dragon. A freaking dragon. All this time she'd thought he was some common pit-fighting beast who'd grown a little bigger and a little smarter than usual. But nope, he was a living, breathing, mythological creature. Her laughter was cut off by a fresh twinge of pain in her side, which brought her crashing back to reality. The alien creatures may have been retreating, but they weren't safe. Not even close. Adrian finished his counting yet again and waved for them to come through. Beck turned to Kaylin, but she shook her head.
I'll go through last.
Beck hesitated a moment, but then he nodded and stepped through the force field. He knew better than to waste time arguing with her. Kaylin aimed her pistol back toward the retreating creatures, although most were already far down the tunnel and out of range. As soon as another 30 seconds passed, Kaylin turned to the exit and pointed to it sternly.
Go,
she commanded Red. Beck started to protest, insisting Kaylin come through, but she ignored him and repeated to Red,
Go.
Red hesitantly peeled himself away from her side and padded through the force field.
What are you doing?
Beck demanded.
Sealing off this exit.
Kaylin replied, fishing in her supplies belt for what she was looking for. Her hand closed around a small metal cylinder, a timed explosive grenade.
An explosion is going to draw attention,
Beck protested. Kaylin shook her head.
We've already drawn way too much attention. If I blow this place and we get the hell out of here, any guard who finds the wreckage is going to assume we set off a mine and all got killed.
Beck hesitated, but Adrian spoke up.
It's a good idea,
the boy said.
Do it.
Kaylin tapped at the small screen on the grenade. A timer popped up and she quickly entered in a single minute. She waited another 10 seconds, letting a full 30 seconds lapse and the force field reset. Then she pulled the pin on the end of the grenade, starting the timer, and carefully rolled it into the corner of the room with the mines. The faint clicking sound of the alien creatures came from down the tunnel, making the hair on her neck stand on end. But she just muttered,
Oh, no you don't,
and leaped toward the exit. The force field sensor blinked as she passed through, and relief flowed through her as her feet struck the ground. Red leaped forward and shoved his nose against her hip, and Kaylin stroked the scales on his forehead, relieved that he was healthy enough to demand attention.
We need to move,
she said, nodding toward Adrian.
I'm not sure if that force field will be able to contain the whole blast.
Adrian nodded and immediately took off at a jog, waving for them to follow him. Beck and Leo supported Marin from either side, and they followed right behind the boy, with Mateo and Kaylin guarding the rear of their group. Kaylin carefully examined their new surroundings as they jogged forward. The tunnel they'd emerged into was wider and didn't have any bones in it, so Kaylin assumed it was a newer section that wasn't a part of the ancient catacombs. She also didn't spot any mine flags, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. They reached a small alcove, and Adrian ducked into it, the others following closely behind him. Kaylin pressed close to the wall and held her hands over her ears. A moment later, a sharp boom pierced the tunnel. The grenade. A larger rolling series of booms immediately followed as the mines went off. Tremors ran through the walls, rattling Kaylin's teeth and shaking dust free from the roof. A sudden silence filled the tunnel. Then Beck said,
"Guess that's the end of those things."
Kaylin nodded, although she couldn't bring herself to feel any kind of triumph. They might have escaped the alien creatures, but not before their attackers had managed to do a good deal of damage. She turned to Red, looking him over more closely. Gashes crisscrossed his hide, running up his legs and along his chest. Most were fairly minor, but some of them reached deep into his flesh, drawing steady streams of blood. Panic filled Kaylin's chest, and she reached out to rest her hand on an uninjured part of his neck. He trembled under her palm and let out a low whimper, staring up at her with wide, fearful eyes.
"It's okay,"
she whispered, although her voice was tight with panic. They still had miles to go before they reached the base, and then they still had to make their way back out. There was no way Red was going to make it that far, not with these kinds of injuries. A groan came from beside her, and she turned to look at Marin. The bodyguard was sitting on the ground, her back against the wall. Wide gashes marred her skin, and her pale hands pressed weakly against her side, her fingers trembling as she struggled to hold back the rush of blood. Leo knelt in front of her, murmuring something in their native language. Beck pulled a medical kit out of his pack and knelt beside Marin, although Kaylin didn't know what he was planning on doing with it. Simple bandages weren't going to be able to help Marin, not when she was losing that much blood.
"Get her shirt off,"
Beck commanded Leo.
"I need to be able to see her wounds better."
Adrian shifted uncomfortably, glancing down the tunnel.
"I don't have time for this,"
he said, his voice quiet and cold.
"We're not just leaving her."
Beck snapped.
"You are,"
Marin said. Her voice trembled, but she held Leo's gaze defiantly as she spoke.
"You need to go, now. That explosion is going to draw the attention of every guard in these tunnels."
Leo froze, his eyes wide with horror. He opened his mouth as if to argue. But then he simply drew his pendant from under his shirt, cradling it carefully in his hands. Marin's eyes grew wider and she shook her head frantically, blurting something in their native language. She reached out, as if to snatch the pendant away from Leo, but he dodged out of her reach and pressed his thumb against the metal casing of the pendant, sliding open the small cavity. Silence swallowed the room, so deep and hollow it seemed to thicken the air. Kaylin could feel her heart pounding in her chest and her breaths rushing out of her lungs and through the respirator. But there was no noise. Then the humming began, a low, keening noise that seemed louder than before, stronger, almost like the force of the pendant had been amplified. Numbness filled her, along with the knowledge that this was wrong. There was no dread weighing down her chest, no fear icing her veins, just the pure, logical surety that Leo was doing something terribly wrong by opening the pendant again. Every detail of her surroundings seemed impossibly clear. The anger and pain on Marin's face, the fear and exhaustion on Leo's, the blood and gashes and dirt covering all her companions. But then the gashes began to disappear. She watched numbly as the large wound on Marin's side slowly disappeared, her flesh simply knitting itself back together. It happened in the span of 4 heartbeats, but it somehow seemed like an eternity as the hum deepened and the numbness blanketed Kaylin's mind. And then it was over. The hum cut off and the numbness fled, leaving Kaylin hunched over and gasping for air. She looked up and found Leo with his hand still thrust toward Marin, the pendant clutched tightly in his grip. He was trembling, his skin paler than Kaylin had ever seen it. Kaylin looked down at Red, and a wave of relief swept over her as she saw that his injuries had been healed too. His flesh had knitted back together almost perfectly, leaving only a few raised scars to mark the areas where his scales had been flayed open. Red chirped in confusion and nudged at his front leg with his snout, clearly baffled by the sudden lack of pain. Kaylin reached out to rest a comforting hand on his head, but she froze as she got a look at her own arm. All her cuts and bruises had been simply wiped away, but the pendant had left something inside her, a faint tingling that had enveloped her limbs. It reminded her of the buzz of alcohol, except it was cold and almost painful, and it twisted her gut with a sense of wrongness. A chill ran down her spine as she looked over at the pendant clutched in Leo's hand. It had saved them, but she didn't feel anything except dread as she stared at it. The thing was unnatural, dangerous. The raw knowledge of that fact blanketed her mind, and without the hum of the pendant to numb her mind, she felt fear begin to trickle through her veins. Marin ran her shaking hands over her side, feeling the healed skin there. Kaylin waited for the bodyguard to express relief, but instead, fear and anger twisted her expression. She snarled something at Leo, her anger managing to twist the smooth Rurumenti language into a barbed whip. Leo recoiled, but he didn't try fending off her words, and just hung his head as she berated him. He carefully tucked the pendant back under his shirt, his fingers still trembling. He turned to face the rest of them.
I'm sorry,
he whispered, his voice shaky.
I had to use it. There was no other choice.
Kaylin swallowed hard. She didn't understand why Leo was apologizing, and she didn't even understand her own aversion to the device. But there was no time to demand an explanation.
We need to keep moving,
Beck said, speaking the words right as Kaylin thought them. He glanced over at Marin.
Can you walk?
She nodded and rose shakily to her feet. Leo reached out to help her, but she shoved his hand away, snapping something in their language.
What the hell was that thing?
Adrian whispered, staring at Leo with wide, horrified eyes.
That is not for you to know,
Marin snapped, her voice sharp. Adrian hesitated, as if he might argue, but the bodyguard's fierce glare seemed to assure him that he wasn't going to get any more information out of the aliens, so he nodded tersely. But then he said,
At least tell me what the hell those creatures were. Cave beetles from the planet Yukin-Ra,
Leo said. His voice was quiet, but it sounded steadier, and he stood up straight.
I've never seen one in person, but they fit all the descriptions I've heard. Bioluminescent cave dwellers that hunt in packs. They're considered a pest on their home planet.
What are they doing here?
Kaylin demanded. Leo pursed his lips.
There have been rumors that the Ascendancy has established a base on Yukin-Ra.
Beck cursed and rubbed his neck.
Then it sounds like the ships that have been spotted around here are definitely Ascendancy crafts.
Leo nodded grimly.
They probably stowed away in one of their cargo holds.
And that means there could be other things down here,
Kaylin said, struggling to keep fear out of her tone.
We need to keep moving,
Beck said.
Wait,
Kaylin said, fishing in her supply belt. She pulled out a small silver chip and held it up.
I think I spotted a security camera down the hall.
Beck nodded toward the chip.
That's the hacking device?
She smirked.
This is it.
Using the chip was her favorite part of the infiltration plan they'd concocted. It was the same hacking chip Goodfellow had given her to break into the resistance base, and Kaylin assumed it'd be just as effective on the Warden's security system. It was karma at its finest, using Goodfellow's own technology to cripple his allies.
Let's go get it set up,
Adrian said, glancing down at his map as he gestured for Kaylin to follow him down the hallway. Kaylin stood from where she was crouched, struggling to shake off the last of the strange numbness in her limbs. She took a deep breath, trying to push her fear out of her mind as she glanced toward Leo's pendant. Feeling its strange power again just filled her with an even stronger urge to succeed at their mission. All she could hope was that they'd get the pendant and the virtue off the planet before it spread any more of its strange poison in her homeworld. Leo. Leo's heart thundered in his chest as he followed after Adrian. Even though they were in a dark, barren tunnel, he couldn't remember his senses ever feeling this overstimulated. Every crack in the ground, every footstep that fell, every subtle change in the air. His mind absorbed all of it, making reality seem too real. The hypersensitivity was a side effect of using the fragment, but it seemed far worse than it had been the first time he activated the pendant. He walked at Marin's side, keeping an arm firmly wrapped around her shoulders. Her face was pale with exhaustion, but with all her wounds healed, her breathing had returned to normal. A scowl pursed her lips, and with his senses on overdrive, Leo could make out every disapproving wrinkle in her forehead, every taut muscle in her face and neck. She was barely holding back her anger, and Leo knew he deserved every bit of it. But it had been worth it. He didn't even question that. If he hadn't used the fragment to heal Marin, he would have lost her. Illegally using the pendant had been a betrayal of the Council and his mission, but it would have been nothing compared to the betrayal of allowing his best friend and mentor to die. He'd tried explaining that to Marin, but it had done nothing to stop her anger. Her faithfulness to the Council ran deeper than her will to live, and the fact that Leo had used the fragment on her behalf had only made her more upset. Leo knew he should be just as upset and worried. Activating the fragment twice within a matter of days was reckless at best and deadly at worst. But he couldn't bring himself to feel any regret. A strange numbness was still blocking out most of his emotions, and something deep inside of him pressed at his mind, filling him with the urge to open the fragment and release its power again. He knew exactly what it was, the beginnings of the addiction he'd been warned about his entire life, the same addiction that always ended in death, no matter who used the fragment. His stomach twisted at the thought, and he had a sudden urge to yank off the silver chain and throw it away. But the impulse hardly lasted for a second before he was hit with a stronger, more desperate urge to keep the pendant safe. He reached up to touch the chain, running his thumb along its smooth links. Marin eyed him warily.
Don't worry,
he said quietly.
I won't use it again. I swear it.
You already swore that once.
Marin snapped.
And you broke your oath.
I mean it this time. I swear to you. I do.
Don't swear to me,
she replied, her voice low and worried.
Swear to the Council. Swear to your people. Swear to those who will be most hurt if you dare to keep linking your mind to that power.
Leo gritted his teeth, wanting to argue with her, to object to the suggestion that he'd ever do anything to hurt his people. But then he realized he already had. He'd opened the fragment twice, both times inviting disaster. Leo turned and looked her straight in the eye.
I swear on everything that matters to me in this universe, I won't abuse the power of the fragment.
Marin considered this a moment, and then she gave a small nod of satisfaction.
Good. Now, let's keep moving.
He nodded and looked forward again. They were at least a mile away from the tunnel with the cave beetles, and with each step they took, Leo's confidence grew. Adrian had led them through at least a dozen traps in the past half hour. Scatherian force fields, mines, electrified doorways, and other various creative ways of killing intruders. But true to his word, Adrian knew perfectly well how to guide them safely through the traps. He'd led them back into another section of the catacombs, but this one had proven to be quiet and mostly unguarded.
How much further until we reach the base?
Leo asked. Adrian's jaw worked back and forth as he mentally calculated his answer.
About a mile, I think. But that's if we take the south tunnel. If we take the southeast tunnel, it's more like a mile and a half. What's the difference between the two?
Beck asked.
The south has more guards,
Adrian said.
but the southeast has more traps.
Beck nodded.
So, which is safer?
Adrian frowned as he considered this.
Normally, I'd say the southeast. Traps are more predictable than guards. But with those cave monster things...
He glanced over his shoulder, shuddering slightly at the thought of the cave beetles they'd left behind.
I don't know what else might be running around these tunnels, but I'm betting the tunnels with guards have been cleared of any monsters, so it might actually be safer that way. The south tunnel sounds like the best option,
Leo said. The human guards would be dangerous, but likely not as dangerous as another pack of the cave beetles, or whatever else might be lurking in these tunnels. Beck and Kaylin both turned to him with a look of surprise, and Leo realized it probably wasn't his place to be making tactical decisions. But Marin just nodded slightly in agreement. Beck cleared his throat and said,
I agree.
Same.
Kaylin said. They turned to Mateo, waiting to hear his opinions. His shoulders stiffened as he felt all of their gazes land on him. Clearly, he wasn't used to anyone asking his opinion on matters. But then he quietly cleared his throat and said,
Only advanced soldiers are used as guards for the inner tunnels. All of them are adults, and a lot of them are mercenaries. They'll do anything the Wardens order them to do, no matter how horrible.
Beck raised his eyebrows.
Are you saying you don't think we can take them?
He asked, a challenging note rising in his voice. Mateo met the lieutenant's eyes, his lips pursed into a grim expression.
I'm saying don't hesitate to kill them on sight.
Leo's gut twisted at the thought. No matter how twisted a person might be, he still didn't think he could end a life. But Beck nodded grimly and turned back to Adrian.
South tunnel it is.
Adrian hurried forward, picking up his pace. The others followed after him, but Kaylin dropped back slightly, her lizard at her side.
Are you all right?
She asked Marin. Marin blinked in surprise, clearly as stunned as Leo was to hear a caring question from the thief. But Marin gave a stiff nod in answer.
My wounds are all fully healed. I'm merely tired.
Kaylin nodded. Then she took a deep breath and said,
I'm wondering if either of you might know what red is.
The lizard chirped at the sound of his name and looked up at Kaylin. She absent-mindedly reached down to stroke his head, and the creature leaned into her touch. Leo shook his head.
I couldn't tell you. I'd thought you were right when you'd said he was a Vator lizard, and that he was just larger than most of his species. But now, I don't think that could be right.
Kaylin nodded in agreement.
Vator lizards don't breathe fire. No.
Marin said.
But dragons do.
Kaylin shot her an incredulous look.
I thought dragons were just part of human myths.
Marin shook her head.
Earth hasn't always been isolated. Aliens have come here before, and I wouldn't be surprised if they brought some of their home species with them.
Kaylin looked down at Red.
So, dragons are a thing on other planets?
Marin nodded.
They're not called dragons, of course, but they definitely exist on a variety of planets. There's one species in particular that comes to mind. They're from the planet Cecilian, which is also home to a civilization that has traveled to Earth in the past. Most of the animals on Cecilian are actually robots with artificial intelligence, and the flesh and blood animals have adapted in strange ways to survive.
Kaylin cocked her head.
Like how? The dragons there spit an acid that lights on fire when it's exposed to oxygen. It's the best way to destroy any robot or machine that threatens them.
Marin glanced down at Red.
And they've also adapted over the years to be extremely sensitive to electrical pulses.
Kaylin's forehead crinkled as she considered this.
Pulses from what? Practically anything.
Marin said.
From robots, computers, the muscles of animals.
She looked back up at Kaylin.
And, in people they know very well, they become so acutely attuned to the pulses in their bodies, they can even sense the electrical activity in their brains.
Kaylin frowned for a moment as she tried to absorb this. Then her eyes suddenly widened, and she gaped down at Red.
Holy shit. He can read my mind, can't he?
Red looked up at her and chirped, knocking his head affectionately against her hip. She stared down at him in disbelief and hesitantly reached down to stroke the scales on the top of his head. Marin nodded.
They can sense the general thoughts and feelings of their owners. I don't think they understand language in the way we do. Words mean nothing to them. But they can comprehend basic concepts.
Kaylin shook her head in amazement.
So that's how he figured out how to save Beck and me from the wrecked ship,
she said quietly.
And how he sometimes seems to know things he shouldn't be able to figure out on his own. It would certainly explain things,
Marin said with a nod. Kaylin paused for a moment and stared down at Red with an intent expression, resting her hand on top of his head. Red looked up at her with an adoring gaze. After a moment, the creature gave a quiet trill of content and rubbed his cheek affectionately against her waist. Leo wasn't quite sure what Kaylin had communicated to the animal, but it made the resentment in his chest lighten just slightly. As much as he wanted to be disgusted by the thief, he couldn't bring himself to hate her. She wasn't as heartless as he'd first thought. Beck cleared his throat and glanced back at them, and Leo realized the lieutenant had been listening to them the entire time. Of course. Despite his appearance of nonchalance, Beck never seemed to let his guard down for even a moment.
Kaylin, if you can communicate with Red, can you please tell him to cool it with the fire breathing, at least until we get out of the tunnels?
He gestured to the cramped walls surrounding them.
We're going to end up getting flambéed the next time he does that.
Kaylin's brow crinkled as she stared down at Red intently, apparently relaying the message. Leo had no idea if the dragon could understand it, but he hoped Red could. Beck was right. The tunnels were deadly enough without having to fight a fire. Adrian jerked to a sudden halt. Leo opened his mouth to ask what was wrong, but Marin clapped her hand over his mouth, silencing him. Then he heard them. Voices. They were extremely faint, just the barest murmur echoing through the tunnels from far ahead. But it was enough to send them scrambling backwards, searching for cover. Adrian led them toward the entrance of a room a few meters away, and Leo struggled to keep pace with the boy's swift jog as he followed Adrian into a tiny burial room. Shelves lined the walls, filled with bones and skulls and ancient embalming vases. Already, Leo was growing numb to the presence of the macabre decorations. They may have been surrounded by dead bodies, but there were far more concerning things at hand. Beck and Kaylin stood on either side of the entrance, their rifles ready to fire on anyone who dared to step into the room. There was no door to block them off from the hallway, so Beck merely lowered his voice as he spoke to Matteo.
Any idea who would be guarding this section?
Matteo shook his head.
None. I never interacted with the tunnel guards.
Adrian cleared his throat.
2 men, 1 woman, all around 30, highly trained and trigger-happy. Mercenary troops.
Beck raised his eyebrows at the boy and asked exactly what Leo was thinking.
How the hell do you know?
Adrian gave him an exasperated stare.
I know every nook and cranny of these tunnels. Do you really think I don't know the people, too?
Beck gave an appreciative nod.
Point taken.
He nudged his rifle toward the exit.
But you're going to have to give us some insight on how to get around them.
Adrian pursed his lips for a moment, considering this. Then he nodded and stepped toward the hallway. Kaylin sidestepped, blocking his path. Even though Adrian was taller than her, he eyed Kaylin's rifle nervously and didn't dare barge past the tiny thief.
I'm not just going to let you waltz outside,
she said sharply.
We're a team. We protect each other, and that means sharing plans before you run off and do something stupid.
I don't think he's doing anything stupid,
Matteo said, his voice quiet but firm.
He won't get in trouble for being found down here.
Adrian nodded, his gaze defiant as he met Kaylin's stare.
Most of us street kids use the tunnels as our highways through the city, and the wardens like us down here. We help keep the tunnels clear and the traps marked.
He nodded toward where the voices had come from.
The guards in this section know me. I scavenge in this area all the time, and I make sure I share some profits with them so they leave me alone. As long as I stay away from the base's entrance, they don't bother me.
Kaylin shook her head.
I don't want you getting near the guards, not when they're all on high alert.
Adrian scowled at her.
Look,
You're going to have to trust me. I swear I'm not going to rat you out. I just want to distract them.
I trust you not to screw us over.
Kaylin said.
I just don't trust you to keep your own skin safe.
Leo raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't expected that sort of concern from Kaylin, and apparently Adrian hadn't either, because he went silent for a long moment. But he quickly composed himself, and that small, dark smirk returned to his lips.
The only way I can keep my siblings alive is by keeping myself alive.
He nodded toward the exit of the room.
So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not going to take any dumb risks. I'm just going to talk to the guards, get them distracted, and get us safely around them. That's it.
Kaylin hesitated, glancing at Beck. The lieutenant looked toward the doorway, his brow furrowed uncertainly. The voices of the guards seemed to be growing louder, their bootsteps coming nearer. Beck shook his head in resignation and gestured sharply to Adrian.
Fine,
he said.
Go, just be careful.
Adrian nodded and slipped out of the room, turning toward the voices. Silence descended on the room. The only noise was the sound of their combined breathing and the soft swish of Red's tail as it lashed anxiously through the air. Then a loud baritone voice with an American accent called out,
Stop right there!
Leo's breath caught in his throat. The guard sounded close, hardly more than a few yards away. Adrian's voice was steady and bored as he replied,
It's just me, Garrett. No need to waste a bullet.
What are you doing here?
A woman with a French accent called out.
The rules have changed. This section is now off limits to anyone who's not a warden.
I'm doing you both a favor,
Adrian said, sounding annoyed.
Didn't you hear the ruckus coming from the north?
We got the reports over our radios,
Garrett said.
Just a tunnel collapse.
Adrian barked a laugh.
Ha! No! Not just a collapse. Some sort of aliens broke into the tunnels. I only got a glimpse of them before I ran, but there was an entire pack of them, and they were setting things on fire and exploding rooms.
Leo frowned, unsure what the boy was trying to do. Telling the guards about the creatures would only make them increase their security, which was the last thing they wanted. The guards were quiet for a long, skeptical moment. Then the woman said,
Aliens?
Dozens of them,
Adrian said.
Some sort of weird creatures that looked like scorpions, but way worse. I think they were headed for the east entrance.
You better not be spinning tales, boy,
Garrett growled.
As charming as you are, Garrett, I wouldn't bother speaking with you if I didn't have something real to report.
Garrett muttered a curse at the boy. There was a pause, and Leo held his breath, waiting for the guard to chase Adrian off. But Garrett's voice took on an official-sounding tone as he said,
Base 12, this is Officer Garrett Spurns checking in. One of the scavenger kids just reported that a pack of alien creatures is headed toward the eastern gate.
Almost immediately, a man's voice replied over the radio system.
Copy. We just received a similar report of a pack of creatures on the loose. They're northeast of your position. Pack up and move there. We might need your assistance.
Copy that. Be there in 5 minutes,
Garrett said.
You need to get out of here,
the woman's voice said sternly.
This isn't a good time for kids to be wandering around the tunnels.
Don't I get payment for reporting an intruder?
Adrian asked, his voice wheedling.
No,
Garrett barked.
Now scram!
The guards didn't bother saying anything else to Adrian before taking off at a jog, their heavy steps echoing through the tunnel. They faded quickly into the distance, and a moment later Adrian ducked his head back into the room. Leo jumped in surprise, but his momentary panic faded as he took in the smug smirk on the boy's face.
Nice job,
Beck said, nodding his approval.
Very clever,
Leo agreed. Adrian shrugged off the praise and waved for them to keep following him.
Let's move. It won't be long until they replace those guards.
They lapsed into silence as they followed after the boy. He led them down a long tunnel, past the small armored guard station that Garrett and the woman had occupied, and around a corner.
Don't touch the walls for the next half-mile or so,
Adrian whispered.
A lot of them are electrified.
Leo took a step closer to the middle of the tunnel, eyeing the walls. As far as he could tell, they were just packed dirt.
How can we tell which are electrified and which aren't?
Kaylin whispered.
By touching them and seeing which ones kill you,
Adrian said impatiently.
The wiring isn't visible.
Leo shifted his gaze to the ground, watching for anything that might make him trip. The ground changed under his feet. shifting from packed dirt to ancient cobbles, and the ceiling lowered until he had to stoop over to avoid hitting his head. Mold stained dark patches on the walls, and he pressed a hand against his respirator, making sure it was firmly in place. The tunnel grew slimmer until there was only room for them to walk in single file. Leo slowed, struggling to keep from brushing up against the walls, but Adrian pushed forward swiftly. A gap grew between the boy and the others, and he shot an impatient glance behind his shoulder.
Hurry!
Adrian hissed in a whisper.
There are never guards in this tunnel, but there's usually at least 4 at the guard post around the corner. We have to get past while they're distracted by the creatures. They probably only left 1 or 2 guards to man the post.
Leo did his best to push forward faster. They neared a doorway that was cut into the side of the tunnel, and he eyed it suspiciously as he realized it was made of gleaming metal and had a lock pad beside the handle. It certainly wasn't something that belonged in these ancient tunnels. He peered forward, spotting 2 more of the doors ahead.
What are the rooms for?
Beck asked, voicing the question before Leo got the chance.
Storage rooms,
Adrian said.
For what?
Marin asked.
Don't know. They keep them locked up tight.
Adrian glanced behind his shoulder to give them another impatient glance.
Would you quit asking questions and hurry the hell up?
They obeyed the boy, keeping quiet as they rushed as quickly as they could past the doors and down the tunnel. The humidity in the air began to lessen, and far ahead of them Leo could spot a bright patch of light. Probably a main tunnel that had actual lighting. "Stop!" The baritone voice rang out from behind them, sending a chill through Leo's veins. A second later, searing adrenaline filled him, and he whirled toward the voice, his pistol raised. He'd been at the end of their single-file line, but as they all turned around, he became the first in the line. 2 guards stood there, a man and a woman, both of them holding rifles that pointed straight at Leo's chest. They stood in the open doorway of one of the storage rooms. 3 boxes lay at their feet, as if they'd dropped them the second they stepped out of the room. "Lower your weapons and don't move," the male guard snapped. He towered above his companion, and his muscular body looked fairly young, but his wrinkled and scarred face looked like it belonged to someone middle-aged. The female guard took a threatening step forward. Despite being slender and short, she handled the rifle as if it were another limb, her movements perfectly balanced and natural.
"Put your hands above your head,"
she said.
"One wrong move and we'll blow you all to pieces."
Her tone left no room for argument. They were trapped, plain and simple. Leo glanced toward Beck, but the lieutenant was obediently raising his hands, his eyes wide with shock and indignation. Leo followed his lead, putting his hands above his head. Behind him, Adrian said in a quiet, stunned voice,
There shouldn't be guards, not here.
"Shut up!" the man snapped, pointing his weapon toward Adrian. His eyebrows raised as he took in the sight of the boy. "Scavenger kid, what the hell are you doing in this sector, and who the hell did you bring with you?" Adrian widened his eyes, immediately putting on a helpless look of fear.
They said they'd kill me,
Adrian said, his voice shaking just slightly. He nodded toward Beck.
I ran into him and his soldiers at one of the subway entrances. They ambushed me and said they'd shoot me if I didn't help them break into your base.
For a single moment, a look of angry betrayal flashed across Beck's face, but just as quickly he smoothed away the expression. Leo knew the lieutenant was thinking the same thing he was. If Adrian could convince the wardens he wasn't a willing participant in their mission, they'd probably let him live. They might even let him free. And if that happened, then at least one of them would survive this suicide mission.
"Is that true?"
The female guard asked Beck.
That's none of your business,
Beck snapped in reply. The guards narrowed their eyes as they took in the group. The man's dark eyes settled on Leo and Marin, and shock flickered across his expression, followed by rage. "You're not human," he said, the words sharp and accusing. His hand began to squeeze the trigger on his rifle, and Leo's heart leaped up to his throat. But then the other guard snapped,
"Arjun, wait! Shepard is going to want to talk with them."
Arjun hesitated, and then he lowered his gun just slightly. Leo's heart beat frantically in his chest, filling his ears with the sound of rushing blood. He took a shuddering breath and glanced behind him, desperately hoping to find Beck or Kaylin or Mateo moving into action. They were all frozen, their hands held obediently above their heads and their weapons hanging uselessly in their holsters. Leo wanted to scream at them to do something, to do anything, but he didn't dare speak, not when the guards were obviously so eager for an excuse to kill him. Mateo was trembling just slightly, although as the young soldier glared fiercely at the guards, Leo couldn't tell if it was fear or rage shaking him. But Beck and Kaylin were strangely calm as they faced the guards, their muscles tensed, as if they were waiting to spring into action any second. Then Leo realized something. Red was gone. Leo glanced around discreetly, searching for the dragon, but it was as if Red had simply vanished. No, not vanished. The dragon was just camouflaged, perfectly matching the dull gray cobbles on the shadowy floor. He crept slowly toward the two guards, pressing his body close to the ground. "You two!" Arjun barked, shaking his rifle at Leo and Marin. "Step closer." Marin was the first to move, trying to squeeze past Leo. He sidestepped to block her, keeping her trapped behind him.
"I am your bodyguard,"
Marin hissed in Ruramenti, trying to shove past him.
"You are my friend,"
he replied, shifting to keep as much of her shielded as possible. There was no way she could defend him in this situation, aside from taking a bullet for him, and he wasn't going to allow her to sacrifice herself like that. Not when he'd already come so close to losing her only minutes before.
"Quit talking and move,"
the female guard snapped. She reached for her belt, and Leo saw a gleaming pair of handcuffs clipped there. Then her hand drifted past the cuffs and closed on a black stick, the sort of electrified rod he'd seen some of the guards carrying at the resistance base. Fear raced through him, and Leo wanted nothing more than to pick up his pistol and shoot a round straight at the woman's chest. The violent urge sent a surge of shock through him, but he couldn't shake the desire. "Keep moving!" Arjun barked. It was only then that Leo realized he'd frozen in place. The female guard drew her stun rod and pointed it at Leo. Sparks crackled along the tip as she fired up the weapon.
"He told you to move,"
she said, narrowing her eyes on Leo.
"And if you try anything funny, I'll—"
She didn't get to finish the threat before Red sprung. He slammed into the woman, roaring in fury as he raked his claws over her chest. She stumbled back with a scream of pain and brought the electrified rod crashing down toward Red. The dragon nimbly ducked the blow and snaked his head up, clamping his jaws on the guard's hand. His scales turned a deep, furious black color as he shook the guard like a rag doll. The guard shrieked in pain, and the rod flew from her grasp, still sparking. It hurtled through the air, missing Leo's shoulder by a hair's breadth. He felt a single moment of relief as it missed him. Then he heard a pained cry from behind him and turned to see Marin crumbling to the ground, clutching at her neck. Leo leaped forward and caught her, pulling her away from the electrified wall. The rod rolled away from Marin and struck the bottom of the wall. An electric field flared to life, sparking and glowing an eerie blue as it hummed with energy. The hair on Leo's neck stood on end, and he blinked frantically, trying to clear his eyes of the dots of light that clung to his vision. Marin groaned and slumped against him, her expression dazed. Leo desperately wanted to stop and check if she was all right, but he didn't have time. He drew his pistol. He didn't even realize he was doing it, but the weapon was suddenly in his hand, and then it was pointing straight at Arjun. He pulled the trigger, and a laser bolt exploded from the blaster's barrel. It missed, streaking past Arjun's ear, but it forced the guard to stumble back. The echo of the gunfire seemed to multiply, and Leo realized he wasn't the only one shooting. Beck and Kaylin and Mateo had all joined in on the fight, picking up their weapons and opening fire. But the guards weren't going down easily. Both wore thick, armored vests that absorbed most of the shots, and Arjun ducked into the doorway of the storage room, shielding himself from the onslaught. The woman guard managed to use her left hand to get her pistol out of her holster and fire a shot at Red, striking him in the shoulder. The dragon shrieked in pain and shook her right hand harder, nearly tearing it from her arm. The crack of a rifle filled the tunnel, and the female guard jolted back as something struck her neck. a tranquilizer dart. Leo glanced over his shoulder and saw Kaylin holding her rifle to her shoulder, a murderous look in her eyes. The guard slumped to the ground, and Red leaped forward, his jaws crunching down on her throat. Blood spurted from the wound, sizzling as it struck the electrified walls. The guard was dead. Leo waited to feel horror, but all he felt was an overwhelming sense of victory. But there was no time to celebrate. Arjun leaned around the corner, letting off a rapid volley of blaster fire. Searing heat exploded in Leo's shoulder. The pain followed a moment later, and his pistol fell from his hand, clattering to the ground. He tried to pick it back up, but the pain made him double over. Marin screamed something, although his panicked mind couldn't process the words. He looked at her, and she still seemed dazed from the electric shock she'd gotten, but panic filled her expression. Her eyes grew wider as more blaster bolts streaked toward him. Marin grabbed his uninjured shoulder and yanked him to the ground. Most of the bolts streaked harmlessly over his head, but one struck Red, who was still crouched near the corpse of the other guard. The little dragon stumbled back and let out a high-pitched roar of agony. Kaylin screamed something, and the dragon skittered backwards, limping heavily as he retreated towards her. The others concentrated their fire on the doorway, forcing Arjun to duck back into the storage room. Leo let out a small breath of relief as the firestorm paused. Then something slumped against Leo's back. He jumped in surprise and glanced behind him, wincing as he moved the muscles in his injured shoulder. His heart stopped. The world stopped. Everything froze, and all that was left was the sight of Marin slumped lifelessly against him, 2 large holes blasted in her chest. For a long moment, Leo felt nothing but disbelief. Marin couldn't be dead, because she wasn't supposed to die. She was supposed to always be at his side, his caring and stoic guardian. But the look on her face was far from stoic. Pain and shock were branded onto her dead expression, twisting her face garishly. Leo yelled. He tried to find words, but all that came out was an agonized roar of anger. A strong hand grabbed his arm and tried to drag him backward, probably Beck, but Leo shook him off and charged forward, snatching up his pistol again. Arjun lunged out from around the corner, aiming his weapon at Leo. But Leo was ready for him. The moment the guard's head appeared, Leo fired. The guard jerked backward, shock twisting his expression. Leo didn't stop. He fired off another round, and then another, and another. The guard fell to the ground, but Leo didn't stop shooting. Blaster fire echoed through the tunnel, joining the roar of blood in Leo's ears. Arjun was dead. Leo knew that, but it wasn't enough. He wanted the guard decimated, destroyed, ripped to pieces. He wanted Arjun to feel the kind of pain ripping through Leo's mind. The blaster fire cut out. Leo kept pulling the trigger, trying to shoot, but the pistol only let out a low whine. It had overheated. A warm hand gently touched his shoulder. For a single moment, Leo thought it was Marin, and a burst of hope bloomed in his chest. But then he turned around, and it was Kaylin standing there, staring up at him with a pitying expression. His hope dissolved into despair, and he swallowed back a choked sob.
"We need to get moving,"
Kaylin said, her voice low and gentle. Leo gasped in a breath and stared down at Arjun's corpse at his feet. Leo waited to feel the same sense of victory he'd felt when the other guard had died. But there was nothing. No sense of excitement or victory. Just the dull weight of despair. Kaylin tugged at him harder.
"Come on, this tunnel is going to be swarmed with guards any second."
Leo nodded dumbly and turned around, following after Kaylin as she led him back down the tunnel. Marin was still lying on the ground, but her expression seemed to have relaxed slightly. Now it appeared more blank than angry. Somehow that was worse. She didn't just look defeated. She looked dead. Really, truly dead. Leo collapsed on his knees and scooped her into his arms, holding her tightly against his chest. Pain seared through his shoulder, and his injured arm trembled, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He didn't realize he was crying until he saw the blurred image of his tears falling onto her blank face.
Leo,
It was Beck's voice, tight with anxiety.
you have to leave her. I'm sorry, but we need to move.
Kaylin stepped forward, her voice quiet as she said,
You could use the pendant, couldn't you? Just one more time?
Leo shook his head.
No, not when she's already...
He couldn't bring himself to say the word, so he just murmured,
It's too late.
Leo reached with trembling fingers and gently touched Marin's cheek. It was still warm, but not quite as warm as it should have been. Hardly a minute had passed since Arjun had shot her, and already the last of her life force was leaving her body.
I'm so sorry.
He whispered in Ruramenti.
So sorry.
But then he realized that wasn't what Marin would have wanted to hear. So he took a shuddering breath and said,
I'll find the virtue, and I'll return it safely. I swear to you, I'll complete our mission for the Council. I won't let your death be for nothing.
She stared sightlessly back at him, unmoved by the words. Leo swallowed back the lump in his throat and brushed his fingertips lightly over her eyes, closing them.
Peace and duty, Marin,
he murmured, reciting the traditional farewell one last time. Then he staggered to his feet and turned to follow the others, who were already hurrying around the corner. Behind him, he could hear the faint echo of footsteps and yells as another group of guards charged toward their location. But he couldn't feel any fear. All he felt was a wild, desperate anger and a fierce determination to recapture the virtue once and for all. Beck. Beck wanted to stop and console Leo, but there was no time. Even with the security camera system down, their firefight was going to draw every guard stationed within a mile radius of their position. They needed to move. They raced through the tunnels, following closely behind Adrian. Kaylin ran at Leo's side, nudging him forward whenever he began to slow. His wounded shoulder was bleeding, but it'd be fine with a bandage and a couple stitches. Red's wound was worse, and the poor dragon was limping heavily. Despite the pain, he stayed glued to Kaylin's side, determinedly keeping pace. Unfamiliar voices called out from somewhere nearby, and Adrian skidded to a halt. He glanced around, his scrawny chest heaving with exhaustion, and then ducked through an archway to his right. The others followed, leaving the paved path and emerging into one of the older tunnels with bare dirt floors. There were no bones in this tunnel, and judging by the low ceiling and rough dirt walls, it had rarely been used, even in ancient times.
How far do we have till we reach the base's entrance?
Beck called in a whisper to Adrian.
With this detour, half a mile.
The boy replied, not bothering to look back as he answered. Adrian still hadn't apologized for lying to the guards about Beck taking him captive, and Beck didn't think he ever would. Not that he could blame the boy. Lying and betrayal was a required part of surviving as a street kid, and Beck wouldn't hold it against him. The voices behind them grew louder, and Adrian let out a panicked curse. Beck glanced over at Kaylin.
Now would be a good time for you to pull some thief magic.
Kaylin shook her head.
If I had magic, I'd have used it a long time ago.
I'll also take a dirty trick if that's all you've got.
A dark smirk tugged at her lips.
I'll do my best.
They came to a fork in the tunnel that led in 3 different directions. Without hesitating, Adrian led them into the tunnel to the right. Kaylin fished in her belt for a moment and then pulled a tiny silver device from a pouch. She flicked the switch on the top and tossed it behind her. A red light flashed, and then a dirt wall appeared, blocking off the area they'd just run through.
How'd you do that?
Mateo demanded.
Camo projector.
Kaylin said.
Clever.
Mateo said. Kaylin shook her head.
Don't count on it fooling them for long. If they have a map of these tunnels, they'll figure it out quick.
Do you have anything better up your sleeve?
Beck asked.
I do.
Adrian snapped.
Run faster!
Beck gritted his teeth and pushed himself to keep up the pace. The others followed suit, and they flew through the tunnel, careening around sharp corners and ducking to avoid the areas where the ceiling dipped. Leo was panting harder than the others, and Beck had a feeling that if Marin hadn't died, Leo would have already collapsed from exhaustion. But the ambassador's usually stoic expression was now lined with rage, and apparently his anger was enough fuel to keep him going. Adrian stopped, and Beck skidded to a halt behind him, nearly slamming into the boy. Adrian shot him an annoyed look, and then said,
There's a door around the next corner that leads into one of the main guard tunnels. It's locked, but it's an older door, so you should be able to get it open with a small explosive charge. That'd be too noisy,
Beck said, shaking his head.
An explosion will pinpoint our location for every guard around.
I'll crack it open,
Kaylin said simply, nodding at Adrian to guide her over to the door. She didn't give them time to argue before she strode forward, already pulling tools from her belt. Beck followed beside her, but he motioned for Leo and Mateo to stay put.
Keep an ear out for anyone coming our way. If anyone gets too close, we'll just blow the door.
They nodded, and Beck headed around the corner of the tunnel. The door was a giant slab of steel, rusted and pitted with age, but the digital padlock protecting it was much newer.
Looks like it takes double authorization,
Kaylin said, kneeling in front of the lock.
Key code and then a biometric identifier.
She peered closer at it.
Yeah, I know this model. It takes an iris scan.
Adrian frowned.
Then we'll have to blow it, unless you've got a guard's eyeball in your toolkit.
Have a little patience,
Kaylin said, fishing through her toolkit. She pulled out a small plastic vial with a green label and glanced over her shoulder at them.
Everyone has their respirators on snug?
Adrian nodded, and Beck gave her a thumbs up.
All right then,
she said, turning back to the lock. She uncapped the top of the vial and drizzled the clear liquid down the right side of the lock. Reddish-gray smoke filled the air, along with a low, sizzling noise.
Acid?
Adrian said, his tone skeptical.
You're going to burn the lock off?
Kaylin shook her head and tapped at the lock.
It's titanium. I'd need a whole bucket of acid to destroy it. And this model of lock has an alarm that'd go off if I tampered with it that badly.
Then what are you doing?
Beck asked.
Looking for the reset button. Most biometric locks have them, so you can reprogram them for new people. You're supposed to only be able to reset it if you unlock the lock first and then open a panel, but some models, like this one...
She leaned forward, waving away the last of the smoke and examining her handiwork. The acid had carved a deep trough through the rusted steel door, leaving the side of the titanium lock exposed. A triumphant smile touched her lips.
Sometimes the panel can be reached through the side.
There was a tiny gap in the side of the lock where two pieces of metal joined. Kaylin fished out a slim wire from her kit and carefully fed it into the gap. Her lips pursed in concentration as she jiggled around the wire. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the lock pad blinked green and the deadbolt gave a loud thunk. Kaylin pulled at the handle, opening the door just an inch.
And voila,
she said quietly, making a flourishing gesture toward the door.
We're in.
Beck clapped her on the back.
You're brilliant.
Kaylin merely scoffed, but Beck caught the faint smile on her lips before she turned away.
Mateo, Leo,
she called softly.
Get over here.
They came around the corner a moment later, looking haggard but alert. They all turned to Adrian.
Now what?
Beck asked.
We still have 3 more tunnels to get through,
Adrian said quietly. He held out the tablet with the map on it, tracing a pattern across its screen.
The good news is we are past most of the traps. Bad news is we are getting into heavily patrolled areas. We need to run down the main tunnel a bit, duck into the second tunnel on the right, and then it's a straight shot to one of the back supply gates.
Beck raised his eyebrows.
I'm assuming the supply gate is guarded?
Adrian nodded, and Mateo said,
Most supply gates have 2 guards at a time.
So we can probably expect 4 or 5 if they're upping security,
Kaylin added.
We can deal with 5,
Beck said, trying to sound confident.
We have the element of surprise.
The sound of voices leaked through the cracked open door, and they all took a nervous step backward. Beck held his breath, careful to stay quiet as a group of guards moved past. He carefully listened to their footsteps and voices. 5 of them, maybe 6. He couldn't make out their words, but their tones were sharp and on edge. Kaylin bit her lip and gazed toward the door.
We just need to make sure the hallway is clear before we go out there.
Agreed,
Beck said.
We can probably handle 5 if we ambush them at a gate, but not if we accidentally run into a group in an open hallway. It's going to be hard to totally clear this hallway,
Mateo said.
This is the main supply tunnel. It connects to all the storage areas and the underground hangar, so it's always guarded. But there's not usually much traffic this time of day,
Adrian said. Before he'd even finished speaking, more bootsteps came from outside the door. They waited in tense silence as another guard patrol passed by, this one with 4 guards.
They must be expecting some sort of shipment,
Mateo said.
There's no other reason they'd have so many guards in this sector. Or maybe it's a visitor they're expecting,
Beck said grimly. The Ascendancy may have been on course to arrive there sooner than they'd expected. Time was running out.
Hold on,
Kaylin said.
I have an idea.
She fished a small gray disc of plastic from her toolkit.
Is that an explosive?
Beck asked uncertainly. She nodded.
But it's more boom than bang. It'll cause a ruckus, but it's not enough to cause structural damage to any of the tunnels.
Beck nodded, instantly understanding her plan.
The perfect distraction.
Red turned to her and swished his tail excitedly, as if he already knew what she wanted. Kaylin knelt down and handed him the explosive device, and he took it carefully in his mouth. She cupped his head in her hands and stared at him intently, her brow crinkling as she concentrated. Red cocked his head, as if listening to something. Then he let out a small snort and padded toward the door, his scales shifting color to perfectly match the floor.
What's he doing?
Adrian asked.
I told him to keep himself camouflaged and run down the hallway a bit until he finds an unguarded room. Then drop the charge and come back here.
Beck raised his eyebrows.
You're sure you can communicate directions that specific to him?
Nope, but we're about to find out.
Red nudged at the door with his paw and glanced over his shoulder at Kaylin. He was still favoring the leg that had been struck by the blaster, but the bleeding had mostly stopped, and his eyes looked bright and alert. Kaylin took a deep breath and then opened the door just enough for him to squeeze through. Red cocked his head, as if listening. When he heard no one nearby, he darted out the door, the explosive charge gripped firmly in his jaws. Kaylin swung the door closed behind him, leaving it open just a crack so the lock wouldn't re-engage. She unclipped the detonator from her belt, keeping it armed and ready in her hand, and let out a series of quick, deep breaths. It was a breathing method Beck had taught her years ago, a way to calm the nerves and clear the mind. Beck copied her and shifted closer to her, waiting at her side for Red to return. 10 seconds passed with no sign of Red, then 30, then a minute.
Don't go too far,
Kaylin said under her breath.
He'll be fine,
Beck said quietly. A patrol of guards passed by, their boots clunking on the concrete floor. 3 of them, by the sounds of it. Then a loud voice boomed in the hallway.
What the hell was that?
Beck's heart thudded in his chest. Kaylin breathed in sharply, her body stiffening in panic.
Come on, Red,
she said under her breath, her gaze glued to the door.
Get back.
Another voice came from the hallway.
Did you see that? That was a dragon!
Footsteps pounded down the hall, heading closer to them.
Detonate the charge!
Adrian hissed. Kaylin shook her head.
No, I don't know if Red planted it. He could still have it in his mouth.
The footsteps grew louder, and Beck readied his rifle, aiming it at the door.
They're getting closer,
Adrian hissed.
We need that distraction, now!
Not until Red gets back,
Kaylin snapped. Adrian cursed and lunged toward Kaylin's hand with the detonator, but Beck shoved the boy away.
Open fire!
A voice called from the hallway. Gunfire erupted from in the hallway, followed by a panicked shriek from Red. Kaylin's knuckles turned white as she gripped her pistol more tightly. She leaped to her feet, and Beck tried to pull her back, but she shook him off and lunged toward the door.
You're gonna get yourself killed,
he hissed. Just then, something darted inside the door, and Kaylin let out a small cry of relief. It was Red. He was limping heavily, but he was alive, and the bomb wasn't in his mouth.
Now!
Beck said, nodding to the detonator. Kaylin didn't need any more encouragement. She flipped off the detonator's safety and plunged down the button. For a long, painful second, nothing happened. The footsteps in the hallway thudded closer, and Beck took a steadying breath, leveling his rifle at the door. Then an explosion filled the tunnels with a roar, shaking the walls and raining dirt down from the ceiling. Beck dropped to one knee, keeping himself steady as the ground trembled beneath him. In the hallway, the footsteps stopped, replaced by confused yelling and sharp commands.
Where the hell did that come from? Something's hit the west hangar.
Not the hangar. It was too close. Check the storage bays.
Was that artillery?
No, a bomb.
The footsteps pounded away, and Beck let out a small breath of relief as he lowered his rifle. A fresh trickle of dirt rained from the ceiling, and Beck brushed it off his head as he glanced over at Kaylin.
I thought you said it was a small bomb.
She brushed loose dirt out of her face and stared down at Red with wide eyes.
It was. He must have dropped it near something explosive.
There are dozens of storage rooms in this sector,
Mateo said.
A lot of them are filled with fuel or ammunition.
Beck shook his head.
That's going to attract more people than we want.
It's still better than nothing,
Kaylin said as she knelt down to get a better look at Red's injury. Beck noticed a fresh blaster wound on his front paw. It didn't look as deep as the one on his shoulder, but blood seeped from it at an alarming rate. Kaylin quickly grabbed a short length of rope from her toolkit and wound it around Red's leg, using it as a makeshift tourniquet. Red whimpered softly, nosing at the tight cord, but Kaylin gently pushed his snout away.
"Leave it,"
she said. Then she looked up at Beck and said,
"Let's move."
As the voices and footsteps faded in the distance, Beck crept closer to the door, gesturing for the others to follow. Adrian and Mateo fell into step right behind him, and Kaylin dropped back to walk beside Leo, making sure he followed closely. The ambassador still had a dazed look on his face, as if he were walking through a nightmare. Beck used his rifle to nudge open the door. He flipped open the small digital screen on its stock and used the corner camera mounted on the barrel to peer into the hallway. Empty. There was nothing around, except for the smoke clouding the air to the right.
All clear,
he whispered.
Let's move.
They rushed into the hallway, and Adrian tried to take the lead again, but Beck grabbed the boy's shoulder and pulled him back.
Stay behind me,
Beck ordered.
Just tell me where we're going.
He wasn't going to let the boy take the most dangerous position, not when there was such a high risk of stumbling into a group of guards.
Keep going for another 20 meters or so, and then take the second tunnel on the right,
Adrian said. Beck nodded, leading them along the right side of the tunnel. Behind them, shouting echoed off the concrete walls, and smoke billowed in a thick, dark gray cloud. Beck bit back a curse. This tunnel was going to soon be flooded with reinforcements to help put out the fire and track down whoever had set off the bomb. He put on an extra burst of speed, forcing his aching legs to keep moving. The others followed, their footsteps and panting breaths joining the cacophony coming from behind them.
This is it,
Adrian said, pointing to a small door that branched off from the hallway. It was open, which only increased Beck's dread. The wardens weren't fools. They wouldn't leave a tunnel wide open unless it was well guarded and frequently trafficked. Beck slowed, but Adrian darted past him, rushing into the tunnel. Just as he slipped inside, a woman's voice called out,
"Stop right there!"
Beck glanced behind and found 2 guards rushing toward them, rifles raised. He swiveled to face them and fired twice, the crack of his rifle amplified by the tunnel. The guards stumbled to the side, ducking to avoid the shots.
Go!
Beck yelled to the others. Mateo darted through the door with Leo following close behind, but Kaylin stepped up to Beck's side and raised her rifle. The guards opened fire, and Beck leaped to the side to avoid a blaster round, only to have another one graze right past his face. Kaylin returned the guard's shots, and one of them struck the male guard in the shoulder. The guard grabbed at his shoulder, confusion twisting his face as he saw the tranq dart sticking out. Clearly, he was wondering the same thing Beck was. What sort of crazy idiot uses tranquilizer rounds in a deadly firefight? The best kind of crazy idiot. That was the obvious answer. The guard's confusion only lasted a second before he slumped to the ground, unconscious. The female guard glanced down at him, halting her fire for just a second. Beck's rifle found its mark, striking the woman twice in the chest. She fell limp to the floor, collapsing on top of the other guard. Kaylin nodded toward him in approval.
Nice shot.
Right back at you,
Beck said.
But do you think you could use some actual bullets?
Kaylin shook her head fiercely.
I don't kill people. Not anymore.
She didn't give him time to argue before dashing over to the fallen soldiers and snatching up the laser pistols from their belts. They were the high-tech versions he'd seen the wardens carrying before, and far better than the standard-issue ones the Resistance had given them. Kaylin shoved one in her belt and tossed the other to Beck. He quickly switched it out for the one he'd been using, relieved to have it as backup. His other pistol had been nearly out of charge. He nodded toward Kaylin's pistol.
You realize these kill people, don't you?
She shook her head and tapped the pistol.
I've seen models like this before. They have a stun setting.
Beck nodded and gestured toward the side tunnel the others had darted into.
Let's go.
They slipped into the tunnel, and Beck closed the door behind them, shooting the lock with the laser pistol. The red laser bolt instantly melted the metal lock, jamming the door closed.
Good thinking,
Kaylin said.
It won't slow them down for long,
Beck said, already picking up a jog as he headed toward Adrian. They raced down the concrete tunnel, Red struggling after them. His injured leg slowed him, but the dragon somehow managed to keep pace as they caught up with the others.
Take a right at the next fork,
Adrian called out. Beck nodded and put on a fresh burst of speed, overtaking Adrian and the others. Kaylin immediately understood what he was doing and hurried to join him. If they ran into any guards, he and Kaylin had the best chance of being able to fend them off. Ahead of them, the tunnel ended in a sharp fork. Beck slowed as he neared it. If there was any place in this tunnel that was perfect for an ambush, this was it. Kaylin seemed to realize the same thing because she skidded to a halt beside him and held up a hand, gesturing for the others to also stop. Beck snatched a flashbang grenade from his belt. In the close confines of the tunnel, an explosive grenade would be suicide, but a flashbang would still be enough to foil any ambush that might be waiting for them.
Turn around, close your eyes, and cover your ears,
he whispered to the others.
And get ready to run.
He pulled the pin on the grenade and rolled it at the wall. It struck at an angle, like a well-aimed pool shot, and went skittering down the left side of the hallway. Immediately, a deep voice hollered from down the hall.
Grenade! Take cover!
Beck turned and covered his ears. An ear-splitting boom echoed through the tunnel. A white flash followed a moment later, filling his vision with blinding light even though his eyes were shut. He ignored the ringing in his ears and lurched forward toward the left fork, his rifle at the ready. Beck signaled for Kaylin to take the right fork, and she nodded and got into position, falling easily into the maneuver. She stepped forward in time with Beck, and they swiveled to face opposite sides, both of them sweeping the hallway in search of targets. Beck locked his sight on a guard just 10 feet in front of him. He was a hulking man, well over 6 feet tall and bulging with muscle. But he was still no match for the flashbang. The guard was hunched over, his hands pressed to his ears as he blinked frantically, trying to clear his vision. Beck aimed and fired, striking him straight in the chest. The guard's armored vest caught the round, but it drove the breath out of him, and he collapsed to one knee, grasping at his chest. Beck fired once more, aiming higher this time. It struck him squarely in his unprotected head, and the guard fell to the ground, dead. Gunfire broke out in the right fork of the tunnel, and Beck turned and ran to give Kaylin some backup. There were 3 guards on the right side. One had already fallen to Kaylin's pistol, but the others were pressed close against the wall, taking aim at them. Beck swung his rifle to his shoulder and opened fire. One of his shots struck a guard straight in the crotch, and beside him he heard Kaylin let out a wild laugh. The guard collapsed to the ground, but as Beck swiveled to face the next guard, searing pain exploded in his left shoulder. He didn't realize he'd dropped his rifle until it clattered to the ground in front of him. He tried to grab it, but more pain flooded his veins, and a cry escaped him. He slapped his right hand over the pain in his shoulder, and he felt searing heat and slick blood. Blaster wound. He'd been shot. A hand grabbed him from behind and shoved him flat against the ground. His heartbeat roared in his ears, but as he reached out to fend off the attacker, he realized it was Matteo standing over him. The young soldier was returning fire at the guards as he stood protectively over Beck. It only took seconds for the firefight to end. The guards had been thrown off kilter by the flashbang, and Kaylin and Matteo quickly dispatched the remaining two. Beck gasped against the pain and struggled to clear his mind. He peered down the hallway, searching for any more guards, but the right fork of the tunnel seemed to be cleared, and he couldn't hear anything else coming from the left tunnel, so that one must have been clear too. Kaylin dropped to her knee next to him, her eyes filled with panic.
Are you okay?
Just dandy,
he gasped. She shoved his hand away from his wounded shoulder. He gritted his teeth against the pain as she quickly examined the injury.
Just a flesh wound,
she said, relief filling her tone. She reached a hand down to him, offering him help up.
You'll be fine.
Beck nodded tightly and grabbed her hand, struggling to his feet. The tunnel spun for a moment, but he shook his head, forcing himself to clear it. Kaylin was right. He'd be fine. He had to be. They were too damn close to the base to give up now. He grabbed his rifle from the ground, but as soon as he tried to raise it, he realized shooting it was going to be damn near impossible. He cursed and slung its carrying strap over his uninjured shoulder, drawing the laser pistol from its holster instead. It would have to do.
Come on,
he called out, glancing behind him where Leo and Adrian stood.
It's clear.
Kaylin patted him reassuringly on the back and then turned to Adrian.
Where do we go now?
Adrian nodded toward the end of the tunnel.
Take a right up here, and then we're at the gate.
Kaylin nodded and took the lead, guiding them down the last stretch of the tunnel. Beck stuck to her side, refusing to slow down. The one good thing about blaster injuries was that the heat of the blaster cauterized the wound, making them hardly bleed. So he didn't have to worry much about blood loss, only the pain. Footsteps and yells echoed through the tunnels, although as far as Beck could tell, they weren't near. The only guards who knew their exact location were either dead or unconscious. But he wasn't sure how long that'd last. They'd surely figured out by now that their camera system was being messed with, and it was only a matter of time before they fixed them. They passed several doors, all of them closed, probably just more storage rooms, but Beck still tensed every time they passed one of the doorways, waiting for more guards to leap into their path. They reached the end of the tunnel without running into anyone, although the voices grew louder as they got closer to the gate. Kaylin slowed and held up a hand for the others to stop.
What's our plan to breach the gate?
She asked.
Another grenade,
Adrian said.
But an explosive one this time. Should take care of most of the guards, and then you can crack the lock on the gate. No,
Matteo said sharply.
Some of the gate guards are young recruits. You can't just kill them.
Adrian shot him a fierce look.
Either we kill them or they kill us. No explosions,
Beck said sharply, ending the conversation.
Kaylin, use your tranq shots to knock out any young guards. The rest of us will shoot to kill the others.
Kaylin nodded, seeming to realize it was the best plan they were going to get. There was simply no time to formulate anything more complicated. If they didn't move forward now, the guards behind them were going to catch up, and they'd be attacked at both ends. Kaylin led the way around the corner. Beck followed at her side, his pistol raised and ready. Right as they rounded the corner, a figure carrying a rifle stepped into their path. Beck instinctively began to squeeze the pistol's trigger, but then he froze. The guard was young, no older than 14, and his face was pinched with fear as he aimed his rifle straight at Beck's face. "Don't move," the young guard said. The boy's small, wavering voice stole all the adrenaline from Beck's veins. He couldn't fight this kid. Shooting him would be murder. Kaylin aimed at the boy, but before she could fire off a tranq round, 2 more guards stepped out from an alcove in the wall. "Shoot him and I'll kill both of you," the tallest guard said. He had sharp eyes like a hungry hawk, although he didn't look much older than the other boy. He held a rifle at his shoulder, and so did the woman at his side.
"Drop your weapons and raise your hands,"
the woman said, her voice stern. She was older than the others, probably about 30, and there was a harsh edge to her voice that told Beck she was no stranger to fighting. Beck let his pistol drop and raised his hands, biting back a groan as he moved his injured shoulder. Kaylin slowly lowered her weapon and then let it clatter to the ground.
We surrender,
she said. The woman's eyes narrowed on her.
Keep your hands up, above your head.
Kaylin nodded, but as she raised her hands, she jerked a grenade off her belt and tossed it behind her. The woman shot at her, but she dodged to the side, slamming into the wall as the grenade exploded behind her. Thick red smoke billowed from the grenade, blocking Mateo, Leo, Adrian, and Red from sight. Then a blue ray of light sparked from the grenade and reached out to touch the ceiling and walls, forming an electric shield that bisected the tunnel. Beck choked back a surprised laugh of triumph. A force field grenade, a completely, totally illegal piece of alien tech, and exactly the sort of thing he should have suspected Kaylin would carry. The force field would barely last for a minute, and it would do nothing to stop bullets or blaster fire. But it would stop anyone from passing through, and it might be enough to give the others a chance to escape.
Run!
Beck commanded. It was over for him and Kaylin. They were caught. Doomed. But maybe, just maybe the others could get away. Maybe they could slip out of reach of the guards and sneak into the base and get the virtue. He knew the odds were stacked against them, but there was still a tiny glimmer of hope, and he desperately clutched at it as the tall boy stalked toward him, his expression hard and his rifle aimed at Beck's chest. Leo. The moment Beck screamed at them to run, Red leaped up and grabbed Leo's sleeve in his teeth, dragging him backwards. Leo stumbled, struggling to keep his balance as his mind whirled with wild adrenaline.
That won't last long,
Adrian said, nodding to the force field that had sealed off the section of the tunnel ahead of them.
We need to move.
Leo shook his arm out of Red's grasp.
But the others are screwed.
Adrian snapped.
Now get moving before we are too.
The boy didn't wait for agreement before taking off, sprinting down the hallway. Leo froze, staring at the force field. He'd already had Marin ripped away from him. He couldn't just allow the wardens to kill Kaylin and Beck, too. A hand grabbed his shoulder and Leo jerked back in surprise. Mateo stood next to him, his mouth pulled into a grim line.
Listen to Beck,
Mateo said.
Run. We're not betraying him, we're obeying him.
Obedience. In the midst of the wild chaos of this mission, that was one thing Leo could fully understand. Obedience was respect, and Beck had proven to be a man who deserved respect. Leo nodded tightly.
Let's go.
Mateo turned and ran after Adrian, who was already halfway down the tunnel. Leo followed after them, although he hadn't the slightest clue where they were heading. Adrian skidded to a halt in front of the nearest doorway and tried the handle. Locked. The boy cursed and ran to the next door a few yards away. This one was already open, just a crack, as if someone hadn't gotten the chance to close it properly before they left the room. Adrian yanked the door open all the way and gestured for the others to get inside. Mateo ran straight in, but Leo hesitated. A yellow sign hung next to the doorframe that read, "Caution, explosive materials."
Don't just stand there.
Adrian hissed. Leo nodded to the sign.
There are explosives in there. No shit!
Adrian snapped.
Now shut up and get inside!
Something nudged at his leg, and he glanced down to find Red there. The dragon was still limping heavily, and blood leaked from the wound on his leg, but it didn't stop him from barging past Leo and inside the room. Leo took a deep breath and followed after him. Adrian slammed the door closed as soon as they were all inside, and the lock engaged with a loud beep. Blackness enveloped the room, but before Leo could reach for his night vision goggles, Adrian flipped a switch. Artificial light filled the room, and Leo winced, holding a hand up to his eyes to ward off the searing brightness. He blinked frantically as his eyes struggled to adjust. They were in a medium-sized room with a tall ceiling, and the walls were lined with rows of metal storage containers with heavy locks.
It's an explosives closet,
Mateo said, answering the question Leo had been about to ask.
They keep them outside the main base, in case there's an accident and the explosives go off.
Leo eyed the boxes uncertainly, but Mateo immediately shoved at the storage container nearest the door, grunting as he struggled to move it.
Help me with this thing,
he said to Adrian. Adrian nodded and ran to Mateo's side, and Leo joined them. Adrian recoiled as Leo neared, but Mateo didn't even flinch. Apparently, the threat of guards seemed greater to him than the threat of getting too close to an alien. The metal container screeched against the concrete floor as they shoved it toward the door. Adrian was too small to be of much help, but Mateo's slim limbs had a surprising amount of strength hidden in them, and he and Leo managed to get the box jammed against the thick steel door. Right as they shoved it into place, he heard muffled footsteps approach from outside. There was a click as the lock was disengaged, but then a curse when the door didn't swing open. Someone hammered on the door from outside, trying to shove it open. The guard quickly figured out that the door was jammed, and he gave up on the hammering. There was a short pause, and the three of them backed away from the door, unsure what was about to happen.
Stop!
A voice hollered, barely audible through the metal door.
The room's filled with explosives, you idiot! Don't shoot at the door!
Mateo gave a satisfied nod and stepped back from the container.
That should keep them out for a bit, and keep us trapped inside,
Adrian said grimly.
Start looking for some way to escape,
Leo said, gesturing around the room. They nodded in agreement and began exploring the room. One of the containers near the door was open, and Mateo strode over to it, peering inside. He frowned as he took in the contents.
What's in it?
Adrian asked.
No clue,
Mateo said, shaking his head.
There's a bunch of boxes in here with little metal cubes. No idea what they are, but it looks like we might have interrupted someone unpacking them when we broke into the tunnel.
Leo approached the container and peered over Mateo's shoulder, examining the boxes. His stomach dropped. Mateo glanced over at him.
Do you know what they are?
Leo nodded.
Raksha grenades. They're outlawed in almost every civilized sector of the universe. What do they do?
Mateo asked.
They're a type of fragment grenade, but far worse than most. The shrapnel fragments are microscopic spikes coated in a type of venom that will kill almost anything that comes in contact with it.
Mateo shuddered and took a step back from the container, but Adrian stepped closer, a hungry look in his eyes. Leo put a hand out, stopping the boy from getting any closer.
Don't touch them. And don't even think of stealing one to use. If you're not trained on how to use them properly, you'll get yourself killed. Why do they have these?
Mateo asked, shaking his head.
It's alien tech, isn't it?
Leo nodded.
From the planet Karshi, one of the leading weapons developers in the Andromeda system, and if the rumors are true, one of the Ascendancy's main suppliers.
Mateo swallowed hard.
Sounds like that's even more proof the Wardens have gotten mixed up with the Ascendancy. The vents!
Adrian blurted. Leo turned to him.
The vents? They might be an escape route,
Adrian said, his tone sharpening.
If you guys can shut up for 2 seconds and help me check. What vents are you talking about?
Leo asked, turning in a circle to search the room for them. Adrian peered up at the ceiling.
I don't know. I don't see any, but they have to be here. Explosives need to be kept cool and dry, right? So they need in our system. There,
Mateo said. He pointed to the far corner of the room, where the boxes were stacked nearly to the ceiling. Behind the box at the top of the stack, Leo could see the edge of a large air vent, its slatted grate about a foot from the ceiling. Adrian quickly clambered on top of one of the containers, moving with the grace of a wildcat. He climbed up the stack, reaching the smaller boxes near the top, and shoved them aside, exposing the grate. The small square whispered a steady stream of air through its slats, ruffling Adrian's hair as he peered into it. A man like Beck wouldn't have had any chance of squeezing through, but Leo guessed that the three of them were all slender enough to make it. Adrian looked down at them.
Help me get this thing open.
Leo clambered up the stack of containers, feeling clumsy in comparison to Adrian's grace. The hyper-alertness caused by the fragment was wearing off, leaving him feeling clumsier than ever. Mateo climbed the container after him, and they held the heavy metal grate in place while Adrian used a pocket knife to pry open the screws. As he pried out the last one, they eased the grate off, revealing the gaping entrance to the vent system.
I've never been in the vent system,
Adrian admitted.
And it's definitely not on my map. It's okay,
Mateo said.
I know this area of the base fairly well. I think I can guide us from here.
Adrian looked over to Leo.
Do you know where we're going?
Yes, but also no. The pull of the virtue was only growing stronger, and Leo could sense it somewhere tantalizingly close. Ever since he'd used the fragment a second time, the pull had crystallized, and he could feel that the virtue was somewhere off to his right and about half a mile away. But he had absolutely no clue how to make his way through the base to reach the virtue.
I can sense where it is,
he assured them.
But I'm going to need help getting there. I can still feel it too,
Mateo said.
And I think I have an idea of where it's at, so I'll try to guide us toward it through the vents.
A loud squawk echoed through the room. Leo jerked back in surprise. Red. He'd nearly forgotten about the injured dragon. Red had camouflaged himself to a dull gray color that matched the floor, but blood had pooled underneath his injured leg, easily giving away his location at the base of a storage container.
He's not going to be able to follow us anymore,
Adrian said, sounding relieved.
Not with that leg.
Red jumped at the container, trying to climb up toward them, but his injury ruined the leap. He slammed into the edge of the container, letting out a yelp of pain as he crashed back to the ground. Leo cursed. He surprised himself with it. He never cursed. It was crude and useless and something only ill-behaved children did. But somehow it actually made him feel better. No wonder humans did it so much. Leo swung himself off the box and began clambering back down to the floor.
Where the hell are you going?
Adrian hissed.
We don't need the dragon. He doesn't deserve to be left behind,
Leo said as he landed on the ground.
He's fought just as hard as all of us, and besides, he's proven to be useful. You're insane!
Adrian snapped.
He's a freaking pit beast! Leave him! I'm not just going to leave him to die,
Leo insisted. The logical portion of his brain whispered that he was being foolish, that he should listen to Adrian. The sounds of the guards outside the door had faded, but Leo had no doubt they'd come back soon and figure out a way to get inside the room. They needed to leave this place, quickly. But he couldn't just leave Red. They'd already lost Marin and Beck and Kaylin. He couldn't stand the thought of another member of their team dying, especially not if he had the chance to stop it. Leo jogged over to Red, who was whimpering as he regarded the tall stack of containers. To his surprise, Mateo clambered down after him, although he was much more cautious as he approached the dragon.
We need to get him to fly,
Leo said.
He'll be able to get up to the vent that way. Then why hasn't he already tried it?
Mateo asked.
I'm not entirely sure,
Leo said.
But Kaylin thought he was a Vader lizard, and they can only glide, so I think he probably picked up on that through her thoughts.
Mateo cursed.
So then he doesn't even know he's capable of flying.
Leo shook his head.
I don't think so, but every true dragon species I've heard of can fly. We just need to get him to try.
Leo held out a hand to the dragon, unsure if Red was even going to let them touch him. Red snaked his neck out toward Leo, and for a single moment he was sure the dragon would bite him. But all Red did was rub the top of his head against Leo's palm, as if asking for comfort. Leo gently scratched along Red's jaw, the same way he'd seen Kaylin do it, and the dragon's whimpering cut off. He looked up imploringly at Leo, his wide eyes silently asking for help. Leo tapped the dragon's right wing.
Fly,
he said, desperately hoping he might know the meaning of the word. Red stared up at him blankly. Leo spread his arms and flapped them up and down.
Do this.
Red recoiled, snorting uncertainly as he leaned away from Leo's flailing arms. Leo cursed and rubbed at his forehead, unsure what else to do. He tried pulling at Red's wing, but the dragon let out a warning growl and tucked his wings more tightly against him.
We need to move,
Adrian called from above.
Leave him!
Mateo's lips tightened into a grim frown, and Leo waited for him to echo Adrian's comments. But then he pulled a small rectangular device from his pocket and edged closer to Red.
Sorry, buddy,
Mateo said to the dragon.
But we need to get you moving.
He flicked a button on the device, and a small flame erupted from its corner. It was a lighter, although a more primitive one than Leo was used to. Mateo leaned over, running the flame along the tip of Red's folded wing. The reaction was immediate. Red let out an indignant snarl and unfurled his wings, knocking the lighter out of Mateo's hands and sending it clattering to the floor. Red hissed at Mateo and started to fold his wings again, but Mateo nimbly leaped forward, swatting at the underside of the dragon's left wing. Red lifted both his wings, trying to avoid Mateo's stinging hand, and a whoosh of air struck Leo. Red stumbled, nearly knocked off balance by his own wings, but he quickly steadied himself.
Fly,
Leo said, flapping his own arms again. Red cocked his head, watching Leo closely for a long second. Then he hesitantly flapped his own wings. Dust swirled around the concrete floor, and the dragon gave a small snort of uncertainty as he craned his neck backwards and stared at his wings. Leo quickly clambered back up the container, Mateo close behind him. Leo made a show of flapping his arms again, encouraging the dragon to continue the motion. Red tilted his head uncertainly and slowly backed up until his haunches hit the floor. His wings stilled, and Leo bit back a curse. Then Red let out a loud squawk and bounded toward them. Leo held his breath, wincing as he waited for the dragon to slam helplessly against the containers. But at the last moment, Red spread his wings wide. He leaped up, frantically flapping his wings. A whoosh of air slapped Leo in the face as the dragon soared upwards, heading straight for the vent. Fully extended, his wings were over 8 feet across, and it only took Red 4 powerful flaps to reach the top of the stack of containers. Adrian cursed as he leaped out of the dragon's way. Red's paws skittered as he struggled to find purchase on the smooth metal crates, and he slammed against the wall next to the vent, letting out a yelp. But he quickly steadied himself and folded his wings tightly against his sides, turning around to look down at Leo and Mateo. He tilted his head and let out a loud chirp, as if to ask what was taking them so long. Mateo let out a shocked laugh, and Leo jumped in surprise. It was the loudest sound Leo had ever heard the quiet soldier make. A look of impish delight crossed Mateo's face, and for a single moment, Leo got a glimpse of what Mateo looked like without the weight of war pressing him down.
We did it,
he said, nodding approvingly to Leo.
We did,
Leo agreed. He waited to feel pride, but there was only relief and numb exhaustion. Mateo pointed up toward the vents.
Now let's get the hell out of here.
They climbed up, and Leo gritted his teeth, trying not to show the exhaustion burning in his muscles. By the time they reached the top of the containers, Red had already ducked inside the air vent, and Adrian was crouched beside the opening, ready to follow. Mateo pulled his handheld radio off his belt and flicked it on. Voices erupted from the speakers, and Mateo tossed the radio to the floor. It skittered across it, still squawking with voices as it landed by the door. Leo looked at him questioningly, and Mateo gave a smirk of triumph.
It's tuned to the channel the guards at the west gate use.
He gestured to the sealed door.
The guards here aren't going to be able to hear what's being said, but they should still be able to hear voices.
It took Leo a moment to understand, but when he did, he smirked.
If they hear voices in here, they'll think we haven't left the room.
Mateo nodded.
And they're going to focus all their energy on getting that door open, instead of looking for us inside their base. Good thinking,
Adrian said with a nod. He pointed into the vent tunnel.
Now for the last freaking time, let's get moving.
Kaylin. Kaylin cursed as she pounded her hands against the bars of the holding cell. Blood trickled down one of her knuckles, but she could barely feel the pain. They'd been trapped in the old-fashioned metal-barred cell for over half an hour, and with each minute that ticked past, her anger spiked higher. What the hell were they even waiting for? If the wardens hadn't just killed them straight away, they clearly wanted something from Kaylin and Beck. Kaylin had tried to coax info from the young guard who'd escorted them to the cell, but he'd remained stony-faced and tight-lipped.
Come sit down.
Beck said, patting the bare concrete floor beside him. It was an invitation, not a command, and concern darkened his gaze as he stared up at her. Kaylin froze for a long moment, her hands gripped tightly on the bars. Then she spat a sharp curse and turned her back on the cell's door, striding over to Beck. She sat next to him, and as soon as her butt touched the cold concrete, she itched to get up and start pacing again. But Beck placed his hand on her shoulder, keeping her anchored. "Walking in circles and banging at metal isn't doing us any good," he said.
You think I don't know that?
"I know you know," he said, dark amusement coloring his tone. "But since when has knowing something's bad for you kept you from doing it?" She elbowed him lightly in the side.
Asshole.
He nudged her back, and his tone took on that teasing note he always used when they bantered. "Idiot.
Douchebag.
Bitch.
Jackass.
Thief."
Sheep.
He paused at that one and raised an eyebrow. "Sheep?" She nodded.
You'll blindly follow others. Probably would even if someone told you to go jump off a cliff.
Beck barked a sharp laugh. "Or if my little deserter friend tells me to go on a suicide mission?" Kaylin winced and let her head drop back against the cold concrete wall.
Touché,
she muttered. He nudged her again with his elbow. "Forget I said that. It's not your fault. I decided to come with you because I knew you were doing the right thing, not because you forced me." She leaned into his shoulder.
Thanks for being an idiot with me,
she murmured. He nodded. "Thanks for encouraging me to be an idiot." She tilted her head up to look into his dark eyes.
You realize they're going to kill us, don't you?
He shrugged a little and looked away from her. "You're not too far off with the sheep insult. If you hadn't encouraged me to go after the virtue, I wouldn't have. I would have just gone along with the Resistance's plans, and this entire base would be bombed. And I never would have forgiven myself." Kaylin let out a defeated sigh.
But this whole base is still probably going to get bombed.
"The others still might find a way to get the virtue," Beck insisted. "Have some faith." She scoffed.
I gave up on faith a long time ago.
He wrapped his right arm around her shoulder, pulling her into a gentle embrace. "Then let your dumbass sheep friend believe in it for you. They might come through." He bit his lip, going silent, but Kaylin could sense what else he was thinking. "They'll make our deaths count for something." She nodded, not wanting to disagree, even if she couldn't quite believe him. Kaylin glanced toward the door, checking for the 1,000th time to see if anyone was coming. Their cell was one of 3 in the small room, although the other 2 were empty and covered in dust. Clearly, the wardens didn't bother with taking prisoners very often. The door to the room remained firmly shut. She wanted to get up and start pacing, but instead she knelt in front of Beck and carefully lifted the edge of the bandage covering his wounded shoulder. The bandage was really just a torn scrap of her shirt tied around the injury, but it seemed to be doing a good enough job. What little bleeding there'd been had stopped, and she didn't see any sign of infection swelling the flesh. "Quit poking at it," Beck said.
Quit whining,
she shot back, but she gently let go of the bandage, letting it cover the wound again. Beck winced, which was a relief to see. She'd seen him severely injured before, and he always fell into an eerily silent, blank-faced state as he desperately tried to hide his pain. If he was whining and grimacing, then she knew he wasn't that bad off. She settled back beside him, sitting on his uninjured side so she could scoot close to him.
Beck,
she said quietly. He looked down at her, raising an eyebrow.
I missed you,
she said.
I want you to know that. There aren't a whole lot of things I miss about the Resistance, but you're one of them. Always have been.
He gave a faint, wistful smile. "I missed you too, Kay. The past 2 years have been pretty unbearable without you around to insult me." She gave a strained smile and leaned into him, closing her eyes.
Never change, Beck. You're one of the only good people I know.
He sighed and gently ran his hand through her hair. "I was about to say the same about you." They stayed like that for a long while, just leaning into each other. Even through the smell of smoke and blood that coated their skin, Kaylin could still detect the familiar scent of Beck. Warm and woodsy, like a forest on a summer morning. It was comforting in a strange way. Her entire life had changed in the span of just a few days, but Beck was still good old Beck, the same man who had taught her all she knew about sniping and saved her ass too many times to count. If she was going to have to die with someone, she was glad to be able to do it with him. Footsteps echoed in the hallway outside, and Kaylin sat upright, staring at the door. It slowly creaked open, and 2 guards walked inside. They were both boys, and both far too young to be carrying guns. One looked in his early teens, the other a year or 2 older. The older boy was tall and broad-chested, and he walked with all the arrogant swagger of a teenager who was convinced he was invincible. The younger one was shorter and slim, but there was something about him that set Kaylin on edge. He seemed to prowl as he walked, moving with the confident grace of a tiger stalking its prey. The shorter boy stayed back near the door, standing in the shadows while the taller one strode forward toward the cell. He rapped the tip of his rifle against the bars, as if he was worried their attention wasn't already glued to him. Kaylin didn't stand. She didn't even meet the guard's eyes. She just leaned back against the wall and said in a bored tone,
Look, you two have already made plenty of noise stomping around in your boots like monkeys. No need to go clanging your toy against the bars, too.
The effect was immediate. The boy's face reddened with anger and embarrassment. He may have been trained as a soldier, but he was still a teenage boy at heart. Nothing was going to unsettle him more easily than a girl mocking him. Part of her felt bad. She was literally making fun of a kid. But the other part recognized that this child was holding them hostage, and the more flustered he was, the easier he would be to control and get information out of. The boy pointed his gun at her. "This isn't a toy," he snarled. Under his angry tone, Kaylin detected an American accent, Southern from the sound of it. She absently wondered if this boy might have come from Florida, the same god-forsaken place this hellish mission had started. Kaylin raised her eyebrows, refusing to show any fear.
Rule number 1 of boot camp, don't ever point a loaded weapon at anything you're not ready to shoot.
She smiled prettily at the boy.
Now tell me, kid, are you actually ready to shoot me? Or is your shepherd going to give you a spanking if you start knocking off his prisoners?
His blush deepened to a beet red color, and he shook his rifle toward Kaylin. "Shut your mouth or I'll shoot it off!" Kaylin said, tilting her head.
I'm curious how you plan to shoot off my mouth. You never actually shot anyone, have you? Because if you had, you know that body parts don't just start flying off like Lego blocks.
Beside her, Beck raised his eyebrows just slightly. It was a familiar look he'd given her so many times before, one that said, "I hope to God you know what you're doing, you crazy idiot." She discreetly reached over and patted his thigh, letting him know that she knew exactly what she was doing. At least, she hoped she did. She was pretty sure if she could get this boy worked up enough, he was going to start saying stuff he didn't mean to. Stuff that could give them vital information. Or he might just lose his shit and actually shoot her. But it was worth the risk. Hopefully. "I said shut the fuck up!" the boy snarled. Beck cleared his throat lightly and raised a finger. "I think what you actually said to her was, 'Shut your mouth.' There were no fucks involved." The boy snarled a curse at them both and slammed the butt of his gun against the bars of the cell. Kaylin's heart gave a kick of fear. Even though he was just a boy, he was still almost 6 feet tall, and he clearly had no issues handling a rifle. But she refused to let her fear show as she reached over and tapped her knuckles lightly against the cell bars.
This here is called steel. It's going to take more than knocking on these bars to break them.
"I'm not trying to break them," the boy snarled.
Oh!
Kaylin said, feigning surprise.
So then, what exactly are you doing?
The boy's mouth snapped shut, and his jaw ground back and forth as he struggled to find an answer. He seemed to know that saying, I was trying to intimidate you would just sound childish, but apparently he couldn't think of anything else to say. Get away from them, Gavin. It was the shorter boy by the door who spoke, his words cutting through the air like a whip. Can't you tell she's baiting you? You're making a fool of yourself. The boy spoke with bored contempt, as if he was sick and tired of having to give critique. He had an American accent, and there was something eerily familiar about his voice. Kaylin strained her mind, trying to figure out where she'd heard it before, but she couldn't place it. Gavin whirled toward the other boy, his hands still clutched around his rifle in a death grip. For a single moment, Kaylin was sure that Gavin was going to start a fight, but when he met the other boy's eyes, his shoulders stiffened and he lowered his gaze to the ground. Screw off, Gavin muttered, but his eyes remained cast toward the floor, as if he didn't dare meet the other boy's glare. It's not like you're doing anything to help. You're not doing anything to help either, the shorter boy said, so shut up and let me do the talking. The boy stepped out of the shadows by the doorway and strode up to their cell, still casually cradling the rifle in his hands. We need to know exactly who you are, he said, his tone stern and brisk. Your names, your mission, your employers. The shepherd is going to come in here in about 10 minutes, and when that happens, you'd better have all that info ready to share. And no bullshitting unless you want a bullet in your skull. Understood? No, Kaylin didn't understand it at all. Now that she had a better view of the boy's face, she didn't just see a young soldier. She saw familiar hazel eyes, the exact same shade as her own, and light tan skin and long eyelashes, and an oval face with sharp cheekbones. She saw her brother. Kaylin blinked, waiting for the similarities to fade like they always did when she caught sight of someone who looked similar to Jackson. But they didn't. It wasn't an illusion or wishful thinking. It was Jackson, standing right in front of her, barely 3 feet away. But Jackson was dead. He had been for 3 years. He'd been killed during the first week of the Syndicate War. Yet here he was, right in front of her. He looked older, of course. Last she'd seen him, he'd been 12 years old, which meant he was 15 now. But even though he'd grown taller and broader, Kaylin knew it was him. She'd recognize him anywhere. Shock lit Jax's face as he got a good look at her. He froze 3 steps from the cell, silently gaping at her. Beside him, Gavin spoke up. What the hell are you trying to do, Jax? Stare them to death? Jackson ignored him and stepped closer to Kaylin, reaching out to grab one of the bars of the cell. His hand curled slowly around it, as if he was half expecting it to disappear in a puff of smoke, like something out of a dream. Kaylin reached up and lightly pressed her fingertips against her brother's hand. His skin felt warm, real, alive.
Jackson,
she whispered. He swallowed hard and nodded, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, Kaylin. It wasn't a question, just a statement of utter shock.
I thought you were dead.
They both said the sentence at the exact same time, the words rushing out of their mouths. Kaylin shook her head, struggling to believe any of this was even happening. Her little brother was alive, and he was holding a rifle and standing guard in the warden's base.
I'm sorry,
Kaylin whispered, her voice trembling. She squeezed his hand as best she could through the tightly spaced bars.
I'm so sorry.
She didn't really understand what she was apologizing for because she had no idea how the hell he was even alive. She'd watched their apartment complex get hit by a bomb that had completely obliterated the building. Absolutely no one could have survived that blast, which meant... She didn't know. None of this made sense, none of it at all. You know each other? It was Beck who spoke. Kaylin jumped in surprise, having nearly forgotten he was sitting right next to her. Kaylin nodded, and she could hardly believe her own words as she said,
This is my brother.
Beck's eyes widened in disbelief. He opened his mouth as if to protest, but then he peered more closely at Jackson. It only took him a second to come to the obvious conclusion. They looked far too similar to not be related. "Holy shit," Beck breathed, slowly shaking his head. Jackson suddenly jerked backwards, yanking his hand away from the bar. He rubbed at his fingers with his other hand, as if trying to scrub away the feeling of Kaylin's touch, and his eyes narrowed in a suspicious stare. "This is some sort of trick, isn't it?" he hissed. Kaylin shook her head.
No, Jax, it's really me.
Behind him, Gavin took a tentative step forward. "Jax, is that actually your sister?" "No!" he barked, turning to shoot Gavin a sharp glare. "Of course it's not. It's some sort of illusion, a trick. It must be one of those alien devices they sell on the black market, one that can mess with people's heads."
It's not a trick, Jax. I'm real. I promise you this is real.
Jackson shook his head frantically, and she saw panic flash across his expression. "My sister is dead. She's been dead for 3 freaking years. I don't know who the hell you are, but you're not my sister." Kaylin's gut dropped at the familiar distress in his voice. More than anything in the world, Jackson hated lies. When their mom had first been diagnosed with cancer, everyone had tried to console Jax by telling him the same thing over and over again. It's all going to be just fine. Hardly anyone dies from cancer these days. Then the treatment had failed, leaving their mom dead and Jackson traumatized and hypersensitive to lies. Kaylin kept her voice soft as she said,
I'm not lying, Jax. It's me. I swear to God, it's me.
Gavin frowned as he glanced between the two of them. Then he pointed a hesitant finger at Kaylin. "She's been stripped of all her belongings. They both have. So I don't think she could have any sort of black market device on her." "Shut the hell up, Gavin! How stupid are you? You're really going to fall for a trick that easily?" As he spoke, he stalked closer to Gavin, his fists clenched and his muscles taut with anger. Gavin took a step back, his eyes widening in fear. Even though Jackson was nearly half a foot shorter, Gavin was clearly scared of his temper. Kaylin's shock slowly began to fade, but it was quickly replaced by pain that constricted her chest. This was Jackson in front of her, the same little boy who'd spend days crafting the perfect cards for her birthday, who'd always brought extra snacks to school in case his friends forgot theirs, who cried at all the sad parts of every movie. He was the sweetest, gentlest kid Kaylin had ever known. And here he was, prowling around with a rifle, angry and volatile enough to make a fellow soldier scared.
Stop acting like that,
she whispered.
Please, just don't do this.
She couldn't stand to watch his ferocious glare, to listen to the hollow anger that twisted his words. It seemed like fate was mocking her by bringing her brother back from the dead, only to turn him into some sort of demented version of his former self. His lip twisted into a vicious sneer as he whirled toward her. "Do what?" he demanded. "Call you on your bullshit?" Kaylin opened her mouth to beg him to quit acting so angry. But then some sort of big sister instinct kicked in, and all that came out was,
"Watch your language."
Jackson blinked a few times, shock crossing his face. Then his expression darkened. "What the fuck did you just say?"
I said, watch your language,
Kaylin repeated, her tone growing sterner.
Quit swearing at everyone. Mom and I didn't raise you to talk like some disrespectful brat.
He lunged forward, moving with the agility of an angry wildcat, and slammed the butt of his gun against the bars. "Stop messing with me! I know you're not my sister, so quit trying to pretend you are!" She shook her head and crossed her arms, meeting his glare with a stern look.
Look, maybe there's some cloaking technology out there that lets people look like other people. I'm sure it exists somewhere, but I don't have it. I'm just me, Kaylin, your sister.
Jackson shook his head, but she could see uncertainty begin to overcome the anger in his expression. She took a deep breath and stood up. A small jolt of shock ran through her as she realized he was taller than her now. Jackson had always been tiny for his age, and it had been a habit for her to reach down and ruffle his soft brown hair. But he'd grown an incredible amount in the 3 years they'd been apart, and even though he was still a little shorter than most 15-year-olds, she had to look up to meet his eyes.
I am your sister,
she said. She kept her tone firm, but she lowered her voice slightly, so only Jackson could hear.
I know things about you absolutely no one else could know. I know that your favorite ice cream is chocolate with peanut butter chunks, but Mom didn't like you eating sugar, so you only got to eat it on holidays. I know that your favorite animal is the Siberian tiger, but you hated going to see them at the zoo because you didn't like seeing them locked up. I know that math is your favorite subject in school because there's always a right or wrong answer. And I know that you absolutely hate jazz music, but you always pretended to like it just to make Mom happy.
Jackson's eyes grew wider with each word she spoke, and he slowly shook his head back and forth. But she could see his disbelief slowly melting away, so she pushed on, the words coming out in a rush.
I know our mom died of cancer when you were just 7, and I know you were so freaking strong and that you tried so hard to comfort me, even though I was 10 years older and supposed to be the strong one. And I know I loved every minute I spent raising you after that, even though I had no idea what I was doing and was scared out of my mind, and I know that when I thought you died, it damn near killed me too.
She swallowed hard and shook her head.
But you're not dead. You're right here. I don't know how the hell that's possible, but it's happening.
Something warm trickled down her cheek, and she realized she was crying. She blinked a few times and ran a shaky hand over her cheek. Jackson blinked rapidly, struggling to keep back tears of his own. He hesitantly reached his hand back toward her, slipping his fingers through the bars of the cell. Kaylin pressed her hand against his, trembling slightly as she felt the warmth of his touch.
I missed you,
he said. Suddenly, his voice was a shaky, hesitant whisper that belonged to a young boy. Kaylin wanted nothing more than to pull him into a tight hug and murmur words of comfort in his ear, like she used to when he was little. But she couldn't. Her situation slammed into her, bringing her crashing back to reality. She was locked in a cell in the warden's base. Even if Leo and the others somehow managed to get the virtue and get out, she and Beck were going to be left behind as prisoners, and they'd be sentenced to death. And that was the best-case scenario. More likely, the others would fail, the resistance would bomb the base, and everyone inside would die. Including Jackson. She bit back a torrent of curses. It just wasn't goddamn fair. Nothing ever was, but this hit her in the gut harder than ever. She'd only just found Jackson, and now she was going to lose him again, this time permanently. Unless Jackson could help stop that from happening. She squeezed Jackson's hand more tightly and leaned forward, lowering her voice to a hushed whisper.
You need to listen to me, and listen close. Your life is in danger. You need to let me out of here so I can get you to safety.
Some of the softness leaked out of Jackson's expression, leaving a sharp frown on his lips. He stared at Kaylin hard, glancing between her and Beck and the lock on the cage. "What are you even doing here?" he demanded, his voice hardening. "Why were you trying to sneak onto our base?" "Good question," Gavin said, stepping forward. He raised his eyebrows at Jackson. "And I also want to ask you how the hell your sister managed to get so close to breaking in." "I don't know," Jackson snapped, turning to shoot Gavin a glare. "Why else would I be questioning her?" Gavin snorted. "You really expect me to believe that you don't know?" he said, his tone turning mocking. "So it's just a total coincidence that right after the Shepherd put you on a security team, your sister breaks through the tunnel security system, disables all our cameras, kills a bunch of guards, and nearly makes it into the damn base?" A fierce protectiveness welled in Kaylin's chest, the same sort of hot anger she'd felt whenever Jackson used to tell her he was getting picked on at school.
Yes,
Kaylin said, raising her voice and staring straight at Gavin.
It's a coincidence, and you're a fool if you think it's an impossible one.
Gavin's eyes narrowed, but Kaylin rushed on, mentally putting together the pieces of the puzzle.
Where are you from?
She demanded, gesturing to Gavin.
Tampa?
His smirk turned into a frown. How the hell do you know that?
Because your accent sounds southern, and because the wardens aren't exactly subtle in their recruiting process. Pretty much everyone knows the cities they recruited from the most after the Syndicate War. Tampa, New York, Charlotte, Chicago, and Cleveland were the main ones. The most decimated cities with the most desperate people.
She gestured between her and Jackson.
We're from Cleveland, born and raised there, and I'm guessing you know at least a few dozen other wardens who were recruited out of Cleveland.
More like 100, Jackson said. Gavin shot him another glare, but Kaylin pushed forward before the boy could interrupt her.
Right, and do you know where the Resistance got a huge chunk of their recruits?
The same place the Wardens did, Beck said, speaking up. Cleveland. Thousands of people from there joined up to fight after the Syndicate attacked the city. Kaylin nodded.
And I was one of them, so it's a weird coincidence that Jax and I are related, and that we ended up getting involved with organizations that consider each other enemies. But impossible? Hardly.
Gavin's jaw worked back and forth as he considered this. Then he shook his head and let out a curse. I still don't like this, he snapped, pointing a finger at Jackson. It's suspicious as hell. Then let's go talk to the shepherd, Jackson said. He abruptly turned away from the cell, heading straight for the door. Come on, now! We'll tell him everything, and he can decide for himself if I'm a traitor. Anger rumbled in Jackson's voice, and it sent a chill through Kaylin. She'd been hoping he was a soldier like Mateo, one who didn't agree with the Wardens, but who was trapped with them. But it didn't seem like that was the case. Jackson seemed genuinely furious at the suggestion that he was a traitor to the Warden's cause.
Wait!
She called out.
Jax, come back!
Jackson ignored her plea and continued toward the door, his steps rigid with anger.
Jax!
Kaylin called again. He paused, just for a moment, and just to glance over his shoulder at her. His face was pinched into a scowl, but she could also see confusion and pain whirling in his eyes.
Don't leave,
she pleaded.
Please, just stay here for a minute. Let me talk with you.
He hesitated, his feet shifting slightly. She held her breath, waiting to see if he'd step back toward her. Then the door slammed open from the outside. Jackson and Gavin both jumped in surprise, and they turned to salute the figure walking through the door. Shepherd, Jackson said, standing at attention. We were just leaving to fetch you.
And why is that?
The shepherd asked.
I told you I'd meet you here.
Kaylin's heart kicked in her chest. She knew that voice. The shepherd stepped toward their cell. He was middle-aged with a stocky stature and a thick scar that coursed across his face. His gray eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared down at her.
What the hell?
Kaylin whispered. She almost didn't believe what she was seeing, but then she heard Beck murmur a single stunned word. Nathan. Beck. He was dreaming. That was the only explanation Beck could think of that made any sense. He was stuck in a nightmare, and none of this was real, and it would all go away in just a few seconds when he woke up. But it didn't. Commander Nathan Hayes stayed exactly where he was, standing in front of the cell with his arms crossed and his lips pulled into a frown. Beck's heart thundered in his chest as confusion swept over him. He glanced at Jackson and Gavin, praying they were about to open the cell and shove Nathan inside, because Nathan was a commander of the Resistance, an enemy of the Wardens, not their ally, and definitely not their leader. Nathan's expression darkened as he took in the sight of Beck sitting in the cell.
Beck,
he said, shaking his head slightly.
I'm sorry to run into you here.
Beck's mouth opened and then shut, opened and shut. He struggled to find words, any words that could sum up the confusion and disgust racing through his mind. But all that came out was a quiet, choked sound of pain. Nathan hadn't just been his commander. He'd been a mentor, a man Beck could always trust to give guidance and counsel. For years, Beck had idolized the man. But now, as Beck stared at the two young soldiers flanking the shepherd, he realized what Nathan really was. Not a father figure, not at all. No, he was a manipulative monster who preyed on the weak and abandoned, who used their insecurities to exploit and control them. It was Kaylin who managed to speak first, her voice hollow with shock. She pointed a finger at Nathan.
You're the shepherd.
Nathan gave a cold, thin smile.
What's this? The little thief sounds so surprised that other people can pull tricks too.
Kaylin shook her head and stumbled a step back.
What the hell?
She whispered again. Then her face twisted in confusion.
How the hell?
Your son, Beck said. He winced at the sound of his own voice, hardly recognizing its icy tone. That's how you got away with all this, isn't it? By pretending to visit him. It was common knowledge that Nathan's son had been the only member of his immediate family to survive the Syndicate War. As far as Beck knew, his son lived with Nathan's sister-in-law in Boston, and Nathan flew out multiple times a month to spend time with him. Or at least that was the story Nathan had told everyone. Nathan nodded, and his voice was eerily calm as he said,
Very good, Beck. I have to admit, I'm a little surprised you pieced that together so quickly. Everyone in the Resistance has always been so willing to believe that my leave of absences were for my boy.
That's because we trusted you, you bastard! Beck snapped. Do you even have a son?
The question cracked Nathan's shell of calmness just slightly, and a flash of pain coursed across his expression.
No. My boy is dead. Just like the rest of my family.
Beck shook his head in disbelief.
And now you use your dead kid as an excuse to betray the Resistance, all while preaching about your dedication to saving innocents.
He made air quotes around the last part of the sentence, wishing he could hook his fingers through Nathan's eyes instead of through open air. His shock was slowly starting to dissipate, and in its place was anger, pure, molten anger, the kind that can only be brought on by betrayal.
I trusted you,
Beck hissed.
As you should have. I've never once betrayed the Resistance's mission. Everything I do is to keep humanity safe.
He gestured to the two boys flanking him.
And I wasn't entirely lying when I said I was spending time with my family. The Wardens are my family now.
Like hell they are,
Kaylin snarled. She pointed at Jackson and then jabbed a finger at her own chest.
I'm his family. You are a monster who shoves guns in the hands of kids.
Nathan frowned, clearly not understanding. Then he glanced back and forth between Kaylin and Jackson, taking in their obvious similarities. He raised an eyebrow and turned to Jackson.
Is Kaylin really related to you?
Jackson glanced over at Kaylin and went silent for a long moment. Then he gave a small, sharp nod.
Well...
Nathan allowed the word to hang in the air for a long moment. Then his cold smile returned, and he turned back to Kaylin.
How interesting. After abandoning him for 3 years, I didn't think you'd bother pretending to care about him.
Rage flared in Kaylin's eyes, and she leaped forward to strangle the bars of the cell.
Don't you dare act like I wanted him out of my life. I thought he was dead. I searched the ruins of our apartment and there was only dust left. If I'd had even the faintest hope he was alive, I would have combed the earth trying to find him.
Nathan's face remained impassive as he walked behind Jackson and rested his hands on the boys' shoulders, giving them a squeeze. Beck's stomach turned at the sight of it. Nathan had done the exact same thing to Beck before, and he'd always seen it as a comforting gesture. But now he saw what it really was. It was a possessive touch, no different from the way a cat rubs itself against a mouse trapped between its paws, claiming its prey before devouring it. Jackson shifted his feet uncertainly, his gaze flicking between Kaylin and Nathan, not seeming to know who to focus on. He settled with staring at the ground, his jaw grinding nervously.
But you didn't search for him,
Nathan said, his voice dripping with disapproval as he narrowed his gaze on Kaylin.
You left him to care for himself. You say you're his family, but do you really have the right to call yourself that anymore? I've cared for him for years, while you've spent your time thieving, which is the most selfish occupation in the world.
I told you I had no idea he was alive.
Kaylin snapped. Nathan ignored her and simply said,
If I hadn't found him and taken him in, he'd probably be dead by now.
Kaylin swallowed hard, and Beck realized she didn't have a retort for that. Because Nathan was probably right. Without the wardens to take care of him, it was likely Jackson wouldn't have survived the harsh life of a street kid. Nathan lifted his chin and said in a proud voice,
I took him in and gave him food, clothes, an education, and a roof over his head. And even more important than that, I gave him a family. Because as much as you might want to deny it, that's what I am, along with all his brothers and sisters and the wardens.
Kaylin shook her head, her eyes focusing on Jackson.
Jax, don't listen to him. I'm your family. Always have been, always will be.
Jackson gritted his teeth, lines of pain and confusion crinkling his forehead. Nathan shook his head at Kaylin and let out a pitying sigh, as if that was all she deserved. Then he patted Jackson on the shoulder.
And what do you say to that, my boy?
He asked Jackson, using the caring, paternal tone Beck had heard from the man so many times. Jackson looked up from the ground and straightened his shoulders, but he still couldn't meet Kaylin's eyes. The shepherd is right. His voice was loud, but Beck could hear a faint tremor hiding in the words. The wardens are my family, not some thief who left me for dead. The air whooshed out of Kaylin's lungs in an audible rush. Pain crumpled her expression, and Beck unconsciously searched over her body, half expecting to find some sort of physical wound. He hadn't thought words were capable of causing that much agony. Not in a person as stoic as Kaylin.
I love you, Jax.
Kaylin whispered.
I just need you to know that. I love you more than anything in the world, and I am so sorry I left you behind. I never meant to. I swear, if I'd known you were alive...
She choked off and swiped at the tears clouding her eyes. It's true, Beck said quietly. Jackson glanced at him, suspicion rising in his expression. Beck offered him a slim smile and said, Kaylin and I used to work together in the Resistance. She never talked about her personal life, but she talked about you. You were her one exception. She never forgot you, not even for a moment. Nathan clucked his tongue and gave a mocking smirk.
That's very touching, Beck. But I think we both know that Kaylin's loyalty doesn't extend beyond words. Whether she wants to take responsibility for it or not, she abandoned Jackson, just like she abandoned the Resistance.
Bullshit, Beck snarled, jabbing a finger toward Nathan. You're the one who abandoned the Resistance. You betrayed all of us.
I haven't betrayed anyone,
Nathan said firmly.
The Resistance betrayed itself. They're welcoming aliens into our backyards. If they're not stopped, it'll be our death sentence.
Liar!
Kaylin snarled.
If we don't join forces with other planets, that will be the death of us. We don't stand a chance against the Ascendancy without their help.
Nathan sighed and held up his hand toward Kaylin.
Stop. Please. I'm tired of hearing people mindlessly repeat that propaganda.
Beck let out a choked laugh. He wanted to yell at Nathan about the absurd irony of what he'd just said, but he had the sudden, crushing realization that he was speaking to a madman. Nothing he said to Nathan would change the commander's mind. Jackson swallowed hard and stared down at the ground, looking painfully uncomfortable. Then he quietly said, Shepherd, may I be excused? He nodded toward Kaylin. I don't think I'm in the right state of mind to be able to do my job right now. I'm sorry. Nathan clapped the boy's shoulder comfortingly and said in a softer tone,
No need to apologize, my boy. It shows strength to recognize your limits.
He gestured toward the door.
Go back to your quarters and take the rest of the day off.
Jackson nodded and stepped toward the door, moving with the dull slowness of someone trapped in a daze. Nathan gestured to Gavin, who was still standing silently by the door.
Gavin, I assume you will be willing to take over Jackson's duties for the day?
Gavin nodded and saluted. Yes, sir.
Very good. You're both excused.
Jax, wait!
Kaylin called, sticking her hand as far as she could through the bars.
Don't leave, please. Let me talk to you.
Jax glanced over his shoulder at her, his eyes wide with pain and confusion. But then his gaze flickered over to Nathan, and he clenched his jaw, retreating back behind a stoic, emotionless mask. Beck's heart sank at the sight of it. Jax was so much more like his sister than he knew. Jax turned around and strode out of the room alongside Gavin. As the door slammed behind them, Kaylin's shoulders slumped in defeat. Beck stepped closer to her, resting a comforting hand on her shoulder. But he kept his glare focused on Nathan. I need answers, he said, struggling to keep his voice from trembling with anger. Nathan gestured toward their cell.
You're hardly in a position to be demanding answers. I'll be the one doing that.
His hard tone left no room for negotiation as he stepped closer toward them and looked them up and down.
What happened to your team? I sent you off with 3 other talented resistance soldiers, and now my guards are telling me your only other companions are a street kid, the ambassador, and one of the warden's own deserters.
Beside him, Kaylin leaned forward anxiously.
You captured them?
We will, shortly,
Nathan said, his tone not the slightest bit concerned.
At least hopefully we will. They're currently trapped in one of our explosive closets, so either they surrender themselves to being captured or they get themselves killed.
Beck winced at the news, his heart sinking. Their mission had officially failed.
Beck,
Nathan said, his tone sharpening.
I ask you a question.
Beck swallowed hard. He wanted to tell Nathan to go to hell, but there was a dangerous glint in the commander's eye that made the words stick in Beck's throat. Jameson and Liam survived and are safely back at the Nice base, Beck said. But Kate and Marin are dead. He studied the commander's face, desperately hoping to see some sort of remorse there. But Nathan's expression remained impassive as he said,
Pity to hear about Kate. But I can't say I'm upset the alien was taken care of.
Beck shook his head in disbelief, unable to understand how his wise, caring mentor could be the monster standing in front of him. How can you be the... He trailed off, unable to bring himself to say the word. Shepherd. Nathan let out a small sigh, and Beck would have sworn he saw genuine pity in the man's eyes.
So much of what the Resistance knows about the Wardens is wrong,
Nathan said. Kaylin scoffed.
You recruit street kids to die for your cause. That's all anyone needs to know.
Nathan shot her a disgusted glance.
Your view of the world is so childishly simple,
he said, shaking his head.
If we didn't take in those kids, they would die on the streets. And we don't simply shove them into battle. We train them, educate them, nurture them. We give them the skills they need to survive the coming war, and in return, they give us their loyalty. We're not being cruel to them. We're saving them.
Beck's stomach twisted as he listened. What's this coming war you're talking about? The war with the Ascendancy or the war you've started by bombing the Resistance?
The war for humanity,
Nathan answered, not sounding the slightest bit guilty about the mention of the bombing.
Unless we stop all aliens from coming here, we're doomed.
Not all aliens are bad,
Kaylin insisted.
The Ruramenti have proven themselves to be friends. All they want is help stopping the Ascendancy.
The Ascendancy,
Nathan said, snorting in disbelief.
You don't really believe they're real, do you?
Of course they're real,
Kaylin said.
Why do you think the Ruramenti ambassador traveled millions of miles to get here? They wouldn't go through the trouble if war wasn't a real threat.
Nathan gave her a look that bordered between pity and exasperation.
You make it so easy for them,
he said with a sigh.
These aliens start preaching about imminent threats and certain death without giving us any solid evidence. And what does the Resistance do? They tell them to please come to our planet, to please take valuable ancient weapons from them, to please bring all the dangerous technology they have.
He shook his head in disgust.
It's fear-driven insanity.
And how can you consider yourself any different? Beck demanded.
Because the threat the Wardens fight is real,
Nathan said, his voice growing louder, more insistent.
We saw it during the Syndicate War. Our species is far more fragile than we'd like, and the second aliens see a vulnerability in our civilization, they're going to take over. If we give them 1 ounce of power, they'll demand control over our entire species.
So that's what you think the Ruramenti are planning?
Kaylin asked, disbelief straining her words.
You honestly believe the Ascendancy aren't real? That it's all just a plot to get us to partner with aliens and let them land here so they can take over our planet?
Nathan nodded.
That is precisely what I think, and it's what I fight against every day of my life. I'm not going to let the human race be wiped out like some helpless bug. We will be ready for the war, and we will fight back.
Isn't the Syndicate War enough evidence that the Ascendancy are real? Beck demanded. The invaders themselves told us the Ascendancy would be coming.
Nathan shook his head sharply.
Evidence? No, not nearly. The invaders were tricksters and killers. Their claims about the incoming battle with the Ascendancy are even more doubtful than the claims the Ruramenti have been making.
For a moment, Beck was tempted to believe him. After all, he was right. Earth had no solid evidence that the Ascendancy was real. All they had was hearsay brought to them by invaders and aliens. But then he thought of the conversations he'd had with Leo and Marin, how disturbed they'd both been at the mere mention of the Ascendancy, and how genuinely terrified they'd been at the prospect of the Ascendancy getting hold of the Virtue. On top of that, their extreme reluctance to use deadly weapons against humans wouldn't have made any sense unless their goal truly was to bring peace. They might have come from across the universe, but they clearly had the exact same mission as the Resistance, to protect innocent people. Nothing else could explain the gentle, genuine concern the Ruramenti had shown toward humans.
You're wrong,
Beck said, his voice quiet but firm.
The Ruramenti want to help. Leo and Marin came here because they want to save innocent lives, even if it puts their own lives in danger.
He swallowed hard, trying not to think about the sight of Marin falling to the tunnel floor, covered in her own blood. Beck jabbed a finger toward Nathan.
You call us idiots for believing the aliens, but it's just the opposite. If you don't start treating the Ascendancy like a legitimate threat, you're going to get yourself and all the Wardens killed.
Nathan flicked away his words with a wave of his hand.
Even if the Ascendancy is coming, it changes nothing. It'll be just like the last invasion. They'll give us war, and we'll give them hell.
No,
Kaylin said, shaking her head.
We can't fight this next invasion on our own.
Then we'll die with dignity!
Nathan snapped, shooting her a fierce glare.
Dignity?
Kaylin repeated, her voice rising sharply. She let out a harsh laugh.
You train kids to kill people! How the hell can you sit here and lecture us about dignity?
If they don't learn to defend themselves, they'll be killed,
Nathan growled.
That might be upsetting, but it's the harsh reality of things. Some of them will be killed on the battlefield, and it's horrible. But it's better than all of them being helplessly slaughtered, like they were during the Syndicate War.
Kaylin shook her head fiercely.
You don't get it. When the Ascendancy comes, those kids aren't going to have to fight against anyone because we're allying ourselves with other civilizations. Civilizations with real armies, not with kids who've had weapons shoved at them.
And your so-called alliances with aliens will end in the destruction of the entire human race,
Nathan snarled.
You have no proof of that!
Kaylin yelled back.
She's right, Nathan,
Beck said. He wanted to join Kaylin in yelling, but his words came out as a low, hoarse growl. You can spend all day claiming you want peace and protection, but it's easy to see straight through your bullshit. You're just like every other opportunistic dictator the Resistance has fought against since the Syndicate left. All you really want is power. Nathan gritted his teeth, anger flashing across his face.
I've been good to you, Beck. And this is how you repay me? By breaking into my stronghold, killing my men, and insulting me?
Beck blinked, struggling to believe he was really hearing this. He was calling Nathan a murderous tyrant, and the commander somehow thought he was the victim. You're sick, Beck whispered, shaking his head back and forth. You're fucking sick. Nathan sighed and crossed his arms over his chest, staring down at Beck with a pitying expression.
I do what has to be done to protect the human race,
he said simply.
It's not always pretty, but it's necessary.
Beck's mind whirled as he struggled to figure out all the repercussions of what Nathan was telling him. And then it slammed into him. You stole the virtue, didn't you? He whispered. It suddenly all made sense. Everyone on the base had jumped to the same conclusion. Goodfellow had pulled off another impossible heist. They'd called it impossible because it seemed so outrageously clever. They just couldn't understand how the thief could have broken through the Resistance's security system. But now Beck understood. No thief had broken into the base to steal the virtue, just like no thief had ever broken into the other Resistance bases that had been hit by Goodfellow. Nathan had been behind it. He hadn't even needed any thieving skills to pull off the heists. After all, he was one of the highest-ranking officials in the Resistance, and he had access to huge swaths of the organization's security system. He could simply disable it and steal whatever he wanted. Kaylin's eyes widened, and Beck could tell she was thinking the exact same thing.
Holy shit,
she whispered, pointing a finger at Nathan.
You're Goodfellow!
Nathan snorted.
I'm not Goodfellow any more than I'm Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny. Goodfellow doesn't exist.
Fresh anger roared through Beck's veins. So you knew Kaylin wasn't the thief? Nathan tossed him an annoyed glance.
I knew Kaylin was a thief, and an experienced one who had ties to the Resistance. Logically, she was the perfect scapegoat. Not to mention I was doing the world a favor by ridding it of a criminal.
Kaylin gaped at Nathan, her lip curled in disgust.
So the person who gave me the intel to break into your base?
That was me,
Nathan said with a nod.
Clever, wasn't it? Not a single person batted an eye when I accused you of stealing the virtue.
I did, Beck growled. He straightened his shoulders and looked Nathan dead in the eye. You're not as clever as you think. I figured out it wasn't her because Kaylin is a damn good person. And unlike you, he jabbed a finger toward the commander, desperately wishing he had a weapon to point at Nathan instead. Kaylin would never have mindlessly killed a loyal Resistance guard. Nathan sighed and actually looked slightly guilty for a moment.
Leah's death was highly unfortunate. She wasn't supposed to be patrolling that area of the base. But it was necessary. I never would have been able to get the virtue off the base if I hadn't stopped her from raising the alarm.
You shot her in the back! You killed one of your own soldiers who you helped to train! As Beck said the words, another piece of the screwed-up puzzle slammed into place. He shook his head in disbelief. You sent us on a suicide mission. You scared Kaylin into confessing, but you knew she wasn't actually Goodfellow and that she didn't have the skills to get the virtue back. You expected our entire team to die trying to get through these goddamn tunnels.
I tried to stop you from taking this mission, Beck,
Nathan said, suddenly sounding tired.
Why do you think I tried so hard to assign Alex instead of you? I knew that it wouldn't end well for whoever went.
Beck shook his head back and forth.
You've always had issues with Liam and Alex challenging your orders. Everyone knows that. And I'll bet Kate was onto you, wasn't she? She was best friends with Leah. She probably looked closer into Leah's death than anyone else on the base. Beck rubbed a hand over his face. You wanted all of them to die. Kaylin, Liam, Kate, Jameson, Alex, Leo, Marin. You were better off with all of them dead. So you cooked up this suicide mission to do away with them.
I didn't want anyone dead,
Nathan insisted.
but it was necessary.
You sent us on a suicide mission, Beck roared. You got Marin and Kate killed! All for nothing! Anger flared in Nathan's eyes, and he reached forward, grasping the bars of the cell in his fists.
You stupid boy,
He said, his voice suddenly colder than ice.
how can you possibly say it was for nothing? Have you understood anything I'm trying to tell you? Every life I lose, every sacrifice I make is to protect the human race.
You're sick, Beck spat, stepping closer to the commander. And a goddamn coward. You've told us for years that the Resistance has some of the best and brightest soldiers you've ever worked with. So why the hell don't you trust us to decide whether or not a suicide mission is for the greater good, huh? Are you such a coward you can't stand to have your decisions questioned? Nathan's eyes narrowed into a ferocious glare, and Beck froze, not daring to get any closer to the man. His respected mentor was officially gone, and in his place was a man who glowered like a rabid dog.
You've gotten too full of yourself,
Nathan said, his voice dangerously low and flat.
All those promotions I gave you have gotten to your head.
No.
Kaylin said sharply.
They've just taught him to think for himself, and that's let him come to the same conclusion I have. You're a worthless, murderous psychopath.
Nathan's lip curled into a thin, cold smile. He looked at Beck, his eyes still narrowed, and calmly asked,
And what do you say to that, Beck?
Beck swallowed hard. I say she's right. Nathan let out a sad sigh and nodded.
Then you're far weaker than I ever thought. It's a pity I wasted any time on you.
I was about to say the same, Beck spat. He searched the man's expression for any sign of pain, but all he could see in Nathan's face was annoyance. Then the commander shrugged his shoulders and stepped away from the cell.
I gave you a chance, Beck. You can't ever claim I didn't.
He gestured at the two of them.
The dealer for the virtue will be here shortly. I'll let him decide what to do with you two. I'm sure he'll want the thief dead, but he might allow you to live, Beck. Another informant about the Resistance may prove to be valuable.
Nathan spoke as if he was discussing selling junk at a garage sale, not bartering with their lives. Beck swallowed back his anger, knowing it would do nothing to help him. You can't sell the virtue. You have no idea who you're selling to, Nathan. They're not human, and they're going to use the virtue against you and everyone on Earth. Nathan raised his eyebrows.
Is that the nonsense the Ruramenti ambassador has been feeding you?
Beck shook his head. It's not nonsense. You don't understand, Nathan. That thing has more power
than all the weapons on Earth. I know damn well how powerful it is. Why do you think I went through all the trouble of acquiring it?
Then why the hell are you selling it?
For the same reason I do all of this,
Nathan said, making a broad gesture around him.
To protect the human race. I've negotiated a deal with the Russian government. They're actually intelligent enough to recognize the threat of allowing aliens onto our planet. The Wardens don't have any scientists who can get the virtue to work, but the Russians do. They've managed to figure out how to operate alien ships and an impressive amount of other alien tech. So I'm giving the virtue to them to help them in their fight against the invaders.
Beck shook his head. Nathan, those aren't Russians with a knack for tech. Those are aliens you're dealing with. Nathan scoffed.
They've given me plenty of proof that they work for the Russian government.
They're Ascendancy agents,
Kaylin insisted.
They have some of the most advanced tech in the universe. Faking an accent and connections to the Russian government would be beyond easy for them.
A flash of uncertainty crossed Nathan's expression, but then he shook his head.
I've met them in person. They're human. They can't just fake their species.
The Syndicate looked human too, Beck said. Humanoids are hardly rare in the universe.
According to who? The Ruramenti? They have everything to gain by lying to us.
And you have everything to lose by not listening to them,
Beck snapped. Nathan raised his eyebrows.
I came in here hoping I could convince you to join me so I could let you out of that cage. But I'm beginning to see that's not a possible ending to this situation.
You're a monster, Beck growled. And I don't do business with monsters, especially not ones as foolish as you.
Nathan let out a frustrated breath and held up his hand, as if to ward off Beck's words.
Stop. I'm done bickering. You're acting like I've just cluelessly waltzed into this deal, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I've checked and double-checked and triple-checked the background of these people. They are who they say they are. Scientists connected to the Russian government. I have a dozen people far more educated than you who have confirmed that.
Beck shook his head.
Maybe that's true. Maybe they really are connected to the Russians, but that doesn't change the fact that they're also connected to the Ascendancy.
Nathan shook his head, his expression impassive.
That's not a fact, Beck. It's a wild conspiracy theory the Ruramenti have fed you, and you might be foolish enough to buy it. But I'm certainly not.
Beck gritted his jaw, realizing there was no way to convince Nathan of how disastrous the deal would be. Nathan shook his head.
Don't look so worried. My buyers will be here by the end of the day, so you two won't have to wait long to figure out what your fate will be.
Beck struggled to hide his horror. Beside him, Kaylin let out a quiet curse. They'd just entered the worst-case scenario. The Ascendancy was picking up the virtue early, meaning even the Resistance's airstrike wouldn't be able to stop them from getting the virtue. Anger flared in Kaylin's eyes as she glared up at Nathan.
How much are they paying you for it? I'm guessing an absurd amount if you're so willing to ignore all the red flags.
Nathan's lip curled in contempt as he met her ferocious gaze.
My trade dealings are none of your business, thief.
Beck shook his head in disbelief.
You idiot, he whispered. You goddamn idiot! You're giving our enemies exactly what they want.
Nathan gave him a harsh smile.
Your enemies, Beck. Not mine. The Russians are willing to fight off the invaders, and that makes them my friends.
His smile faded just slightly as he stared down at Beck.
It's a pity I can no longer say the same about you.
I was only ever friends with the man you pretended to be, Beck snapped. Now that I know who you really are, I'd rather die than call you my ally.
For a single moment, Beck swore he saw a flicker of sadness flash across Nathan's face. But then the commander's expression hardened, and he nodded toward Beck.
I'll be sure to pass that message on to my buyers.
Nathan didn't give them a chance to respond before turning and striding out of the room, letting the heavy steel door shut behind him with a deafening boom. Leo. Mateo led them through the ventilation system on his hands and knees, guiding them toward the base's barracks. Leo did his best to keep up with the soldiers' quick crawl, but sheer exhaustion had crept into his limbs, and the icy air flowing through the vents seemed to blow straight under his skin and freeze his muscles. He gritted his teeth, struggling to keep them from chattering as he hauled himself forward. They were close. So close. All the misery and agony of his mission was about to end. Whether that meant they were about to succeed or die, he wasn't sure. But at least it would be over, one way or another. Red slinked along silently behind them, pausing to sniff the air every few seconds. He was twitchy and out of sorts without Kaylin around, his tail lashing anxiously through the air. But Leo was still glad to have the creature with them. Whenever someone below passed too closely to the vents, Red would freeze and let out a quiet growl, cueing the others to stop moving and keep quiet. So far, they seemed to have avoided detection, but Leo knew that couldn't last long. The wardens would get the door to the weapons closet open soon enough, and when they did, it'd be obvious that the only escape route was through the vents.
Almost there,
Mateo whispered.
You said that 2 minutes ago,
Adrian muttered. Leo and Mateo both ignored the comment. Muttering complaints and insults seemed to be the way Adrian calmed his nerves, and Leo was learning to simply tune it out. Instead, he focused his attention forward. Their immediate plan was simple enough. Drop into a supply closet in the barracks and find some warden uniforms to wear. Mateo and Adrian would blend in seamlessly with the rest of the soldiers, and while Leo would never exactly fit in with humans, the uniform might be enough to keep people from examining him too closely and noticing he didn't belong. As for Red, Leo still wasn't sure what they'd do with the beast. They'd figure that out when they had to. Mateo came to a halt, stopping right above a slotted vent. He peered through the slats, spying into the room below. Leo tried to stare down with him, but he couldn't see anything from where he was crouched behind Mateo. Red's growl echoed off the vent's thin metal walls, this time louder than before. Leo flinched at the sound and looked over, his heart thudding. "Be quiet," he whispered to the dragon. Red ignored him, his attention focused on something in the murky darkness they'd just crawled through. In the dim light filtering through the slats of the vent, Leo saw the spines along the dragon's back slowly raise. "I think someone else is in the vents," Leo whispered. "They must have figured out where we are." Mateo nodded tightly and pointed to the vent cover in front of him, which was just big enough for a person to drop through.
"Help me get this open."
They hurriedly undid the screws and lifted the grate away, careful to keep quiet as they slid it out of place. Sharp fluorescent light flooded in from below, and Leo blinked against it as he watched Mateo drop down to the floor, landing with a grunt. Leo followed after him, wincing as his feet struck the hard concrete below. By the time he regained his balance and stood up, Mateo already had his pistol out and was doing a full sweep of the small room they landed in. It was another supply closet, although this one seemed to mostly hold clothes and cleaning supplies.
"Clear,"
Mateo said, lowering his weapon. He'd hardly finished speaking when Adrian dropped down next to him, landing with the smooth grace of a cat. Leo glanced up and found Red staring down at them, his head tilted uncertainly. Leo pointed to the ground.
"Come."
Red ignored him, staring back into the depths of the tunnel and letting out an anxious snort. Before Leo could do anything to stop him, the little dragon whirled around and dashed off, his paws thumping on the thin metal above their heads.
"Red!"
Leo called quietly.
"Come back!"
But he was already gone, the sound of his retreat growing fainter and fainter.
"Where the hell is he going?"
Mateo asked.
"Don't know, don't care,"
Adrian said, already moving toward one of the storage cabinets lined up along the wall.
"Now, where do we find those uniforms?"
Leo opened his mouth to protest, but then he slowly closed it. He didn't like the thought of abandoning Red, not after the dragon had risked his life for theirs multiple times. But there was likely nothing they could do to get him to come back, and they had no time to stop and try. Mateo strode toward a cabinet on the opposite side of the room and pulled it open, revealing stacks of gray uniforms. He quickly pulled out some that would fit and tossed the clothes to Leo and Adrian for them to change into. As Leo took off his shirt, something wet smeared across his cheek. He brushed his fingers over his face, and they came away reddened with blood. He stared down at it for a long, painful moment, realizing it was Marin's. Mateo came over and shoved a spare shirt at Leo. He shakily took it and wiped the blood off his cheek, trying to focus on Mateo's face instead of the bloody cloth in his hands. Pity flashed across Mateo's face, and he reached out to rest a comforting hand on Leo's shoulder. The warmth of the soldier's hand managed to burn through the numbness overtaking Leo, and he forced himself to take a deep breath, shaking off the sorrow that was threatening to paralyze him.
Grieve later, Matteo said quietly. For now, just focus on revenge.
Leo nodded and quickly finished pulling on the uniform. Matteo rifled around a metal cabinet in the corner of the room and came back with 3 pistols. They were all laser pistols, much to Leo's relief. He had no interest in handling the humans' explosively loud gunpowder pistols.
These have stun settings,
Matteo said, showing them a button on the side of the pistol.
Try to keep it on that setting. There are a lot of young recruits in this area.
Adrian eagerly snatched up a pistol, and Leo tucked one into his holster, making sure it was set to stun. He left the other pistol he'd been carrying on the shelf. It was nearly out of charge and would soon be useless.
I think the virtue is near,
Matteo said as he holstered his own weapon.
It keeps tugging at me.
Leo nodded. He could feel the tug of the virtue too, although he'd had to mentally block it out so he could concentrate on getting through the air vents. He closed his eyes and took down the mental walls he'd erected, letting his fingers reach up and clasp the fragment hanging from his neck. As soon as he focused on the pull of the virtue, its power washed over him like a rogue wave, filling his chest and flooding his veins. He couldn't breathe. When he chased after fragments, their pulse was a delicate string that gently tugged him toward their precise location. But the virtue of war was a magnet that tugged at every nerve in his body. Its power saturated the air, leaving him unable to tell exactly where the pull was coming from. Leo took a deep breath, struggling to clear his mind and focus. Another pulse washed over his skin, and there, to his left, the pulse seemed to be slightly stronger in that side of his body, as if that's where the power was concentrated. Leo snapped his eyes open and dropped the fragment, pushing away the connection. He could still feel it tugging at the corners of his mind, but he forced himself to ignore it. He turned toward his left, and even though he could only see rows of storage cabinets, he was sure he was facing the right direction.
It's coming from that way,
he said to Matteo, pointing. Matteo nodded.
That's where I thought I felt it too. What's over that way?
Adrian asked.
The east wing,
Matteo said.
It's where the shepherd's office is and all the holding cells, and it also has an underground hangar for visitors who come to the base. Most trade deals go on over there. What about my siblings? Adrian demanded. Would they be held there?
Matteo nodded.
That'd be my guess.
He gestured for the others to follow him and headed toward the door. He paused at the exit to point to Adrian.
If anyone stops us, you're a new recruit who got caught stealing from the kitchens. Leo and I are escorting you to the shepherd's office at his request.
Adrian snorted.
Do I really look dumb enough to be caught stealing? You look like a warden recruit,
Matteo said, roughly plucking at Adrian's drab gray uniform.
Unless you want to be killed, start acting like it.
Matteo put his ear to the door, listening for anyone on the other side. After a moment, he shoved it open and strode out, gesturing for the others to follow him. Leo slipped out and looked up and down the long, thin hallway. There wasn't a soul in sight. Matteo grabbed Adrian's shoulder, nudging him forward as they started down the hall. Adrian squirmed and glared up at him, not struggling at all to play the role of the insolent young recruit. But he didn't break Matteo's grasp, and the 3 of them marched silently down the hallway, moving as quickly as they could without looking suspicious.
Where is everyone?
Leo murmured, shifting closer to Matteo.
Lunch,
Matteo replied in a whisper.
Everyone who's not on guard duty is going to be in the cafeteria, not here in the barracks.
Adrian gave another squirm.
Then why the theatrics?
He muttered.
Because of that,
Matteo said, his voice curt and quiet. Leo almost asked what he was talking about, but then he heard it. A pair of bootsteps coming toward them, echoing from around the corner. A guard, no doubt. Leo's heart thudded in his chest, and he looked down, pretending to focus on Adrian so he could hide his face without making it obvious he was trying to. A guard rounded the corner. She had a rifle slung over her back and a pistol holstered at her slender waist. She was fairly young, probably around 30 in earthen years, but her face was lined with haggard exhaustion and boredom. Suspicion narrowed her eyes as she spotted the three of them, and she held up her palm in a clear signal to stop.
"What are you boys doing here?"
she asked.
"The mess hall is that way."
She pointed to the section of the hallway that branched off to their right. "Not boys, guards, same as you," Mateo said, stopping a few yards away from her. His voice instantly changed, no longer the anxious whisper from just moments before. Now it mimicked the guard's own mood, bored and tired. The woman shook her head.
"I know all the barracks guards, and you're not one of them."
"We are not barracks guards," Mateo said. "We monitor the east offices."
"Oh,"
the woman said, and her shoulders suddenly straightened a little. Mateo jostled Adrian's shoulder a bit.
"This idiot got caught in the kitchens trying to steal some extra rations. We're escorting him to the shepherd's office so they can have a chat about stealing."
Their ploy worked well enough. With Adrian trapped between them as their captive, the guard focused all her attention on the boy, not giving Leo much of a second glance.
"Nothing worse than a thief,"
the woman said, giving Adrian a reproachful stare.
"Are you kidding me?"
Adrian muttered, glaring up at the woman.
"Ever met a murderer?"
Mateo shook him sharply, not having to feign his desire for the boy to shut up. But he remained composed and said to the guard,
"Do us a favor and look over the kitchens again, will you? Make sure none of this idiot's friends got in there."
The woman offered a salute and then sauntered off down the hall. Leo's heart kept pounding even as she disappeared around the corner, the sound of her footsteps fading.
"That went smoothly,"
Mateo said, striding forward again. Despite his confident words, Leo could hear a slight tremor in the soldier's voice. "You handled it well," Leo said. Mateo grunted, and Leo got the feeling the soldier wasn't used to hearing that sort of blatant praise. They followed Mateo down 2 more hallways, although they didn't run into any more guards. Not that it calmed Leo's nerves the slightest bit. Every second that passed without seeing anyone put him even more on edge.
"I'm taking us to the entrance of the east wing," Mateo said, turning to Leo. "But I'm going to need you to guide me when we start getting closer to the virtue. I can only get a vague feeling of where it is."
Leo nodded, although he silently wondered how Mateo couldn't feel it more. The pulse coming off the virtue of war was heavier than he'd ever felt. Most of the pulses he'd felt from fragments had made him feel a sense of peace, reminding him of his connection to the universe. But the virtue of war made him feel small and helpless, dredging up a chilling sense of loneliness that spread to his bones. A shiver ran over his skin, but he shook it off and forced himself to focus on taking one step after another, moving closer to the virtue. Hulking double doors stood at the end of the hallway, barring off whatever lay behind them. Mateo slowed as they neared the doors, his forehead crinkling with concern.
"The east wing isn't usually locked off this time of day," he said.
"Can you get us past?" Leo asked.
"I'm not sure,"
Mateo admitted, eyeing the lock uncertainly. It was made of gleaming metal with a digital screen, and it was nothing like the decrepit old lock Kaylin had busted past earlier.
"Can't you just crack the code?"
Adrian said impatiently. Mateo frowned uncertainly and reached out toward the keypad. Before he even touched it, the doors burst open. Mateo leaped back, barely avoiding being struck in the face. Leo whirled toward the open doorway. A boy stood there in a guard's uniform. He couldn't have been older than 15, although his face was lined with a cold anger that belonged to a man far older. Shock lit the boy's face as he took in the sight of Mateo. Leo and Mateo both moved to draw their weapons, but the boy was faster. He whipped up his rifle, aiming it straight at Mateo's chest.
"Put your hands above your heads," the boy commanded. "All of you, now!"
Leo and Mateo obeyed immediately, realizing they didn't have a choice. The boy was only feet away from them, and his finger hovered over the rifle's trigger. Adrian hesitated, but Leo shot him a sharp glance. They might get a chance to resist, but this wasn't the right moment. Adrian gave a sharp nod of understanding and raised his own hands.
"Mateo,"
the boy with the rifle said. He bared his teeth in a harsh smile.
"Can't say I expected you to run back home so soon. Miss us already?"
Mateo's eyes grew wide as he stared down at the boy.
Jackson,
he said, speaking the name like a curse. Jackson tilted his head, scanning over Mateo with a calm look of contempt. I have to admit, I didn't think you'd ever have the balls to break into here. Not that it's surprising you'd try something so stupid.
Jackson, you have no idea what's going on,
Mateo said, his voice low and desperate. Jackson scoffed. I know damn well what's going on. You defected, and now you're working with the Resistance. He gestured over his shoulder, through the door. I just came from chatting with 2 of your new friends. A small bubble of relief rose in Leo's chest. That must have meant Kaylin and Beck were still alive. At least for now. Jackson swept his gaze over Adrian and then Leo, examining them closely. He took a single shocked step back, his eyes widening as he locked eyes with Leo.
You're alien,
Jackson said, shifting his weapon to point straight at Leo's chest. He spoke the words as a low, condemning growl.
You're the one they were chasing in the tunnels.
Yes, Leo said, but I'm not here to hurt you, I swear. I've come to help. Jackson's lip lifted in a snarl, and he shot a furious glare at Mateo.
You leave us, betray us, and then you bring an alien back to our home?
He's telling the truth,
Mateo said.
He's here to help.
You believe him?
Jackson said, his voice rising to an incredulous snarl.
Are you kidding me, Mateo? He's here to get us all killed!
No, the shepherd is going to be the one to get us all killed,
Mateo snapped.
Why do you think I left? Why do you think I'm risking my life coming back here? We were wrong, Jackson. All of us. The shepherd doesn't want to save us, he wants to use us.
Jackson's eyes narrowed.
Who convinced you of that? Kaylin? Or was it the man she's with?
There was something odd about the way Jackson mentioned Kaylin, almost as if she was an old acquaintance and not a prisoner who he'd met only minutes before.
You spoke with Kaylin?
Mateo said, his voice rising hopefully.
Is she all right?
She was captured breaking into our base, Jackson said darkly. She's far from all right. He raised his rifle, advancing closer to them, but as he neared Mateo, his steps faltered. Is what she said true? Jackson demanded.
Probably,
Mateo said simply.
She doesn't lie often.
Hesitation flashed across Jackson's face. She said she thought I was dead. Is that true? His tone was dead serious, making it clear that the boy thought his question was vital. But Leo couldn't figure out what in the world it meant. He looked to Mateo, hoping he might be able to answer, but Mateo looked just as confused. Then Leo peered more closely at Jackson, forcing himself to focus on the boy's face rather than the rifle in his hands. The fierce look in his hazel eyes was strikingly familiar. It only took Leo a moment to figure out why. It was identical to Kaylin's defiant gaze. Leo looked over the boy, recognizing other similarities. Same brown hair, same bronze skin, same lean build, same sharp nose and jawbone. And now that he thought about it, he was fairly sure Jackson was the name Kaylin had used when she talked about her younger brother. You're Kaylin's brother, Leo said quietly, shaking his head in disbelief. Jackson turned toward Leo, his eyes narrowing. How the hell do you know who I am? She told me about you, Leo said simply. And you look so much like her. It's fairly obvious she's your sister. The boy tightened his grip on his rifle. That woman is not my sister, Jackson spat. Not anymore. She left me. She abandoned me and saved her own skin. No, Leo said, shaking his head. She's mourned you for years. She thought you were killed in a bombing. Wariness coursed across his expression. Is that what she told you? That's exactly what Kaylin said, Mateo said, nodding. Jackson shook his head. No, you're lying. She abandoned me, he said, his voice cracking on the last word. The shepherd's sure of it. That's a lie, Mateo said. The shepherd will say anything to get you to turn your back on your old family and swear loyalty to the wardens. Fire ignited in the boy's gaze, and he focused it straight on Mateo. "Are those the lies the Resistance told you to get you to defect?" Mateo shook his head.
"No, I defected on my own."
He took a deep breath, calming his tone as he said,
"Jackson, there is so much the Shepherd has hidden from all of us. So many lies and half-truths he's told."
"You're the liar, not the Shepherd!" Jackson snarled. "The Shepherd just wants what's best for us. He considers us family."
"He killed my family."
It was Adrian who spoke, and his voice was so quiet and deadly calm it made Leo flinch. Jackson's face screwed up in disbelief, and he turned toward Adrian, regarding him with a look of contempt. Adrian continued, his words coming in a cold rush like an icy creek tumbling over a cliff.
"I have 18 brothers and sisters who I've taken care of for 3 years. None of us are related by blood, but that doesn't matter. We're family. We take care of each other, no matter what happens."
A silent tear streaked down Adrian's face, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. He just stared Jackson straight in the eye and said,
"I failed them. I talked to Kaylin and Beck when they stumbled into our territory. All I told them was to screw off and not to come back, but the Shepherd didn't care. He saw me talking to the Resistance, so he decided to send a message."
Anger rose into Adrian's voice, making his words tremble with rage.
3! That's how many people in my family were slaughtered by your Shepherd. Emma, James, and Julien. 5 others were held up like cattle and taken as prisoners."
Jackson shook his head. "No. It must have been a mistake. The Shepherd takes in kids and gives them a second chance at life. He doesn't kill them."
"I saw it with my own 2 eyes," Adrian snapped. "Walden soldiers wearing Walden garb, carrying Walden weapons, killed my siblings."
"I don't believe you," Jackson said, but the boy's voice was weak and shaky, with absolutely none of his previous conviction.
"You've seen them," Leo said softly. "Haven't you? You've seen Adrian's surviving siblings."
Jackson flinched at the sound of Leo's voice and eyed him suspiciously. But then he bit his lip and murmured, "I've seen a group of street kids who came in early this morning. They were captured, trying to break into the base. The Shepherd hasn't decided what to do with them yet." Adrian's eyes widened at this news. "How many?" Jackson considered a moment.
5.
The corners of his mouth pursed into a frown as he realized the significance of this number.
That's the exact number of my siblings who were captured," Adrian said, nodding sharply.
He let out a derisive scoff.
"Captured, trying to break into the base? You honestly believe that?"
Jackson's cheeks flamed with anger, but he had no retort. He just stood there, staring between the 3 of them, not seeming to know who to look at.
"Where are they?"
Adrian demanded, his voice cracking like a whip through the silent hallway. Jackson flinched, but he shook his head. "I can't tell you that. I'm not permitted to."
"They will die,"
Adrian growled, his hand clenching into a fist.
"If I can't get them out of here now, they're never leaving here alive."
Jackson shook his head.
"No, the Shepherd doesn't kill kids. He does!"
Adrian insisted. He gestured sharply to the door Jackson had just walked through.
"Go ask my siblings what happened. Every single person will tell you the exact same story I just told you."
Unease creased Jackson's face, and he took a step back. "I should report you," he said, his voice shaky. "You're intruders. Criminals. You have no right to be on this base."
"If you report us, the rest of my siblings will be killed," Adrian said.
In the corner of his eye, Leo spotted Mateo shifting his hand closer to his holster. In his confusion, Jackson seemed to have entirely forgotten that he was facing off with armed opponents.
"Do it,"
Leo said.
"Report us."
Jackson turned to look at Leo, his eyes darkening as soon as they landed on him. "What did you say, alien?" Leo pointed to the comm unit on Jackson's wrist.
"Report us. If you're so entirely certain that the Shepherd would never hurt those children, then report us and be done with it."
Jackson froze for a long, tense second, just staring at Leo with disbelief. The boy glanced down at the comm unit on his wrist, and his right hand shifted closer to it. But right as he was about to activate it, his hand fell away, along with his gaze. He stared at the floor, his shoulders sinking low. "Always see. Holding cell 8, Jackson whispered, his voice so quiet Leo could barely hear. "That's where they're keeping the street kids who were captured this morning." Adrian cleared his throat. "Thank you," he said in a choked voice. "You're saving their lives." "What about the Virtue?" Mateo asked Jackson. Jackson's shoulders suddenly tensed, and he snapped his gaze up to Mateo. "What about it?" "It's going to cause the death of millions if we don't retrieve it," Leo said. He shouldn't have spoken. Leo realized that as soon as Jackson turned to him with a furious glare. But it was too late. The boy had been taught to fear and hate aliens, and as far as he knew, Leo was here to capture the Virtue and use it to kill humans. Jackson slapped the comm unit's screen, activating it, but he didn't get to say a single word before Mateo fired at him. The stun shot struck the boy in the chest, knocking the breath out of him. He had a single moment to give Mateo a pained, incredulous look. Then he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Mateo rushed over to the boy and snatched the comm unit off his wrist, strapping it onto his own arm. Then he nodded toward the open doors in front of them. "Let's move," Mateo said. "That stun setting isn't going to keep him down for more than a few minutes." Leo cast a hesitant glance at Jackson. Simply abandoning him in an unconscious heap felt wrong. Although he knew Mateo was right, time was limited, and if they were going to make it to the Virtue in time, they needed to move. Leo followed after Mateo as the soldier strode through the doors to the east wing, which Jackson had left open. But Leo made a mental note to come back for Jackson if he was given the chance. They'd barely made it through the doors before they slid shut, the thick steel lock thunking closed. A moment later, a siren went off, the deep blaring ringing through the hallway. Leo's heart thudded in his chest, and he raised his pistol, waiting for someone to charge at them. But no one came. The siren quickly cut off, leaving a suffocating silence in its place. Leo glanced over at Mateo, but he was surprised to find the soldier's pistol still holstered.
"That siren isn't an alarm," Mateo explained, his whisper sounding far too loud in the confines of the hallway. "That's just an alert. Someone's landing in the East Wing's hangar."
"What does that mean?" Leo asked. Mateo's mouth creased in a frown.
"It means there's a visitor, and an important one. The East hangar is the most high-security hangar in the base, so it only gets opened for trade deals and for visitors who need extra security."
"The Ascendancy," Leo murmured, his stomach sinking. Mateo opened his mouth to reply, but his words were cut off by a low, quiet whistle. The air seemed to fill with the noise, and a steady vibration followed a moment later, making the floors tremble. Adrian stumbled back a few steps.
"That's the sound people keep talking about,"
he said, his hushed voice barely audible over the noise.
"People keep hearing some sort of whistle when they see ships over the city."
"Castran engines," Leo said grimly. He should have expected as much. Castran fuel was outlawed in most galaxies because the only way to harvest it required destroying stars and decimating entire solar systems. Only the most powerful entities in the universe dared to harvest and use the fuel source. So of course the Ascendancy would use it. Castran was the most efficient fuel known in the universe, and that was how the Ascendancy operated, by claiming the best for themselves and destroying anything that stood in their way. Mateo glanced over at him.
"Is that something alien?"
Leo nodded, raising his voice to be heard over the sound of the engines. "The Ascendancy is here." He felt strangely calm as he said the words, more calm than he'd felt since he started this mission. The enemy was at the gates, but Leo was ready for them. He knew what he had to do, keep the Virtue away from them, no matter what it took. He reached up and touched the fragment hanging from his neck, clasping it so tightly in his palm that it began to burn his skin. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on the pull of the Virtue. Leo snapped his eyes open. "We need to go left," he said, nodding ahead to the intersection in the hallway. Mateo's frown deepened.
That's where the hangar is. All of the guards in this sector are going to be heading there.
Leo nodded. And that's where we're going too. Kaylin. Kaylin needed to think about how to get out of this cell, how to get the virtue, how to get out of the base, how to find the rest of their team, how to find Jackson, and about 100 other things. But she couldn't think. She could only feel, and her emotions seemed to be crushing all the logic out of her brain. Her brother was alive. He'd survived the Syndicate invasion, and this entire time he'd been left to fend for himself, with no one except Nathan and his screwed-up organization to watch over him. And now that she'd finally found Jackson, he was probably going to die.
"Help me with this," Beck snapped. "You're supposed to be the one good with locks."
He was struggling with the lock at the front of their cell, trying to break off the digital key reader. There wasn't anything heavy in their cell, so Beck had just wrapped his shirt around his fist, reached through the bars, and was attempting to punch the lock loose. So far, all he'd managed to do was crack the screen and make his wounded shoulder start bleeding again. Kaylin numbly got to her feet, walked over to him, snagged one of the belt loops on his pants, and yanked him backward. He stumbled away from the lock, whirling toward her.
"What are you doing?" he demanded.
Helping.
She pointed to the lock.
You break that key reader and it's not going to unlock. It's just going to set off an alarm.
"Then why did you let me try in the first place?"
he snapped. Because she hadn't noticed. Her mind was on fire with panic and pain and regret, and she couldn't focus on anything beside it. And besides, it didn't matter. The first thing she'd done when they'd put her in this cell was look at the lock, and she'd quickly realized it was useless to try to break out. It was a top-notch security device, and even if she had her toolkit and all the time in the world, she wouldn't have had much chance getting it open. She opened her mouth to explain all this, but nothing came out. As Beck stared down at her, his frustration slowly melted away, leaving only sadness. Kaylin wanted to be mad at him. She hated it when people pitied her, hated it. But as she met Beck's stare, she realized there was no pity in his eyes. There was only concern, the real, genuine sort that melted away some of her numb horror. He reached out with his good arm and took her hand in his. The skin of his hand was rough with calluses and hot from the blood and adrenaline pounding through him, but it still seemed like the most comforting thing Kaylin had felt in ages.
"We're not giving up," he said. "Not yet."
Despite his commanding words, his voice was soft, but it wasn't enough to soothe away Kaylin's dread.
We're trapped,
she said.
And we're running out of time.
Beck nodded toward the door.
"Your brother's out there. Are you really going to give up on saving him?"
She yanked her hand away from his, anger flaring through her at the thought. She wouldn't give up on Jackson. She couldn't. Beck gave a grim smile.
"That's what I thought," he said, turning back toward the door. "Now let's get to work."
Kaylin bit her lip and gave a tight nod, but then she said,
Targeting the lock is pointless. It's too high grade for us to break through.
Beck let out a curse, but he quickly composed himself and said,
"Then what are our other options?"
Kaylin rubbed her hands over her face.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure chewing through the bars is our best hope right now.
"I'm being serious, Kay,"
Beck said, frustration seeping back into his tone.
I am too, Beck,
she said, struggling to keep her voice steady.
We're kind of totally, completely screwed.
"You're a thief,"
he said, gesturing wildly toward her.
"Isn't breaking in and out of things what you do?"
I've told you I don't have any magical powers. I use alien-made tech to get past human-made security. That's how most of my thieving magic is done.
She gestured around the empty cell.
I have no tools here, and this cell isn't the sort of thing I can Houdini my way out of. If we want to escape, we need to find another way.
Before Beck could reply, a siren filled the air. It only lasted a few seconds before cutting off.
"What was that?"
Beck demanded. His eyes were wide with panic, and Kaylin knew they were both thinking the same thing. If a security alarm was going off, it probably had something to do with Leo and the others. Then a loud whistle filled the air. Kaylin winced and slapped her hands over her ears. The sound wasn't particularly loud, but there was something oddly grating about the noise. It was something alien. Kaylin wasn't exactly sure how she knew, but there was no doubt in her mind. The strange whistling noise wasn't like anything she'd ever heard on Earth.
They're here,
Kaylin said, hardly believing the words even as she said them. The ascendancy was even earlier than they'd expected. Beck cursed and slammed his hand against the bars of the cell. Panic crept back into his expression, and Kaylin had the sudden urge to reach up and smooth the lines of worry from his face. Another sound reached Kaylin's ears, this one quieter. It was an odd shuffling noise that seemed to be coming from somewhere in the ceiling. She looked up, tensing, unsure what she was even looking for. The shuffling came again, but this time it seemed to be right above them. Then she heard it, a familiar chirp. The shuffling suddenly turned to a squealing, grating noise, as if something was scratching against metal, trying to claw through.
Red,
Kaylin said. Shock filled her, quickly followed by relief. Another chirp came from the ceiling, this one louder, and Beck glanced up with wide eyes. Holy shit, he's in the vents! A fresh burst of hope ignited in Kaylin. She searched the room, quickly finding what she was looking for. An air vent. It was about 2 feet square, plenty large enough for Red to squeeze through. It was time to put her mental connection with Red to the test. She closed her eyes, trying to block out the whistling noise and the adrenaline pounding through her veins. Instead, she concentrated on a single thought.
Get the cover off the vent.
The scratching above her abruptly stopped. Red let out another chirp and then trotted over to the vent, his paw steps shuffling over their heads. Kaylin held her breath as she watched the vent. Red stomped on the grate, making it tremble but not moving it an inch. He let out an annoyed growl and then slid his claws across the slats, hooking them on the grate. Then he yanked. The grate ripped out of place, its broken screws falling to the floor and pinging against the concrete. Red shoved the cover out of his way and stuck his head through the hole, staring down at Kaylin. He let out an excited trill as he spotted her, and his entire body wiggled with excitement, nearly making him fall through the hole. Red quickly regained his balance and leaped down to the ground, spreading his wings to soften the landing. He rushed over to their cell, and Kaylin reached through the bars to scratch him under the chin.
Good boy,
she crooned. But even as she praised him, she was looking around the room, searching for something, anything that she could use to get them out of the cell. There weren't many options. The room was sparsely furnished, with only 2 cells, a locked metal cabinet in the corner and a table near the door. On top of the table was some bottled water and canned food, probably dinner for whatever unlucky souls got trapped in these cells long term. Aside from that, the room was nearly empty, except for a mounted comm unit by the door. You could have him breathe fire again, Beck said. He rapped his knuckles against the nearest steel bar. It might be enough to at least weaken some of these bars. Kaylin shot him an annoyed glance, and Beck frowned, seeming to realize the issue with his suggestion. And it'll flambe us alive, he muttered.
Yeah,
Kaylin said.
Let's try to avoid that.
She paced up and down the length of the cell, racking her brain for a way to escape. The whistling sound suddenly cut off, leaving the room ominously silent. Kaylin wasn't exactly sure what the whistling noise was, but her gut instinct was that it was an alien aircraft of some kind. Some of the Syndicate ships had made a similar sort of high-pitched hum, so it would make sense if the Ascendancy had related kinds of aircraft. And if the whistling had just cut out, that meant the engine was off. The ship had landed, and the Ascendancy was officially here. Kaylin began shoving at the bars of the cell, testing each of them for any sign of weakness. Red had an incredible amount of muscle for his small size, and if she could find even one weak spot, he might be able to exploit it. Red shadowed her outside the cage as she tested each bar, anxiously nudging at the cage with his nose. But she couldn't find a single weak point. She looked back toward Beck, desperately hoping he had other ideas, but he just shook his head and gave a frustrated curse. Time was running out. Red suddenly turned toward the door and growled, his tail swishing back and forth anxiously. "Someone's coming," Beck said.
Red!
Kaylin hissed. She waved toward the corner of the room.
Hide!
Red jumped into action, obeying the familiar command, and scurried into the empty cell beside theirs. He dove under the cot, camouflaging his scales and pressing close to the ground. It was far from perfect cover, but hopefully it would be enough. Kaylin turned back toward the door, her heart thudding wildly in her chest. Footsteps neared, and she unconsciously took a step back, wanting to distance herself from whoever, or whatever, was coming. She was going to meet a member of the Ascendancy. It suddenly dawned on her that she had no idea what this person would look like. She'd always thought of the Ascendancy as a looming giant menace, like the threat of a plague or a nuclear explosion. She'd known there were people involved, of course, but she'd never actually bothered to try visualizing them. A hand rested on her shoulder, and she nearly leaped out of her skin. She whirled around to find Beck standing there, staring down at her with an intense look of sadness and regret.
"I'm so sorry you got dragged into this," he said, his voice a ragged whisper. "I should have realized what Nathan was a long time ago. If I'd known, he never would have been able to set you up, and you—" She reached up and clapped a hand over his mouth.
Don't you dare apologize for getting me killed. For one, none of this is your fault. And for two, we're not dead yet.
Beck reached up and took her hand away from his mouth, but instead of letting it fall away, he threaded his fingers through hers and clasped their palms tightly together. Before Kaylin could stop herself, she stood on her toes and pressed a kiss to his lips. Beck froze for a second, clearly caught off guard, but it only took him a moment before he returned the kiss. It didn't last long, hardly more than a couple seconds, but when Kaylin pulled away, she saw that some of the sadness had faded from his expression, replaced with a look of deep longing. He reached up and brushed his fingers over her cheek, sending sparks of warmth across her skin. But right as he opened his mouth to say something, the footsteps reached the door, and they both whirled around at the sound of the lock clicking open. Beck rested his hand on her shoulder and squeezed gently. She reached up, resting her own hand over his, and hoping it was enough to convey what she wanted to tell him.
I trust you more than anyone I know, and whatever Ascendancy hellion walks through that door, we're going to face it together.
Kaylin's heart pounded wildly as the door swung open. A small, lone figure entered the room, and her breath caught in her throat. Jackson. He looked like hell, his skin deathly pale and his eyes wide with fear. Kaylin rushed forward, gripping the bars in her hands and desperately wishing she could rip them out of her way.
What happened?
She demanded. He stared at her, his brow furrowing with uncertainty as he looked her up and down. Then he said, I met your friends. All the bravado was gone from his voice, leaving it shaky and quiet. He sounded like a scared child, and even though Kaylin ached with the need to scoop him into a hug, she couldn't help feeling relieved that his snarling, snapping behavior was gone.
Are you okay?
She asked. He pressed a hand to his chest and winced slightly.
They got me with a laser pistol, but I think it was just a stun round.
What happened to them? Beck demanded from beside her. Jackson frowned uncertainly as he glanced over at Beck.
I don't know. They got away from me after they shot me.
So that meant they were still alive and free. Or at least they had been when Jackson had last seen them. Kaylin forced herself to push down her excitement and focus on Jackson.
I'm so glad you came back,
she said. Jackson didn't say anything for a long moment. He just stared at her with searching eyes, pain and panic flitting across his expression. Then he quietly said,
They told me things about the shepherd.
Kaylin nodded slowly, but she didn't dare confirm or deny what he'd been told. It was too risky. One wrong word could set Jackson off into another rage. So instead, she just said,
I know Nathan has helped protect you the past few years, and that you trust him. It must be hard hearing bad things about him.
Jackson blinked, clearly surprised that she wasn't spewing hatred toward Nathan. Then he hesitantly said, "They told me things about you, too. They told me you weren't lying, that you actually thought I was dead." She held her breath, not daring to speak, but she gave a slow, affirmative nod. Jackson shuffled his feet and took a deep breath. Then he whispered, "I know the code."
What code?
Kaylin asked softly. Jackson nodded toward the lock on the cell. "The code to these cells. It's the same one the shepherd uses for his office. I've seen him enter it 100 times. Kaylin had to choke back a laugh. The shepherd was a genius when it came to manipulating and organizing people. But ultimately, he was just like the other powerful, successful geniuses she'd stolen from before. So cocky about their intelligence, they forgot to take the most basic security precautions, like using a different key code for each security device.
Jackson,
she said softly.
Could you please let us out? I promise you we don't want to hurt anyone here. Just the opposite, actually. We're trying to keep everyone safe.
He narrowed his eyes. You want to steal the relic Shepherd got? Kaylin nodded, knowing better than to lie.
If we don't take it, it's going to be used for horrible things. A lot of people will die.
Jackson swallowed hard. I have no idea who's telling the truth anymore, he said, his voice cracking with distress. Kaylin took a deep breath, deciding to try a new tactic.
Jax, if you don't let us out of here, we're going to be killed. I'm not asking you to join our cause. I'm just asking you to let us out of here so we don't die.
Jackson jolted back, his eyes widening. His reaction made Kaylin feel a small amount of relief. Even if Nathan had brainwashed Jackson, he was clearly still disturbed by the idea of her getting killed. Kaylin didn't dare say anything else. She just stared at her brother with an imploring look, silently begging him to save them. Jackson took a shuddering breath, and then leaped forward, hurriedly punching the code into the keypad. The lock snicked open. Beck shoved open the door, rushing out before Jackson had the chance to change his mind. Kaylin ran out behind him, heading straight for her brother. Before he had a chance to protest, she swept him into a tight hug. Jackson froze, his arms stiff at his sides, but she held him close, savoring the miracle of having him back in her arms.
I missed you so much,
she whispered, struggling to ward off tears.
So freaking much.
The stiffness gradually faded from Jackson's body, and he slowly, awkwardly returned her embrace. His hug only lasted for a single second before he pulled away, but it was the most blissful second Kaylin had felt in years. Jackson suddenly tensed again, his eyes locking on something in the corner of the room. Kaylin turned and spotted Red. The dragon was slinking out of the other cell, his head cocked curiously as he tried to get closer to Jackson. Red froze when he realized Kaylin had seen him and let out a tiny, guilty chirp, glancing back at the corner he was supposed to be hiding in. Jackson grabbed at his pistol, but Kaylin whipped her hand out and caught his wrist. She kept her grip gentle, but her voice was firm as she said,
That's just Red. He's not going to hurt you, I promise.
What the hell is that thing? Jackson demanded.
He's my pet.
Jackson looked at her with wide eyes. You have a pet dragon? Kaylin gave a small, choked laugh.
We have a lot to catch up on, Jax.
Kaylin, Beck said softly, we need to go. His words yanked her back to reality. As much as she wanted to stay here and talk more with Jackson, it would only put him in more danger. She reached out and placed her hands on his shoulders, looking him square in the eyes.
Jax, I need you to leave this base. You need to go right now. It's not safe here anymore.
Jackson shook his head. I can't just leave. Kaylin gave him a gentle shake.
You have to.
She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm as she said,
Please, Jax. I know nothing is making sense right now, but you have to believe me. You're in danger, and if you don't leave now, you might be killed.
He met her gaze, closely reading her expression. He must have seen the genuine fear in her eyes, because he gave a small nod. Okay, he whispered. I'll go. She let out a relieved breath and quickly pulled him into another hug.
There's some abandoned warehouses on the northeastern outskirt of the city,
she told him.
Go there and wait for me. If I get out of here, I'll meet you there.
He shook his head. What do you mean, if you get out of here? She gave him a sad smile. Part of her wanted to lie to him, but she knew she couldn't. Too many people had told him too many lies, and she owed him the truth.
I've got a mission to complete,
she told him.
No matter what it takes.
Before Jackson had a chance to protest, she pushed him toward the door.
Go,
she commanded.
Get out of here as fast as you can.
Jackson stumbled toward the door, his hand closing around the handle. He pulled the door open, but before he had a chance to step through, Kaylin called out,
Jax!
He glanced back at her, his eyes wide and bewildered.
I love you,
she said.
More than anything in the universe.
He swallowed hard, clearly unsure how to respond. Finally, he just whispered, I believe you. And then he ducked out the door. Kaylin stared after him, fighting off the urge to run after him. Instead, she turned her attention to the locked cabinet in the corner of the room. When they'd stripped her and Beck of their weapons and supplies, she'd seen the guards stuff it in there. She immediately ruled out trying to pick the lock. It was far too high-tech to attempt without her toolkit, which was stuck inside. She strode over to the cabinet and banged on the doors. They were sealed tightly, but the metal seemed fairly thin.
I'm going to try something that's probably stupid,
she told Beck.
Get ready to run.
He nodded, knowing better than to protest, and stepped back toward the door. Kaylin followed him and then turned to Red, concentrating as hard as she could on a simple thought.
Breathe fire at the cabinet.
Red glanced at the cabinet and then at her. He let out a confused chirp, cocking his head. Kaylin took a deep breath and tried again. She thought back to when he'd breathed fire earlier and concentrated on the memory, trying to drive it into Red's mind. Then she concentrated on the cabinet. Red let out an uncertain grumble and shifted to face the cabinet. He sniffed at it, and Kaylin let out a frustrated curse, realizing it wasn't working. Then Red coughed, and it was the same ugly, wet sound as before. Silvery liquid shot from his mouth, immediately catching fire as it struck the cabinet doors. The flames glimmered blue and purple, burning hotly against the metal, and the doors quickly began to glow a deep orange color. Red growled suspiciously at the fire and jumped back, but Beck leaped into action. He picked up the small metal table by the door, scattering the cans that had been on top, and hefted it into his arms. He rushed forward, bringing the table crashing down on the doors of the cabinet. The weakened door crushed under the force of the table, leaving the left door hanging open by a single hinge. Beck let the table drop and stepped back, waiting for the fire to burn itself out. It didn't take long. Without any fuel, the flames dissipated quickly. Beck kicked away the broken door and waved some lingering smoke away from the cabinet before he reached inside, pulling out Kaylin's toolkit. He tossed it to her, and she breathed a sigh of relief as she caught the backpack. Beck retrieved his rifle from the cabinet, and then he pulled out her pistol and holster, tossing them to her. "Ready?" he asked, nodding toward the door. Kaylin belted the holster in place and slid her pistol inside. Then she strode toward the door and gestured for Beck to follow.
Let's finish this.
Leo. The three of them rushed toward the hangar as quickly as possible. Automated security checkpoints were set up at the doors leading deeper into the east wing, but Mateo used Jackson's comm unit to get past them, scanning the unit's screen under the checkpoint scanners. Each of the automated doors seemed to open painfully slowly, but Leo did his best to conceal his anxiety. They passed 3 guards along the way, but with their uniforms on, no one stopped them. They just exchanged grave nods and hurried on their way, as if they had been summoned as extra security. Leo knew their luck wouldn't hold out. One of the other guards was bound to recognize Mateo, just like Jackson had, and sound the alarm. Or they'd look too closely at Leo and realize his facial features weren't quite normal. Or maybe they'd recognize Adrian as a scavenger boy who didn't belong inside the base. There were so many potentials for disaster, and and all Leo could do was hope that they managed to get to the hangar before their luck ran out. As they neared the hangar, his fear grew stronger, its vice grip tightening with each step he took. For so many years, he'd studied the Ascendancy and the devastation they always left in their wake. Now he was walking straight toward them, with only a boy, an inexperienced soldier, and his own pistol to protect him. It was suicide, and he had no choice but to charge straight toward it.
How far are we from the hangar?
Adrian asked, keeping his voice low. Mateo shook his head.
I've never been this far into the East Wing, he admitted, so I'm not sure.
We're close, Leo told them. He could feel it. The fragment burned against his skin, its pulsing becoming faster as they neared the Virtue. Leo wasn't sure if the Virtue was directly inside the hangar, but he assumed it had to be extremely close. If the shepherd planned to hand the Virtue over to the Ascendancy, it would make sense for him to greet them with the Virtue in hand. They neared another locked door, and Mateo quickly scanned the comm unit's screen under the sensor, deactivating the lock. They pushed through, but as they emerged on the other side, a voice said, "Hold up a second." Leo whirled to the side and found 2 guards there, both of them men who were casually cradling rifles. An assortment of patches marked the shoulders of their uniforms, marking them as high-ranking soldiers. The taller of the men tapped at his own comm unit and said, "We're gonna need to see your IDs, just to double-check before you head into the hangar." He sounded almost bored, and Leo had a feeling the man thought checking IDs was a useless job. After all, the wardens liked to think their base was impregnable. Leo froze in panic, but Mateo merely shrugged and tapped at the comm unit's screen, bringing up the ID. He raised his arm, casually displaying the comm unit to the taller guard. The guard squinted at the ID photo on the screen, his brow crinkling in confusion.
This isn't...
Mateo drew his pistol and fired at the guard's chest. A choked cry escaped from the man's throat, cutting off his words. The other guard cursed and aimed his rifle at Mateo. Some deep instinct took over Leo, one he wasn't familiar with, but understood perfectly. Kill or be killed. Before he even had time to think about what he was doing, Leo raised his pistol, flicked off the stun setting, and fired at the second guard. His blaster round struck the guard straight in the throat, more out of luck than actual aiming. The man crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide with surprise and pain, and Leo watched in shock as the man struck the floor. He'd just killed. Again. And he couldn't even bring himself to feel remorse. 2 more guards rushed out from around the corner, one holding a rifle and the other a laser pistol. Leo whirled to shoot them, his heart pounding wildly, and he took aim at the man with the rifle. But Leo froze as he got a better look at him. He was tall, with dark skin and a blessedly familiar face.
"Beck!"
Leo sputtered, lowering his weapon. He turned to the woman with the pistol and let out a relieved breath.
"Kaylin, you're alive."
"For now," Beck said grimly. Beck and Kaylin both kept their weapons carefully trained on the downed guards for a moment longer, both of them approaching cautiously. The 2 of them worked together in synchrony, both lowering their weapons at the same time as they confirmed the guards were dead. Then they turned to Leo, and Kaylin said,
"Where is it?"
With fresh adrenaline pounding through him, Leo had been able to forget about the pulsing of the Virtue for just a moment. But now it came rushing back, the heat of his pendant searing against his skin. He drew it out from under his shirt, staring down at its gleaming metal case. With each pulse that ran through it, blue light seeped through the joints of the metal casing, throbbing like veins.
"It's like a drum beat,"
Mateo murmured. He clasped a hand over his ribs, where the fragment had healed his deadly wound.
"I can feel it coming from the hangar."
Leo nodded and gestured toward the closed doors at the end of the hall. Unlike the other security doors they'd passed through, these were hulking double doors that looked to be made of thick metal.
"We need to go in there,"
Leo said, stepping toward the doors. The pulsing which had previously radiated outward now seemed to have reversed. It pulled him toward the hangar, yanking at his fragment and drawing him closer.
"It's going to be swarming with guards in there,"
Kaylin said, eyeing the hangar doors uncertainly. Beck nodded.
but we have the element of surprise.
So do they,
Kaylin said.
We have no idea what's waiting for us in there.
Beck raised an eyebrow. You have any better ideas?
Nope,
she said, following after Leo. She let out a short whistle and Red came rushing from around the corner, sprinting to her side. The little dragon was on full alert, the spikes along his back raised and his scales camouflaging with the floor. Leo was relieved to see that Kaylin had her thieving kit slung back over her shoulder. They might have been going in blind, but at least they had a few tools and tricks to use. I'm not going with you, Adrian said, his sharp voice breaking Leo's concentration.
Good,
Kaylin said.
It's too dangerous.
Adrian ignored her comment and asked,
Where did they take you when they captured you? Are my siblings there?
Kaylin shook her head.
We didn't see them, but there were a few rooms near ours that looked like they might be used for holding prisoners, so they could be in there.
Adrian scowled.
You didn't check?
We're a little preoccupied right now,
Kaylin said, giving a meaningful nod toward the hangar. But then she pointed toward the hallway she and Beck had come from.
Go down that way and take the first left. Keep an eye out for guards. Beck and I ran into one, and we took care of her, but she might have backup coming.
As she spoke, she walked over to the fallen guards and slipped their comm units off their wrists. Kaylin tucked one into her pack and tossed the other to Adrian.
Scan the comm unit's ID screen under the lock scanners. It'll open most of the doors.
Adrian nodded frantically and hurried toward where she pointed.
Wait,
Kaylin said, reaching out and grabbing the boy's shoulder. Adrian whirled around, a fierce scowl on his face.
I did my part,
he snapped, edging his hand closer to the pistol at his waist.
I got you in here. Now let me go rescue my siblings.
Kaylin let go of Adrian and held her hands up in a gesture of innocence.
I'm not going to stop you. I just need to tell you the code to the cells. I watched someone put it in.
Adrian nodded eagerly.
What is it?
Kaylin quickly rattled off the 8-digit code, and Adrian nodded, repeating it back to her. Kaylin clasped the boy's shoulder, and her voice softened as she said,
Good luck, Adrian, and thank you. We couldn't have made it in here without you.
Adrian merely shrugged, and then dashed off down the hallway. But he hardly made it 3 steps before he skidded to a halt. He turned around and blurted out,
I really hope you guys don't die.
And then he took off again, disappearing down the hallway. Leo shook his head as he watched the boy round the corner, silently hoping the same for the boy and his siblings.
Let's get this over with,
Kaylin said, her voice grim. She looked to Leo.
What can we expect in there?
That whistling noise was made by a Castran engine, Leo said. That means the ship they're using has cutting-edge technology. It'll have external shields, no doubt. Beck nodded. So trying to destroy the ship is pointless. Completely. And trying to shoot the Ascendancy agents probably is too. They'll have personal shields.
So what do we do?
Kaylin demanded. Leo considered this for a moment, racking his brain for options. Then he turned to Mateo. What sort of aircraft do they usually keep in the hangar?
I've never been in there, so I can't be sure,
Mateo said.
But probably personal transport ships and a couple cargo freighters.
Leo nodded and turned to Kaylin. Would you be able to get one of those craft started? Kaylin bit her lip.
It depends. But judging by how shitty most of the security is in the East Wing, probably. They've let their guard down too much.
Leo nodded. That's our plan, then. We get our hands on the Virtue, hijack an aircraft, and flee with it. Beck let out a short, dry laugh. So all we need to do is grab a highly guarded weapon, hijack an aircraft from a hangar swarming with guards, and escape. Sounds easy enough. Leo nodded to him. Do you have any better plans? Beck shook his head. I've got nothing. Your plan sounds insane, but it's the best insanity we've got. Kaylin bit at her lip and turned to Leo.
Won't the Ascendancy chase after us if we try to run off with the Virtue? If they've managed to track it down halfway across the universe, I doubt they'll have trouble tracking it again.
They'll try, Leo said. He held up the fragment hanging from his neck. But we have this. How will that help? Beck asked. Leo hesitated. For so long, he'd hoarded the secrets of the Virtues, refusing to reveal his knowledge to anyone the Council hadn't approved. But now he had no choice but to share them. When a fragment is properly connected to a Virtue, it can mask the presence of both objects, Leo explained. That's why collectors carry fragments. It's a cloaking tool. Kaylin raised her eyebrows.
So if you can get your fragment hooked up to that virtue, the Ascendancy won't be able to track it any longer?
Precisely, Leo said with a nod. Beck nodded a few times, his brow crinkling as he absorbed this information. Then he pointed to Kaylin. You focus on getting into a transport craft and firing it up. He pointed between himself and Mateo. We'll focus on getting our hands on the virtue. Finally, he pointed to Leo. Stay close to us and give us some cover and fire if you can, but stay out of danger. You're the only one who knows how to make that fragment work, so don't go getting yourself killed. Leo nodded. Then he choked back a disbelieving laugh. Don't go getting yourself killed. He was about to charge into an incredibly deadly situation, and that was the best plan he had. But it was going to have to do. Kaylin. Kaylin followed closely behind Mateo as he led them past the hangar's main entrance and jogged to the far end of the hallway. A smaller door stood there, just as Mateo had suspected. Beck nodded to Kaylin, and she cautiously approached the door, pistol in hand. She quickly examined the keypad beside the door. To her relief, its screen was already green, showing that the door was unlocked. The wardens were probably keeping it open in case the deal went wrong and they had to beat a hasty retreat from the hangar.
It's unlocked,
Kaylin whispered to the others. Beck nodded and stepped forward to open the door. He held up 5 fingers and slowly lowered them, counting down. Kaylin tensed, ready to leap into action. Beck yanked the door open. Immediately, a figure on the other side whirled to face them. Kaylin fired. Her stun shot struck the guard directly in the chest, knocking the breath from him. He let out a strangled gasp, and before he could even collapse to the ground, Beck grabbed him and slapped a hand over his mouth. The guard twitched and trembled, but with the stun shot paralyzing his muscles, that was all he could do to resist. Then his body sagged, falling into unconsciousness. Beck dragged him backward into the hallway. Kaylin poked her head through the door, quickly examining the hangar. The side door was in the far corner of the lower level of the hangar, and a hulking staircase cut off her view of most of the room. The staircase led to the top level of the hangar, where the tarmac must have been. She couldn't see up there, but she could hear voices and footsteps echoing down. Far above them, the giant metal panels that made up the ceiling were parted, exposing the underground hangar to the outside sky. Kaylin ducked back into the hallway and examined the guard they'd captured. He was young, no more than 17 or so. She reached into her toolkit and pulled out a sedative tablet. It was tiny, but still enough to keep him conked out for at least a couple hours. Kaylin slipped it into the guard's mouth, and then Beck dragged him backward and dumped him to the floor in the hallway. That was one guard down, and probably a couple dozen left. Beck gestured to Mateo and pointed to the spot the guard had been standing in. Mateo nodded, immediately understanding. He stepped inside the hangar, his weapon held at the ready, easily taking on the role of a guard. If anyone glanced over at the shadowy corner, they wouldn't notice anything out of place. Beck gestured the others closer and lowered his voice as he said, "We'll have to get up those stairs to the tarmac, but there are bound to be more guards at the top." Kaylin chewed at her lip, forcing herself to push aside her adrenaline and focus on a solution.
Give me a minute,
she said.
I'll sneak around the back of the tarmac and create a distraction.
Beck nodded, and his immediate trust in her plan gave her a much-needed burst of confidence. Before she could lose her nerve, she took a deep breath, then ducked into the hangar. Red followed at her heels, staying camouflaged as he slunk close to the ground. The tarmac was on a large raised platform about half the size of a football field, with a staircase at either end. Underneath the platform were support beams and what looked like a hydraulic system, probably to raise and lower the tarmac. Kaylin rushed into the shadow of the raised tarmac, blending easily into the darkness. Guards prowled along the perimeter of the platform, but there didn't seem to be many under it. Kaylin carefully made her way to the other side of the raised platform, dodging around the cables of the hydraulic system and through the support beams. Voices trickled down from above, and she listened carefully, trying to get a feel for how many people were on the tarmac. There didn't seem to be too many, or at least not very many who were talking. There was a confident baritone voice which she was almost positive belonged to Nathan, even though she couldn't hear a word he was saying. Then there was a quieter man with a thick accent, and a woman's voice with a similar accent but a much more forceful tone. All of them sounded serious, but Kaylin couldn't detect any animosity in their voices. It just sounded like a regular old business deal. Which was a shame. It would have been way easier to disrupt their deal if there had already been some tension going on. So she'd just have to make some tension on her own.
Red,
She whispered.
come here.
He trotted over to her, and she fished in her bag, drawing out one of the simplest tools she had in her kit, a flashlight orb. It had a magnetic base that would stick to metal and a tiny remote that could activate the device from a distance, perfect for tossing into ducts and using as a light bulb, or for disrupting intergalactic meetings. Red perked up as she withdrew the ball-shaped flashlight and shuffled his paws excitedly.
No,
She thought at him.
we're not playing fetch.
His excited shuffling stopped, and he sniffed at the plastic orb suspiciously. Kaylin pushed it closer to his snout, and he reluctantly took it in his jaws, staring up at her with a grudging look.
We'll play fetch later,
She said, trying to drive the thought into his mind. He snorted softly and swished his tail. Kaylin stroked the top of his snout and knelt down to look him in the eye.
Listen close.
She said, driving the thought into his mind.
Take ball, put in corner. Don't let people see you.
Red snorted once more and then turned around, slinking off to the nearest corner of the hangar. Kaylin watched him go, the remote to the flashlight held firmly in her hand. She pressed close to a support beam to keep herself hidden and fished in her bag, pulling out a small explosive charge, large enough to make a bang and some smoke, but not enough to really cause damage. She quickly stuck its magnetic backing to the support beam and pressed in the button in its center. It activated with a quiet, insidious snick, and a tiny red light glowed on its side, telling her it was ready to blow whenever she triggered the remote. Red came jogging back, the flashlight no longer in his mouth. Kaylin gestured toward the floor, and he obediently lay down, flattening himself on the concrete. Then Kaylin turned her attention to the tiny remote and clicked one of the buttons. She started off simple, just a flash of white light, bright enough to be seen from the tarmac. Immediately, the guards swiveled toward it, chattering into their comm units. From above on the tarmac, the conversation came to an abrupt halt. She flashed the light twice more and then turned it back off. Kaylin crept forward, heading for one of the support beams on the side of the tarmac opposite the flashlight orb. With the guards focused on the area where Red had planted the orb, they didn't notice her. The guards shifted closer to that corner, searching for the source of the strange light. Kaylin increased her speed, making it to the staircase at the opposite end of the tarmac, Red close on her heels. About 15 feet away from the staircase, one of the main support beams had ladder rungs running up its side, all the way to the tarmac. Kaylin guessed it was her best chance at getting to the top of the tarmac without being seen. The guards on the upper level were probably focused on the staircase, not the ladder rungs. This close to the edge of the platform, she could hear the voices drifting down from the tarmac above.
It's being taken care of.
It was Nathan's deep baritone that said that, although Kaylin would have sworn she heard a nervous edge to his voice.
What exactly is being taken care of?
The woman's accented voice was the one who gave the terse reply. Her tone was even sharper than before, an obvious warning.
We're not entirely sure, but we're looking into it.
All right, Beck.
Kaylin whispered into her comm unit.
Get ready for your distraction.
She switched the flashlight setting to a red light and began flashing a quick, intense burst of light every second. The guards' reactions were immediate. An unknown device hidden in a corner was flashing a light that looked to be counting down seconds. It led to an obvious and totally wrong conclusion.
Bomb!
One of the guards hollered, diving away from the orb. They sprinted under the tarmac, taking cover behind the nearest support beams, exactly where Kaylin wanted them. She triggered the explosive she'd planted. The device went off with a deafening boom and a small surge of flame. The guards let out panicked cries and scattered.
Run toward the light,
Kaylin whispered in her comm unit.
Use the smoke as cover. There won't be any guards left over there. They're all scattering away.
Good going, Kay.
Beck whispered back. Kaylin glanced toward where she'd entered the hangar and saw movement. Good. The others were taking advantage of the distraction she'd given them. Now it was time to take advantage of it herself. She leaped toward the first ladder rung and began to scale the support beam, moving as quickly and quietly as possible. Her muscles tensed, waiting to feel a bullet or a laser tear through her skin. Instead, she felt only open air above her as she scurried up toward the tarmac.
Stay there,
Kaylin ordered Red, concentrating her thought on the shadowed base of one of the support beams. There was no way Red was going to be able to scramble up the ladder, not without making a huge ruckus. From below her, she heard a faint, nervous whimper come from the shadows.
I'll come back, I promise,
she hurriedly added. Kaylin heaved herself up the last few rungs and pulled herself over the edge of the raised tarmac, then scrambled to the side, hiding behind a stack of cargo boxes. She knelt there for a long moment, catching her breath, and then peeked around the side of the boxes. Chaos had overtaken the tarmac, with the guards hurrying to cover the staircases and the Ascendancy agents hurrying back toward their ship. There were 4 Ascendancy agents, 2 guards, each dressed in dark clothing and armed with some sort of alien rifle, and 2 people dressed in business-type clothing. The guards looked about 30, both of them well-muscled men with stern expressions, while the man and woman dressed in business attire both looked to be in their 50s.
How many people?
Beck asked. Kaylin did a quick head count on the tarmac.
10. 6 in warden uniforms and 4 visitors.
Ascendancy?
I'm pretty sure.
More like kind of sure. Kaylin squinted closely at the 4 visitors, searching for any subtle differences that might give away that they were aliens. She couldn't spot a single one. Unlike Leo, their faces, body, behavior, and attire all seemed 100% human. Some small part of her worried that Nathan might have been right, that these people might actually be Russian agents who were simply working to gather alien technology. Then she took a closer look at their ship, and that worry vanished. It looked like it was made of the same material as Leo's ship, some sort of pure black metal, and there was no visible engine on the medium-sized craft. Throughout her days in the Resistance and working on the black market, Kaylin had seen damn near everything the Syndicate had brought to this planet. This ship was like nothing she'd encountered before. Leo was right. These people didn't have scavenged Syndicate tech. They'd brought their own technology to this world. They were the Ascendancy. Nathan backed into the corner opposite hers, his pistol drawn and 2 guards at his side. They stood in front of a large cargo box, as if guarding it. Kaylin caught sight of a smaller box sitting on top of its closed lid. The smaller box was open, and judging by the way Nathan and the guards were nervously huddled around it, she was willing to bet the Virtue was inside. She unconsciously began to formulate a plan to get the Virtue away from them, but then she shook her head, forcing the thoughts aside. Her job now was to get her hands on a transport craft. She was going to have to trust Beck and Mateo to take care of the Virtue.
I think I have eyes on the Virtue,
she whispered into the comm unit.
It's sitting on top of a cargo crate on the tarmac, but Nathan and 2 guards have it surrounded.
Got it,
Beck replied, panting slightly.
On our way.
On the other end of the tarmac, she spotted motion on the edge of the platform. She squinted over at it and breathed a sigh of relief. It was Beck. He'd used the distraction to scramble up the support beam opposite hers, and judging by the way he kept glancing behind him, Mateo and Leo probably weren't far behind. Beck quickly ducked behind a transport craft. With the guards' attention glued to the staircases, no one noticed him. Just to be on the safe side, Kaylin quickly retrieved another small explosive from her pack. She tossed it over the edge of the platform, detonating it in mid-air. The boom ricocheted through the hangar, sending a fresh wave of panic through the guards. A door slid open in the side of the Ascendancy's ship, but the Ascendancy agents didn't move closer to it. While the Wardens were focused purely on the bomb threat, the Ascendancy had their attention glued to the Virtue sitting behind Nathan. Bomb or no bomb, They clearly weren't leaving without what they came for. Kaylin darted out from behind the cargo boxes, heading toward the nearest ship. It was a bulky cargo transport craft, so she quickly ruled it out as a getaway ride. But a smaller personnel craft was parked in its shadow. Kaylin did a quick scan of it. Sleek double engines, an armored hull, and just enough space to fit 4 fugitives, a dragon, and an ancient weapon of mass destruction. Perfect. She edged along the side of the transport craft, keeping her eyes glued to the Ascendancy agents. They were edging closer to Nathan, the guards on full alert.
What is going on?
The man demanded, his harsh tone and accent making his words difficult to understand. Nathan snapped a command into his comm unit before facing the Ascendancy agents. He held his hands up in a gesture of peace before saying,
I assure you, Zakar, this isn't our doing. Someone's broken into the hangar.
Who?
Zakar demanded. Nathan shook his head.
We're working on figuring that out.
You promised us a secure location for the deal.
The woman snapped. She made a vague gesture to his surroundings.
You call this secure?
Anger flashed across Nathan's face, but he quickly composed himself and said,
My men have things under control, Aliona. Let's complete the deal and be done with it.
Aliona hesitated, but then she exchanged a glance with Zakar, and he nodded. Aliona gestured sharply to the 2 guards and snapped something in Russian. Or maybe it was some alien language. Kaylin wasn't sure, but whatever she'd said, it made the Ascendancy guards fan out, heading to opposite sides of the tarmac. They each stood at attention at the top of the staircases, although Kaylin couldn't tell if they were preparing to fight an enemy who might try to charge up the stairs, or Nathan's guards, who were all huddled together at the top of the steps. Kaylin considered tossing another explosive, but she quickly decided against it. All the guards were scattered and dispersed away from the Virtue, and if she set off another explosive and increased the threat level, it might make them converge back toward the item they were trying to protect. Better to focus on getting inside the transport craft and getting it started. Kaylin carefully crept around the side of the craft, careful to stay in the shadow of its wing. The door on the driver's side was unlocked, like she'd suspected it would be. After all, this was the most highly secure hangar in the base. The wardens probably assumed that no one in their right mind would dare try to steal an aircraft from here. Too bad for them, she was completely out of her mind. Kaylin glanced back at the guards, making sure their attention wasn't on the craft, and then slid the door open. She slipped inside, then closed it, sealing herself inside the transport craft. The craft's windows were darkly tinted, so Kaylin pulled her night vision goggles back out and slipped them on. A thrill of relief ran through her as she examined the craft's interior. Jackpot. It had clearly been made for military use, with the control panel showing controls for a high-tech navigation system, speed boosters, and a side cannon. That probably meant the craft's armor was top-notch, too.
Alrighty.
She muttered under her breath.
Let's get this party started.
The transport craft used a palm scanner as the key, but it was an older scanner and easy to work around. Kaylin slammed the handle of her pistol onto the scanner, shattering its screen. The control panel let out a low beep and a small screen lit up on the dashboard with a 9-digit keypad. It was the backup keypad to start the craft. All military aircraft had them, in case the biometric scanner got destroyed in combat. Kaylin retrieved a small code-breaking chip from her bag and slid it into the memory slot of her comm unit. It blinked yellow, telling her it was downloading all the system passwords recently inputted into the comm unit's operating system. The wardens had already proved they were dumb enough to reuse passwords, so Kaylin was willing to bet the code used to start up the transport craft was also used as a security code in the base's security system. The light blinked green, telling her the download was done, and she quickly inserted the chip into the craft's control panel. The chip's light turned red as it ran through the codes it had downloaded, trying to input them into the craft. Kaylin held her breath, silently urging the device on. It had built-in programming to keep the craft's control system from shutting down the password flood, but a strong enough security system could still block it. The chip blinked green, and a low hum ran through the ship. She was in. Kaylin pumped her fist in victory and quickly put the ship into standby, making sure its engines didn't fire up and draw attention.
Our ride is ready,
Kaylin said into her comm unit.
You guys need to get a move on.
Copy.
Bex said.
We're waiting for an opening, but I'm sending Leo over to you so he can take cover in the transport.
Good plan,
Kaylin said. She glanced toward the ladder the others had scaled. The cargo boxes would give Leo plenty of cover for a few yards, and then he could creep along in the shadows of the other transport craft. But that still left a 20-foot gap of open space he'd have to cover, and it was way too close to the Ascendancy ship for comfort. Time to make use of the comm unit she'd stolen off the fallen guard. Kaylin had been avoiding it, knowing her location could be tracked on it, but she was running out of time. She pulled the stolen comm unit from her pack and switched to the main channel.
You're right,
she said, using a deep, brusque voice.
There's movement on the steps.
Immediately, all the guards on the platform shifted to the left, raising their rifles and readying for an attack, and turning their backs to Leo. He raced across the open tarmac, skidding to a halt at the side door of the transport craft. Kaylin opened the door and he leaped inside, settling in the passenger seat beside her. Kaylin barely recognized him. Gone was the prim and proper ambassador she'd met only days before. This man was smeared with blood, drenched in sweat, and practically vibrating with adrenaline. Thank you for keeping them distracted, Leo said, giving her a grateful nod. All right, so his prim and proper side wasn't totally gone yet. Kaylin nodded in reply and then tapped a few buttons on the control screen, initializing the exterior mic on the transport ship. Immediately, sound flooded in from outside, coming through the control panel's speakers. She turned the volume down low and listened closely.
Someone's messing with the comms channel,
he heard one of the warden guards tell Nathan.
Someone is messing with all of us.
Aliona snapped at Nathan.
They have us chasing shadows. Why haven't your men found them yet?
My men have searched the entire first floor and found nothing,
Nathan said, his voice strained with frustration.
Whoever is trying to disturb us obviously doesn't have much to fight with besides tricks.
Beck, you need to make a move,
Kaylin murmured in her own comm unit.
Quickly.
There's no opening,
he replied tersely. Aliona cursed and edged closer to her ship.
Ugh, enough talk. Let's get this deal over with.
She gestured abruptly toward the cargo boxes next to her ship.
Examine our goods and confirm they meet your standards.
Nathan nodded and strode over to the boxes, two guards shadowing him. As they moved away from the Virtue, Kaylin was finally able to get a look at the thing. It was disappointing. The ancient weapon of mass destruction just looked like some sort of rusted Rubik's Cube made of dull metal. Brownish veins of light pulsed through the Virtue, giving it a muddy glow.
That's it?
Kaylin whispered to Leo. Leo didn't answer, his eyes glued on the Virtue. He reached up with a shaky hand and clasped his fragment in his palm.
This isn't right, he whispered.
What do you mean?
Kaylin demanded.
That's not a Virtue?
It is,
he said, dread filling his tone. Then he pointed to something next to the Virtue.
And so is the box beside it.
Kaylin squinted closer at the box. She'd hardly paid any attention to it at first. The box was just about the right size to hold the rusted Virtue, so she'd assumed it was a carrying case. The silver box had no markings, and it seemed to be made of sheer metal. No, it wasn't entirely metal. Faint veins of color pulsed along the very bottom of the box, their light the same deep blue as the veins of light in Leo's fragment.
Shit,
she said.
You mean there's another Virtue inside there?
Leo nodded gravely.
It's a Virtue of healing,
he murmured. His hand tightened around the fragment.
That's why its pull on my fragment has been so overwhelming. It wants to be activated.
Kaylin forced herself to take a deep breath and calm her spinning mind.
Okay, but at least it's not another Virtue of war. The Ascendancy can't do much harm with a Virtue of healing.
Leo turned to stare at her with a flat look of horror.
Imagine an army that can instantaneously heal its soldiers the moment they're wounded.
Kaylin's stomach dropped.
Never mind. We're screwed if they get either of those things.
She took a deep breath and then whispered into her comm unit.
Beck, we've got a complication. There are two Virtues. The rusty-looking thing is the virtue of war, and that silver box on the crate is a virtue of healing.
Beck cursed under his breath.
You've got to be kidding me. There's two?
Dead serious,
Kaylin replied. As she spoke, Nathan lifted the lid off the Ascendancy's cargo crate. His carefully neutral expression dipped into a frown as he peered inside.
This isn't what we agreed on,
he said to the Ascendancy agents, his tone hardening. Zakar gave a cold smile.
This is even more powerful, I assure you.
Nathan shook his head, pinning Zakar with a cold look.
There's a reason I asked for rifles. My men are trained to use guns, not whatever this is.
He made a sharp, disgusted gesture at the cargo box. Aliona frowned, although Kaylin couldn't see a hint of genuine concern on her face.
If this isn't suitable for you, perhaps we can offer you something else.
She moved back toward the Ascendancy's ship, one guard in tow, while Zakar and the other guard moved closer to the Virtues.
Stop!
Nathan said, his voice cracking through the air. He gestured toward his guards, giving them some sort of hand signal, and they immediately abandoned the staircase to converge toward the Virtues. Nathan crossed his arms as he faced the Ascendancy guards.
You don't touch the Virtues until I've approved your end of the deal.
Peace, Nathan,
Zakar said, his tone unimpressed.
If you're not satisfied with what we've brought you, we may have something else that suits your needs.
Nathan scowled, suspicion darkening his expression.
And what would that be?
Aliona pointed toward their aircraft.
We brought samples of a new type of laser blaster we recently learned how to manufacture. Would you like to see?
I'd be willing to consider an alternative to the rifles,
Nathan said grudgingly. Aliona nodded and headed toward the aircraft, the other Ascendancy agents following behind her. As they strode up the boarding ramp, Kaylin saw Aliona discreetly draw something out of her pocket. Kaylin squinted closer at the object. It looked like some sort of slim mask. Suspicion slammed into her, followed by a feeling of dread.
Beck, Mateo, do you still have your air filters?
Yeah,
Beck replied.
Why?
Put them on, now!
She hurriedly searched the control panel of the transport craft and found what she was looking for, the controls for the air filtration system. She punched in the command to lock all outside air from entering the craft. She'd barely drawn her hand away from the control panel when a hiss came from outside. Kaylin winced at the sound and stared out at the tarmac. A dark gray mist rose from the cargo crate Nathan had examined. It almost looked like smoke, but it had a strange metallic glimmer. Beside her, Leo murmured something gravely under his breath. Kaylin wasn't sure if it was a prayer or a curse, but either way, it wasn't good. The dark mist rose into the air, surrounding Nathan and his guards. Nathan coughed as he breathed in the substance and whirled toward the Ascendancy's ship. A flash of pain coursed across his expression, and he clapped a hand over his mouth, as if trying to block out the mist. Anger twisted his face, and he removed his hand to speak.
What sort of trick are you trying to...
His words cut off with a choked sound. He turned back toward the cargo crate, and his angry expression vanished, replaced by wide-eyed fear. He opened his mouth to speak again, but it only allowed more of the mist to flow inside him. The substance seemed attracted to him, as if it were alive and seeking out flesh. Nathan collapsed to his knees. A hoarse whimper escaped his throat, followed by more choking. Then he went limp, his body striking the ground with a dull thud. Nathan's guards began backing away, but the mist reached out toward them, quickly enveloping them. They choked and clutched at their throats, falling to the ground beside Nathan. Kaylin's gut dropped, and she instinctively covered her own mouth, even though she'd sealed off the vents in the transport craft.
What is that?
Kaylin demanded, watching as the mist reached out toward the other guards at the stairs. That's malarin gas, Leo murmured. He spoke the words the same way a human might say mustard gas or cyanide or some other invention of horrible cruelty.
Let me guess. Something highly deadly and completely illegal.
Leo nodded grimly. Kaylin studied Nathan's body, searching for any sign of movement. There was none.
Are they dead?
Kaylin whispered. Very, very dead, Leo said. Kaylin shook her head, struggling to wrap her mind around what had just happened. Nathan had caused so much damage and created so much chaos. And this was how he went out, with only a gasp and a whimper. It seemed nearly unbelievable, but bizarrely suitable. The Ascendancy had snuffed him out as easily as squishing a bug. It seemed to be fate's way of mocking the leader of the Wardens for not believing in the threat of the Ascendancy. The mist surrounded the other Warden guards in a matter of seconds. Some of them tried to run, and one shot into the mists in desperate panic. But it was no use. Kaylin winced as their panicked cries cut out and their bodies fell to the ground with heavy thuds. They didn't deserve to die, especially not the younger guards, and not in such a terrifying way. A sudden surge of fear struck her, and she whispered into her comm unit.
Beck, Mateo, tell me you guys are okay.
We're fine,
Beck said, although he sounded shaken.
Our filter masks are working against it.
Eerie stillness descended on the tarmac. The mist slowly coalesced at the edges of the tarmac and then sank to the ground, leaving a fine layer of metallic silt on the concrete.
What happened?
Kaylin demanded. Leo nodded toward the Ascendancy's ship. They deactivated the Malaran. The tarmac was absolutely still, although voices shouted from below and buzzed through the comm units of the fallen guards. Luckily, no one else came up the stairs. The Warden guards below apparently had enough common sense to realize that would only end in disaster. The only people left on the tarmac were the Ascendancy agents and Kaylin's team. She took a deep breath and settled her gaze on the Ascendancy's ship.
All right,
she said quietly.
Let's finish this.
Kaylin. A burst of motion exploded from the other side of the tarmac. Beck and Mateo sprinted out from behind their cover, both darting toward the Virtues, which still lay on top of the crate. Kaylin's heart pounded as she watched them sprint across the tarmac. It was perfect timing, but still insanely dangerous.
Come on,
she murmured under her breath, urging them forward. Motion caught the corner of her eye, and she turned to see all 4 of the Ascendancy agents rush out from their ship, charging down the boarding plank. The 2 guards still held their rifles, while Zakar and Aliona had slim pistols in their hands that reminded Kaylin of the one Marin had carried.
On your left!
Kaylin called into her comm unit, no longer bothering to keep her voice down. Beck and Mateo reached the cargo crate with the Virtues. Mateo snatched up the Virtue of Healing, while Beck grabbed the Virtue of War and tucked it under his arm like a football. He slung his rifle over his shoulder, no longer able to use it with the Virtue in his grip, and drew his pistol.
Get to the transport,
Kaylin said.
We're ready to take off.
They didn't bother stopping to give a response. Beck and Mateo turned toward the craft, rushing toward it. Beck began firing at the Ascendancy agents, letting off a rapid volley toward the tallest of the guards. 2 of his blaster rounds struck the guard, both square in the chest. Perfect shots. But instead of dropping the guard, the shots just fizzled against some sort of barrier, sending up a harmless shower of white sparks. "Don't waste your time shooting," Leo said into his comm unit. "Blasters and bullets can't touch them."
"What can?"
Beck demanded. "None of your weapons," Leo said sharply. "Just avoid them." Beck let out a harsh laugh.
"Ha! Easier said than done."
The Ascendancy opened fire on Mateo and Beck, but the 2 of them immediately leaped behind the other transport craft, shielding themselves. Kaylin cursed in frustration. They were only 10 yards away, but with both of them trapped hiding for cover, it might as well have been 100. As the Ascendancy's shots struck the concrete, Kaylin realized they weren't doing any damage. No cracks, no burn marks.
Are they using stun shots?
Kaylin demanded. Leo nodded. They don't want to damage the Virtues.
I thought they couldn't be destroyed by normal weapons.
They can't, but they can be deactivated. Kaylin nodded. That was at least one thing they had going for them. The Ascendancy wasn't going to charge in with guns blazing if they were worried about harming the Virtues. The Ascendancy agents gathered around the opposite side of the transport craft Mateo and Beck were hiding behind. They exchanged a few curt words in their language and then split up, the guards creeping around the sides of the craft with their pistols raised and ready for action. Their plan was obvious enough. Keep Beck and Mateo pinned down behind the craft and flank them. An idea struck Kaylin. The Ascendancy might have been cautious about damaging the Virtues, but Kaylin didn't give a shit. She pulled up the transport craft's defense system, activating the side cannon. The controls for the weapon appeared on the screen in front of the passenger seat, and she pointed at Leo.
You ever used any type of artillery?
She asked. He shook his head, his eyes widening with panic. Kaylin patted him on the back.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
She activated her comm unit and said,
Beck, Mateo, move away from that transport.
We're using it for cover,
Beck hissed.
Well, Leo's about to use it for target practice, so move. You've got about 10 seconds before the Ascendancy flanks you.
Beck cursed and said,
We're moving.
Hang in there.
As she spoke, she slid her pistol out of its holster and popped up the autopilot controls on the passenger screen of the transport craft. She quickly entered the coordinates for the resistance base at Nice and then turned to Leo.
Stay in here,
she commanded. She pointed to the button that would engage the autopilot.
I should be back, but if I'm not, press this to take off. It'll take the craft straight back to the resistance base.
Leo nodded grimly. Good luck.
You too,
Kaylin said. She took a deep breath and nodded to the cannon controls in front of Leo.
Now open fire.
Kaylin didn't give herself time to second-guess herself before she hit the button for the door, sliding it open. She leaped down to the tarmac and pressed close to the side of the ship as the door closed behind her. A high-pitched hum vibrated through the air as the cannon powered on. Kaylin braced herself, and the Ascendancy agents whirled toward their transport craft. The cannon opened fire, rocking the tarmac with a volley of explosive rounds. A wave of heat seared Kaylin's skin, and she clapped her hands over her ears to block out the deafening boom. She squinted against the flaring light of the explosive rounds, holding her breath as she watched them land. One struck right at the feet of Aliona, sending her flying across the tarmac. The explosion would have killed any human, but the shield she wore seemed to somehow protect her from the blow, and she started clawing her way to her feet the moment she landed. The other rounds missed Zakar, but struck the transport craft, blowing chunks out of its right wing. The flaming bits of metal careened off the edge of the tarmac, tumbling below and hitting the ground with a crash. Zakar and the two guards were forced to leap back and retreat toward their craft, racing toward the landing ramp.
Keep it up!
Kaylin yelled into her comm unit, although she had no idea if Leo could hear her over the cacophony of cannon fire. None of the Ascendancy agents seemed to have noticed that she'd slipped out of the transport craft. She was in their blind spot, with the passenger side of the craft hiding her from view. Through the smoke of the wrecked transport craft, Kaylin caught sight of motion. Beck raced out from the cover of the smoke, heading straight toward her. Leo stopped firing the side cannon. Any other shots toward the wrecked transport craft risked hitting Beck. The side cannon tried to swivel toward the Ascendancy's ship, but it was too far to the right for the cannon to reach. Kaylin held her breath, silently urging Beck on. With no more cannon fire to distract them, the Ascendancy continued firing toward Beck, although the thick smoke clinging to the tarmac made aiming nearly impossible. The side cannon boomed again, and a cloud of dust rained down on the tarmac. Kaylin glanced over and saw that Leo had the cannon aimed toward the ceiling. No, not the ceiling. One of the giant metal panels that formed the retractable portion of the hangar ceiling. In its retracted position, its hinges were clearly visible from below, making it vulnerable. Kaylin smiled grimly.
Good boy, Leo,
she said under her breath. The shields might have protected the Ascendancy ship from gunfire, but if a giant metal panel landed on the small ship, it would probably be enough to cripple it. And without the Ascendancy ship chasing after them, they had a far better chance of escaping. She turned her attention back to Beck. He ducked and weaved through the fading smoke, doing his best to avoid the shots fired by the Ascendancy. He still had the Virtue of War tucked tightly under his arm, and his eyes were locked right on her as he hurtled over a fallen warden's guard. One of the Ascendancy's stun shots hit him in the leg. Beck cried out in pain, and as his foot struck the ground, his entire leg crumpled under him.
Beck!
Kaylin yelled. He glanced toward her, and she held her hands up in a catcher's stance. Beck hesitated, glancing toward the Ascendancy huddled around their ship. Now that he was on the ground, they'd stopped firing, but both of the guards were approaching him with raised rifles. Beck clutched tighter to the Virtue, clearly hesitant to redirect the Ascendancy's attention toward her.
God damn it, Beck, throw it!
Kaylin screamed. Her sharp words seemed to jar some common sense into him. He pushed himself into a sitting position and hefted the Virtue into his hand, throwing it toward her. His frantic aim was hardly accurate, and Kaylin had to leap to her left to catch it. The Virtue was far heavier than it looked, and its sharp corners dug painfully into her palm. Kaylin bit back a cry of pain and whirled back toward their transport craft. The Ascendancy immediately opened fire at her, but she was quicker than them, leaping toward the transport. Leo opened the door for her and she leaped inside, hauling herself into the driver's seat. Leo swiveled toward her and she thrust the Virtue of War into his hands. Then she pointed at the fragment hanging from his neck.
Cloak it, and keep working on bringing that panel down. We're leaving in just a moment.
She didn't wait for his reply before diving back through the door and onto the tarmac. She reached into her bag as she landed, pulling out 2 electric grenades. She popped the pin off both of them and hurled them toward the Ascendancy agents. They exploded in a buzzing shower of sparks, obscuring the agents' views and forcing them to stumble back a few steps. The cannon fire started up again, and the metal panel above the Ascendancy ship creaked as it was barraged. Dust and debris rained down on the tarmac, but Kaylin squinted through it, trying to spot Mateo. He burst out from behind the wrecked transport ship, the Virtue of Healing still tightly grasped in his hand. Mateo pointed toward Kaylin, and she nodded. He hurled the Virtue toward her, and she caught it, bracing against its heavy weight. She whirled back toward the transport ship, Virtue in hand.
Get back!
She called over her shoulder to Mateo. The ground in front of her exploded. Kaylin stumbled back, warding off the flying debris with her free hand. Stinging pain cut into her skin, but she gritted her teeth and ignored it. She glanced over at the Ascendancy agents. They fired another shot at her, this one striking the ground just to her left. The concrete exploded as deadly blaster fire struck it. Apparently, they'd given up on stun rounds. They were getting desperate to stop her. The guards charged her, both sprinting toward her position. Kaylin's hand inched toward her pistol, but she knew it'd do no good. Instead, she leaped behind the nearest cargo box. Just in time. The box slammed into her back as heavy blaster fire struck it. Heat washed over its sides, and Kaylin frantically examined her surroundings. She needed to get inside the transport, but they had her completely pinned. The shriek of shearing metal echoed through the hangar. Kaylin looked up and saw the roof panel finally break free from its ruined hinges, crashing down to the Ascendancy ship below. Sparks erupted as the ship's shield fended off the damage, but the ship tipped to its side, pinned down by the massive metal panel. The Ascendancy agents erupted in frantic yelling, and Kaylin risked a glance around the edge of the box. The Ascendancy agents were all distracted, facing their ship. Beck was struggling toward the transport on his paralyzed leg, Mateo half supporting and half dragging him along. Kaylin leaped up, charging toward the transport with the Virtue of Healing tucked firmly under her arm. The Ascendancy guards recovered from their surprise and turned back toward her, racing to intercept her. Blaster fire exploded around her, and her heart pounded painfully in her chest. She put on a fresh burst of speed, tapping into a reserve of adrenaline she hadn't realized she still had. But it wasn't enough. She wasn't going to make it. Leo leaped down to the tarmac. Kaylin screamed at him to stop, but it was far too late. He dove at the nearest guard, striking him in the side. The guard fell sideways, knocking into the other guard who had been running at his side. It gave Mateo and Beck the perfect opening, and they reached the transport, hauling themselves inside. Kaylin pushed herself forward, desperate to cross the last few feet and join them. She knew she had a mission to complete. She had to get the Virtue of Healing on that transport. But it still took every ounce of Kaylin's willpower not to drop the Virtue and help Leo. She watched out of the corner of her eye as the taller guard swung his weapon toward the ambassador. Kaylin's stomach sank as she waited for him to pull the trigger. Instead, he lifted the rifle and slammed the butt of his weapon into Leo's skull. The ambassador fell limply to the ground. Anger and terror roared through Kaylin's veins as the guards turned toward her. She raced toward the door of the transport, but the guards were closer, and they intercepted her. The taller guard slammed into her side, knocking her feet out from under her. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she registered pain, but at the forefront was panic. She struck the guard and rolled to soften the blow. The virtue of healing flew out of her grip, landing right next to Leo's unconscious body. Kaylin desperately reached for it, but the shorter guard snatched it away from her. A heavy boot stomped on her left shoulder, jarring her bones and pinning her to the ground. Kaylin stared up at the guard, panic washing over her. She'd failed. She was trapped, and the virtue of healing was now in the hands of the Ascendancy. Then something caught her eye. The fragment hanging from the chain around Leo's neck, hardly a foot away from her. This close to the virtues, the fragment pulsed with light and gave off a low hum. That was probably the only reason they hadn't outright shot Leo. They wouldn't want to ruin an artifact as powerful as the fragment. The fragment would let them cloak the location of the virtue of healing. And then that would be the end. The Ascendancy would have a virtue that would make them practically indestructible, and no one would ever be able to track it down and destroy it. But she wasn't about to let that happen. Kaylin kicked up, slamming her boot into the groin of the guard pinning her. His shield caught the blow, but the guard instinctively flinched back, giving Kaylin room to wiggle out from under his boot. In a single motion, she grabbed the fragment, tore the chain off Leo's neck, and hurled it off the side of the tarmac. It flew through the air, plummeting to the floor below.
Red!
Kaylin screamed.
Fetch!
The guard cursed as he stared over the side of the tarmac. Then he whirled toward her, the butt of his rifle raised high. Kaylin tried to leap to her feet, but he kicked her in the stomach, knocking the wind from her lungs. She froze as she struggled to suck in a breath. Her mind screamed at her to move, but her body was frozen with shock. She glanced up just in time to see the guard bringing his rifle crashing down toward her head.
Fetch it back to Beck,
she thought, channeling the thought toward Red.
Quickly!
Light exploded in her skull. Then blackness swallowed everything. Beck. Kaylin was down. Beck stared in horror down at her limp form on the tarmac, his mind spinning wildly as he sat in the driver's seat of the transport. He needed to rescue her. He needed to get her back to the transport. He needed to kill the guard standing over her and rip his corpse to pieces. He moved to leap out of the transport, but his left leg wouldn't move. He cursed and glanced down at it. It felt like it was on fire, but the effects of the stun shot didn't seem to be fading, and it hung limply from his waist. Mateo shoved him roughly in the shoulder. "Let's move!" he snapped. Beck shook his head. "We can't leave Kaylin and Leo, and we only have one of the virtues. And it's the only one we're going to be able to get," Mateo said frantically. He gestured down at the Ascendancy guards, who had turned their attention back to the transport craft. Mateo was right. One of the guards held the virtue of healing in his hand. Beck racked his brain, trying to think of some way he could save Kaylin, Leo, and the virtue of healing. But before he could even finish the thought, the other guard lifted his rifle toward the transport craft. Beck's combat instincts kicked in, and he slammed a hand on the transport's control panel, activating its exterior shield. And just in time, a blaster shot struck the windshield, making the shield spark and sizzle. Another shot immediately followed, then another. The shield wasn't going to hold long. Mateo gripped Beck's shoulder, his fingers digging painfully into his skin.
"We can't let them have two virtues," he said. "We need to leave."
Beck knew he was right. At least they had the virtue of war. If they left now, they'd be able to keep one virtue out of the Ascendancy's hands. He couldn't try to save Kaylin, not without letting the virtue of war fall into the hands of the Ascendancy. Still, he couldn't bring himself to activate the transport's autopilot. Kaylin had already programmed in the location of the nearest resistance base, and all Beck had to do was push a single button. But he was frozen, unable to bring himself to do it. Mateo cursed and reached over, slamming the button for him. The craft vibrated as the engines kicked into full gear, lifting the craft a couple feet straight off the ground. A streak of motion caught Beck's eye. Something gray dove through the air toward the transport. For a single moment, Beck thought it was some sort of missile, but then Red landed in a clumsy heap right outside his door. The little dragon skidded to a halt, slamming into the side of the transport and yelping in pain as his wings struck the metal siding. "Get in here!" Beck commanded as he slid the door open. Red hurriedly folded his wings and leaped into the craft. A blaster hole appeared in the concrete where the dragon had landed just moments before, spraying debris up at Beck. Beck cursed and slammed the button to close the driver's door, and it slid closed just as a barrage of blaster fire struck the outside of the craft. The transport craft jetted upward, slamming Beck back against his seat. He frantically craned his neck, trying to catch sight of Kaylin below. For a single second, he was able to see her through the rear window of the transport. She was still on the ground, right next to Leo's unconscious form. Her hand reached up to touch her wounded head, and Beck breathed a sigh of relief. She was still alive. For now. The transport picked up speed and turned south, cutting off his view of Kaylin. Beck stared down at the ruins of Paris beneath him, blinking hard against the afternoon sun. It was hard to believe he was actually still in France. The tunnels had felt so otherworldly, and the adrenaline spikes had warped time so much he half expected to find another planet when he emerged. But it was still the exact same Earth he'd left behind. Broken, but not beaten. Not yet. He grabbed the Virtue of War from where it had fallen onto the floor and brought it close, examining its surface. He thought it had been covered in rust, but now he realized the red color was actually a series of extremely small, intricate runes carved into the silvery metal. He ran his thumb over one of the sides. It was perfectly smooth, but it radiated an odd heat that made his skin prickle and his stomach drop. They'd done it. They'd accomplished the impossible and retrieved the Virtue of War. But he didn't feel the slightest bit of pride, only sadness and sickness. He suddenly realized there was one more task he needed to do. Beck dialed Duval on his comm unit, and the commander immediately picked up.
"Well, I'll be damned,"
Duval said.
"I never thought I'd hear from you again."
"We have the Virtue of War," Beck said. A stunned silence met his words. Then Duval let out a small, shocked laugh.
"Ha! You crazy bastard! You actually did it!"
"It's been contained," Beck said. "We're on our way back to the base. Call off the airstrike."
"Gladly. I look forward to hearing your debriefing when you get back."
"I'll see you shortly," Beck said, and then he hung up. He lapsed into silence, still too shocked to know what to say or think or do. "Do you think they'll come after us?" Beck flinched at the sound of Mateo's voice. In the close confines of the transport, it sounded far too loud. "They'll try," Beck said with a nod. "But that panel Leo knocked down has their ship pinned. It should buy us enough time to get back to the Resistance base." At least he hoped. He couldn't see anyone on their tail, but he knew the Ascendancy would do everything in their power to chase after the virtue they'd stolen. Something warm and wet landed on his hand and slipped into his lap. Beck recoiled and looked down. Leo's fragment rested on his knee. It was covered in Red's saliva, but otherwise unharmed. Red sat next to him and cocked his head, letting out an uncertain chirp. Beck looked between the dragon and the fragment and shook his head in disbelief. "Too freaking clever," he whispered, unsure if he was talking to the dragon or Kaylin. "That's the fragment," Mateo said, his tone dumbfounded. Beck nodded. Red brought it back. He'd seen Kaylin toss the fragment off the edge of the tarmac, but he'd figured the Ascendancy would be able to easily retrieve it from the lower floor. He should have known better than to think Kaylin would do something so useless. She must have commanded Red to pick it up and bring it back to the transport. Red turned in a circle, seeming to realize for the first time that Kaylin wasn't in sight. He sniffed at the seat Beck was sitting in, where Kaylin had been only minutes before. Then the little dragon darted off and circled the inside of the transport, nosing around every corner as he searched for his owner. Red dropped his camouflage, his scales turning to a bright, panicked shade of yellow as he realized Kaylin wasn't aboard. The dragon raced back over to Beck's side and stared up, anxiously shuffling his paws as he let out a high-pitched whimper. Beck swallowed hard, struggling to choke back the lump in his throat.
Sorry, little guy, he murmured. She didn't make it back. Red must have sensed his distress because the dragon recoiled back. Then he chirped and thunked his tail against the floor, as if demanding Beck do something. When Beck didn't move, Red leaped over his seat and rammed his shoulder against the door, releasing a panicked yelp. The dragon's leg was bleeding again, smearing dark blood on the stark metal floor and making him slip. He fell heavily on his injured leg, letting out a cry of pain. "Red!" Beck said sharply. The dragon froze, looking over his shoulder. A wild panic blazed in Red's eyes, and he trembled with nervous energy. Beck leaned back, suddenly realizing he was trapped on board a small transport ship with a fire-breathing dragon that was on the verge of going berserk. "Don't piss that thing off," Mateo said, his voice tense with fear. Beck ignored him and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "It's all right, little guy," he told Red, putting on a reassuring tone. "She's not dead." Red remained frozen for a long moment, his sides heaving as he panted heavily. But then he took a step forward and hesitantly laid his head in Beck's lap. He stared up at Beck with wide eyes and let out a quiet, cautious chirp. Beck reached out with a shaky hand and rested it on the creature's scaly head. Red flinched at his touch, but he didn't back away. Beck gently stroked the dragon's forehead, just like he'd seen Kaylin do. Someone was going to have to look after the dragon if Kaylin wasn't there to do it, and Beck had a feeling he was the only caretaker Kaylin would approve of. The dragon tensed and let out a tiny growl, but after a few moments, he relaxed, leaning into Beck's hand. "Good boy," Beck said softly. Red glanced back over to the door he'd been ramming and gave a low whimper. Then he stared up at Beck, his silver eyes widened in a pleading look. "We're going to get her back," Beck whispered. "I promise." Kaylin. Kaylin woke to silence. Dead, empty silence. In all her years alive, she didn't think she'd ever been in a place this quiet. She tried to open her eyes, but realized she already had. Darkness surrounded her, just as pure and deep as the silence. Her heart began to pound, filling her ears with the sound of rushing blood.
"Hello?"
she said. The word came out in a whisper, but the sudden noise still made her jump. Her head bumped against something hard and she winced, reaching up to touch her scalp. Something sticky clung to her fingers. Blood. She brought her hand in front of her face, staring at it. There was only blackness. She knew she should be absolutely terrified, but her brain felt clogged and muddy, and she could only feel a dull sense of unease. They'd drugged her. The thought crossed her mind, and she clung to it, trying to make sense of it. She remembered throwing the fragment, and then being slammed back against the ground, and then there'd been splitting pain in her head, and then darkness. But it had been a fleeting darkness, only lasting for a few jarring heartbeats. Then she'd woken to hands grabbing her and piercing light and painfully loud noises. Then darkness had descended again, and now she was here, whatever this place was. She felt around, and her shaky hands found a perfectly smooth wall behind her and a floor beneath her, which she was sitting on. There was only open air in all other directions. Cold dread began to creep into her limbs, pushing away the numbness.
"Red?"
she whispered. There was no response. Her spinning mind couldn't figure out if that was a good thing or not. She was obviously somewhere she shouldn't have been, so she should probably be glad Red wasn't here too. But her stomach twisted as she realized she had no idea what had happened to him.
"Hello?"
she said again, her voice shaking. Something shifted to her left. She gasped and turned toward it, her hands automatically clenching into fists. Then she heard a quiet groan and a mumbled word that sounded like nonsense. But there was a hint of an accent in the voice, making it sound oddly familiar. It took her sluggish mind a moment to realize why.
Leo?
She murmured. For a long moment there was no reply. Then she heard more shifting, and Leo groggily said something in his own language. She couldn't understand a word of it, but that didn't stop relief from slamming into her. She wasn't alone.
It's Kaylin,
she told him. Another pause. Then Leo said,
"Where are we?"
Kaylin shook her head, immediately regretting it as a wave of pain flooded her skull.
I was hoping you'd know.
The ascendancy has us, he said. And this time, it wasn't a question.
Yes.
She couldn't think of any other possibility. She reached up and rubbed her aching temples.
Are you hurt?
She heard more shifting as he checked himself over.
"I'm bruised and a bit cut up," he finally said. "But nothing worse."
Same with me,
Kaylin said. It was at least one thing they had going for them. She swallowed hard as she struggled to clear her mind.
The virtues, what happened to them?
Beck was able to get hold of the virtue of war. The ascendancy has the virtue of healing.
Kaylin's stomach dropped.
What are they going to do with it?
Activate it and use it,
Leo said, his voice grim.
Why did they take us?
I'm not quite sure,
Leo admitted. They both went silent, and Kaylin felt fear begin to overwhelm her. She closed her eyes, even though it made no real difference, and took a few deep breaths, in and out, in and out. Breathe out anxiety, breathe in clarity, just like Beck had taught her years ago when she'd first started sniping.
They're probably going to kill us,
she said. Yes, Leo said, his voice dull. Kaylin nodded.
I'm not going to die without trying to get that virtue away from them.
This was no longer just about stopping an invasion. This was about protecting her brother. Jackson was alive, but if the Ascendancy had their way, he wouldn't be for long. And neither would anyone else on Earth.
"I don't think we have any chance of stopping them,"
Leo said, his voice filled with exhausted dread.
Either way, we're going to die,
Kaylin said.
So we might as well try.
Leo didn't reply. Silence descended on them again, but blood pounded in Kaylin's ears. She forced herself to focus on the sound of her desperation and anger flowing through her veins.
Do it for Marin,
she said to Leo. His silence stretched out longer, and Kaylin held her breath, worried she might have quieted him for good. Finally, Leo let out a shuddering breath.
"I'll do it."
He paused for a moment and then hesitantly said,
"But what exactly are we going to do?"
I have absolutely no idea,
Kaylin admitted.
"We need a plan,"
Leo said. A plan. Kaylin clung to the idea, forcing her aching brain to concentrate on it. Plans were her specialty. She was a thief, after all. Plotting out her actions was the only way she ever succeeded, and stayed alive. Kaylin rubbed her hands over her face, clearing away the last of the cobwebs from her mind.
Well then, let's get to work.
This has been Virtue of War, Syndicate Legacy Book 1 by L.O. Addison and Justin Sloan. Narrated by Justin Thomas James. Featuring Jeff Hayes as Nathan and Lori Catherine Winkle as Kaylin, Marin, and the rest of the female cast. Proofing and editing by Dalton Lynn. Editing and mastering by Richard Smith. Sound design by Richard Smith and Justin Thomas James. Music by Justin Thomas James. A Soundbooth Theater production. Thank you for listening. Seriously, by picking up this audiobook, you are supporting indie authors, actors, musicians, sound engineers, literally everyone else on our team and the creatives we work with. You make it possible for us to keep doing what we love, making stellar audio for your listening pleasure. So, from the bottom of all our hearts here at SBT, thank you. If you would like to support us further, please consider leaving us a review on this audiobook. We're always looking to tighten up and make better art for you, so do be honest and let us know what you liked or think we can improve on. Lastly, because you are still listening, you're clearly an awesome human being, and I, Justin Thomas James, would personally love it if you joined our community. We need more people like you in our lives, so don't be shy. Join our Facebook group, Soundbooth Theater Live, and sign up for our newsletter at www.soundbooththeater.com. We'll see you there.